About 5 years ago, portals connecting to other worlds suddenly appeared everywhere. As a result, many creatures from the underworld, resistant to military weapons, emerged and caused chaos. It was then that the profession of hunter was born, tasked with entering these portals and exterminating these dangerous creatures. Hunters are selected through the portals, which are divided into levels from low to high: gold, silver, and bronze. Among them, gold hunters are ranked the strongest, not only in strength but also in talent and connection. Gold hunters have everything in their hands: wealth, connections, and power. Meanwhile, Subaru, a young man obsessed with his idol Hirosaka Renji, is studying the path to becoming a gold hunter like his idol. Suddenly, a 5-star gold portal appears right next to Subaru. Still lost in thought when suddenly, his close friend Eric Taiga rushes over, pushes him aside, and enters the portal. And just like that, Subaru's chance to change his life slips away. From then on, Subaru's life changed completely. His younger brother, after emerging from the portal, became Japan's youngest gold hunter, gaining fame rapidly, wealth, and all that he desired. As for Subaru, he began living a life of hardship. At school, he was bullied by his brother and his minions, making his life miserable. At home, he lived in a shabby warehouse, enduring abuse from his parents and brother. He worked all day with no time to rest. Occasionally, his brother used him like a toy, ordering him around without a word of protest. For example, late at night, he was ordered to buy drinks, unable to resist, only receiving the coins his brother threw at him to go do the task. He felt despair whenever he walked down the street, remembering the disdainful look of his brother. He only thought of a bleak future, where even when he grew old, he would still have to bow down and work for him, like a bug with no right to live. He suddenly wanted to die. Subaru remembered the regretful time when, if he had entered that gold portal back then, he would have everything now. But now, he had nothing, especially when he encountered 3 of Taiga's lackeys. Their faces were scarred and they were angry about those marks. Immediately, they spotted Subaru and charged at him. Subaru knew he would be beaten mercilessly, so he could only run, but how could he escape from them? They chased after him, and he couldn't run fast enough, losing his pants. They beat him brutally like an animal. He had thought about death, but when facing danger, he couldn't give up on life. He fell to the ground, blood splattered, and they continued to stomp on him. He thought he would die, and as one of them prepared to deliver the final blow, a door suddenly appeared, cutting off that man. The door appeared before Subaru, starting as a bronze door, but strangely, it shattered and turned silver. The door continued to crack open, turning gold, then unexpectedly became a rainbow door. Subaru couldn't believe his eyes, but he knew this was his only chance. He was sure no one could stop him now. He decided to step into the door despite the 2 lackeys trying to stop him. They unleashed all their techniques, cutting off one of Subaru's legs, but he didn't give up, determined to seize it all. He struggled, despite the pain, to rush into the rainbow door. He was determined to change his fate, and when the door closed, a monster appeared, smiling cunningly. The monster approached Subaru, stabbing a finger through his head. A powerful surge of electricity erupted, and the system's update notification appeared. Subaru felt a change within his body. He felt his body change, his weak legs regrowing, and his heart and lungs returning to normal. Subaru opened his eyes, saw the monster, and immediately stepped back, shocked by the truth. The monster turned away, sitting down in a chair, while Subaru remained confused, not understanding what was happening. After a moment, he realized he was inside the rainbow door. Subaru recalled his idol's story. He had met a golden knight and defeated him to gain strength. Subaru was bewildered, not knowing what he would face next. Subaru felt sweat dripping down. Would he have to face a monster like his idol did? The monster looked at Subaru with an unhappy expression and asked if his body had fully recovered. Subaru felt embarrassed when criticized. He sighed and said he was fine. He didn't expect to be talking to this monster. The monster waved his hand, signaling Subaru to come closer. The monster said if Subaru could defeat him once, he would gain strength. Subaru hurriedly interrupted, asking who the monster was. The monster looked at him, seemingly confused. Subaru explained about the different gold, silver, and bronze portals, but had never heard of the rainbow door. The monster laughed mockingly and told him not to say anything more. The monster didn't care about Subaru's explanation and waved his hand, sending a powerful force sweeping over Subaru. The rainbow door appeared again. Subaru was scared, not knowing what to do. The monster grew impatient, slammed his hand down on the chair, and shouted at Subaru to get up and fight. He wanted to finish the trial quickly and go home to sleep. Subaru trembled as he answered, wanting to stand up, but his legs couldn't bear it. The monster looked at him as though he was hearing a funny story, sighing in disbelief. The monster began waving his hand, and immediately weapons appeared around Subaru. He thought he would die instantly and screamed out. The monster told him if he was scared, he should use the weapons to fight back. If he couldn't do it, he could leave. Subaru was torn, thinking about whether to fight the monster or return to his old life. He slowly moved toward the door. Monster mocked Subaru, saying, "Wasn't the door open to gain strength?" He continued to undermine Subaru's self-esteem, calling him a worm. The monster's insults still echoed in Subaru's ears, reminding him of the times he was called a worm, trampled underfoot, and his life was no different from an animal's. Monster didn't seem interested in turning back. It sighed in exasperation. "Fine, I'll go sleep. You'll live like this your whole life. Nailing, crawling, worthless. Take responsibility for your own choices." Tears streamed down Subaru's face. He faintly saw his 70-year-old self reflected on the door. Gritting his teeth, he slammed the doorframe. Even the monster's brother was surprised. "Let's see what that brat is planning." Subaru went mad, pounding the door and yelling curses. "What the hell is this? What kind of cage is this? You beasts always full of arrogance." The monster's brother, seeing progress, became visibly excited. "Am I finally going home to sleep?" Subaru clenched his fists, screaming at the sky and ground in anger. "You think having power lets you do whatever you want? Call others trash and it's fine, you fools." The monster grew increasingly amused, taking every opportunity to provoke Subaru, laughing mockingly. "Of course you can, idiot." Subaru's rage peaked. He shouted out all his humiliation. "You beat me and it hurt, didn't it? Treated me like garbage. Why are you so damned cruel?" The monster laughed louder, reveling in it. It found Subaru's weak spot and poked relentlessly. Each taunt made him angrier. "Shut up, I don't want to hear it." Fueled like a battle-crazed beast, Subaru's courage surged tenfold under the monster's watchful gaze. Subaru charged without hesitation, punching the monster squarely in the face. Only then did he realize he could actually do it. The monster's brother rose, clapping Subaru on the shoulder in approval, cheering, "Perfect. If you put your heart into it, you can do it. I can feel the intense hatred in your punch. I approve completely." The monster immediately bit Subaru's shoulder hard, shocking him. A surge of power struck and Subaru screamed, thinking the monster intended to kill him. This time Subaru was different. He didn't wait to die, he regained his spirit and bit the monster's shoulder hard. The monster's brother laughed in delight. "Interesting, I'll grant you a few more privileges." The power surged even more violently to the point Subaru couldn't bite anymore. He stiffened and collapsed. The test confirmed it. Subaru's current form was now that of a hunter. The monster laughed, satisfied with its creation, introduced itself as Vanquished and bade farewell. "Hope to see you again." Vanquished gradually vanished. This time it was genuinely joyful. Subaru, now the main character Eric Subaru, had become a rank 1 hunter, inheriting Vanquist's abilities, the ancestral demon of the lineage. Subaru slowly regained consciousness, watching a series of skills update before his eyes. Blood Template Technique Level 1 plus a bonus skill from the circle. Several other skills appeared, including Life Drainer, Those Who Hate the Radiance, and Those in the Sun's Shadow. Subaru's eyes sparkled, still dazed, muttering, "Circle," as a series of notifications switched to portal notifications. He froze upon seeing the message, "Exit the door within 30 seconds. Damn, the ground is collapsing and I can't even manage to switch it." He watched the door vanish as he fell. Outside, the two thugs saw the shattered circle door. They assumed the damn bug Subaru had failed. Turning to leave, the debris from the door suddenly moved. The cool, handsome version of Subaru burst out. The two were shocked, gnashing their teeth. "That bug's a hunter now," they yelled at Subaru, asking if he had become a divine lord. Subaru froze, still regaining his senses. He vaguely remembered gaining power from Vanquist. Before he could say anything, they swung swords at him, but he was no longer the useless bug he had been. Somehow, he moved instinctively, dodging their attacks with ease. He hurriedly raised his hands, telling them to wait. The thug shamelessly yelled as he stole, questioning why Subaru dared take their door. Subaru panicked, "That door belongs to you," but the thug continued attacking. Yet the attack seemed slow to Subaru. He ducked easily, evading the strike. Now he could see all the paths of the opponent's sword. No matter how many swings, he dodged them all. The other thug gaped in disbelief. The thug grew frustrated at his failures, swinging relentlessly. Subaru seized the opportunity, grabbing the sword-wielding hand, telling him to stop. The thug was surprised, but when he saw Subaru's shaking legs, he became overconfident. He sneered, threatening Subaru. Subaru trembled, lightly letting go, apologizing. The thug used the chance to punch his back and then raise a fist to his face. Cursing, "You worthless loser can't compare to me." Subaru was hit a few times, expecting severe pain, but it wasn't as bad as he thought. A status bar appeared before him, a system guide. HP bar represented life. If it reached 0, he would lose his abilities. He had to avoid attacks as much as possible. Subaru suddenly understood. This was the Divine Lord's perspective. The previous hits didn't hurt because he had truly become a Divine Lord. The thug, seeing his attacks had no effect, gritted his teeth. The other tried to stop him, but he ignored it. He didn't want to be defeated by the bug who had wet himself earlier. He started using Red Rose technique, gathering power in his hand and throwing it at Subaru. Subaru was hit. Blood flowed from his hand and face. He winced, thinking he might die. Checking the status bar, he panicked. Too much damage. Another hit and he'd be ruined. The thug froze. You're kidding me, my red rose can even destroy a car, you bug. Subaru was hit but only slightly injured. Unable to believe the other thug continued his attacks. He warned him to retreat, saying the door Subaru entered was stronger than a golden gate. Yet the thug ignored every word. Subaru was rank 1 now and had to act immediately. If he leveled up, they might have no chance of winning. He needed to take advantage of the moment to eliminate them. Subaru didn't know what the two were plotting. He looked around, intending to escape, but was caught in a flurry of ropes, one of the thug's binding techniques. After some discussion, the two decided to cooperate. Subaru was immobilized. The sword-wielding thug charged at him again. Subaru panicked, not knowing how to use his skills, needing to do something. Just as he closed his eyes to accept being stabbed, a force activated his skill. A torrent of red swords erupted from him, piercing the thug. He fell, bleeding. The skill had been deployed by Vanquist. He had activated the blood control technique. Vanquist considered himself a responsible leader, needing to guide his successor. Though slightly annoyed, he still instructed Subaru on how to use his ultimate skill. The blood control technique allows the user to manipulate blood for 10 seconds. The blood transformed into a sword. Vanquist explained only this much, leaving Subaru to figure out the rest. After 10 seconds, the sword reverted back to blood. Vanquist reminded Subaru to trigger his rage before disappearing. Despite severe injuries, the man tried to hold his sword and attack Subaru. Subaru quickly dodged and stepped back, unable to believe this man was still fighting. He continued hurling insults at Subaru relentlessly. "You murderer, die!" The man's words grew fiercer, blaming Subaru for not dying sooner, insisting no one would mourn him even if he did. Subaru was used to such insults, but he no longer stayed silent. Remembering Vanquist's words, he resolved not to let himself be humiliated further. A rainbow light began to shine from him as he prepared to attack. With a single punch, Subaru easily shattered the man's sword. He then punched him square in the face, sending him flying 8 meters, smashing into the wall and soaring into the air. The remaining man watched in fear as his friend was flung away. He saw Subaru advancing with formidable presence. Using his skill, he fled along with the other man. Subaru couldn't believe his eyes. The man was running, terrified of being caught. Powerful was that punch? He was only level 1, so where had Subaru drawn that strength? Thinking of his first ever victory, Subaru felt immense joy. He sat down and surveyed the chaos in the alley. Kunasaki's body, cut in half, lay there. Subaru didn't know how to react to the sight. The next morning, the police discovered Kunasaki Sutero's body had been bisected. This was certainly not the work of a human. Police suspected a monster from the underworld. At that moment, Hirasaka Renji, Subaru's godlord, appeared. He checked the area and confirmed there was no sign of any monster. They found Kunasaki Sutero's godlord registration card. Hirasaka Renji speculated that the culprit must be a godlord at least equal in strength to a silver godlord. He felt a strange jealousy, not his own, but that of his godlord Louis. Hirasaka Renji returned the card to the officer and said it wasn't time for godlords to bicker. Their mission was to destroy as many gates as possible. He looked up at the sky. The countdown clock signaled impending disaster. Subaru still hadn't returned home. Eric Taiga, Subaru's younger brother, rushed home to find him. Frustrated that Subaru hadn't read his messages, Taiga checked his phone and saw news about a godlord assassination 2 hours earlier. Reading further, Taiga realized the victim was one of the 3 who had bullied Subaru. Sensing something wrong, he recalled the golden door that had appeared before Subaru. If not for his intervention, Subaru's life would have been different. Clenching his teeth in rage, Taiga couldn't bear it. He slammed Subaru's computer, wondering if Subaru had truly become a godlord. At the headquarters of the Japanese Godlord Federation, godlords gathered to control the gates. Subaru looked around, wondering if everyone here was a godlord. He approached the reception desk to register as a godlord. In Japan, non-members entering a gate are considered criminals. To grow stronger, one must become a member. Murder from yesterday was under investigation. Godlord deaths were also the responsibility of godlords. A powerful adversary could appear, and if it was Taiga, Subaru would be in danger. He needed to destroy as many gates as possible to level up and prepare for upcoming challenges. The guide began explaining the rules, but Subaru barely paid attention. He had completed his homework at the internet cafe and remembered 3 key points. First, to destroy gates, one must level up. Second, higher star gates are harder to handle. Third, stars can be exchanged for money. Subaru recalled collecting Sawatari's star yesterday and asked the guide if it could be exchanged for money. He had no cash on him and, although guilty, couldn't do anything else. Initially cheerful, the guide grew serious upon seeing Subaru's star and asked whose it was. Fearful, Subaru stammered an explanation. He explained that shortly after becoming a godlord, a spirit gate appeared, and upon destroying it, he obtained the star. The guide explained that non-members entering a gate could face 5 years in prison or a fine of up to 1 million yen. Subaru shivered at the mention of imprisonment. He realized he had accidentally committed a serious offense. He hadn't known the punishment was so severe. His mind went blank, unsure what to do. Taiga, Subaru's cousin, was on the street heading to the police station to inquire about yesterday's Godlord assassination. At the same time, Subaru finally managed to exchange his star for money. Although gate intrusion was a serious crime, the guide had pardoned him, so he faced no penalty. After exchanging the star for money, Subaru was shocked at the amount received. One star was worth 100 yen and 5 stars totaled over 500. For Subaru, it was unbelievable. He felt as if living in a dream. Now he had to find gates, but seeing the hair salon and clothing store, Subaru decided to enter and refresh his appearance. Looking at his tattered body, he thought money could change everything. Subaru was no longer the timid boy he had been. He carried bag after bag and sat at a cafe, savoring the difference. For the first time in his life, he could do ordinary things like buy clothes and get a haircut. Subaru enjoyed a caramel macchiato, feeling emotional. It had been a long time since he'd had something sweet. He wiped his tears, recalling the days he had lived like a lowly insect. Now he was different, he had freedom. Subaru gripped his coffee tightly, determined to find gates and destroy them, then return to continue enjoying life. Subaru was no longer an insect but a godlord. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. It was Taiga. He burst into the cafe, smashing the glass door, grabbed Subaru by the collar and hurled him outside. Unprepared, Subaru was injured. Realizing he was about to collide with a mother and child, he immediately used blood control to prevent himself from being thrown too far. Subaru shouted for them to run quickly, as a single hit had already left him seriously hurt. Subaru silently cursed in frustration. His blood kept flowing and the situation was truly dire. He was facing a deadly motorcycle rider coming closer. He couldn't believe that Subaru had become a dominator. Subaru gritted his teeth, trying to stop the bleeding. Despite being only at level 1, he was still determined to fight the Golden Dominator. He wouldn't give up. The two clashed, causing traffic congestion, especially since one of them was the Golden Dominator Eric Taiga. Taiga paid no attention to the situation around him. Subaru wondered how he had found him, but the rider only sneered, not answering and punching Subaru in the face, telling him to think for himself. Subaru barely dodged the punch and took a few steps back. He shouldn't have opened his phone to check the transferred money. There was GPS on his phone, but the rider was only focused on that. It was ridiculous. He used his ultimate technique, the golden arm. His right arm was covered in shining golden armor. Subaru realized the fight had begun. He closed his eyes and felt vanquished within him. He had also received further guidance on the blood control technique, which could turn HP into blood and control it freely. However, if he overused it, his HP would deplete quickly. Subaru didn't think about winning, only about surviving. That was the only thing that mattered now. Subaru's strength and Taiga's were 22 levels apart. A direct fight would be suicidal. Eric Taiga used his ultimate skill, Golden Impact, launching an explosion towards Subaru. However, Subaru used blood to form a rope and flew into the air to escape. Taiga wasn't stupid. He immediately realized Subaru was mimicking his disciple's technique. He reacted quickly, gaining momentum to fly into the air. He punched down towards Subaru from the sky, but this time Subaru was quick enough to dodge. The rider's punch landed on the ground. Subaru sighed, nearly losing his life. He was too strong and just one hit could be the end. Taiga studied Subaru, analyzing his skill. He noticed Subaru had the ability to shoot ropes from his hands, move freely, and grab objects. He thought Subaru was too weak. Taiga charged towards Subaru again to continue the attack. He was determined to kill him. Subaru calmly used his HP to create a smoke screen around him. He sneaked behind the rider and punched him, but it had no effect and his hand began to bleed. He screamed in pain. Taking advantage of that moment, the rider swiped his hand towards Subaru's chest. More blood splattered out and his HP bar continued to decrease. Subaru clutched his chest, blood pouring out. Taiga smirked coldly. He planned to grab Subaru's head to end the fight, but suddenly, sharp spikes shot up from the ground, heading toward Taiga. Subaru hadn't given up. He used the blood splattering to attack Taiga, turning them into bones and blood masses to strike him. He put all his strength into creating the hardest blood mass possible. However, they couldn't harm Taiga. Subaru stood frozen, feeling hopeless. Taiga's speed, power, and defense far surpassed his. Taiga stomped on the blood mass Subaru had created, continuing his advance. Subaru stood still, realizing that even if he became a dominator, he couldn't defeat Taiga, no matter how many techniques he used. Subaru looked at Taiga's hand, grabbing his face. He couldn't let Subaru live any longer because if he leveled up, it would be troublesome. Taiga had to kill him now, not letting him have the chance to grow. Subaru saw the fist coming toward him as the rider punched hard, sending him flying. However, contrary to Taiga's expectations, Subaru managed to block it. He used almost all of his HP to create a soft, sticky substance to absorb Taiga's punch. This substance had the ability to disperse impact forces like an airbag. Sticky substance clung to the rider's hand and spread out. Taiga tried shaking it off, but he couldn't escape. Subaru imagined it was like an unbreakable rubber. He looked at his MP bar, steadily decreasing. This was the decisive moment, and Subaru raised his hand to summon a few blood masses. The effect duration of blood control was 10 seconds. Even if his MP ran out, he still had to stop the rider. The blood masses stuck to the rider, preventing him from moving. Taiga was furious but couldn't do anything. He could only stand still like a fool. Despite Taiga's insults, Subaru took the opportunity to run. His goal was survival. When the 10 seconds were over, blood control lost its effect and the blood returned to normal. Taiga wanted to chase, but Subaru had created a smoke screen, making it impossible for him to track him. Taiga gritted his teeth in anger, gathering his strength. He had been made a fool of by Subaru. He intended to chase Subaru, but was suddenly stopped. The people arriving were Hirosaka Renji, accompanied by Udo and Shikishima. Taiga realized he had gone too far, but he wasn't going to give up easily. He still needed to chase Subaru, but before he could continue, he was chained behind. The rider was drenched in sweat, unable to escape. 7 golden dominators had gathered there. Hirosaka Renji drew his sword and held it to Taiga's neck to force him to stop. Taiga gritted his teeth, unable to act any further. After Subaru fled, he ran to the rooftop of a building, escaping danger. He sighed in relief, no longer having to face Taiga. Subaru couldn't let Taiga find him again. If he did, it would be the end. He looked down at his torn clothes. He had just bought them and had no other sets, all left at the cafe. Subaru sat on the rooftop, finding it amusing to go shopping. He was determined that to regain his freedom, he would have to fight. He didn't want to return to his previous mundane life. He would grow stronger. A girl was arguing with a group of people. She pointed to the gate and insisted that she had claimed it first. She said reservations had to be made online. The group of people didn't care, ignoring her reservation. Could a weak girl stop them? It would be best for her to yield the gate to them. But the girl didn't easily give up. Confident, she clasped her hands together and prepared for battle. She was the dominator Amamiya Sazaka. As the group continued to challenge her, they didn't believe she could resist. She was only level 8, facing a team of level 13s. Of course, she couldn't win. The group kept mocking her, saying she didn't have the ability to survive. Amamiya Sazaka said nothing, but inside she was seething. Their skills countered hers, making it impossible for her to do anything. They told her to give up. The insults reminded her of the past when she was kicked out of a team for lacking talent. That's why she would never give up against these people. She wouldn't accept defeat. The blonde-haired man clicked his tongue, reaching to finish her off. But just then, Subaru appeared. Subaru politely asked the arguing group who would enter the gate, asking if he could join. All eyes turned to Subaru. He hesitated, raising his hand to volunteer. The blonde-haired man looked at him, asking who he was. The blonde-haired man, angry, grabbed Subaru by the collar and tried to drag him away. But Subaru quickly used his blood control technique, causing the man to fall. Subaru spoke angrily, saying there was no time, he had to get stronger at any cost. The people around were surprised to see Subaru and started asking him about his rank. He replied that he was only level 1, but they didn't believe him, thinking he was lying. They began to doubt whether he could attack from a distance. They thought that if Subaru really was only level 1, they could easily defeat him just by their rank advantage. Immediately, they rushed to attack, but Subaru used his special skill to effortlessly defeat them. Facing Taiga, the attackers were like slow-moving insects. In no time, Subaru had taken them all down. The blonde who had been defeated first regained consciousness and immediately fired repeatedly at Subaru. But the bullets did nothing to Subaru thanks to his blood control ability. He stood still, unmoving, and then punched the blonde square in the face, shattering his glasses and knocking him down. Amamiya Sazaka watched from afar, surprised that Subaru had taken down the entire group with a single strike. She wondered if he really was only level 1, then his rank must be extremely high. Amamiya Sazaka speculated about Subaru's rank, questioning whether he might be a golden deity. Meanwhile, Subaru changed the clothes of the defeated because his own were torn. Once changed, he walked toward the door, and to Sazaka's astonishment, Subaru smiled lightly, waved, and entered. Sazaka realized too late that Subaru had quickly claimed the gate. He stepped through, and the screen displayed the stats for the Karakan volcano stage with a 2-star difficulty. Subaru looked around, amazed at the scenery inside the gate. Despite the danger and monsters, the landscape was beautiful. As he admired it, the door behind him suddenly opened. Something hit his head, and when he turned, he saw Amamiya Sazaka. Amamiya Sazaka walked in naturally and locked the gate. A message appeared. The gate was locked, and the deity cannot leave the stage before defeating the boss. She laughed, saying now no one outside could enter. Subaru didn't understand what was happening, thinking the gate was already his. But Sazaka explained that she had claimed it earlier and others had tried to take it. Gates were registered on a website and a deity could break them if necessary. Subaru realized he couldn't break the gate himself and quickly apologized to Sazaka. He explained it was his first time entering a gate and asked for her permission to accompany him. She agreed, believing he really was level 1 and allowed him to join. Amamiya Sazaka understood the desire to become stronger at any cost, so she didn't hesitate to help Subaru. She also suggested splitting the rewards. Subaru would get 3 shares and she would take 7. Subaru immediately agreed without hesitation. Exchanging names, Amamiya Sazaka introduced herself to Subaru. Subaru intended to give his name but suddenly remembered he was wanted for attempting to assassinate a deity. Flustered, he blurted out Vanquist's name instead. Just as they were about to depart, a rock was suddenly thrown from behind. Amamiya Sazaka immediately turned and smashed it with a punch. At that moment, a group of monsters appeared, and she didn't hesitate to rush into battle. She laughed confidently as she charged at the monsters. Subaru watched, noting her speed and strength. He realized that defeating monsters required reflexes beyond normal limits and mastery of special techniques. Amamiya Sazaka continued striking the monsters, each punch sending them down quickly. Subaru stood by, awed by her skill, unable to believe she was that powerful. Sazaka confidently explained that her skill could make opponents dizzy, but only affected those 3 levels lower. Against stronger foes, the effect diminished quickly. Suddenly, a stronger group of monsters appeared. She kept fighting, but her skill only worked for 3 seconds. If she didn't defeat the opponents in that time, she would face difficulty. Amamiya Sazaka was surrounded by the monsters, calling for Subaru. She knew her skill alone was insufficient to handle them and needed immediate assistance. Subaru remained still, ignoring Sazaka's call at first. After a moment, he realized the problem. Sazaka was too far away for him to effectively use blood control. He decided to use blood control, binding the monsters with blood strands and tightening them. Subaru poured all his strength into restraining them. Amamiya Sazaka saw Subaru using blood control, pulled the strands hard, and toppled the monster. A radiant light enveloped Subaru, and the system signaled he had leveled up 4 times. His blood control skill reached level 2, with duration extended to 15 seconds. Subaru felt his new power. The wounds from Taiga had healed, and his HP and MP were fully restored. He was thrilled by the sensation of leveling up. Amamiya Sazaka was also astonished to see him single-handedly defeat all the monsters. She couldn't believe Subaru fought alone and cleared the monster. Subaru's eyes shone as he praised Sazaka's skill. Yet Sazaka didn't understand and felt Subaru was the one deserving praise. Subaru explained Sazaka's skill, saying it could make opponents dizzy but only affected those weaker by 3 levels. Against stronger foes, its effect lessened. He asked if she could win a solo fight using the skill every 3 seconds. Amamiya Sazaka thought carefully after Subaru's explanation, then realized the solution. Subaru pointed at the remaining monsters and Sazaka felt confident. She signaled him to stay and ran to attack. Sazaka applied Subaru's theory, punching the enemies to make them dizzy, then striking again after the 3-second interval. She successfully defeated a monster, her eyes gleaming with joy. She felt happy and motivated. Then she called the monsters to charge again. Subaru stood by, delighted to see Sazaka recover and return to the fight. Sazaka suddenly saw a boss alert appear. She hurried back to find Subaru facing 2 bosses, level 17 and 12. Subaru remained unafraid, telling Sazaka to handle the rest while he dealt with these. Their battle raged fiercely from ground to air. The level 12 wolf swiped at Subaru, but he blocked every strike. Meanwhile, the level 17 dwarf boss rode the wolf, seizing the chance to fire blue arrows at Subaru. Scattered in many different directions, Subaru quickly used blood control to wrap his body in defense. A barrage of arrows struck the orb he created, causing it to explode. Subaru fell freely downwards. These 2 monsters are too strong. If blood control level 2 had been activated, I would have been finished. Is this really a boss? Such powerful skill. Sazaka stood from the outside, worried the battle was tense. She couldn't help him. Her ultimate skill was ineffective due to the huge level gap. She needed to clear the small monsters first. On the other side, Subaru continued using his blood control technique to throw a series of daggers at the 2 bosses, but it had no effect. The wolf easily broke through his skill and jumped up, while the dwarf demon kept shooting arrows at him. Subaru had no choice but to defend against the arrow storm. He defended and attacked simultaneously, but it was useless. The gigantic wolf closed in too quickly and dodged the blows with agility, while the dwarf demon used archery from a distance with extreme proficiency. Subaru couldn't find any weak points, not even able to bind them with blood chains. The goblin continued activating its ultimate skill. This time it shot a level 3 ice arrow, piercing through Subaru's shield and stabbing into his shoulder. Subaru gritted his teeth through the pain. The boss's second ultimate skill rendered his blood unable to stop the attack. It had analyzed the situation perfectly. This boss is very strong. The arrow storm earlier was just a trap. He had fallen into it. Subaru clutched his arm and collapsed. The dwarf demon prepared to fire another arrow, but just then Amamiya Sazaka rushed in, punching the wolf in the face, causing the dwarf demon to lose balance. Subaru stood with his mouth agape as the wolf was stunned. Wasn't that ultimate skill only effective against opponents 3 levels lower? The wolf fell. Subaru turned and saw all the enemies on the path had been defeated, and Amamiya Sazaka had reached level 9. Sazaka timed it perfectly, delivering another punch that kept the wolf dazed. Seeing the situation, the dwarf demon realized things were going south and separated from the wolf, flying into the air. Sazaka noticed and started to sweat. She left it to him to handle that one. Subaru slowly stood up, turning his blood into rubber and tightly binding the wolf's head. He then yanked the blood cord back, successfully defeating the wolf and reaching level 6. Body, HP, and MP fully restored. Subaru began considering delivering a powerful close-range strike, recalling Tega's ultimate technique, the mighty golden fist. Subaru decided to emulate it. He transformed his blood into a fist, destroying the dwarf demon's level 3 arrow and taking down the demon in the process. Subaru successfully reached level 9, and his blood control skill leveled up to 3, extending its duration to 20 seconds. Karakin Volcano Dungeon, difficulty 2 stars, was completed. Arix Subaru jumped to level 9 and his attributes increased significantly. The others outside were waiting, and the guy who had his coat stolen by Subaru was sneezing repeatedly. He shivered from the cold, vowing revenge on the person who stole his coat. The blonde-haired man didn't care at all. His focus was on the gate-breaking stats and the time displayed on the gate. The others were sweating as well. Typically, it would take about 2 hours to complete a 2-star gate, but these two had done it in just 15 minutes. Unbelievable. At that moment, Subaru and Sazaka emerged from the gate, and they were immediately questioned by the group. They still couldn't believe that the two of them could clear the gate in such a short time. At that moment, the notification appeared, confirming the clearing of Karakin Volcano. Remaining time would be added to the clock. Instantly, time was added to the enormous clock in the sky, visible from everywhere in the world. Life would end when the time on that clock counted down to 0. The only way to stop it was to break the gate and add the extra time to the clock. Subaru realized this was why the God King had to fight continuously. The orange-haired man stood with his mouth agape, unable to believe it. These two had really done it. The 2-star gate should have been assigned to a God King level 10 or higher. They cleared it with just 2 people, one level 1 and one level 8. While deep in thought, Subaru approached him, startling him. Subaru apologized for tearing his coat and promised to compensate him. The orange-haired man turned pale, hurriedly saying no compensation was needed. Keep the coat and use it. The blonde-haired man appeared from nowhere, massaging his teammate's shoulder. He asked the orange-haired man if he wasn't planning to shred Subaru into pieces. The orange-haired man was too scared to do that, quickly denying it, claiming he was just joking and didn't care. He then changed the topic and told everyone to leave. The group that had been talking behind their backs earlier now lined up, respectfully bowing to Subaru before leaving. Subaru still didn't understand what was going on, wondering why their attitudes changed so quickly. The door behind the two suddenly shattered and 2 stars fell down. Sazaka picked them up and said, "Let's go exchange for money." Subaru was confused, wanting to express something. The two entered a cafe and sat down. He wanted to receive the payment under Sazaka's name. He was surprised, wondering how the money would be divided. Subaru wasn't concerned with money. He just looked at his coffee cup. He was so moved he almost cried. After clearing the gate, he had finally returned to this cafe. Thank God. Sazaka noticed Subaru wasn't paying attention to what she was saying and snapped at him, asking what he planned to do with the money. Subaru muttered that he would share it with her later. Sazaka suddenly asked a question that made Subaru spit his coffee out. She asked, "Vanquist isn't your real name, is it?" Seeing Subaru's reaction, she immediately realized he had been using an alias. He didn't want anyone to know he had cleared the gate. Moreover, despite being level 1, his strength was incredibly overwhelming. Subaru couldn't say anything to refute Sazaka's words. However, she wasn't accusing him. After fighting alongside him, she knew he was a good person who had saved her life, and more importantly, she wanted to continue clearing gates with him. She wanted to become his teammate. After talking for a while, she felt a bit embarrassed but was ready to help him, even though she didn't know if she could do anything. Subaru's eyes widened. A teammate? No one had ever called him that before. This was the first time someone had said that to him. Subaru suddenly felt a surge of happiness. It was as if warm water was flowing through him, and he gripped the coffee cup tightly. He thanked Sazaka from the bottom of his heart. She had helped him a lot. If she really wanted to become his teammate, he would be thrilled. Subaru decided to tell Sasaka his real name and his past, as well as the events that had happened over the past 2 days. After hearing Subaru's story, Sasaka felt a headache. She never expected his situation to be more complicated than she thought. The Rainbow Gate and the assassination incident, Sasaka couldn't believe it. Subaru was Arik Taiga's brother. Moreover, that guy had stolen his gate and become the God King of Gold. Eating dirt, stealing women, that bastard, unforgivable. The more she cursed, the angrier she became. She asked Subaru if he wanted to become stronger to defeat that bastard. Subaru just scratched his head. Your life is in danger, so you want to become stronger. Sasaka also shared her story. Her family has 3 daughters and all are godlords, while both her older and younger sisters have silver ranks, leaving only her with a bronze rank. Initially, their team consisted of 3 members, but she was eventually removed due to a handicap. Therefore, her goal was to become stronger and prove herself to them. Sasaka blushed as this was the first time she had opened up to someone. She realized that her goal was quite similar to Subaru's and wanted to grow stronger with him. Sasaka smiled brightly and extended her hand. I want to be your teammate, and I promise I will never betray or abandon you. Subaru was surprised. No one had ever said such words to him. He gripped Sasaka's hand tightly in agreement. From then on, they became teammates. At the Godlord Union headquarters on the highest floor of the political meeting room, 5 Godlords of the Golden Rank sat together in a meeting. Currently, they had subdued Erika Taiga, becoming the only Golden-ranked Godlords who could take action. The other Godlords weren't too concerned. The remaining 6 were fine. As long as that person wasn't around, everything would be okay. After all, everyone had to endure his unpleasant attitude. The other Godlords seemed to agree, but the problem was, outside of the 4-star gate, only the Golden-ranked Godlords could break the 5-star gates. The current number of people wasn't enough to deal with these difficult gates. Arasaka Renji suggested increasing their forces until the Forced Tega order was lifted. He also planned to call in the Silver-rank Godlords to join the 5-star operation. Godlord Shikishima Ryu was shocked by this proposal. The Silver rank, are you sure? Godlord Udu Ryusei calculated. With 10 members above level 30, it was still possible. Currently, there were 7 5-star gates that needed to be broken quickly. The 4-star gate operation in Meguro City was assigned to the Giulietta team, with an average level of 31, led by the pampered Hisaki Giulietta, who was level 38. After setting the gate, Subaru and Sasaka passed by the Giulietta team. Indeed, the strongest silver-ranked team, large and powerful, but their actions had nothing to do with the 2 of them. Subaru and Sasaka began preparing to break another 2-star gate in Meguro, named the Soldier Barracks. They entered the gate and saw a long staircase leading downward. They descended slowly. Subaru asked Sasaka if she knew what was inside the gate. Sasaka explained that people could enter freely as long as the gate wasn't locked, so the Godlord surveyors would bring back information, like the endless spiral staircase they were descending now. Subaru understood and Sasaka looked at the narrow staircase, realizing it was the perfect place for her skills to shine. She said, "Try locking the gate yourself and the mission will begin and the enemies will appear." Subaru followed her advice and locked the gate, and the system notified that the mission had started. Sasaka eagerly prepared to fight. The sound of footsteps echoed from below. Subaru had a bad feeling, his hair standing on end as he looked down the staircase. A group of skull soldiers marched up one after another. Sasaka also felt fear. Isn't that a bit too many? One of the skull soldiers attacked her with a sword while she was distracted. Fortunately, Subaru reacted in time and used blood control to block the attack for her. Sasaka also reacted, punching the skull soldier in the face, causing it to dissipate. But they still had to be cautious, as another wave of enemies at level 10 or higher charged at them. They had to clear them out before they could leave. The 2 coordinated well. Subaru defended and Sasaka attacked. The narrow terrain was an advantage for Sasaka, but there were too many enemies. The pressure from the lower floors made Subaru even more anxious, more than when facing the goblin boss earlier. Skull soldiers were continuously defeated, but Sasaka's stamina had limits and she began to pant. Subaru noticed this and told her to switch with him in fighting the monsters to avoid exhaustion. Sasaka looked at Subaru, confused. Shouldn't it be the other way around? If they level up in the gate, both HP and MP would fully recover. Sasaka was in good shape with 10,000 health ready to continue fighting. Subaru also became more determined. At the call, he used blood control, turning the tide into a freezing blood tide, freezing the entire group of skull soldiers. Sasaka watched the skull soldiers struggle in the blood, chuckling. The ultimate technique still vibrates as usual. Subaru panted, "Hurry up and act, this won't last long." Sasaka's eyes gleamed as she jumped and stomped on the skull soldiers' heads, using her speed to take down as many as possible. She leveled up to level 15, leaving the remaining ones for Subaru. Subaru understood and used his ultimate technique to crush the remaining frozen skull soldiers, sending them to their demise. He also leveled up to level 16. Sasaka was speechless. Subaru had done exactly what she expected, even making the enemies fear him. Suddenly, one skull soldier that hadn't fully dissipated attacked Sasaka from behind. It was instantly struck down by Subaru's blood arrow. Subaru reminded her, "Don't let your guard down." Sasaka could only feel guilty. The two continued to defeat monsters deeper and deeper. The bad feeling in Subaru's heart remained. The pressure from below increased. Going further down the staircase, Subaru reached level 19 and Sasaka reached level 20. They finally encountered the big boss. The boss was a skull soldier wearing a dress and a crown, Queen Judith, level 29. It opened its eyes and swung a whip at them, sending the surrounding rocks shaking as if they were about to collapse. Subaru used blood control to protect both of them. He assessed that the boss was a ranged attacker with an erratic trajectory. As Sasaka had said, they really had no chance against it. Subaru gritted his teeth, still wondering if the creepy feeling earlier had been due to this boss. The boss swung its whip again and Subaru and Sasaka dodged. Sasaka was so scared she nearly peed herself, asking, "What should we do?" Even if they tried to approach, they couldn't stay close for long. Subaru silently pondered. The boss was using MP to whip. Would it stop whipping when its MP ran out like his blood did? If so, this skill countered Sasaka, as her momentary gaps in speed would become useless when the level difference was too great. It was better to use blood control, which was both offensive and defensive, but Sasaka wouldn't gain any experience from the boss. He was glad that Sasaka had said she would be his friend and never abandon him. Subaru shouted to Sasaka, "I'll block its whip and you attack relentlessly until you're satisfied." Sasaka didn't understand but agreed. Subaru used blood control, raising its intensity to 100%, and the monster realized his intentions, swinging its hand to lash the blood mass he had just created. The blood stuck to the monster, limiting its movements. Subaru said, "Hurry up and act." Sasaka followed his command, charging up and punching the monster's face. To gain experience, her HP had to drop by at least 20%. Godlord, specializing in defense and healing, must exert great effort to grow stronger. Subaru glanced at the countdown clock and reminded Sasaka that the blood restraint would last only 5 more seconds. Sasaka understood and stepped back. At that moment, the monster broke free from control and began lashing at Sasaka. Thanks to Subaru's blood restraint, she remained unharmed. As they prepared to counterattack, the monster's echoing voice rang out. He questioned Subaru about the source of his power. He froze, unsure if he had heard correctly. The monster muttered, "That being cannot grant power to a mortal." Subaru quickly realized what the skull was referring to. It seemed to be referencing Vanquist. He quickly told the skull to calm down if it wanted to speak and not rush. However, the skull ignored him, went berserk, and began transforming. This was a boss skill, consuming all MP to shift into another form. The skull activated the skill, and Subaru used blood restraint to protect them both while it relentlessly lashed out. Lashes caused his blood shield to boil and evaporate. Without replenishing it, he would soon be defeated. Watching his MP drop, he didn't know what to do. At this rate, it would run out. Moreover, Sasaka was right behind him. Gritting his teeth, Subaru turned the blood restraint into a blood shield and advanced. The skull raised its hand to strike but was too slow. Subaru pulled the blood shield into a spear and pierced through the skull, decapitating it. The skull faded away, unable to believe its defeat before dying. Subaru had successfully slain the boss and reached level 20. Despite the victory, he felt unsatisfied knowing Vanquist. He could only eliminate that boss. He speculated whether the door's master was a monster from the underworld. Sasaka jumped for joy at Subaru's success. Finally, she hid behind him and also reached level 21. Subaru was delighted to see Sasaka level up. He thought they could now claim that they had grown strong enough to face the next boss. He would try asking Sasaka. Although they defeated the boss, no portal opening notification appeared. Subaru panicked. "Does that mean we can't leave?" Sasaka was equally confused. "I've never encountered this before." Suddenly, a rainbow-colored door appeared behind Subaru. Subaru turned around in shock and Sasaka gaped. It was the first time she had seen a rainbow gate. Joyfully, she said, "This is Subaru's second gate." Subaru found it strange as well. Subaru wondered aloud, is it unusual for so many gates to appear? Sasaka didn't see it as bad, explaining that each gate had different conditions and might grant extra skills upon completing its challenge. Subaru asked, "What condition? Is it because you reached level 20? Sasaka cheerfully added, "I heard the strongest Golden Lord, Hirasaka Renji, has already opened 7 gates. Subaru gaped at the number, realizing they were doing very well. If they continued like this, they would become the strongest duo. Subaru looked at his hands and realized he could reach this far using only blood restraint. With stronger skills, he could match a golden-class warrior. Sasaka urged Subaru to hurry. He flinched. Seeing Sasaka's eager eyes, he felt warm. Subaru turned to twist the door handle, but as it opened, it sliced off his left hand. The slash also cut through Sasaka. Subaru watched his hand fall and saw Sasaka's eyes lose focus. She trembled, apologized, and collapsed. Ignoring his wound, Subaru rushed to her. After a few steps, he fell. Subaru looked at the sword wielder at the rainbow gate. That figure smiled bloodthirstily, not caring who he had just struck. Subaru froze. Subaru felt the same terrifying pressure as at the beginning. Panicked, he ran to Sasaka, holding her with one arm and shouting repeatedly, but she didn't respond. Blood flowed from both of them. The zombie at the gate shrugged and said, "A weakling who can't survive one blow doesn't deserve to live." Furious at his friend's insult, Subaru stood. As his anger flared, the zombie laughed heartily. Subaru was extremely enraged, ignoring his injuries, while the zombie looked delighted. He introduced himself as one of Vanquist's subordinates and said he would test Subaru. Subaru stepped through the rainbow gate facing the subordinate of the Death Emperor. He was Vanquist's underling. Subaru closed his eyes, looked at Vanquist inside, and shouted, "Why is his subordinate attacking me?" He couldn't understand what was happening, trembling. Vanquist inside remained unresponsive. The Death Emperor laughed and explained that the Vanquist within him wasn't real, merely a guide for blood restraint, refusing to answer further questions. The Death Emperor licked his lips, focused on the battle. Politely greeting, he explained that the challenge condition was to injure him to see Subaru's strength. Subaru didn't wait and lunged straight at him. The Death Emperor blocked the attack easily with his sword, clicking his tongue at Subaru's impatience. "You should have at least listened a bit." He slashed his sword in a stroke. He explained that if Subaru passed the challenge, he would receive Vanquist's treasure, the sacred carving sword he held. But Subaru didn't hear him, too furious. Subaru activated blood restraint, sending vines from his back at the Death Emperor, but he dodged. The Death Emperor praised, "Subaru uses blood restraint well." To catch him, the speed was still too slow. No sooner had he spoken than another set of vines lunged. He dodged with ease and laughed loudly. He realized the blood whip was something Subaru had copied from the previous boss. He observed Subaru fighting Vanquist for a long time and noticed that Subaru could turn the enemy's moves into his own. Subaru's inability to strike the Death Emperor only fueled his anger. He shouted, "Stop running, fight me, I don't have time, Sasaka is still waiting." The Death Emperor laughed gleefully, teasing cruelly, then began fighting seriously. The undead easily jumped up and severed Subaru's blood whip, leaving him stunned and unable to understand how he could be hurt. Subaru touched the wound on his face, realizing that the previous strike was the power of the divine arch that the undead emperor flaunted with his sword. Vanquist had upgraded this drill, turning it into the ultimate blood sword capable of piercing even the heavens. With it, Subaru's shield was like paper. As the undead emperor danced around with his sword, the ground suddenly trembled. The undead was gleeful, preparing for the fun. Another group of blood whips emerged from the ground, but the undead easily dodged and exclaimed, "This is interesting," Subaru observed from below. The undead laughed mischievously, his bones cracking as he let out a loud cackle. He noticed that Subaru was capable of creating many different ways to attack and thought that he could become an exceptional warrior. Meanwhile, the undead emperor continued bombarding the trap Subaru had set up. Subaru gritted his teeth, unable to believe that the undead was dodging all his strikes. In the blink of an eye, the undead emperor was standing right in front of him. He too was surprised. "I didn't expect this Subaru to be so good." Before Subaru could react, the undead punched him in the stomach. Subaru cried out in pain, blood streaming from his mouth. The undead tossed his sword into the air and struck again, sending Subaru tumbling 8 meters just as the divine arch descended. It mocked him, saying, "You thought you were stronger, huh?" Undead ridiculed Subaru. "You must think you're tough, don't you? My challenge isn't something to joke about." It urged him to get up and continue attacking, or he would never defeat it. Before it could finish speaking, the undead held him in place while Subaru stood up on the other side. Despite the constant flow of blood, Subaru continued activating blood control, not letting any of the undead's words reach his ears. Sasaka's life was in danger, and he couldn't afford to hesitate. He activated blood control again. This time, Subaru transformed his blood control into a blood armor to protect himself. Following Vanquist's advice, he ignited the flame and charged towards the undead emperor, but he easily dodged the strike. Subaru didn't waste time and fired blood whips from behind him. The undead dodged by kicking his legs. Subaru charged forward. "You won't let this beast escape." The undead emperor laughed and raised his fist to strike back. This time, Subaru blocked the blow. The undead emperor was pleased. "Nice armor, but let's see if you can take this." He then swung his sword, preparing to strike down. Subaru raised his fist to attack, and the divine arch slashed down his arm, severing it. Subaru's arm immediately regenerated, and he punched the undead in the face. The undead severed his other arm, but Subaru reattached it and continued to strike again. The undead slashed repeatedly, severing Subaru's limbs, but he quickly reattached them and counterattacked. The undead realized that no matter how many times he severed them, Subaru always used his blood to heal himself. At this rate, when Subaru ran out of MP, his body would disassemble and transcend. The undead was extremely intrigued. "I've really met a madman." It remembered Vanquist praising Subaru as an interesting kid. As Subaru painfully counterattacked, Vanquist had promised that the undead would like him. At first, it didn't believe it, but now it did. The undead emperor laughed maniacally, thinking that Subaru's weak attacks wouldn't be enough to hurt it. Laughing, the undead noticed that the opponent had become tense. Subaru grabbed its arm and continued changing form. "What are you barking about?" Subaru turned his left arm into a blood spear. The undead emperor, the one who had belittled him, was pierced by it. Subaru charged wildly. "Let's end your life, you filthy bastard." The undead was split in two, its upper and lower halves falling in opposite directions. It shouted, "Is this for real?" Instead of inflicting harm, Subaru aimed to take it down immediately. "Trying to level up, huh, you dog?" Subaru was no longer in the mood to listen to its rambling, urging, "Hurry up and transcend." The undead was quick to anger and ruthless. Subaru knew that if the undead didn't perish, the gate wouldn't open, and he had to get Sasaka to the hospital as soon as possible. Undead Emperor sighed as time outside the gate stood still. It asked Subaru how he planned to survive. He had used his ultimate technique to bind his wounds. When MP ran out, his body would disassemble and transcend. Subaru didn't care about himself. Subaru couldn't think of any other way to defeat the undead. His challenge was tied to Sasaka, and before passing, he had to take her to the hospital. He continued urging the undead to perish quickly. Even though time outside was frozen, Subaru's MP continued to decrease. The undead mocked Sasaka. "Are you falling for her?" Subaru shed tears. "It's not love. I promised I wouldn't abandon her. She's the first friend I've ever had." Undead was stunned, remembering when Vanquist saved it on the brink of death and swore that the vampire honor would never abandon it. It retracted its mocking demeanor. It felt a little guilty and pointed at the sword. "As an apology, I'll give Subaru the divine arch and a skill as a reward for leveling up." Subaru was confused. "You're going to give me this when you're doomed." The undead slowly began to fade, assuring Subaru that he wouldn't perish. The rainbow gate still stood, so when Subaru leveled up, all his wounds would heal. After defeating the undead emperor, Subaru reached level 26. He received the divine arch and the skill divine shock, and his blood control reached level 6. Subaru remembered something and asked the undead, "Are all the gatekeepers monsters from the underworld?" The undead confirmed, "Yes, Vanquist too." Undead realized time was running out and raised its hand to give a final piece of advice. "If one of your friends ever dies, use blood take to save them." It was satisfied as it faded away, feeling that Subaru was exactly like Vanquist. The system announced that the mission was complete, requiring the user to leave the gate. Subaru rushed to carry Sasaka out, ignoring the mission and the clock, calling 119. At another gate where Moby Dick was hiding, Hizaki Julietta's team was utterly defeated. Julietta stood frozen in front of the massive whale. The whale shot water at Julietta's subordinates, sending them transcending. One subordinate clung to Julietta, asking for orders. "What should we do now to defeat the boss?" "Couldn't go outside unless most of the divine hosts perish." Julietta asked sternly, "How many are left?" The subordinate didn't understand and turned back with an angry expression. "How many need to die for us to escape?" The subordinate did not expect Giulietta to betray his team and escape. He had received the mission from Giulietta, but before he could finish speaking, he was struck by a fatal blow from Giulietta, causing his face to change dramatically. His life was far more important than those useless subordinates, those ugly beings who didn't deserve to live. Suddenly, a red alert sounded from the system, announcing that most of the lords had died and the gate would open immediately. Giulietta laughed loudly, kicking the subordinate's body aside. At that moment, the other subordinates arrived and also received the notification that if the gate opened, the monsters would spill out. However, Giulietta didn't care. He shouted at the subordinates asking why they were here. He ordered them to go back and stop the monsters. The subordinates, shouted at, dared not do anything as they had no idea how to stop the monsters. Giulietta no longer cared about that. Giulietta crazily turned away and left the place. The subordinates had realized the corruption in their leader, but because they were lords, they couldn't let the monsters escape and harm the civilians, so they continued to resist. Giulietta tried to push the gate to escape, but as soon as his foot stepped outside, he received a notification that no one had survived inside the gate, and the monsters would soon break free. Giulietta's eyes widened in shock. In less than a minute, an extremely powerful force pushed from inside the gate, throwing Giulietta about 8 meters away. He fell to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, his hands clenched tightly as he cursed. Useless subordinates, they couldn't even hold for a minute. The enormous whale began to wriggle out from the gate. Giulietta received the notification that the monsters would target the lords inside the gate. Giulietta cried out in despair. Started running away at top speed. On the other side, the rescue team had arrived and was providing first aid to Sasaka. Subaru stood by, extremely worried, silently praying that she would be safe. Suddenly, a red notification popped up, signaling the mission's failure. The 5-star gate where Moby Dick had been hiding had been cancelled. The remaining time was 5.837 hours, and the penalty would reduce the time on the grand clock. Immediately, the time on the clock decreased by 240 days, leaving only 49 days. Subaru stood frozen, not knowing who had caused this. Suddenly, Giulietta ran towards him at full speed. Subaru recognized him as a member of Giulietta's team. He screamed for an ambulance. Subaru didn't understand what the man was saying. Giulietta grabbed Subaru's shirt and yelled, demanding Subaru hold the monster back, stalling for as long as possible so he could get in the ambulance and escape. Giulietta approached the medical staff, demanding they bring the vehicle, but they hesitated, prioritizing the wounded. She didn't care at all, disregarding the injured girl and forcing the staff to drive, valuing that man's life over hers since he was just a minor deity. The silver deity deserved priority. Giulietta kept urging and grabbed the medic's sleeve without letting go. Subaru firmly held her shoulder, telling him to wait. Giulietta snapped, "What do you want with that black cage?" Meanwhile, the whale had completely escaped the gate. The whale flew toward the city center. The Deity Federation issued a warning, announcing a level 5 underground world monster appeared in Meguro City, assigning the initial response to Meguro, Setagaya, and Shinagawa City. All residents in the area were ordered to evacuate immediately. Subaru turned to the medics. "Go ahead, I leave Sasaka in your hands." Seeing the tension, the medics quickly loaded the injured into the vehicle and left. Giulietta snarled as the ones who saved her left. "What are you doing? I'll smash your mouth." Before she finished, Subaru activated his technique, grabbing her shoulders. "Smash your mouth, huh?" Giulietta retorted, "Bring it on, use your head too." She realized there was no other way. Moments later, she was beaten brutally, hung upside down from a tree branch by Subaru, struggling in vain. Giulietta, seeing Subaru as an idol, quickly confessed everything he knew. The whale was targeting him, and the other monsters were aiming at the deities who had been in the gate. She was terrified of Subaru's power. Subaru defeated his opponent effortlessly. She had never seen him before. Subaru exhaled lightly. "That's good. As long as Giulietta lives, it won't harm anyone. I won't let it chase Sasaka either. It must be defeated here and now." Subaru clenched his hand, directing his blood whip to strike Giulietta's face. "Tell me what skills that whale had." Giulietta honestly confessed, "It can heal and create water spirits. The move is incredibly fast and strong, so they can only let go." As she spoke, the whale shot out a mass of water bubbles. Giulietta panicked as the water columns rushed toward him. Subaru stood still, manipulating his blood control to form a rhododendron flower that blocked all the columns, vaporizing them instantly. Giulietta was amazed, unable to believe Subaru could block that attack. The strike would easily pierce any silver deity's shield. Subaru braced himself, relieved that the whale was floating in midair. Thanks to this, Subaru could fight at full power. He surrounded himself with blood armor, shot into the sky, and struck the whale with a downward punch. The attack had no effect. The whale expanded, noticed a new target, and roared. Roar shattered the windows of nearby skyscrapers. Subaru gritted his teeth. Come on, a true level 5 monster. Due to the level gap, the strike was ineffective. He decided to try his new weapon, summoning the divine chisel. At that moment, the whale revealed one eye. The whale launched a barrage of rockets at Subaru. He wielded the divine chisel, using 1/3 of his MP to cut them all down. Giulietta was stunned, unable to believe the whale was repelled. Subaru had just read the divine chisel manual. The more MP, the stronger the strike. He considered using less MP but couldn't gauge the impact accurately. Previous strike didn't defeat the whale, which returned more violently, gathering a massive water column in its mouth. Subaru glimpsed the power of the incoming attack. Subaru grabbed his sword, decided to spend another 1/3 of his MP for the next strike. The whale was hit, shattered into pieces, and the large water column fell as rain. After the water bubbles dispersed, a rainbow appeared and the system notified that the whale was defeated. Subaru was drenched. Giulietta watched in disbelief, unable to believe Subaru defeated the whale with a single strike. Not to mention he was a golden deity. Subaru checked the stats. As expected, defeating the boss outside the gate didn't grant a level up. Luckily, it caused minimal damage. He clenched his fists, determined to reach Sasaka quickly. Subaru formed blood armor beneath his feet and shot forward. However, all his actions had been recorded by an old man with a camera, who quickly posted the video on the Bluebird app, promising to go viral. At Shinagawa Hospital, Sasaka was in critical condition. When Subaru arrived, she had already been taken to the morgue. He lifted the cloth and saw her lying still, falling into despair. He collapsed to the floor, blaming himself. "It's all my fault. Sasaka got caught up in this because of me." Subaru thought about that corpse angrily but recalled the words before its death. "If one day your friend ascends, use blood steel." Subaru snapped out of it, opened the skill menu, searched, and activated the skill that was unlocked. The resurrection skill for close deities could revive them as family within 1 hour after death. The current target, Amamiya Sasaka, had 17 seconds left. Subaru froze, realizing she could be revived, the countdown ticking down. With 15 seconds remaining, Subaru acted without hesitation, activating blood steel, silently praying he had enough time. A red aura enveloped Sasaka. The countdown ticked by the second. As the last second passed, the red aura vanished and Subaru turned pale. 2 others suddenly rushed in, shouting, "Sasaka!" They were Sasaka's sisters, tears streaming, pushing Subaru aside to reach their sister. The second sister bitterly said, "This is why she told Sasaka not to be a deity anymore." The second sister still cried, unable to believe her sister was dead. Subaru was stunned, only noticing now. She turned and asked, "Who are you?" Subaru hesitated, thinking of Sasaka, tears streaming, and answered, "I am Sasaka's friend." The eldest sister, enraged, lunged at Subaru. He didn't resist. Through her tears, she said, "Subaru dragged Sasaka into dangerous missions. We initially didn't want to leave her behind, intending to return to protect her once we were strong enough." They were about to complete their plan when Subaru appeared, endangering their sister. The eldest sister prepared another strike but was distracted by a commotion behind. Sasaka, formerly a cold corpse, suddenly rose. A red mark appeared on her neck as she began transforming. She landed before everyone's astonished eyes. Sasaka glared at her sisters, eyes fierce. "Hands off Subaru." Saying this, she lunged to attack the eldest sister. The eldest sister froze, confused. Fortunately, Subaru intercepted Sasaka's strike. Otherwise, the eldest sister would have been done for. Subaru blocked her attack, hand trembling. How is she so strong? Sasaka immediately let go of Subaru, kneeling in front of him with an apologetic expression, making her 2 sisters feel confused. Subaru was terrified and confused, asking again if Sasaka was really her. Dialogue: "Did you just ask if Sasaka is really her?" Narration: Sasaka confirmed, explaining that she had been resurrected through Subaru's technique and now had no memories of her past. She would absolutely obey Subaru, causing him to freeze in fear. Her 2 sisters' faces darkened upon hearing this. Dialogue: "I will absolutely obey Subaru." Narration: the older sister of Sasaka questioned what Subaru had done to their younger sister, causing Subaru to sweat nervously and feel awkward. Sasaka added more doubts, suspecting that Subaru was a perverted scoundrel. Dialogue: "Are you some sick perverted bastard?" Narration: Subaru shook his head, assuring them that it was not the case. Sasaka, now his subordinate, drew her sword and was about to attack the 2 sisters, but Subaru quickly stopped her and shouted. Dialogue: "Of course not." Narration: with no other choice, Subaru used his special technique to pin the 2 sisters of Sasaka against the wall behind them, then dragged Sasaka outside. While running, he muttered under his breath about his skill and the situation. Dialogue: "Turtle, you rotten bastard. What the hell kind of skill is this? This isn't even Sasaka anymore." Narration: Sasaka was being dragged along, not understanding what was going on, wondering why Subaru hadn't dealt with the 2 of them earlier. Subaru was too flustered, asking Sasaka about the strange relatives in the bloodthirsty incident. Dialogue: "Didn't you plan to deal with those 2 earlier?" Narration: upon reaching the large hall, Subaru was stunned to see his own image on the large screen, his face turning pale. The battle with the whale was recorded, and while he was dazed, someone approached him. Dialogue: "None." Narration: the person who approached informed Subaru that he would soon become famous. They were Shikishima Ryu and Udo Ryusei, ranked 2nd and 3rd in the Golden Deities hierarchy. Shikishima appeared annoyed. Dialogue: "They say Subaru seems to be about to become a celebrity." Narration: Subaru realized that not only these 2, but also another important person had appeared last, Hirosaka Renji, the leader of the Golden Deities. Dialogue: "I knew Tega had an older brother." Narration: Hirosaka Renji politely announced that Subaru was suspected of damaging commercial property at Shinagawa and attempting to assassinate a fellow deity. They invited him to come with them for further discussion. Subaru realized this was his childhood idol. Dialogue: "None." Narration: he was the strongest deity in Japan, making Subaru unable to believe he was meeting him. Subaru was tense, protecting Sasaka behind him. Hirosaka smiled and explained that Subaru's issues had been dealt with, inviting them both to get into the vehicle with the other 3. Dialogue: "None." Narration: Subaru recounted everything that had happened in the last 2 days but was still confused as to why he was no longer suspected. Shikishima handed him a tablet. Dialogue: none. Narration: Shikishima asked Subaru if he knew how many surveillance cameras were in Tokyo. The destruction around the shopping area had been recorded from beginning to end, and he was the victim targeted by the scooter, followed by the suspected assassination of Kunizaki. Dialogue: Do you know how many surveillance cameras are there in Tokyo? Narration: Witnesses at the scene, including Kunizaki and 2 others, testified for Subaru. He didn't expect that the people who had bullied him would end up proving his innocence, clearing his name. Dialogue: None. Narration: Additionally, the information about Subaru defeating the 5-star monster without casualties spread, turning him into a hero, a concept that was still foreign to Subaru. Dialogue: None. Narration: After hearing Subaru's story, Shikishima realized many things. The mystery behind the scooter was solved. Ariakta only had one special skill, the golden arm, and a deity who stole a door from another deity would not get a second door to appear. Dialogue: None. Narration: This was why Taiga always kept Subaru by his side, so when another door appeared it would be stolen again. Dialogue: None. Narration: Subaru understood everything, realizing that Taiga was not letting him go for this reason. The golden deities took him to the 6th-floor basement, where those who opposed the deities were imprisoned. Eric Taiga was enraged when he saw Subaru and called out to him with a loving tone. Dialogue: None. Narration: Taiga, chained with the golden chain, couldn't do anything. Shikishima kicked the iron door of the cell, already having disliked Taiga from before, now based on Subaru's account would continue to investigate. Dialogue: None. Narration: Taiga went into a frenzy, banging against the iron door, asking about Subaru's parents, swearing to punish everyone at the bottom of society. Dialogue: He claimed that all of Subaru's doors belonged to him. Narration: Subaru was cursed at by Taiga but remained silent. Sasaka was angry but Subaru stayed still, feeling strange as his heart didn't stir at all in response to the furious scooter. Dialogue: None. Narration: Taiga became even angrier because Subaru didn't react, unable to accept this attitude. Subaru turned away, leaving the scooter to continue yelling. Dialogue: None. Narration: Udu looked at Subaru walking away, asking if he was okay. Hirosaka looked at his tablet and said he was planning to give Subaru some privileges to make him stronger, as the information about the 6-star gate had appeared. Dialogue: I'm also planning to give Subaru a few privileges. Narration: Subaru reached the reception desk and exchanged 2 stars for 300,000 yen, and was also given an additional 20 million yen for defeating the 5-star monster. Dialogue: None. Narration: The receptionist handed him a black card, allowing Subaru to use the federal facilities for free. Before Subaru could fully understand, the people behind him began talking about his fame, admiring his defeat of the blue whale alone. Dialogue: Narration: Subaru was surprised by how quickly he became famous. The guide talked about him to everyone, mentioning that Subaru was now strong in power, wealth, and fame. The guide asked him what he wanted to do next. Meanwhile, Taiga was still losing his mind on the 6th-floor basement. Dialogue: None. Narration: Taiga continuously asked about his parents. The elevator doors opened, someone came down, using the golden chain to paralyze him, causing him to fall to the ground. This person was Kinakawa Sakura, the 4th-ranked golden deity and also the receptionist from earlier. Dialogue: None. Narration: Kinakawa tightened the golden chain, preventing Taiga from resisting, realizing that Subaru had now surpassed him, stronger than the previous 2 doors. Dialogue: None. Narration: Subaru was indifferent to Taiga's attitude, not giving him any attention, acting as if he looked down on him, which Taiga could not accept. Dialogue: None. Narration: Taiga's resentment towards the world erupted, summoning the door of darkness. Kinakawa was shocked when she saw this door. Dialogue: None. He snapped at Taiga, demanding to know what he had done, and only then did he notice the door behind him. The door emitted resentful sounds, targeting Ga's injured hand, completely ignoring him. From within the door, an arm reached out, grabbing Ga and threatening to drag him inside. Many more arms emerged, trying to pull him in, but Kinakawa blocked them from succeeding. He activated the golden chains to restrain Ga's hand, but the chains were instantly shattered by the black energy from the door. It attacked Kinakawa, gradually corroding her limbs. Taiga was stunned to see Kinakawa being easily overwhelmed, unable to comprehend this bizarre power. The door exploited Taiga's weakness, promising him power. He gradually sank inside. On a rooftop, Subaru and Sasaka were fighting. Sasaka noticed his expression and asked, "Is something bothering you?" Subaru rested his hand on his chin, thinking, replying to Kinakawa in his mind, "Assets, power, fame, they're all in your hands now. What do you want to do next?" He sat up, glancing at Sasaka beside him. Subaru asked, "What should I call you from now on? Calling you Sasaka feels odd." She replied, "Call me Seiya." He continued, "Is there a way for you to become Sasaka again?" He looked at her, full of concern. Seiya realized the body she was using belonged to someone important to him. She asked, "Can I see the stats of your blood seizing skill?" Since our souls are connected, I should be able to view them. Seiya pointed to the stats, highlighting the unopened level 35. She guessed the third door would appear upon acquiring a new skill. To truly bring Sazaka back, it would be best to consult those beyond the door. Subaru understood as well it was best to meet Vanquist, who granted the skill to ask. He regained his composure, stood up, and focused on leveling. Currently at level 26, he needed to farm more monsters. Subaru used a transformation skill to create a new coat, preparing to find the new gate. He had to meet Vanquist as soon as possible. The two arrived before a gate on the street. The shop owner saw him, bowing in gratitude. The gate appeared in front of the shop, stalling business. He couldn't believe the savior Subaru had come here. Subaru scratched his head awkwardly, opening the gate and asking Seiya, "Shall we go in?" Seiya explained, "I am your ally. As long as I live, I will serve you." She handed Subaru the stat board. Subaru exclaimed, "I didn't expect you could use blood seizing too." He wondered, "Why is your MP 0? Seiya explained, "Allies share the Master's MP. Should also use the Master's MP to unleash skill." Subaru realized Seiya was now twice as strong as Ga, 20 times stronger than Sazaka. The two entered the gate, a 3-star gate called the Shallow Underworld. Upon entry, Seiya suggested borrowing Subaru's MP. Subaru wanted to see her power and allow her free use. Seiya activated blood seizing, enhancing the blood circle. A large circle appeared in midair. Seiya transformed, obedient in front, ferocious behind, obliterating all demons. Subaru praised, "Impressive." Seiya retracted the blood circle. This skill was only suitable against mid-tier opponents. All minor demons were destroyed and the boss appeared. This time Subaru was energetic, summoning a divine carving to quickly defeat the boss. The two completed the mission, exiting the gate in just 10 minutes. The old man outside was astonished, that fast. After clearing the 3-star gate, Subaru reached level 28. As expected, the 3-star gate wasn't difficult. He prepared to tackle the 4-star gate. While worrying, he heard someone call him, turning to see Shikishima from the Golden Divine group waiting. He leaned on his hand, praising, clearing a 3-star gate in 10 minutes, still holding strong. Subaru asked, "Why are you here?" Shikishima pointed ahead. "You didn't check any notifications." He delivered grim news. "Taiga has escaped. Last night's incident hasn't hit the news yet, but one of the Golden Divines was crushed." Subaru panicked. "Impossible. Who was hurt?" Shikishima said. "The 4th anonymous Golden Divine who used the golden chains to restrain Ga." He gave more detail. "True name of number 4 is Kinakawa Sakura, the one you met. Now you know the pink-haired receptionist was Golden Divine number 4. She is currently unconscious. Surveillance cameras and prison data were destroyed, leaving no evidence. Considering the danger, Golden Divines usually team up to clear gates." Subaru pointed at himself, implying he was now also a Golden Divine. Shikishima sat cross-legged. Subaru's rainbow gate was stronger than the golden gate. He said, "Choose which gate you want to clear and team up with me for a while." Subaru obediently followed. Shikishima volunteered to team with Subaru. "Don't disappoint me. That bastard Ga will target you first. Just mentioning him makes my blood boil. I'd crush this bottle in my hand." Two arrived at the 4-star gate, saw Pit. Shikishima Ryu was the 2nd strongest Golden Divine after Hirosaka Renji. Each star increase made enemies 10 times stronger, yet it was still easy for him. Subaru was surprised, unsure if he was needed. Theoretically, Shikishima could fire invisible bullets from his fingertips, though it wasn't clear. The 50th skill lit up the sky. After defeating all monsters in this gate, they moved to another. Shikishima killed many with one strike. Monsters in the gate were no longer weak. Victory announcements sounded constantly, annoying Shikishima. Golden Divines had to follow rules. In the real world outside the gate, they could only use their first skill, as others dealt excessive damage. After clearing the minor monsters, Shikishima led the group to defeat the boss. All Golden Divines in Japan, upon learning who controlled the Golden Gate, were titled the 7 Knights. The power that empowered Shikishima came from a knight. Shikishima told Subaru to prepare for the next gate, planning to clear 3 more gates that day. He had already eliminated the large boss of the 4-star gate. The 3 boarded a car to the next location. Shikishima needed 52 minutes, acceptable. Subaru thought he was as strong as other high-level Golden Divines. Shikishima cleared the 4-star boss instantly, a display of mastery. He told Subaru to handle things later. They arrived at another 4-star gate, Glass Waterfall. This gate is a special terrain. Shikishima walked irritably and warned Subaru to be careful, as even a low-level deity cannot move here. Only the boss appears. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cat leapt out from the glass shard. Subaru immediately took a defensive stance and the cat lunged straight at his head. Subaru quickly summoned the Divine Carver and sliced off one of the cat's legs. Shikishima exclaimed, "Oh, that's the sword from the video that can cut a 4-star boss, kid, impressive." Subaru, already struck once, struggled, blood covering his face, pale and exhausted. This boss was stronger than a zombie. It might even be far stronger. Without the divine carver, he would be in danger. As Subaru prepared another strike, he noticed the severed front leg of the cat slowly regenerating, a new leg growing back. Subaru froze. What the hell, it's regenerating. The cat swung its leg again, but this time he leapt aside to dodge. Evaluating the situation, Subaru realized the divine carver was now useless, consuming too much MP without effect on this boss. Zie, seeing instability, was about to intervene but was stopped by Shikishima. He leaned back, observing. Zie asked, "You're not planning to abandon Subaru, are you?" Shikishima clicked his tongue. "I don't move on all fours." He explained, "I'll step in when the kid is about to lose." Shikishima felt fortunate that Subaru was only facing a side boss. Even though the Rainbow Gate is stronger than the Golden Gate, relying on stats alone is meaningless. He needed to see Subaru's true potential. Subaru was in a tough spot. This terrain countered his blood control. Using ropes offered no grip. Using bones would be blown away by the waterfall's strong wind. Traps were useless because the enemy was too large, and leaving it would waste too much MP. Subaru jumped, using blood control to cover the cat's eyes, but the cat still attacked accurately. It wasn't using sight. The cat knocked Subaru, sending him rolling to the ground. Kishima started to worry. What's this? Things aren't looking good. The kid's too inexperienced, first time facing a unique boss and this happens, maybe I expected too much. Seiya still trusted her master, telling Shikishima, don't underestimate him. Subaru found a way to counterattack. He tethered the cat, aiming directly at it since terrain use was limited. The cat had no joints or senses, like a blue ink creature in cat form. Subaru used the demon punch skill granted to him, a technique of 5 crushing blows capable of destroying a target from within. He combined blood control with the 5 punches to attack the cat. The cat was destroyed from the inside. Subaru wrapped its neck with the blood whip, using spring force to shatter its face. If it regenerated, he had once rebuilt his own body. Subaru seriously said, "You're using MP to regenerate, aren't you?" Subaru said, "Sorry, but I won't let you do that. I'll crush you endlessly." Shikishima, surprised, realized the kid had quickly grasped the enemy's traits, combining the first and second techniques. He had heard Subaru could control blood, but Subaru's attack method was unique. Shikishima muttered, "This kid's crazy." C was extremely proud. Subaru and the glass cat exchanged only a few hundred blows, both exhausted. Shikishima called from below. Said, "If Subaru defeats the cat, I'll treat you to sushi." Seiya scoffed, thinking her master was easily swayed by food. Reality proved her right. Subaru, invigorated, sprang forward with the spring, making the cat yowl. He cleared the 4-star gate, reached level 31, and his skills were upgraded. Shikishima took Subaru for sushi as promised. "You need to eat, Subaru. How long are you planning to just look? Eat quickly." Subaru's eyes sparkled at the sushi on the table, reluctant to eat, wanting to look longer. Subaru was moved, tears streaming. It was his first time seeing sushi, truly joyful. Seiya, struggling with the cat, remarked, "Master Subaru must have had quite a rough time." Shikishima felt a headache, glaring at Seiya's antics. This was a high-level bar. Who expected Subaru to tame a glass spirit after defeating it? Defeating a side boss could grant rewards like Hirosaka's earrings and the flashy gauntlet coat. Subaru's red sword was similar. Hungry, he suddenly remembered. He looked at the cat stretching and yawning, wondering its purpose. Shikishima suggested naming it, since rarely an underworld monster could become a pet. Subaru happily named the cat Sushi. The cat, looking clueless, became Glass Sushi. Shikishima urged, "Eat quickly, sushi is best fresh, don't just stare at it." Subaru prepared to take the first bite, the ground shook violently. Shikishima shouted, "What is it this time?" Sure enough, a monster emerged from the gate. Subaru stood ready. Shikishima adjusted his clothes. Shikishima warned, "That's why I told you to eat fast." The monster was an eagle, carrying a girl into the sky. When it displayed its power, Shikishima and Seiya used golden guns to break its wing. Subaru leapt onto the eagle's head, using blood control to pierce through it. The eagle hadn't managed its body yet and released the girl, who fell freely. Subaru couldn't catch her in time. Her eyes sparkled at the person saving her. Subaru landed gently, asking if she was hurt. She said she was fine, thanking him. At that moment, someone familiar ran up. It was Sawatari, who had previously led the bullying against him. Subaru was equally surprised. The rescued girl was Sawatari's sister. She asked, "My brother knows Subaru." Shikishima recognized Sawatari and called out, "This is the kid you interrogated before. I know Sawatari is violent." "Subaru, why aren't you thanking him?" Sawatari started. "Why thank that stinky brat?" but quickly corrected himself. Sawatari's sister cheerfully thanked Subaru. Sawatari reacted, "Why thank this guy?" She snapped, "Just thank him for saving me. What's embarrassing about that?" Sawatari was speechless, turned to threaten Subaru. "If you want revenge, I'll upload a video of you peeing online." Subaru didn't react, smiling gently, swallowing Sawatari's words. He grabbed Subaru by the collar, complaining, "If only the gate were stronger." Instead of complaining, Subaru said, "Thanks for proving I'm not the culprit." He passed by, cheerfully urging Shikishima back to the sushi, and the three of them strolled away leisurely. Sawatari's younger sister noticed her brother acting strangely and tugged at his shirt to ask. Sawatari lowered his head in shame, feeling self-pity. When the three of them returned to the sushi restaurant, they found it closed due to the appearance of a monster. Subaru felt discouraged. Shikishima hurriedly promised Sawatari they would return to the restaurant another time. The next day, Sawatari sat dazed in class, reviewing the videos of the previous bullying of Subaru and deleting them all without hesitation. The blue-haired boy curiously asked, "Did you already delete the video of bullying Subaru from the other day?" Sawatari thought it made sense. If Subaru came back for revenge, it would be terrifying. He frowned and muttered, "No." The blue-haired boy asked why, and Sawatari looked out the window. Suddenly, he saw something shocking and pulled his friend to look. At the same time, Subaru received a call from Shikishima, believing the troublemaker had appeared at his school. Sawatari was cheerfully scolding a message from his sister and promising to make something special when the blue-haired friend tugged him to the window. There, he saw Arya Ektega appear. A series of dark doors emerged. Taiga announced to the gods of the school that this gate would grant them new powers, comparable to the Golden God, and urged everyone to enter quickly to gain strength and join the team. Shikishima, annoyed, held up a photo of the troublemaker. He had just received notification from the school. Subaru asked, "What is the black door behind Taiga?" Shikishima knew and explained. Shikishima felt this was dangerous and that they needed to reach it quickly. Sawatari and his friend hesitated before the dark door, not fully trusting the announcement. The troublemaker suddenly appeared behind them and asked, "What are you hesitating for?" Others screamed at his appearance. He continued, "Weakness is your fault. Isn't it unfair that there's a gap between the gods even after facing the same trials? Haven't you wondered why it's not you when you see the Golden God revered?" Taiga urged. "Step into the door and show the Golden God what a festival really is." Sawatari stood still, recalling his past. As children, he and his sister were abandoned by their parents in a trash-filled room, surviving only through each other. He did everything to keep his sister from crying and to find food. He took blows and fought at the dump to bring food home. In the winter, Sawatari walked alone in the snow, watching a family of 3 celebrate a birthday. Others saw him, scorned him, and shut the door in his face. Sawatari sighed in despair, exhausted. He worried about Kana if he were gone. As he collapsed, a bronze door appeared. Sawatari asked, "Why would Taiga do that?" Taiga answered plainly, "It's also a golden god, but Subaru is the chosen one. The gates select those with pure hearts. Heart can't be any less than Subaru's." Not only that, he received the Rainbow Gate. Don't joke, Subaru will live under it for life, so he will overturn the world with the Dark Gate. Taiga asked, "Sawatari, you want revenge on Subaru too, don't you?" It urged him to go and defeat Subaru. Sawatari thought if he refused, Taiga would punish him. He recalled his sister's message and told himself not yet. He turned to his friend, "Let's go in together." Feeling his pocket vibrate, Sawatari checked his phone. His sister's message froze him. She thought he was a good person. Sawatari remembered when he received the bronze gate, thinking he could give his sister some food. He began acting faster at school, determined to show others not to underestimate him. He realized he couldn't dominate the school anymore. But upon hearing that Taiga's brother was in the same class, just an ordinary person, Sawatari began bullying Subaru. Painfully admitted he wasn't good and that, being weak, he did bad things to someone weaker. Sawatari felt pathetic. Even though Kana was good, she had a terrible brother like him. He said to his friend, "Make something special for my sister tonight." The blue-haired friend didn't understand but agreed, opening his eyes to look at Sawatari. He used his ultimate technique toward the troublemaker and told the blue-haired friend, "Convey my apology to Subaru." Taiga found this scene extremely funny. Sawatari told the blue-haired friend to hurry. The blue-haired boy rushed out of the classroom, repeatedly reminding him not to fail. Taiga frowned, wanting to know why Sawatari didn't follow. Yesterday, Subaru saved Sawatari's sister. Instead of cursing, he thanked him. Sawatari hated his own pitifulness but thought that no matter what bad things happened, as long as Subaru was there, it was okay. The troublemaker scratched his head and jumped down from the window, confused and humiliated that Sawatari wanted to befriend someone who had bullied him. Sawatari ignored the humiliation, knowing Subaru wouldn't care. Sawatari smiled in satisfaction. Eric Taiga, truly pitiful. Then Taiga lunged and grabbed Sawatari's head. In the final moments, Sawatari thought of his sister, proud to make her smile. Subaru rushed in. He smashed through the window into the classroom, attacking the troublemaker. He was shocked to see Watari in a pool of blood. Subaru flew into a rage, striking the troublemaker and pushing him out. The troublemaker blocked the attack with a golden arm. He smirked. The fight with Subaru was astonishingly fast. Subaru forced the troublemaker to fall and nearly asked, "Why send Sawatari to ascend?" he thought of Kana. Even though he didn't like Sawatari, someone was waiting for him. Taiga was extremely excited, shouting in delight, unleashing all his power to wipe out Subaru. He used his golden arm to block, shattering Subaru's armor. The troublemaker's golden arm cracked as well. He advanced to strike Subaru early, but Shikishima's bullet grazed his face, stopping him. Shikishima and two other golden gods arrived. Shikishima's blood rushed to his head. "If you're capable, do it." The troublemaker clenched his jaw, recalling the past. This was the second time being trapped by a golden god. He burst into laughter, looking at their faces. Taiga laughed harshly. The fact that it defeated the fourth golden lord, the woman, wounded the hearts of the other lords. Shikishima became even more furious, while the other two showed some improvement. Hirasaka rushed in like a flash and severed Taiga's golden arm. Taiga barely had time to stop grinning before he screamed in pain. Blood splattered everywhere, but the cocky Taiga didn't care, turning to mock Hirasaka. "This is the first time I've seen that confused expression on your face." Hirasaka scowled, thinking about Kin Akawa. It seemed the rage had caught Hirasaka off guard. Subaru couldn't recognize his actions. He appeared like a flash of light. This was the true strength of the top golden lord in Japan. Hirasaka asked if Subaru was injured. Subaru said, "I'm fine, little bye." Taiga noticed that Hirasaka wasn't paying attention to him. Angered, his pride wounded, he focused dark energy and formed a massive arm from the severed limb, attacking Hirasaka. His sword shattered, and at the same time, the third golden lord, Udu, activated his second ultimate technique, a golden wall isolating the gauntlet inside. Golden lords were prohibited from using techniques other than the first while outside the gates. Udu knew this and was prepared to face the consequences. Kishima raised his gun and shouted, "Subaru, get away from Tega." He and Seiya simultaneously activated their golden gun and blood circle techniques to attack Tega, but the bullets vaporized and the blood circle was crushed in an instant. The golden wall created by Udu also shattered, and the gauntlet stepped forward. Not even a 5-star monster could break through Udu's golden wall, proving that it had defeated the fourth golden lord, Kinakawa. Hirasaka landed next to Udu. He realized that the blood and smoke of Tega weren't just for attack or defense. His skills certainly had special effects, but without recognizing the properties, it would be dangerous. Udu frowned, suggesting that Hirasaka allow the use of other ultimate techniques. Hirasaka raised his hand to stop him. If he allowed it, countless civilians would be caught in the crossfire, and Tega would want that to happen. Kishima had a headache. If there was no other choice, he would break the rule. But first, they couldn't do anything unless they understood the special effects of Tega's skill. His bullets vaporized as if burned, and Seiya's and Udu's ultimate techniques were crushed. According to some quacks, Kin Akawa's limbs were also shattered before their eyes. Shikishima seemed to realize something, his pupils widening. The gauntlet on the other side grew more frantic, releasing a stream of black smoke. It wanted to make a name for itself as the one who spread the most fear. Its desire was to hang all the golden lords so that the world would tremble in fear and annihilate everyone. Subaru suddenly rushed in front of everyone, realizing that Tega's ultimate skill could control time. Time sped up for everything it touched. Shikishima warned, "Don't go into that smoke," but Subaru kept charging at Taiga, preparing to fight, confident that just entering would bring Tega down in an instant. The two exchanged blows and a loud explosion rang out. Shikishima nervously worried about Subaru, but the boy was fine, delivering a punch that broke Tega's face. To use blood control, the user must convert MP into blood to control it. Right now, Subaru was constantly replenishing blood throughout his body, making Tega's ultimate skill useless. Taiga froze, clutching his bleeding nose, unable to believe he had been hit so hard. Subaru had grown stronger, and the fear Taiga once had was now gone. He would fulfill Taiga's wish, using all his power. Subaru's entire body was covered in a new, badass armor blood control version 2, indestructible. The battle was intense, with Taiga taking punch after punch in his blood-soaked nose. He couldn't accept that a weak bug like Subaru was now on his level. Taiga went berserk, summoning numerous dark doors surrounding the Golden Lord's assembly, exhaling black smoke. It could destroy anything that came into contact with it. This was the first time they had seen a skill capable of assisting the doors. The gauntlet laughed maniacally, switching tactics when he couldn't defeat Subaru. Alone, he couldn't stop the smoke. It would turn others into dust before Subaru. He glanced at Seiya, remembering how Sasaka had been taken down in front of him. He closed his eyes, then opened them, releasing a powerful rainbow aura. Subaru glared at the gauntlet, saying, "Dare to touch one of my friends in front of me, you dog." From deep within Subaru's heart, rage erupted, and he used his ultimate technique, the limit break of the Halo technique. one of the three most powerful techniques granted by Vanquist, increasing all his abilities by 30% while angry. In his first battle with the gauntlet, this technique was ineffective due to the level gap. Now that Subaru had grown stronger, it came into full effect. The two charged at each other, exchanging heavy blows with the gauntlet being pushed back, continuously attacked by Subaru. Gauntlet had to raise his arms to defend, panting heavily. His arm was broken and he couldn't understand why he couldn't dodge the blows. Subaru used his blood whip to wrap around the gauntlet. It struggled fiercely, exhaling black gas. Taiga couldn't believe that Subaru was stronger than him. Its weak bug, Subaru, was superior to Taiga, knocked to the ground, and received an uppercut that sent him flying into the air. Subaru, with his Blood Armor version 2, upgraded his skill level to enhance his nervous system. This made his tentacles move more flexibly. Taiga was relentlessly assaulted by the tentacles, falling to the ground like a punching bag. A voice emanated from the dark door, lamenting that the one using blood control was Karin or Judith, but Vanquist. Taiga currently had no way out. Shikishima realized the situation was dangerous and shouted, "Subaru, stop fighting, capture Taiga. We still need to extract a lot from him." Subaru, alert, looked confused in front of the black smoke. Shikishima told Seiya to use blood control like Subaru to disperse the smoke, successfully breaking free from the dark door's encirclement. Shikishima had analyzed everything. To make the smoke disappear, they needed to trigger a chemical reaction. When the reaction between the bone molecules and smoke occurred, both would vaporize. The dark door laughed maniacally, and an eye peered out from the gate. The dark door's purpose was to destroy the giant clock in the sky. Shikishima demanded to know how to destroy it. The gate chuckled, "Not a chance. If Tega were a little smarter, this would have been easier." Dark Door delivered a prophecy. Hirasaka Renji, Shikishima Ryu, and Udo Ryusei would be defeated by Tega in the near future. Right now, Tega was unconscious, and it was uncertain what would happen next. Shikishima remained smug, showing no fear. Subaru thought the prophecy was wrong. He wouldn't let that happen. The Dark Door chuckled again, moving closer to Subaru, realizing that he was the incarnation of Vanquist, a formidable entity. Subaru asked about the identity of the Door of Darkness. It replied that it was Kokugazi, the Dark Emperor from the Womb Realm. Kokugazi had ambitions to change the world and decided to destroy the current world, including its inhabitants. Subaru could no longer listen. Kokugazi's words were like the loud barking of a dog. He raised his hand, ready to attack the door, but it suddenly disappeared. The entire cloud of smoke flew toward the station, enveloping it. Subaru realized he had been tricked. He had fallen into a trap. The other Golden Masters acted quickly, but it was too late. Both Kokugazi and Taiga had escaped without leaving a trace. Seiya pouted, unable to believe that 3 Golden Masters let them escape. Shikishima angrily retorted that not being able to move was just a restriction. He had noticed the 2 enemies appearing on the rooftop while Subaru and Taiga were fighting. Those 2 were among those who had entered the Door of Darkness. He could sense their power, far stronger than Taiga. After Kokugazi helped Taiga escape, it continued brainwashing him. Kokugazi whispered in Taiga's ear, "Pitiful, weak, stupid, ugly, you can't do anything." Kokugazi knew Taiga's innermost thoughts. Taiga longed to be stronger, smarter, and more handsome. Kokugazi hit him while soothing him, simultaneously damaging Taiga's self-esteem. Then Kokugazi comforted Taiga, promising to grant him power and reshape his appearance as he desired. Kokugazi held Taiga in his grasp, then led him to meet his new subordinates. All of them were here for one purpose, to become stronger. Kokugazi sneered, extending an arm. He promised to help them all reach new heights, destroying everything in their path. Sawatari had died, and his funeral was held quietly. Sawatari's sister, like a soulless corpse, could only stand still, tightly clutching his memorial portrait. Edashima relayed Sawatari's final apology to Subaru. He said a few words before being unable to hold back his tears. He felt sorry for Sawatari's sister Kana, his tears falling endlessly. Since the station had appeared, no more Doors of Darkness remained. However, now there were only 5 Golden Masters left at the school, and some people had gone missing in the city, possibly having joined the enemy forces. Subaru's plan now was to become stronger and learn more about Sasaka in the next trial, but also prepare to break the gate. Shikishima took a sip of water. He teased Subaru about the kiss incident. Subaru declared confidently that he would become stronger and protect them. Subaru blushed, embarrassed, and Shikishima looked at him fondly. He told Subaru that tomorrow he would enter the gate with Hirasaka. The next day in Asakusa, Taito City, Tokyo, Hirasaka was full of energy, waiting for Subaru to arrive. Since Shikishima and Subaru fought differently, he had nothing to teach him. From his observation, Subaru's close combat skills were decent, but his swordsmanship was still lacking. Therefore, he asked Hirasaka to train him. Subaru was overjoyed, unable to believe he would get the chance to break a gate with the strongest golden master in Japan. He was sure he would learn a lot from this. Subaru also complimented Hirasaka's hairstyle today, but he simply replied that he had just woken up, making Subaru feel extremely embarrassed. Two walked for a while until they encountered another team. That team was the Platinum team from the Yamada Club who greeted them happily. They said they had already reserved this gate. Hirasaka checked the number and then smiled, saying, "You've got the wrong gate. The one you reserved is in Naruma City." Subaru felt irritated. It would take an hour by train to get there. An hour and a half later, the two arrived in Naruma City, ready to conquer the 4-star gate in the mysterious forest. Hirasaka smiled, reminding Subaru not to let his guard down. Said that the star rating of the gate was just an estimate of difficulty. However, this advice became meaningless when, right after he spoke, he sank into a swamp. Subaru panicked, unsure whether to save him or let him escape on his own. Hirasaka completely disappeared beneath the mud, with no movement for a while. Shikishima had repeatedly told Subaru to pay close attention to Hirasaka. Although he seemed very smart and diligent when it came to strength, he couldn't do much. Subaru found life to be strange. How could his childhood idol end up like this? Subaru was about to use blood control to pull Hirasaka up when suddenly a metal ant appeared. Hirasaka emerged from the mud. He used his ultimate technique, the giant sword strike, to defeat the metal ant. He sighed with relief, almost thinking he was about to meet his end. Hirasaka Renji was the strongest golden master in Japan. He was famous for his good looks and polite demeanor. Those who had known him for a long time would think as Subaru did. They were glad Hirasaka became a golden master, but from childhood until now, he had never had any special abilities. His parents had expected him to be a smart child, but even though he didn't meet their expectations, they continued to love and care for him endlessly. One day when he was in 4th grade, Hirasaka protected a classmate from bullying. That classmate cried and thanked him, but later, that very classmate became one of the bullies. Instead of worrying about the care of the bullies, he was even more shocked when the classmate he had protected turned out to be one of them. People often betray, and they betray because they are weak. From that day on, Hirasaka decided never to betray anyone again. Therefore, he believed that he could truly become a real friend. After walking a bit further, Hirasaka sank into the mud again. Subaru had to use blood control to pull him up. Hirasaka laughed heartily. Because the opponent's instincts were so good, he thought it would be better to use himself as bait to defeat it. Subaru pulled Hirasaka up, and at the same time, a giant monster appeared. Subaru began to understand Hirasaka more. Hirasaka always made sure to be the first one to fight the enemy to protect his teammates. Though he seemed to have many weaknesses, that wasn't the case. And it wasn't because he was distracted, but because he was very adaptable and laughed faintly. Subaru carefully handed him a towel to wipe himself, the towel that Shikishima had asked him to carry. It contained a towel, drinking water, and some miscellaneous items for survival with Hirasaka. Shikishima, who had shared this worn-out mat with him, was probably struggling with work now. Shikishima had to use 3 heads and 6 hands to handle all the tasks, and he was fuming. That bastard Hirasaka can't do anything. Kinakawa, hurry up and get well so you can help me with the work. The Golden Masters were very close to each other, especially Hirasaka, Shikishima, Udu, and Kinakawa. They had been members since the Golden Masters Association was first formed and had been together for 8 years. However, there was one thing that Hirasaka held in his heart. Tega, the one who had severely injured Kinakawa, he would not forgive him. He told Subaru in advance that even if you and Tega were like brothers, he would still choose to defeat Tega. Subaru began to seriously think about Sawatari and Kana. He had his own reasons to defeat Taiga. No matter what happens, he was always ready. The two of them ventured deeper into the area and stopped, standing on the cliff. Hirasaka used his secondary skill with his hawk-like eyes to spot the boss 20 kilometers away at the 6 o'clock position. The boss of this map was an 81st level tree spirit. It was a massive tree with eyes growing on its trunk. Upon detecting nearby presence, it sprouted thorns to defend itself. Hirasaka summoned his giant sword to block the tree spirit's attack. However, his sword shattered and the boss's attack spread out, destroying an entire area. Fortunately, Subaru quickly used blood control to pull Hirasaka into the air, dodging the attack. Hirasaka continued explaining. As he mentioned earlier, the difficulty of the gate was just an estimate. Subaru was confused, not understanding what was going on. The attacks from this tree were as strong as, or even stronger than, Shikishima. This boss was of a completely different class compared to the 4-star bosses. Hirasaka raised his golden sword. The soldiers in this gate were equivalent to 4-star bosses, but it seemed that only this boss was a low-level 5-star. Hirasaka remained calm, sighing. This was definitely difficult, facing continuous unknown enemies. He also commented on Subaru's flying ability, surprised that he could fly so high. Subaru felt tense. If Hirosaka hadn't used his sword to block the attacks, Subaru would have definitely been severely injured. He was almost out of MP and could no longer fly. Hirosaka swung his sword in an instant, splitting the tree spirit in half. This was his sixth ultimate technique, Blade Bend. He could bend the strike of his sword to any point within its range. However, after using this ultimate technique, he could lose his sword's blade and drain a lot of MP. But if used correctly, victory was almost guaranteed. Subaru was shocked. Before he could do anything, the boss had already been defeated. The two left the gate. It was now evening and they said their goodbyes and prepared to leave. Hirosaka asked Subaru not to tell Shikishima about what had happened today. However, it was too late. Subaru had already sent the report to Shikishima. Shikishima appeared, looking as though he was coming to collect a debt. He dragged Hirosaka away unhappily. In his final moments, Hirosaka still smiled and promised to meet Subaru the next day. He would reserve the 5-star gate. Subaru returned home, took a clean shower, and lay in bed thinking. He remembered the tree spirit boss they had just defeated. Subaru closed his eyes and imagined Hirosaka's combat style. He needed to adapt in his own way. At the same time, Jeji was assembling his team. By now, there were 20 people from weak to strong. They continued to form groups and recruit more members. They headed to the park to recruit for the Grex team. They reached the Giulietta Cemetery district, but no one agreed to join. However, Jeji's team didn't give up. They kept expanding and hunting for more people. Shikishima was irritated after receiving a call from Hisaki. Hisaki laughed and reassured Shikishima, saying that he was just the one who had been attacked. The one who attacked him was Kishikawa Saochai, a god master of the copper element. This person was clearly associated with the dark faction. Hisaki felt something was off with that person's insect control skill. Shikishima looked at the information on the computer screen and realized this skill was completely different from the original. As he had suspected, the Dark Gate could grant new skills to its user. Many people had been attacked last night, but Hisaki was the only one who managed to fight back. Shikishima thought this situation would not end quickly. He reminded Hisaki to be careful. Hisaki agreed, then hung up and immediately complained about the annoying bespectacled guy. Meanwhile, the Dark Faction communicated to report the situation. The blonde-haired man said everything was going smoothly. They had defeated the Grex team, 6 people, but lost to Giulietta. The other side also reported that they had finished wiping out the Platinum team. Two sides agreed on the next plan, which was to kill the Golden God Masters. In Marinauchi, Chiyoda City, Tokyo, in front of the new Marinauchi building, Hirosaka and Subaru met with the survey team before entering the 5-star gate. The survey team was an intelligence unit established by Shikishima, composed of those with movement and analysis skill. Their task was to provide information about the gates and increase the survival rate of the God Masters handling those gates. The leader of the survey team was Kasaka Masego, a married woman. For this reason, she had withdrawn from the front lines and returned to the survey department. Her husband and children lived in Meguro City, where Subaru had defeated the whale, so she was very grateful to him. Kasaka took out an iPad and showed everyone the materials about the gate. This gate was called the Thunderstorm Gate. It was very small, consisting of just 2 locations, a garden and a palace. Inside the palace were 2 thrones at the top level and a boss there. It was possible that one or both of them were bosses. Subaru felt a little anxious. Previously, he had formed a team in a 2-star gate with 2 bosses. He couldn't believe that now he was facing 2 bosses in a 5-star gate. Hirosaka waved to grab his attention, smiled brightly, and asked if he was all right before leading the way in. Subaru felt calmer. Although things weren't as he had imagined, Hirosaka was still amazing. As soon as they entered, the gate closed, and immediately the Dark Faction appeared. They attacked and injured one of Kasaka's subordinates. The Dark Faction members were Copper God Masters, very arrogant. Kasaka recognized them as the ones on the list Shikishima had given. Kasaka couldn't just let them do as they pleased, so she fought back but couldn't defeat them. Soon, she was knocked down by a Dark Faction member. The man took out his phone and reported the situation. Hirosaka and Subaru had entered the 5-star gate and requested that the Dark Gate be opened within 10 minutes. The recipient of the message was Tega. Tega's appearance had completely changed, with his long hair flowing in the wind. He looked much more handsome now. Inside the Thunderstorm Gate, the scenery was very picturesque and peaceful, with a palace, a lake, and trees. Tega wished he could come here to rest instead of having to work at home. Hirosaka remained on high alert but still smiled and requested to lock the gate. Once the gate was locked, the process of breaking the gate began. Immediately, the wind began to blow fiercely, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. The palace lit up. This gate really changed quickly, faster than an ex-lover. The enemies would soon reveal themselves once the gate was locked. Both of them could sense the presence of the boss in the small map. However, the presence they sensed was even stronger than they had expected. They quickly realized that the two bosses they were about to face were definitely top-tier 5 stars. They were Storm Delta, level 89, and Thunder Kaleem, level 93. Both of these bosses recognized Subaru and Hirasaka's presence. They sensed familiar figures. One was a golden knight and the other was a ranger they never wanted to encounter. The stench of that disgusting zombie. Kaleem and Delta looked at each other, chuckling, and shared the same malicious intent. They felt that the zombie was still weak, not sure how long he could last. A group of knights appeared in front of Hirasaka and Subaru. Although they were just soldiers, they were stronger than the whale. Their average level was 60. Subaru shouted, ordering C not to hesitate to use his MP. He was sure he could handle this situation at all costs and had to protect Sasaka's body. Seiya began to use blood control and shifted to the Annihilation Force form. Seeing the soldiers charging, Subaru immediately switched to serious mode. If he didn't give his all from the start, he wouldn't be able to win. He switched blood control to the form of immortal blood armor. Hirasaka flicked his 2 fingers and his giant sword pierced through the group of soldiers. Though one of the soldiers was still alive, they were faster and more agile than Subaru had expected. One soldier tried to attack Hirasaka but was stopped by Subaru. He kicked the soldier hard in the head, but it wasn't an easy fight. The soldier grabbed Subaru's leg, pulling him to the ground and delivering a punch that wounded Subaru. This soldier was on par with Sushi and Karin, and the one attacking was even stronger. Subaru tensed his abs and tightened his thighs, kicking hard to push the soldier away. He wasn't here to stop Hirasaka, but to fight alongside. Subaru used blood control to bind the soldier tightly before crushing him. A notification appeared, confirming that he had defeated a level 54 Thunderstorm Knight. However, Subaru was exhausted. He gasped for air, unable to level up, and had already spent too much energy to take down one of them. 4 other soldiers surrounded him. Subaru summoned his divine cannon, but he couldn't attack normally due to his depleted MP. He could only engage in direct combat. The soldiers also swung their arms, using the diamond sword technique. Unbelievable, these soldiers were so strong yet could still use advanced skill. They had reached 5-star rank. Despite his exhaustion, Subaru maintained a determined gaze. He looked at Hirasaka and reassured him that there was nothing to worry about given the current situation. Last night, Subaru had thought all night and realized that no matter how much he admired Hirasaka, he could never be like him. When Shikishima had suggested that Hirasaka train him, it wasn't just to learn from Hirasaka, but to learn how to fight. Fighting wasn't just about leveling up, but about always being ready for battle, staying calm, and believing that victory was inevitable. Subaru closed his eyes, wanting to grow stronger. No matter how difficult or humiliating it might be, this battle was something he had always awaited. Subaru released a stronger aura than before and charged into the battle against the 4 soldiers. Fighting was what made him stronger. Subaru blocked one soldier's sword, while another took the chance to attack from behind. Subaru gritted his teeth and endured the pain, not stopping. He kept pressing forward, using blood control to restrain one soldier's hand before slicing it into pieces. Subaru leveled up from 31 to 32, restoring his health and MP. He continued fighting, using his divine cannon to strike 2 soldiers at once. Subaru leveled up to 33, his momentum surging. Hirasaka stood by without intervening. He recalled Shikishima's words when entering the 5-star gate that even until the last moment, he must not help Subaru or teach him anything, allowing him to fight on his own. In the future, Subaru would fight alongside them and all he needed was experience. A fierce battle would allow him to improve. Shikishima understood that Hirasaka couldn't teach anyone anything, but he just needed Hirasaka to show his skills to the younger generation. Hirasaka smiled faintly, effortlessly swinging his sword to slice through 2 soldiers. He wondered if Subaru could become the bright hope for their otherwise hopeless future. 8 years had passed since the first gate appeared, bringing despair to even the strongest of the Divine Master. The strongest gate at that time had been the 3-star gate. 3 years later, the 4-star gate appeared, followed by the 5-star gate 3 years after that. Each time an additional star appeared, the difficulty increased tenfold. Hirasaka had discussed this with Shikishima. The difficulty kept increasing every 3 years. The 6-star gate would eventually appear. 4 years after that, the 7-star gate would come. But 2 years ago, the Golden Master couldn't increase their power tenfold. When the 6-star gate arrived, they could only face it together. If this trend continued, the Divine Masters would surely fail to keep up with the increasing numbers and difficulty. Who could deal with gates that were 10 times stronger than the 5-star gate? 6-star gate would be 10 times more powerful than the 5-star gate. If they failed to break the gate, the clock would immediately shatter. However, they couldn't ignore the lower-level gates, even though the number of divine masters was always lacking. But humanity only accept defeat. Despite Hirosaka's numerous efforts, the issue kept resurfacing. He feared losing the true friends he had finally found. In their despair, they received a call from Kinakawa. She was interrogating suspects in the Divine Master's murder case and had heard that a rainbow gate had appeared. Hirosaka stood silently, watching Subaru seriously fight the soldiers. He realized that Subaru could only fight directly against the enemy. Subaru was gradually taking down the soldiers. He began to realize that he only needed to focus on controlling the strike of his divine cannon as the attack hit its target. With this method, he could defeat enemies with high defense while conserving MP. Hirosaka was satisfied and praised him. Subaru didn't learn from lessons but from the experience of the battle itself. After defeating all the soldiers, Subaru turned to check on C. She was using the Extinction Force skill to defeat the soldier. It was a simple command-setting technique for blood cells, creating a dispersed blood mass. C had set the command as touch to explode, but at her current level, no matter what she did, it wouldn't have any effect. But that was enough. Even if it was just a little, C still helped reduce the number of enemies for Subaru and Hirosaka. The main goal was to protect Sasaka's body. Seiya was flying to avoid enemies but encountered another soldier. The soldier raised his sword to attack, but Subaru arrived just in time, using his divine cannon to strike the soldier. Subaru was moved and thanked Seiya for staying safe. Seiya blushed, feeling her heart race, and the two continued to take down the remaining soldier. Subaru ran over to Hirosaka and informed him that leveling up here was incredibly difficult. Hirosaka realized that it might be because his own level was too high, but if Subaru felt the same way, it could be a special stage. These soldiers were like puppets created from the boss's technique. That might be why they gave out so little experience. This meant that only 2 bosses had been sitting on their thrones since the beginning of the battle. Subaru was stunned, unable to believe it. He could still level up, but the more Hirosaka fought, the more exhausted he became. Hirosaka raised his sword and slashed another soldier, saying that reducing the number of soldiers might lower the boss's MP. However, the enemy wouldn't make it easy for them to do so. What they planned to do remained a mystery. Kaleem and Delta had realized that Hirosaka and Subaru knew their tricks. They laughed gleefully, preparing to fight. When facing the enemy, Hirosaka felt hesitant. He wondered if he should use the sword-bending technique right now. This skill would cost 80% of his maximum MP, but it could instantly strike the enemy and deal powerful damage. Would it be enough to defeat the 2 in front of him? Hirosaka decided to use the 6th skill. However, just as he was about to unleash the move, the rain suddenly stopped and the sky cleared. 2 bosses had appeared behind Hirosaka, reminding him not to try to act smart as their only goal was to kill him. The 2 bosses introduced themselves. The one with blonde hair was Ben Tabao and the one with green hair was Kaleem Thunder. They wanted to fight a fair battle. These 2 bosses were similar to the ones Subaru had encountered at the Gate of the Deadly Soldiers. Most bosses are like wild beasts, lacking reason. They only know how to destroy any creature that intrudes into their territory. However, these 2 bosses can control the weather and act strategically. Hirosaka tried talking to them. He politely took a moment to listen. Hirosaka clenched his hands, countless questions racing through his mind. What were those gates and doors? Why had these monsters come to this world? Delta and Kaleem asked if Louis hadn't told him. Hirosaka was surprised. Louis was the master of the golden gate he possessed. Yet these 2 bosses knew about Louis. Could they be the entities closest to the manifestation core? These 2 bosses were easier to communicate with than he had imagined. They had been trapped too long and would surely share everything they knew. Subaru was amazed. Revealing worldly secrets was really that easy. Hirosaka quickly pulled out his phone and asked to record. He didn't fully trust his memory. Kaleem agreed without hesitation. It cleared its throat and began to speak. Basically, the gate is, but at the crucial moment, its voice abruptly stopped. This was a security matter. It could not be revealed. Hirosaka didn't give up. He took out paper and pen and asked the 2 bosses to write. He couldn't return empty-handed or Shikishima would punish him. This time, Kaleem refused, saying they had waited long enough. It said that if the 2 of them could defeat the bosses, they would be closer to the answers they sought. Kaleem and Delta took battle stances, eager to fight. One would expect them to use powerful skills, but instead they played rock, paper, scissors. After a few rounds, Delta won. It had the right to choose its opponent and, without hesitation, selected Hirosaka. As soon as the words left his mouth, Delta lunged at Hirosaka, exchanging move after move amid explosive sound. Delta was ecstatic to see his opponent struggle. Hirosaka switched to serious mode, realizing that Delta was stronger than any adversary he had ever faced. Subaru staggered, unable to maintain his stance under the relentless pressure of Delta and Hirosaka's strikes. Suddenly, Kaleem appeared beside Subaru, startling him backward. Kaleem looked sad but said nothing, wondering why he had to fight the hated host of this cursed teacher. Subaru politely apologized and Kaleem smiled, assuring him it was not his fault. Subaru felt surprisingly at ease, free from any sense of pressure even while speaking to Kaleem. Although they were enemies, Kaleem said he would find a way to entertain Subaru, seeing how many times he would have to defeat him before Subaru fell. Kaleem didn't hesitate to kick Subaru, sending him flying out of the palace. Subaru thought it was like stepping on an insect. No force was needed because they were so weak. Kaleem felt frustrated. Subaru could not evade even a light kick. Kaleem wasn't sure who Subaru hosted, but he was far too weak. Subaru lay scorched and blackened on the ground. Arasaka panicked, worried for Subaru, and lost focus for a second, allowing Delta to strike and blind him in one eye. Meanwhile, Kaleem held Subaru's sword, examining it carefully and noticing no damage from the lightning strike. It was likely why Kaleem had sensed something unusual about Subaru's strength earlier. He felt the sword's weight and wondered if Subaru might be the host of the immortal vanquished. Seiya, teary-eyed, stood behind Kaleem. Kaleem waved his hand, advising Seiya not to interfere, warning that her weakness would only make things worse. Seiya gritted her teeth, calling Subaru's name desperately, urging him to wake up. Kaleem crossed his arms, watching Subaru with regret, wondering if he could rise on sheer faith and hope. Yet Subaru slowly stood, dust-covered, using blood control to reattach his body. He told Seiya not to intervene. Subaru had previously used a defensive technique to block Tega's black smoke, forming a layer of blood around his body despite losing limbs. Even with minimal blood and MP, he survived. Kaleem noted that this was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Subaru could not predict the physical disparity between himself and Kaleem, but he believed that surviving meant he would grow stronger quickly. Kaleem shook his head, realizing Subaru had encased himself in blood, amazed that he could endure so much without dying. Delta attacked relentlessly, laughing maniacally, feeling immensely comfortable. Although Hirasaka had lost an eye, the remaining one could still track Delta's movements. Hirasaka swung his sword at Delta's arm, but Delta continued kicking, forcing Hirasaka to retreat. Hirasaka felt he should thank Delta for growing stronger through challenging battles when he was still inexperienced. He had faced danger many times, and if he could defeat Delta now, he would become even more powerful. Hirasaka used his fifth ultimate skill, Royal Aura, boosting his combat ability by 130% at great MP cost. Delta, seeing this, charged forward without pause, while Hirasaka swung his sword to block. Meanwhile, Subaru was still being chased by Kaleem, constantly running. Kaleem continuously attacked with his blade. His speed reached 100 km/h, a third of the speed of light, making evasion nearly impossible for Subaru. Subaru had to anticipate every movement of Kaleem, constantly moving to avoid attacks. One hit would reduce him to dust. Kaleem stood calmly, arms crossed, controlling his strikes, escalating the danger. At this rate, all soldiers would be eliminated. With his current HP and MP, Subaru needed only one more hit to die. Nearly impossible as it was, Subaru resolved to defeat the soldiers to level up. He flew past a soldier, decapitated him, leveled up to 34, improving his stats and restoring HP and MP. His lost limbs were also restored. Kaleem noticed but showed no concern. A light touch was enough for him to block Subaru's attacks and counter. Subaru once again joined the ranks of the disabled. Kaleem shook his head, wondering why Subaru kept trying despite the hopeless situation. Subaru continued using blood control, shooting spikes at Kaleem, who did not bother dodging. Kaleem sneered, now understanding why Subaru was chosen as the host of the hated immortal. Subaru had no hope, clinging to life in vain. That was why he always did meaningless things. Kaleem gave a light kick, shattering the spikes. Subaru struggled against the force, but if this continued, he would be crushed by Kaleem's strength. Kaleem kindly warned that Subaru's tricks could not match his overwhelming power, and any attempt to fight back would surely fail at this strength. While Kaleem was distracted, Subaru's cat, Sushi, had stealthily grabbed the divine stake. Kaleem struck, killing Sushi. Subaru tried to rush to save him, but the system announced that Sushi was using MP to revive. Subaru remembered that Suzy had self-regeneration ability. She understood his strategy and was trying to help. Suzy threw the divine stake to Subaru and he caught it successfully. Before he could celebrate, Kaleem closed in. Behind him, the giant transformed Sushi swung claws at Kaleem. Kaleem turned, kicking hard and shattering Sushi. While Kaleem turned to attack Sushi, Subaru was ready, plunging to the ground and swinging the divine stake to slay the soldier. He decided to use all his MP at once. The soldiers were defeated, Subaru leveled up to 35 and his legs regenerated. Kaleem descended from above, attacking from behind, piercing Subaru's chest. Kaleem was furious at Subaru's action. Subaru abandoned the chance to save Sushi, discarding its sacrifice to escape and recover. Kaleem mocked him, questioning why he clung to life. "Weren't you here to defeat me?" If you're this weak, you won't win in this life or the next. Subaru felt darkness creeping in, losing all strength to resist. He remembered being humiliated, called a bug, called useless. Yet there were people like Sasaka Kinakawa who wanted him to grow stronger, to discover what he truly desired. Subaru deeply wished to see Sasaka again, even briefly. Their adventures together had been joyful. Tears streamed down his face, even if it were the last time he wanted to meet her, to thank her and apologize for dragging her into this. He only wanted to meet her to thank and apologize. If she could forgive him, he wished they could grow strong together once more. Subaru felt sorrowful, and Kaleem no longer understood what he was doing. Subaru reached level 35 and defeated the third gate, causing Kaleem's hand to be severed. From the gate emerged Vanquist, exuding a cool and intimidating presence. He spoke in a tone that deserved a slap. "Hello, kid. I've been watching you from the other side. Injuring a host is a serious crime." Subaru collapsed on the ground, his eyes half open as he looked at Vanquist. Vanquist used his blood manipulation skill to create a blood beam, lifting Subaru onto his shoulder and stepping into the portal. Before leaving, he affectionately promised Kaleem that Subaru would return, stronger than before. Kaleem could not overlook this and would never forget the day Vanquist killed him and Delta. The enemy was right in front of him. Kaleem couldn't stay still and charged into the portal after Vanquist and Subaru. Inside, the air was thick with smoke, and Vanquist was healing the battered Subaru. Subaru always appeared on the verge of death, which puzzled Vanquist. Subaru was still not fully conscious, unable to believe that Vanquist was there. After a while, the healing was complete. Kaleem released a blast of electricity. Enraged, Vanquist commanded, "Stay out of other people's business. Get back home now," as Kaleem shouted. Vanquist was truly the one controlling the one-on-one duel with Subaru. After finishing the healing, he promised, "I will deal with the entire Vanquist clan later." Vanquist sighed, "Don't impose warrior battle rules on a king." Kaleem had infiltrated the human world and forced him into a one-on-one duel. How disgraceful. Vanquist thought, "Does Kaleem want to defeat both me and Subaru?" Suddenly, an idea struck him. Vanquist touched Subaru, merging with his body. He wanted to borrow Subaru's body for a while to show him how to use blood manipulation. Vanquist merged with Subaru, and Subaru's body, now at level 35, was strong enough to defeat Kaleem, who was drained from the seal. That alone was more than enough. Kaleem was furious from the humiliation. Had he returned to the underworld, things wouldn't have turned out this badly. Before he could say anything, Vanquist within Subaru's body slapped his head off. There's no such thing as a bad person, only those who don't know how to use their skill. Vanquist within Subaru's body elevated his appearance, attracting the attention of all the women. Kaleem's head reattached and Vanquist focused his energy, shooting a blast into Kaleem's chest, sending him flying 8 meters. Kaleem was in pain and Vanquist kept his gaze on him. He used the blood curse fusion skill, causing Kaleem's body to twist and contort into a tight ball. Kaleem struggled, kicking at Vanquist. Vanquist tilted his head to avoid the kick and Kaleem broke free from the previously formed ball. Vanquist clapped his thighs in praise. "Good." Both continued exchanging moves. Every attack from Kaleem was blocked by Vanquist. He even created holes in Kaleem's body. Subaru watched the fight. "You never would have guessed that Vanquist was this strong. That's to be expected. Never judge others by their appearance." Subaru thought to himself, "I need to look at myself more carefully. Wearing glasses and this Yoshi shirt, I'm such a loser." He wondered why Kaleem, so strong, was still taking damage since he had fought someone with regenerative abilities who wouldn't suffer serious harm until their MP ran out. Vanquist happily explained, "It's due to the curse I embedded in his blood. The curse inflicts deep wounds on the soul of the enemy. This skill works on regenerators and shapeless spirits." Kaleem gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he shouted, "Don't underestimate me, you damned monster." Subaru wondered, why does Kaleem hate so much? Vanquist had killed Kaleem and trapped him in the portal before. Kaleem began to get serious, channeling all his strength into a punch at Vanquist. Kaleem wasn't satisfied. If he had all his power, this wouldn't have happened. Vanquist punched back. Vanquist reminded him, if Kaleem had killed Subaru earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Whether it was a one-on-one duel or a fair fight, the moment I summoned the gate, Kaleem had already lost. Victory belonged to Subaru. Subaru had given his all to surpass his limits. Kaleem screamed, "Don't mess with me." He began to fade. Vanquist reminded Kaleem to take things more seriously. The system announced the boss's defeat. Kaleem gradually faded, unable to regenerate or maintain his spiritual form. He asked about his parents. Subaru stood in shock as Vanquist easily defeated Kaleem. He had never paid attention to the creatures of the underworld. Subaru asked, "What kind of being is Vanquist?" The system announced the boss's resurrection. Subaru panicked and Vanquist remained calm. Now only remnants remain. Kaleem was resurrected using the Storm Perusia skill. Skill resurrects the user with 5% of their maximum health, usable only once every 240 seconds. Kaleem was about to continue fighting, but Vanquist pointed at him. "Lie down." He tried to resist but couldn't. Kaleem's soul was at a high threshold, able to activate resurrection but losing consciousness. Subaru worried. If Vanquist could easily defeat Kaleem, what would it take for him to defeat this 5%? Subaru remembered, if Kaleem could be resurrected, could Hirasaka's opponent do the same? Vanquist withdrew from Subaru's body, still pondering the current trial. Pointed at Kaleem's 5%. Subaru, defeat him. Subaru was about to resist, but Vanquist said seriously, if you can't defeat Kaleem, I won't need you anymore. And if anything happens to you, I won't care about you. Vanquist said, you need to reignite the fire. Subaru had no reason to hate Kaleem. Vanquist had no such intention. Vanquist meant was that anyone with a goal would blame their own weakness. Perhaps that's why Subaru was always treated like a bug. Deep down, he had resigned himself to being so useless. That was also why he wasn't afraid to risk his life for others. He blamed himself for being weak because he couldn't protect them. But Subaru was wrong. He shouldn't blame himself but hate his own weakness. Hatred kept him from getting stuck in the past. It forged him and allowed him to step out of the past. This was the strength that helped Subaru move forward. Hearing Vanquist's words, Subaru's eyes welled with tears as he gripped the sword and advanced. Vanquist watched Subaru's figure as if watching his own child. He encouraged him, be strong, and one day you will love yourself and truly be happy. Subaru and Kaleem's 5% clashed fiercely. Battle on Hirasaka's side was equally intense. Both sides were evenly matched, and Delta was also surprised by how Hirasaka used overwhelming strength against him. Hirasaka used his second ultimate move, binding one of Delta's hands with chains and pulling him toward him. He held his sword firmly, calculating his next move. The royal aura has consumed a lot of MP, and Hirasaka has about 48 seconds left before his MP runs out. The opponent's HP is estimated to be around 300,000-400,000. Hirasaka decides to use his 7th ultimate skill, Ido, to copy the move Iraq Demon Slayer, a powerful slash that tears Delta into pieces. Delta cannot believe his eyes. The slash has pierced Delta's body. He falls to the ground, gasping, realizing that Hirasaka's attacks are becoming increasingly precise. It turns out this ultimate skill is not just about strength, but about technique. Hirasaka continues to slash, copying other skills, crushing his opponent. The continuous attacks overwhelm Delta's healing speed, and he slowly fades away. Hirasaka's 7th ultimate skill, Ido, allows the user to learn and copy techniques from famous warriors, such as the leader of the Golden Knights, Lewis. The higher the mastery of this skill, the more techniques from these warriors can be unlocked. The message "Boss defeated" appears. Hirasaka collapses to the ground with nearly no HP or MP left, his eyes crushed and in agony. He wonders whether he will be healed after leveling up. He looks towards the rainbow door and wonders what Subaru and the others are doing. Suddenly, the rainbow door shatters. The message "Boss resurrected" appears. Delta 5% stands directly above Hirasaka. It charges at him. Hirasaka tries to get up. Suddenly, a crack in the rainbow door appears in space and Subaru bursts through, using magic to punch Delta 5% into pieces. This time, the boss is fully defeated and Subaru has succeeded, reaching level 45. The two complete the Thunderstorm Gate. Hirasaka levels up to 85 and his eyes are restored. He thanks Subaru for saving him. Hirasaka finds it strange that Subaru didn't level up. According to the rules of the gate, if the total damage dealt to the enemy is under 20%, no experience points will be gained. Subaru only dealt 5%, so he couldn't level up. Hirasaka is surprised because this is the first time he's heard of this mechanism. Having been a sovereign for 8 years, Shikishima had explained this mechanism to Hirasaka 10 times, but he still forgot. Subaru calls Seiya and Sushi to prepare to leave. The two exit the gate and someone is waiting outside. One waiting is Udo and Hishizaki Ryuji, Japan's #1 healer and the younger brother of the Scout Division leader, Kasaka. They came to clean up the Dark Team member who was defeated earlier. The man's name is Tree, once a deputy sovereign, and Udo received an anonymous report and immediately rushed over. He was caught off guard and taken down by Udo. Udo turns to Subaru and asks, "What's wrong with you?" Hirasaka answers in a voice that's barely alive, Udo carries Tree like a sack of sand and tells Subaru to fill out the report and rest. Hirasaka thinks Udo is talking to him. He prepares to leave but is pulled back by Udo to meet Shikishima. Subaru bids them farewell, telling Seiya that he has figured out how to meet Sasaka again. The two climb to the top of a building and pull out a guidebook. Subaru's skill, Blood Theft, has unlocked a new level. This skill allows the exchange of souls between the user and a loved one. The loved one can activate it at any time, but if the body is dead, the skill cannot be used until the body recovers. This means that Sasaka's soul is still within the current sea body. The body is injured but slowly healing. The soul can be exchanged once the body recovers. Subaru is overjoyed, feeling that Sasaka's return is just a matter of time. He leaps up, filled with excitement. "Sorry, Master, my bad. You were right from the beginning. I doubted you and I'm truly sorry," Subaru says. However, he wonders, where did Sasaka's soul come from? Seiya happily asks him about the reward for breaking the 5-star gate. Subaru pulls out 2 earrings from his bag, one that adds lightning to every attack and the other that adds wind to every action. He gives them to C. After the battle, he realizes that there will be times when he cannot protect C with his strength. He will quickly grow stronger and want C to use these earrings to protect herself. Seiya takes the 2 earrings, shyly thanking Subaru. She tries them on, her face turning bright red as she flies higher, surprising Subaru. Subaru doesn't understand why Seiya flies so high. Sushi sighs in exasperation, slaps Subaru in the face and jumps down. They return to Subaru and Tega's home. Subaru's biological father, Eric Ryu, is leisurely sipping wine. He wonders where his fool of a son, Subaru, is. Eric Keiko, Tega's mother, tells him not to stand near the window anymore as the neighbors can see him now. He's focused on the iPad screen, ordering 2 necklaces, number 4 and number 51. Subaru's father is about to pour more wine. He did not expect Subaru to become a sovereign and even a savior. He narcissistically thinks his bloodline is truly exceptional. He thinks life will become easier and he plans to add more money to this house. But before he can finish his sentence, the front door bursts open. Tega, the handsome version, steps in. Eric doesn't recognize his son and asks who he is and how he has a key. He ignores him, extends his hand, and crushes his father to death. Tega's mother in the house yells for her husband to bring more champagne. Tega places the wine glass on the table. His mother recognizes him and joyfully says, "Welcome back," then continues to scroll on her phone. Tega smiles with satisfaction, not expecting his mother to still recognize him despite the changes. Tega's mother doesn't take her eyes off the phone screen. She compliments her son's disguise, saying it looks great. Tega is about to explain when his mother cuts him off, pointing to the necklace on the screen, bragging that she bought the necklace she had always wanted. "Only 20 million for 5, so cheap," Tega's mother says. Tega smirks, releasing dark aura. "That's right, my mother." No matter how much her son changes, she doesn't care. She's just glad he's here, thinking he shouldn't have been born. When the darkness envelops Tega's mother, she turns into stone and rises into the air. Tega drops the champagne glass on the ground. This world and his mother are both worthless. Next morning, the news reports a building collapse accident in Shinagawa around 7 p.m. last night. It has now been confirmed that 2 people died, believed to be Ariad Ryoi and Ariad Keiko. The couple living in that building was killed. Subaru watches the news, holding his breath. Subaru returns to the ruined house with Udo and Hirasaka also there. Udo assesses that the marks resemble the incident with Kin Akawa. No doubt Taiga is the culprit, but Udo didn't expect that bastard to kill his own parents. Shikishima sees Subaru silent and says nothing. He comforts him. "You don't have to force yourself to go with us to the investigation." Subaru stands looking at the ruins, not feeling sad. No matter how many times he tries to remember his father, there's nothing worth recalling, which is why he doesn't feel sorrow. Subaru sits down, looking at the ex-house nameplate, wondering what Taiga is thinking and where he is. At this moment, Taiga is standing in front of the Sovereign Federal Headquarters, walking in confidently, ignoring the rumors about killing his parents. Tega walks straight to the reception desk, saying nothing, only exuding a cloud of dark energy. The federal headquarters collapsed, dark energy surged stronger than before, and all the power, intellect, beauty, and authority once desired were present, yet they felt weak and foolish in the face of this event. Even possessing everything, it felt empty inside, no longer seeing any purpose in existence. The Hirasaka were furious after learning the headquarters was destroyed, and Shikishima was enraged when he made a call. "Did you get any information to know if everyone is safe? Tell the person on the line to immediately send the largest Takakawa branch to rescue. Other branches proceed as normal, don't let the clock break. Now they'll use vehicles as command to gather information. Staying put is too dangerous." Udo had to admit Taiga was formidable. If there were any trace of Taiga, they would have to leave the headquarters to investigate. Unable to predict the target, Taiga killed the parents to mislead before destroying the headquarters. At least 100 divine masters were killed, and the total number of victims, including civilians, was unimaginable. Shikishima swore, astonished at its actions, deciding Subaru should not be sent home. Shikishima was about to call Subaru, an unexpected call came. This type of call is definitely the Knight faction. The caller is Ike. He asks one question without anger. "You like a little declaration of war?" They are prepared. Ike announced that 6 locations would be attacked, with Eric Taiga at one of them. Hirasaka remained silent at the news, golden aura pressure spreading outward. Shikishima did not respond, stood atop the vehicle. Udo called but was unheard. Shikishima decided not to intervene. "Let Hirasaka enter battle, it's better than letting anyone die. Aize has observed you at school, right? If you want to join, then how about a duel with me? If I meet him again, I guarantee I'll pierce Aize through." Aize left the anticipation and hung up. Shikishima guessed the Knight faction was targeting the clock. Kyuji said it would destroy the clock. Taiga's time acceleration technique could crush anyone's body, meaning it uses the gate's time and reduces the clock's time to 0 as punishment for not destroying all gates. Currently, the 5-star gate is the best choice as time is ample, with 870 days remaining on the clock. If 3 5-star gates are destroyed, they will reach the limit. Shikishima ordered divine masters to be dispatched to each 5-star gate in Tokyo and gather intelligence upon enemy discovery. Everyone must report information to the higher-ups for response. Encounter a traitor, report to the Golden Divine Master immediately. The war begins. The night faction Haim no Jumino inspected her nails while on the call. Are they insane? They can attack 6 places at once. Why declare war? Arya asked. They must fight on equal footing with the Golden Divine Master. Random attacks are too easy. They communicated with each other. The tree guy previously captured by Udo escaped successfully. Following orders, his team now targeted Subaru. Elsewhere, Subaru sat atop a roof, surrounded by 3, Yuzuki Takai, Kaga Shingo, and Kei. Kei's face was bruised. He was instructed that to fight Hirasaka he must defeat Subaru first. Despite no hatred, he had to kill him, but in one-on-one combat the rules still apply. Subaru rose from the ground and said, "All 3 come at me." He had heard everything from Shikishima and would not let any of them escape. Without hatred, he would defeat all 3 and force them to reveal Taiga's location. Shingo was frustrated seeing Subaru's arrogance. Shingo used Dark Flame Stone technique for protection, earth and rock enveloping his body, unable to tolerate Subaru's disdain. Shingo charged to attack but was lightly punched by Subaru, shattering the armor. Shingo was flung 8 meters, astonished to be defeated. Armor flailed in the wind. Subaru infused blood into Shingo's armor crevices, destroying it from within. The tree sneered, aura emanating black smoke as he swung several strikes. Subaru rolled to evade, assessing the tree's attacks. The ground shattered. A direct hit would be dangerous as the tree channeled black smoke into the blade. Yuzuki had no intention to fight, sitting back to watch. The tree was extremely confident in his skill. Subaru asked, "Tree, what do you want?" always demanding a solo. The tree did not answer. He lunged at Subaru, who blocked with a blood shield. The 3 had played together since childhood, Tree as leader, Shingo as right hand, Kyuzuki observing from afar. For the tree, this situation was routine. Subaru was stunned, wondering, they belong to the night faction targeting the clock and humanity, so why are they messing around? Tree replied, eager to join Kyuji's faction, become leader, grow stronger, and prove he could defeat Japan's strongest divine master, Hirasaka Renji. Then all 3 would reach the pinnacle, his dream. Subaru looked dumbfounded, not understanding the tree's pleasure, realizing the night faction was not uniform. The 3 before him were different. Subaru understood the tree's dream and asked, "Why attack Kasaka?" The tree recalled meeting them at the 5-star gate and replied, "It's not the divine master's fault for retreating from the front lines out of care." Before finishing, Subaru punched the tree's face. He fell onto the railing, nose bleeding profusely, faster than before. Subaru was truly furious. The 3 were reconnaissance members with families, still serving as divine masters protecting the world. Subaru shouted, "Tree has no right to hit them. They are not people you can discard for selfish dreams." Subaru activated his conditional technique, Radiant Night Aura, increasing power by 45% in anger. The tree trembled, swinging his sword. "Don't interfere with my dream." Suddenly, Kyuzuki leapt out and kicked the tree down. He said, "Tree, stop, admit defeat. They will give their all next time." The tree fainted. Kyuzuki didn't want to fight, explaining the 3 were childhood friends, but he had another identity. Kyuzuki showed Subaru a chat message from Shikishima, explaining he was Shikishima's subordinate, a divine master faction spy placed in the night faction, formerly part of reconnaissance, reporting the night faction's target gate location to Subaru. Taiga approached a gate just as Shikishima appeared. He had once hoped to face the man with glasses, but today he encountered this thug, making Shikishima realize that Kyuji had predicted he, Hirasaka, and Udo would be the first to face danger. Shikishima showed no fear and unleashed his 5th technique, Meteoric Rain, sending a volley of bullets from above toward the thug. It calmly dodged, and Shikishima was the first to doubt its capabilities. Taiga recalled 3 years ago when Shikishima had asked why its leveling was so slow. In reality, the gate owner Taiga took from Subaru was a fragment of Galia, but he had refused to cooperate with it. Taiga reached level 20, the second gate was supposed to appear, but nothing showed up. Hirasaka explained that some people only receive the second gate at level 25 or 30, and Taiga might be one of them. He advised Shikishima not to doubt Taiga too much. Shikishima did not want to be difficult, but Taiga's gate had yet to appear and the leveling was too slow. Claiming Taiga had stolen someone else's gate wasn't baseless. Taiga overheard, silently furious but without proof, and pretended to ignore it. Shikishima once mentioned someone in Osaka capable of detecting lies. They could discuss this further at the upcoming meeting. Taiga was extremely annoyed and questioned Shikishima's parents, wondering why he kept causing trouble. It vowed that one day it would destroy Shikishima. Taiga's past intent to assassinate was now realized as it harnessed all of Galia's power and used skills from Kakageji to shatter Galia into pieces. Thus, death was near. The thug emitted black smoke, sneaking behind Shikishima. He used his insight technique to detect the thug's position, ensuring it couldn't lose track. It could only be said that Lin Taiga used instantaneous teleport. Shikishima did not flinch, saying, "Taiga, don't underestimate me," then used his third technique, ephemeral flame, incinerating 5 of the thug's strikes before they could reach him. Shikishima realized the thug could only teleport in smoke and still escaped effectively. He estimated Taiga's strength comparable to a level 50 golden sovereign, but regretted Taiga wasn't on his level. He was already level 82. The spirit could not match him. Taiga was gravely injured, blood flowing freely. As Shikishima prepared to continue, a massive explosion occurred. Taiga had extended the 4-star gate's duration to lure powerful sovereigns to the 5-star gate. Around 200 monsters were unleashed, and the sovereigns couldn't predict Taiga's team movements, losing many sovereigns. Shikishima watched the raging fire, thinking, "Is this really Taiga? How cunning." Taiga looked at its newly regenerated arm. Though the soul and consciousness coexisted, Eric Taiga had died long ago. Its past desires were worthless, leaving only the old Taiga's wish to avenge a world that had never loved it. Thus, the current owner of Taiga's body pursued this desire. Shikishima remained silent, recognizing the thug had once shown fear, recklessness, jealousy, pride, and a desire for recognition. But now he sensed none of that from the thug. Perhaps it was hiding a trump card to defeat a golden sovereign. Shikishima was intrigued. Taiga despised itself enough to want to become someone else, and he appreciated its current resolve. Shikishima resolved to stop it, using his 6th technique, Divine Flame, vowing to kill Taiga and protect the city. Taiga responded seriously, and they charged at each other in a fierce battle. Observers from the dark faction watched from a distance. He saw Shikishima approach the thug but failed to deal with it. His opponent now was Hirasaka. Hirasaka rushed in, excited, trying to persuade Aize to drop his weapon and surrender before anger took over. But Aize was stubborn for his own reasons. An hour earlier, he had parted with his family to work, promising to return by dinner, then stepped through the dark gate. Aize's wife and child were merely objects controlled by Jeji. Aize faced Hirasaka with only 3 golden sovereigns active, including Hirasaka. The rest couldn't participate for various reasons, and he saw this as an opportunity to test Hirasaka. Hirasaka did not hesitate and attacked. Aize felt no fear. Today his luck was good. He used his weapon to slash Hirasaka away. Hirasaka became an easily controlled target with his domain's destructive power now Aize's weapon. Aize's weapon could cleave through any space, effective within 150 meters, nullifying physical counterattacks. Hirasaka was pushed back, realizing his opponent was formidable. He understood Aize's technique, complex but primarily about bending the opponent's strikes. The technique that bent his sword strikes, he only needed to attack faster than Aize's hammer swing. Hirasaka pressed on but felt his body unable to move midway. Struck by half a hammer swing, Hirasaka fell, then rose. The lantern paralyzed him on contact, but he only realized it during impact. Aize realized his technique had been exposed, then used another skill, defensive symbol, capable of freezing anything for a second. The symbol had to be preset. No one could see it before collision except the user. The area where Aize stood was filled with symbols. Each time Hirasaka charged, he was frozen in place as the hammer struck. As expected, Hirasaka confidently chose a direct attack. Each strike reduced little HP, but keeping him engaged until the other gates were destroyed was enough. If he could take down Hirasaka, all the better. Hirasaka switched to ranged attacks, throwing his sword at Aize but to no effect. The symbols blocked and reflected his skill. Hirasaka grew angrier, asking, "Why don't all these people with immense power use it to protect the world?" Aize didn't understand. He should have asked, "Why do you protect this world?" Hirasaka was furious over so many deaths or because it was his responsibility. His anger targeted the dark faction, and everyone understood why. He swung his sword from above at Hirasaka. Those willing to sacrifice to protect the world were noble, but he had lost what he valued most. Aize had forgotten the value of this world, which is why he wondered who the real madman was. He roared in anger and swung his hammer fiercely at Hirasaka. However, Hirasaka didn't dodge. He raised his hand to block the attack. Aize continued to strike with powerful blows, but Hirasaka remained still, not retreating. As the battle raged on, Aize suddenly recalled the past when he lost both his wife and child. The villain who killed them was a young godlord, making it almost impossible to hold him accountable. Aize seemed to have lost his mind after the death of his wife and child. At that time, the door to the dark abyss appeared, sympathizing with his pain and promising to resurrect his family if Aize helped it. After some time fighting, Aize realized Hirosaka had no reaction and felt frustrated. He asked Hirosaka if he would just give up and die like this. Aize shouted that he would kill Hirosaka and send all his teammates to hell. Hirosaka closed his eyes, thinking of his teammates, then drew his sword and used his sixth ultimate technique, bending his sword to slash across Aize. Blood splattered, and Aize felt the blood flowing, dropped his weapon, and smiled with joy. Hirosaka's sixth ultimate technique was famous, and using it drained 80% of the user's MP. In the end, Aize succeeded in depleting both Hirosaka's HP and MP. His mission was complete. Aize fell to the ground, exhausted, looking towards Hirosaka. Aize didn't understand why Hirosaka was crying. Hirosaka approached Aize, unsure if his senses had changed during the fight, but he felt Aize's pain flowing into him, and now he felt sorrow as he watched Aize struggle. Hirosaka sensed the endless sorrow flowing within him. He smiled at Aize as he had said he didn't fight for this world but to protect his friends. He wanted to stay with them longer. Therefore, Aize was not insane. Hirosaka was certain that everyone had their own reason for fighting. That was why Hirosaka couldn't give up. Aize smirked, closed his eyes, and told Hirosaka to go, for he had lost. Watching Hirosaka fly away in his final moments, Aize thought of Kyujeji. He couldn't resist her offer, hoping to bring his family back. Hirosaka was furious. He shouted, "Kokyujeji, how dare that plastic pig exploit others' weaknesses and manipulate them?" Meanwhile, Kokyujeji received the news that Aize had been defeated. Kokyujeji didn't care much, knowing that Hirosaka was almost out of MP and could no longer use his sword technique. If they continued like this, they would eventually win. Kokyujeji retracted the two puppets of Aize's wife and child, sneering in a strange way. Subaru received news from Kuzuki, who was in Oda City. Subaru faced an enemy from the Shadow faction. The 19 members of the Shadow faction were split across different regions, each enhanced with new strength and abilities from Kokyujeji, with skills related to space and time. Kuzuki reminded Subaru that the enemy was preparing to use a skill. Subaru's enemy was a woman. Ada crouched and used her ultimate beast combo technique, transforming into a cat and leaping fiercely at Subaru's face. Cat aimed to pounce on Subaru but was shoved back by a glass sushi, its face slamming into the ground. Subaru petted the sushi and thanked it, then called Seiya to ask if she was okay. On the other end, Seiya had just defeated a monster and cleared the southern region of Siberia. She was handling monster extermination in the city's underground world. The two agreed to meet again and hung up. Suddenly, Seiya felt her heart racing. She froze, sensing something was wrong. Elsewhere, Sasaka's older sisters were facing a member of the Shadow faction, Himeno Jumino, who was once a silver rank. Sasaka's older sister used the power of the Dragon King, striking down from the sky. This technique unleashed the Dragon King's power, temporarily increasing the attack power by 500%. However, the attack had no effect on Himeno. Sasaka's second sister rushed in, swinging her scythe and using the Death God technique, capable of having the opponent's HP on contact. Unfortunately, the scythe missed Himeno. Himeno dodged and kicked Sasaka's second sister in the chest. Mizuho, injured, couldn't believe Akia had vanished and appeared instantly. "What's that lantern?" Himeno's technique was the ability to vanish and reappear, erasing the user's presence from the world for a few seconds. Heizuki attacked from above again, but Himeno vanished. She reappeared behind Heizuki and kicked her hard, sending her flying backward. Himeno landed another kick to Heizuki's face, causing her to bleed. Heizuki couldn't react in time. Himeno's skill combined bending and invisibility, creating an unpredictable strategy. Heizuki raised her leg to kick Himeno as she charged, but missed. After being punched by Ada, Heizuki fell to the ground. Himeno grinned, realizing these two were Amamiya. The older sister is much more stylish, while the younger one is far cuter. Both were strong and had many more followers on social media than her. Himeno jumped with joy. She had faced the two sisters before, but now she possessed overwhelming strength and would torment them. Himeno didn't care how many had died for her happiness. A sense of pleasure rose within her as she turned her back on humanity. Heizuki and Mizuho were furious. That woman is rotten to the core, beyond saving. Two received a call from Subaru, who said he had found a way to bring Sasaka back. He told them not to worry, it would just take a little more time. Subaru was sure he could bring Sasaka back to them. Heizuki and Mizuho were determined. They would wait for their sister's return, and until then they would not let the Shadow faction ruin this world. Himeno had seen Sasaka's blog and thought of her as a failure. She didn't expect the two in front of her to be Sasaka's sisters. In her eyes, Sasaka was nothing special. While mocking Sasaka, Seiya suddenly landed from behind. She told Sasaka she only had 3 minutes left, then began the soul exchange process and transferred the experience points accumulated from the immortal. She updated Sasaka's skill. Seiya used 5 deadly punches and integrated electricity to strike Himeno. Sasaka told her sisters to leave everything to her, even though she didn't have much time. She had trained hard and had now reached level 40, possessing the Blood Mold skill, Death Punch, and the Thunderstorm earrings. Sasaka felt her body changing. She could breathe easily and feel the ground beneath her feet. She would protect the important people in her life. She felt truly happy. Seeing her sisters injured, Sasaka's blood boiled. How dare that woman do this? On the other side, Hymno was punched again, her teeth and lips in disarray, a few teeth knocked out. Hymno screamed, "You fat bitch!" Before she could do anything, Sasaka punched her again in the face, sending her flying 8 meters. Now she would show Hymno the fruits of her training. Subaru felt the connection between them through the soul link. Sasaka pounded Hymno relentlessly, not giving her a chance to fight back. Hymno's face was swollen like a pig's head, blood everywhere. Hymno wondered, who is this girl in front of me? This was no ordinary punch. Sasaka felt the electric shock and intense impact from within her body. If I don't run, I'll die. Hymno immediately retreated, preparing to use her ultimate disappearing technique to escape. System reports an error due to excessive impurities in the surrounding. Please try again in a cleaner environment. Hymno was angry, feeling hatred for this uselessness, and Sasaka struck her hard. The reason Hymno could not use her ultimate skill was the impurities around her. Sasaka used blood control to create the smoky bones, causing Hymno's skill to disappear and become ineffective. Hymno attempted to attack, but Sasaka dodged and retaliated with a punch to her chest. The two older sisters watching were surprised and could not believe their younger sister had such powerful skill. Her martial arts skills even surpassed that of the eldest sister. They recalled the past when Sasaka had been asked to stop participating in missions because she was not capable enough. They wished they could fight alongside her but were unable to protect her. Sasaka was furious at that time and was determined to become stronger on her own. She left home, vowing to prove her worth to her two sisters. After a while, Heizuki asked Mizuho if she had heard anything about Sasaka. Mizuho mentioned that she had heard that Sasaka had been knocked down to level 8 by several bosses, weaker than before, but it seemed she hadn't given up and was still training to become stronger. Mizuho was certain that once Sasaka grew stronger, she would return. Reality proved this to be true. The two sisters watched and cheered for Sasaka. She felt invigorated and struck Hymno with even more power. Sasaka and her sisters still had a good relationship, unlike Hymno, who had grown up in a family with discrimination. Everyone only cared about her younger sister and always ignored her existence. Her younger sister received thousands of likes just for a simple "good morning," while her own pictures went unnoticed. Hymno couldn't understand why she always received negative feedback even though she dressed just like her younger sister. People always told her to stop imitating her sister and to be different, but that was not what Hymno wanted to hear. She realized her younger sister was amazing, but no one ever told her how to love herself. Hymno, furious, bit her nails and a door of darkness appeared, giving her the answer she sought. She thought that if someone was above her, all she had to do was pull them down. Hymno killed her sister with her claws. Things were supposed to go her way, but why was Sasaka surpassing her now? Hymno refused to accept it, trying to resist, but was knocked down to the ground by Sasaka. Hymno struggled to rise and escaped from the smoky bones, using her vanishing skill. She vowed to harm the most precious thing to Sasaka. Hymno appeared before Mizuho, despising her cuteness and planning to strike her, but the blow was blocked by a shield. The shield was created by Sasaka using blood control. Hymno screamed in madness, unable to understand why this world was not going her way. She cursed others for being useless. Sasaka moved closer, her giant fist raised high. She would not allow Hymno to harm her family. Sasaka's fist came crashing down on Hymno, causing a massive explosion. Hymno fell to the ground, unable to move. Sasaka's sisters were protected by the blood shield and were unharmed. Heizuki and Mizuho were proud of their sister, who had finally matured, although a little too strong. Sasaka waved goodbye to her sisters, showcasing her victory. But it wasn't long before Sasaka began losing blood. She realized her time was up and needed to restart her recovery process. Sasaka said goodbye to her sisters, promising to see them later and would sleep for a while. She promised to return once she had recovered. Her sisters understood and were ready to wait. At that moment, Subaru arrived. Sasaka could feel Subaru wanted to meet her again. She shed tears, thanking Subaru for always protecting and saving her, but she had caused him pain by dying in front of him. Sasaka clenched her fist, her form beginning to crack. She thanked Seiya for taking care of her body, but now it was time for her to leave before her soul shattered. Sasaka asked Seiya to relay a message to Subaru before she disappeared. When Seiya woke up, Subaru was in front of him, asking if Sasaka had been there. She came back to avoid adding to his wounds and to keep the family out of trouble. Sasaka had forced herself to come back for a short while. Subaru sighed in relief and Seiya passed Sasaka's message to him, telling him she would wait for him at the red table. Sasaka returned to her previous spot, eagerly stepping through the door, feeling no injury. In this place, Seiya had taken a Dark Emperor as his master. The Emperor criticized Sasaka's performance, giving her only 13 points. The Dark One said the criticism didn't need to be so harsh, 30 points would suffice. On the other hand, Kaleem was extremely annoyed, criticizing that Sasaka had wasted 3 minutes without using all her power. Sazaka felt discouraged, thinking everyone was too strict. She continued her training. Meanwhile, Subaru was still lost, wondering what the red table was when the eldest sister Heizuki rushed over, emotionally grabbing his hand, thanking him for helping them reunite with Sazaka. Heizuki thanked Subaru for helping them reunite with Sazaka. They apologized for doubting him before. They would never forget this favor. Subaru also teared up. Sazaka's two sisters left to continue hunting monsters. Subaru looked at his hand, thinking of Vanquist's words that he had to be truly happy, but he didn't know what could make him happy in this crumbling world. Subaru wiped away his tears, realizing that if he could be happy, being with everyone would be the best thing. No matter how far apart they were, he would stay with everyone as long as this soul still existed. Sazaka's body had leveled up to level 40. Thanks to some memories from her soul, Seiya's skills had reawakened. Seiya could now use Sazaka's MP to act. On Shikishima's side, he released butterfly bombs to fight against the scooter. However, they were ineffective, as Shikishima's sixth ultimate skill, Lord of Fire, could automatically track its target. Although this skill was weaker than Sulfur Rain, it conserved energy and never lost its target. Taiga also found Shikishima's ultimate skill annoying. Each time Taiga's butterfly smoke bomb was scattered, its teleportation range shrank. Shikishima was both powerful and smart. After 8 years of fighting, he had become a formidable opponent. Taiga wondered if he should use his trump card. Behind, Hirosaka appeared and used his fifth ultimate skill, Royal Light Technique. More than 15 minutes had passed since the battle began, and Hirosaka had finally arrived, saying goodbye to the young one. 8 years ago, when Hirosaka was 18, he first became the Golden Lord and spoke with Shikishima, who was only 14 at the time. Shikishima ignored him, telling Hirosaka not to bother him unless it was important. Hirosaka didn't hesitate and continued to ask Shikishima for advice about the new computer he had been provided. But as soon as he touched it, it caught fire, and the emergency fire alarm was triggered. Shikishima was panicked and speechless, telling Hirosaka to never touch a computer again. Currently, Taiga is facing the two golden gods at the top of Nishaiban alone. Instead of becoming a target attacked from both sides, Taiga remains confident in his ability to win. Suddenly, a dark portal appears behind Shikishima, making him think it emits poisonous energy, and he jumps. Massive Hands reaches out from the portal, grabbing Shikishima and trying to pull him in. Shikishima attempts to activate his third skill, the Fusuru Flame, to escape but fails. He cannot use his skill and the situation becomes critical. Taiga has identified the Golden God's weakness. Each god possesses extraordinary power, enough to intervene in another's battle when nearby. Because of their firm trust in each other's strength, they hesitate to assist. Taiga has put Hirosaka in a difficult position. Taiga believes that if Hirosaka has good intuition, he will understand that the current decision will affect everyone's fate. Will Hirosaka kill Taiga and end the battle, or save Shikishima in time? Hirosaka decides to use his seventh skill, Piercing Lotus Slash, severing the arms encasing Shikishima. He does not dodge. Taiga seizes the moment Hirosaka saves Shikishima to slash across him. Hirosaka feels no regret. He smiles and falls. Fortunately, he has saved Shikishima. Hirosaka is cut in two and Shikishima screams in pain. In the past, they had cooperated to overcome the 3-star gate, promising to grow together. Later, Shikishima and Kin Akawa formed a reconnaissance unit to study the gate, aiming to reduce the number of gods dying from traps. He decides to protect everyone, not wanting them to die in vain. When the portal disappears, he wants everyone to celebrate and then disperse. Shikishima desperately holds Hirosaka, calling his name with no response. People can sacrifice their lives to protect what they cherish. Taiga sarcastically congratulates Shikishima because he is truly Hirosaka's friend. Shikishima grits his teeth, eyes red. That damn Taiga, I will never forgive him, I will kill him. He stands to fight but cannot leave Hirosaka's body behind. Shikishima sobs uncontrollably, asking why Hirosaka sacrificed himself for him, even though the purpose of fighting was just to be with everyone. Taiga approaches from behind, ready to strike, but a pillar of light descends from the sky. Subaru appears. Don't worry, I won't let Hirosaka depart this world. He uses the Bloodsteel skill, lifting Hirosaka's body fragments into the air. Shikishima realizes this is Subaru's skill. Shikishima recalls meeting Subaru for the first time when a rainbow gate appeared. Subaru used the resurrection skill on Sazaka nearby. Bloodsteel allows converting the soul of a connected person into a relative. Now Subaru has reached level 35 and released the conversion skill, capable of taking a second relative. He tells Shikishima that Hirosaka cannot return immediately but that he will protect his body. I will keep Hirosaka's body intact until he comes back. Shikishima wipes his tears. Thank you, Subaru. Hirosaka's body gradually reconnects and transforms, and he smiles proudly. He flies into the sky, occupying Hirosaka's body, thrilled to see the human world for the first time. Subaru recognizes this familiar type of person, wondering why he is here. He is one of Vanquist's servants. Subaru's old acquaintance, the Phantom Emperor, becomes Subaru's relative today. He is one of the 6 immortal emperors under Vanquist. Previously, he had tortured Subaru in the trial lake. He's partially regained his appearance thanks to Subaru's progress. With his current power, he summons multiple dark portals, commanding them to eliminate all obstacles. A mass of hands reaches out from the portals. The Phantom Emperor remains calm, greeting the Emperor. He realizes it is only Jeji's caretaker, then uses the jade green blood control, forming a circle of blue blood in the sky. Sudden rain falls and the hands are powerless against him. The Phantom Emperor turns the rain into a divine quake, breaking all the hands and forcing them back into the portal. He does not stop, grabs the scissors in the central portal and hurls them at the gate. The white owner of the hands is sliced in two. The Phantom Emperor flawlessly defeats Jeji's caretaker. Laughs, draping an arm over Subaru's shoulders. Taiga approaches, observing the Phantom Emperor, realizing the next opponent will be him. But the Phantom Emperor waits for Etch, only fighting at Subaru's command. Taiga clenches his fists. Taiga wants to kill Shikishima, but the Phantom Emperor prevents him from reaching Hirosaka. What nonsense is this? Your real opponent is right in front of you. Strangely, why is Taiga avoiding fighting Subaru? The Phantom Emperor urges him. My master has many tasks, bark less. Taiga freezes, realizing he avoided combat to prevent anyone from interfering with Subaru's arrangement. Taiga recalls meeting Subaru for the first time when he greeted warmly and wished for harmony. Since then, a fear awakened within Taiga that persists even after reincarnation. Taiga grits his teeth. All right, let's go. He summons a portal and Shikishima realizes Taiga wants to invite Subaru in. He restrains him. Phantom, the Phantom Emperor whispers to Subaru. Leave this to me, go fight. Subaru calls Sushi to join, tells Shikishima to wait a moment and jumps into the portal. Today, he will sever their ties to move forward. Kokyujeji praises Taiga for defeating Hirosaka Renji and bringing Vanquist's core here. The dark faction wins. The two stand in the black void. Taiga tells Kokyujeji not to interfere and she has no intention of doing so. The condition of the contract Taiga signed is that Subaru must be killed by his own hand. The portal contract cannot be broken, so no need to worry about others joining. Jeji calculates that the result will be beneficial regardless. Taiga kills Subaru or after he falls, but did not anticipate Hirosaka being taken by the Phantom Emperor. If Kokyujeji kills Subaru, his relative will also appear. Perfect. As predicted, there is no one else but her. Whether gold, silver, or bronze all belong to her, the Dark King of the realm. Outside, Shikishima struggles continuously, demanding the Phantom Emperor release the fake Hirosaka. It would be too dangerous for Subaru to charge into the enemy base alone, so they had to follow him. Replacing the Demon Emperor, he reassured, "Don't worry, there's already a strategy." Suddenly, a red alert appeared, indicating the remaining time for the 5-star gate in the secondary line. The upstream has reached the critical point and the clock will decrease according to the gate's time. In an instant, 8,000 hours passed and the clock cracked. The warning indicated nearly 100 hours left. Shikishima was tense, worried about a serious malfunction in the maintenance system. This had never happened before. Not only the 5-star gate, but the time on more than 200 control gates would surely be affected. If a female gate reached the critical point, they would lose. Shikishima worried about how to handle the situation. The Demon Emperor tapped his head and Shikishima exclaimed, "Calm down. Don't get too tense. If Hirosaka is important to you, protect what you cherish." Shikishima closed his eyes and breathed deeply to regain his composure. He grumbled, "Demon Emperor, be quiet." Hirosaka's lecturing made him uncomfortable. He ordered Demon Emperor head straight to the hospital. They arrived at the hospital to meet Kin Akawa, but she was not there. Shikishima angrily said, "That damn girl." Elsewhere, Udu was fighting a member of the dark faction, Arya Kohei. Kohei was beaten to a pulp. Udu relentlessly attacked, causing Kohei to panic. She rushed in, but Udu used a golden wall to strike her. He couldn't understand why someone using a shield like Udu could be so strong. Kohei retreated, hiding behind his shell like a turtle. Udu had once talked about her skill. If she used the strongest shield for an attack, it would become the most powerful strike without worrying about strength. Udu received a call from Shikishima. She answered and Shikishima informed her of the situation, stressing that Kin Akawa had vanished. He asked Udu if she knew where she went. In the sky, Kin Akawa was battling in golden armor, using a cannon to defeat a monster. Udu told Shikishima that Kin Akawa was fighting there. Shikishima yelled, "What are you doing there while you're badly injured?" Kin Akawa replied, "How can I sleep calmly when the clock in the water is about to run out?" She grabbed the phone and asked, "What do we need to do now?" Shikishima decided they needed to retreat quickly. As Divine Lords, their mission was to destroy the gates and protect the world. He announced to all the Divine Lords, "No matter the number of stars on the gate, we must reclaim the lost time by attacking any gate." Kin Akawa was fired up for battle. It was time for her to unleash her strength after the long hibernation. Shikishima asked the Demon Emperor, "Confirm again, we don't need to worry about Subaru anymore, right?" The Demon Emperor chuckled. If Subaru can't do anything, then no one can. Inside the dark gate, Kyugeji couldn't believe her eyes. How did Vanquist end up here? Vanquist smirked. I heard there's a spoiled brat, so I came. Taiga realized Vanquist was the one who had given Subaru the power through the Rainbow Gate, but the opponent now was not Vanquist. It was Subaru to see which was stronger, the smoke of Taiga or Subaru's blood. This would be the first and last battle for the Eric brothers. Kokyugeji couldn't believe that Vanquist appeared in this world. Vanquist complimented Subaru, well done giving me the exact position. Kyugeji was furious, shouting, Subaru, look here, but Subaru paid no attention. Vanquist used a blood curse to suppress Kyugeji. Said, thinking too far ahead, that idiot is beyond help. Kyugeji, insulted for the first time, couldn't accept being called an idiot, enraged. Even an immortal like Vanquist couldn't defeat her in this world. She used dark energy to envelop Vanquist. Taiga noticed the movement from the other side. Kyugeji lost patience and trembled in fear. She never expected Subaru to be the one causing all the trouble, the one she once feared. Subaru said this was the fight between the two brothers, but Taiga wondered how Subaru would defeat him. Subaru gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. It didn't matter if the scale was large or small. Taiga was his younger brother. He should have acted long before becoming a divine lord. When he first met Taiga, Subaru was closed off, afraid of becoming a divine lord, but he realized that was wrong. When a younger brother goes astray, the older brother must correct it. Taiga frowned. I've told you many times, don't act like an older brother. They weren't from the same bloodline, and Taiga didn't care about Subaru's wishes. Taiga swung his sword at Subaru, who bent down to dodge, landing a punch to Taiga's face. Taiga stepped back and unleashed dark energy. Subaru countered with blood control. Subaru remained calm, and Taiga's ultimate move had no effect. Subaru propped his hand on the ground, spun around, and kicked a cloud into Taiga's face. Taiga was pushed back, swinging his arm to punch Subaru. The two of them charged at each other, exchanging blows for hundreds of rounds. Subaru punched and Taiga retaliated. When their faces were bruised and battered, they paused. Subaru wiped the blood from his face and looked at Taiga. Finally ready, huh? Taiga exhaled, then both of them rushed back into the fight, blood splattering everywhere. One punched the other, both faces bruised and battered, neither willing to give in. The battle between Kokyugeji and Vanquist was equally intense. Kokyugeji's ultimate skill was the Death Ascends, which increased the duration of all objects that came into contact with black amniotic fluid. However, Vanquist was unaffected. Kokyugeji was stunned. Vanquist should have perished from the attack, aging tens of thousands of years in an instant. Kokyugeji, furious, decided to go all out. He activated his strongest skill, Moment of Destruction, aiming to consume Vanquist with billions of years of lifespan. Vanquist smirked and used a freezing technique to immobilize Kokyugeji. Ultimate skill stopped and Vanquist mocked Kokyugeji like a child. Time could not kill him, he was immortal. Kokyugeji still couldn't understand. How pitiful. If he were smart enough, Kokyugeji could have planned a brilliant victory. From the beginning, he didn't realize that opening multiple doors would leave traces. Vanquist easily pinpointed Kokyugeji's location because he was opening doors recklessly. Luckily, Subaru chose the Demon Emperor as his family. The Demon Emperor had once been Vanquist's subordinate, linking his soul to him until he became Subaru's family. Vanquist laughed mockingly. When the Demon Emperor became Hirasaka, he reported the plan to Subaru to crush Kokyugeji. The plan was to use a single blow. Thanks to Subaru, he found this place and attacked the fetus. Kokyugeji still didn't understand why he was still alive in this amniotic fluid zone. The contract with Taiga stated that he had to kill Subaru himself and it could not be broken. Kokyugeji gritted his teeth and cursed Subaru. He knew he couldn't kill him on his own, so he led Vanquist to him. Terms in the contract with Taiga forced him to kill Subaru himself and could not be broken. Kokyugeji gritted his teeth, cursing Subaru, realizing he couldn't kill him on his own, so he came down here to lead Vanquist to him. Kokyugeji screamed and cursed, but that was all, unable to do anything. Now he was tightly bound by Vanquist, unable to move. Vanquist approached Kokyugeji and asked where he had heard such foolish advice. Told you that breaking the clock would take over the world? Don't dream. Touching my host means seeking your own death. Vanquist made a crack appear across Kokyugeji's body, and he screamed in pain, blood splattering everywhere. Vanquist sneered, saying that even though it was ugly, the sound of his scream was somewhat special. Kokyugeji tightly closed his eyes and screamed, calling out for someone named Safina. A golden bell appeared above and a woman's face emerged. Vanquist recognized it as Safina's golden bell, the one behind everything. Kokyugeji, seeing Safina, felt a spark of hope, but before he could rejoice, Safina slapped his head. You useless thing, daring to ask for my help. She opened a portal, calling herself the weakest, preparing to push Kokyugeji through. Kokyugeji screamed in desperation, unwilling to step into that portal. He was an emperor, and losing his memories and ability to speak was no different than being an animal. But no matter how much he begged, Safina ignored him and released him, sending him into the portal. Safina turned to greet Vanquist. He laughed loudly and waved his hand. Safina's golden center cracked in two and the two parted ways, agreeing to meet again later. Vanquist's job was done, and now it was time for the main character to take the stage. He stood looking down from above, not intervening. He believed this was a challenge for Subaru, and Vanquist believed that he could overcome it. Meanwhile, Taiga and Subaru continued exchanging punches. Despite being covered in blood, neither had fallen. Taiga saw the determination in Subaru's eyes and suddenly felt fear. He remembered the time 10 years ago when his mother beat him severely just for eating a pudding from the fridge, after 3 days alone at home, leaving him starving and faint. At that time, someone from Child Protective Services came. His mother insisted she was only disciplining him, not abusing him, then slammed the door in their faces, muttering she didn't understand why he was born. Indeed, his mother was terrible and he was just her son, a filthy bug. The person introduced as a potential spouse was useless, living off his mother's money, had a child, and would become his older brother. Taiga thought that no matter who the other person was, he was just another bug like him. But the first time he met Subaru, he noticed a difference. Why did Subaru's eyes look so strange? Why did he ask him so cheerfully? Subaru should have been just another bug like him. Why was he smiling? At that moment, Taiga's heart turned cold and impatience spread through his body. He felt fear. From their very first meeting, he realized that someone in the world could truly be happy. It was infuriating to think that this person could suffer as he did, filling him with envy and bitterness. Taiga and Subaru shared circumstances, but Subaru didn't complain, despair, or give up. He felt ashamed. How could he be inherently rotten? The only bug was himself. Taiga's soul was filthy and cruel, and he accepted it. He feared Subaru's happiness, so when the Golden Gate appeared before Subaru, he attacked and tried to completely suppress him. If Subaru were even slightly happier than him, the gap between them would change. He was determined to keep Subaru below him. Subaru took a hit to the face. Every time they fought, Subaru felt Taiga's memories and emotions. He saw the past and the reasons for Taiga's fear and distortion. Taiga kicked. Subaru dodged and counterattacked, causing him to fall and bleed. Subaru's relentless attacks left Taiga unable to respond. Finally, exhausted, Taiga lay still. He saw the rainbow light within himself and Subaru's memories. Subaru's mother had abandoned him and his father. He clung to his father to ask about his mother, but his father pushed him away. Subaru realized he had a younger brother. He was happy. He repeatedly stopped Taiga's mother from hitting him and got hit himself. Yet he encouraged Taiga to keep trying, but Taiga found him disgusting and pushed him away. Subaru only watched quietly, silently determined not to give up. Taiga saw him seize the Golden Gate, if intellect was the condition to open the gate. Subaru believed one needed strength to protect what was most important, and at that moment it was Taiga. Taiga slowly stood, realizing Subaru truly loved him, when beaten brutally by his father. Taiga watched from the balcony. He didn't understand why Subaru was so stubborn and secretive. When his father left, Subaru crawled onto the balcony, smiling brightly, offering Taiga the pudding. Taiga thought Subaru must be insane. He felt he could not defeat him. He wondered how wonderful life would be if he could live as he wished. Glancing briefly, Vanquist realized the battle had ended. Taiga's body was no longer human. When reaching the limit like the underworld monsters, his soul shattered and died. The blessing from Kokugeji vanished and his soul would wander aimlessly. Taiga stared blankly at Subaru crying, realizing he was not wrong. He had once feared and admired him, unable to sever their bond, only filled with hatred. As he expressed his resentment, he pitied Subaru for his pettiness and knew he was about to vanish. Taiga closed his eyes in his final moment. Subaru saw him as a child, saying he wanted to eat pudding someday, wanting to share it with him. He regretted not being able to thank him then, but truly felt happiness. Subaru wept endlessly. Finally, Taiga disappeared with a smile, thanking him for the happiness he felt after so many years. Subaru tried to grasp the remnants of his soul but failed, screaming in agony and crying uncontrollably. He blamed himself for being a savior who couldn't even save his own younger brother. Subaru sobbed. Vanquist asked, "Can you still stand?" Subaru didn't answer, bowing his head to the ground. Vanquist continued. Ariak Taiga's greatest misfortune was knowing his evil deeds yet not stopping them. Each time he did wrong, he despised himself more and his soul decayed further. This outcome was inevitable since the day Taiga seized Subaru's gate. Subaru clasped his hands on the ice floor, asking, "Is there truly no other way? Is this the only path?" Vanquist told him he must spend his life seeking the answer. He must carry that question for life and never forget it. Vanquist said, "Go ahead and cry, don't hesitate. I'm still here waiting for you to rise." The system announced the defeat of the sub-boss Ariak Taiga. Subaru reached level 48, earning the title Demon Slayer. Sub-rewards: Black Katana, Fire Strike, Golden Arm Subskill, Galia Plate ready to accept. 3 hours passed since the crack appeared on the clock. All Divine Lords had broken the gates, totaling 195 gates destroyed. Remaining time on the clock increased by 10,000 hours. System stable, emergency mode reactivated. The clock returned to normal. Shikishima called to inform everyone the crisis had passed, now only waiting for Subaru to defeat Taiga. Saja and Emperor Thae-ma stood outside the shadow gate. Suddenly, a horrific scream echoed from the gate. Vanquished shouted, "Lao AI, unbelievable." As he said, no matter how long it took, Subaru finished crying, though he cried until everyone else had fallen asleep, probably like a child. Vanquished was furious, having gone through streams and rivers to help him, yet he was treated this way. If he couldn't wait any longer, he should call the glass sushi to carry Subaru out. Saja and Emperor Thae-ma rejoiced seeing him fine, but Vanquished was still bitter. Subaru slept soundly, dreaming of joyful moments with Taiga. The system announced a program update, adding devices. Gate version 2, 6-star gate appeared, low probability that the three-legged illusion could return. After the system reset to 0%, the dark deities continued to absorb Kokugaji's power. Kokugaji's ultimate skill vanished after his ascension. Even knowing this, they remained still, waiting for Tam Hong's response. The clock was still updating, so there was no immediate cause for concern. Everyone returned to the headquarters. Ishizaki had arrived to heal Shikishima. Using the celestial revival technique, he mended the cracks on Shikishima's face. Shikishima stabilized, but Subaru remained in a deep slumber, yet to awaken. The magical emperor explained that Subaru was fine. He was simply attempting to restore his soul. He asked everyone about their condition when they first entered the gate. Shikishima said he had slept for 5 straight days, and Hishizaki had fared no better. Hirasaka could move immediately upon entering the gate. However, 3 days later, Hirasaka still had to remain in bed. The magical emperor explained that the stronger the soul, the longer the adaptation period. For ordinary people making a contract with Vanquished, their souls could die or remain comatose for decades. But Subaru could operate continuously for a month without issue. It meant Subaru's soul was extraordinarily powerful. Though it had limits, his recovery was rapid. Subaru remained asleep, sensing a vast cosmic space. A figure appeared, explaining that this was the realm of universal unconsciousness, where souls are born and return. Subaru's soul was asleep, which allowed him to meet this figure. Though he had never met him before, Subaru felt a strange sense of nostalgia. The figure warned him to prepare for battle, as the situation had shifted. An emperor from another world, though weak, would invade and create a rift between the human realm. Current Vanquished host had gained fame, prompting the Golden, Silver, and Bronze nations to consider invading the human world. The man warned that a destructive storm was coming, making the battle against the dark faction seem like a gentle breeze. This storm would be cold and ruthless, indifferent to human life or feeling. Everything would be destroyed and no one could stop it. He said that only Subaru could prevent this storm, not even Vanquished could. When Subaru asked how to prepare, the man spoke in cryptic phrases, Crimson Table, Half-Twilight, Apostle of Dawn, and told Subaru he must become an emperor. Subaru did not yet understand. And continued, saying he had failed and remained only to return to the sea of unconsciousness. Still, he felt happy to meet Subaru one last time. Subaru asked his identity, and the man smiled gently, revealing himself as Ariak Subaru, the Emperor of the Dawn. Future Ariak Subaru revealed that he was Subaru from the future, humanity's strongest, yet unable to protect the world and defeated by destiny. He could not tell Subaru everything now, but would reveal critical points. He urged his past self not to lose the world, friends, or loved ones. Future Ariak Subaru closed his eyes, a tear falling. He gave Subaru a ring called the Twilight Half-Day Sun, allowing him to see the memories of the deceased Emperor of Dawn and react to the coming disaster. The future Subaru began to fade, instructing him to awaken immediately. First calamity would arrive. Subaru awoke in bed before 3 doors of gold, silver, and bronze. The ring on his hand glowed, and the guardians of the doors appeared to greet him. Safina, the Golden Emperor, Ruin, the Silver Emperor, and Vorden, the Red Bronze Emperor. All 3 welcomed the next generation Emperor, the 8th calamity of the divine blood. The first calamity was these 3 doors. Subaru realized he was not dreaming, for he had truly spoken with the Emperor of Dawn himself in the future. When had the Twilight Half-Day Sun appeared on his hand, memories from the future surged, revealing who these people were and why they had come. If these memories became reality, Subaru would lose all his friends in the next 3 months. The final moment, Shikishima lost an arm and called Subaru, telling him not to die and to take good care of Hirasaka. Saja and the magical emperor sacrificed themselves to save Subaru, along with Yudu and Kinakawa. One by one, they fell and eventually Vanquished departed. Others continued to sacrifice, entrusting the future to Subaru. Then, the Emperor of Dawn failed, the apocalypse arrived. Meteorites rained across the red sky and Subaru could save no one. He had lost everything. The Emperor of Dawn wept in despair, as everyone had placed their faith in Subaru, yet he could not protect them. If he could return, he wished he had not made mistakes. Using his final power, he reached across the infinite unconscious galaxy to find the present Subaru. Subaru bowed in gratitude, determined not to let the Emperor of Dawn's sacrifice be in vain. He would protect everyone. The three before him were the Tam Hong, the emperors controlling the largest territories in the underworld. The strongest goddess of the underworld, leading the undefeated Golden Legion, the Twilight Queen Safina. Ruin, lord of the army commanding all beasts, and Vorden, keeper of nature spirits and demi-human tribes in the ungoverned earth. All three recognized Subaru as fit to become the next emperor, and he had successfully repelled the Dark Faction's invasion. Safina invited him to her Golden Nation, while Ruin tempted him to break his contract with Vanquist and form a pact with one of them. Ruin explained that Subaru's soul was unlike any other. With the right master, he could become the strongest. These three were the most powerful in the underworld, stronger than Vanquist. Magical Emperor grew angry but could not object. Ruin targeted Subaru, stating that protecting the world from the threat of the Hanksao Gate was their shared goal, alongside the gatekeepers. Thus, Subaru switching masters would save more people. The magical emperor could no longer restrain himself and reacted directly. Ruin's expression changed as he used his power to suppress the magical emperor's soul. Ruin warned the magical emperor to stop speaking nonsense, then turned to Subaru. They had not come to force him to change masters but to give an opportunity to someone like him. Safina promised that if Subaru became her host, she would grant him a spear that pierced all in command of the Golden Legion. Ruin said that if Subaru chose him, he would give him a bow of endless light and 100 high-level dragons. Vorden promised that if Subaru chose him, he would grant the Axe of Destruction and 20 forests of supreme spirits. All three offered unimaginable benefits to tempt Subaru. Before he could answer, the magical emperor interrupted. The magical emperor told Subaru not to respond, for they only wanted him to choose them because they were stronger than Vanquist. He found it amusing. They feared Subaru growing strong and reclaiming his power, at which point no one would know who would strike whom. Subaru noticed Ruin nearing his limit and quickly stopped the magical emperor, telling him to be silent. The magical emperor did not understand and continued provoking. Subaru sighed, not fearing strong enemies, only foolish allies. Subaru said the magical emperor could try reading his thoughts, for he would not team up with anyone but Vanquist. The Emperor of Dawn had avoided such temptation, yet revenge followed. That choice alone could not save everyone. Subaru resolved to continue his journey, determined to protect everyone no matter the difficulty. Emperor Silver Fate struggled to remain calm and patiently let Subaru choose, but the undead emperor, naturally more violent, continued to argue and directly insulted Ruin as a moron, making it hard for anyone to stay composed. Subaru interrupted, "I'm willing to switch if it's fair and the conditions are good." The undead emperor angrily shouted, "You bastard!" Subaru told the three other emperors that if they were sure, they should prove it to him. He didn't want to show the power they assumed he wanted to see. Subaru wasn't asking them to demonstrate their power. If his soul was unique, many other emperors would want to meet him. He wanted to meet all the emperors, hoping someone might offer better terms. The three emperors were annoyed once the business was concluded, but Subaru remained calm, preparing for the meeting of all underworld emperors and requesting to attend. This was the first step toward destiny. Ruin wondered how humans knew about the meeting, but the undead emperor stayed unbothered. Subaru was determined to change the resigned fate of everyone. Upon accepting the three emperors' invitation at Vanquist's territory in the underworld, where souls and sea gods gathered, Vanquist sat alone, watching the outside quietly. The three emperors acted faster than Vanquist anticipated. His worry was that Subaru knew about the secret underworld meeting. Looking at the half-sunset, he realized it was dawn. Suddenly, Sazaka and Hirasaka appeared to spy on the screen. Subaru had awakened, which pleased them. Since they were resting, they came to watch and asked many questions, forcing Vanquist to explain briefly. Emperors Gold, Silver, and Bronze demanded Subaru end his contract with Vanquist and switch to them. Sazaka and Hirasaka exclaimed, "Incredible!" Vanquist warned that if Subaru switched, his connection would be severed and he would lose his loved one. That moment, Hirasaka and Sazaka would also be in danger. The two feared for Subaru, but refusing would provoke revenge from the three emperors. The three emperors would spare no one who refused them. Vanquist knew the witch had obtained a dangerous item called the Victim from the treasure box. If used on land, it could annihilate everything within a 70 km radius. The item could kill at least 10 million people. Sazaka gasped, "What is that? Isn't the door master an ally?" If Subaru chose to save people without knowing, the three emperors would take revenge. Hirasaka and Sazaka anxiously asked if Subaru was okay. Vanquist remained calm, confident he would be fine with help. Hirasaka and Sazaka relaxed, asking if he was certain, and Vanquist casually replied, Sure. First calamity, 3 gates, difficulty A. The 3 emperors of the underworld demanded breaking the contract with Vanquished and remaking it with them. Refusal meant terrible revenge. Agreeing left the future uncertain. Must maintain the contract with Vanquished and avoid conflict with the 3 emperors. Success leads to the second calamity. Failure A. Accept their terms, break Vanquist's contract, lose your ultimate skill, lose loved ones. Amamiya Sasaka and Hirasaka Renji would die, becoming Vanquist's enemies. Failure B. Refuse them and the 3 emperors retaliate. 50% of Kanto lost, over 10 million dead. Many powerful divine lords would die, becoming the 3 emperors' enemies. Subaru, daring to attend the Supreme Emperor's meeting, remained calm. Anyone who wanted to meet him could negotiate there. Subaru's strategy was to delay his answer to gain time for the Emperor meeting, not responding hastily. His opponents were the 3 strongest in the underworld, impossible to defeat completely. The second calamity would occur immediately upon choosing, so delaying was the only way to avoid the first calamity and face the second safely. Even while delaying, he could still pressure the 3 emperors. Rui could not tolerate his arrogance and commanded, Safina, use it. Safina silently withdrew the jewel from her person. The victim, a rare item in the National Golden Treasure Box, capable of exploding with destructive power proportional to the souls inside. Memories from the Dawn Emperor in Subaru's hands warned that if the victim was empowered by the 3 emperors and detonated, the future would repeat. Safina held the jewel before him, praising, "You're not foolish to refuse the offer." If he did, she would use it immediately, but he negotiated courageously. Safina said she would consider his participation in the meeting, calming Ruin and Vorden. Safina asked, "Can you overcome the upcoming trial without power, weapons, or an army?" The external clock updated, number 99 turning to 100, a red streak cutting across the sky. System alerted that the time penalty under 100 hours would apply before the update. Subaru did not expect the memories to appear alongside the 3 emperors. Second calamity, the 6-star gate of the Imperial Palace of Lust, about 7 days away. Maximum entry time to the gate is 3 days, maximum 10 people, gate cannot be locked. The warning echoed through the city. After 6 p.m., the largest gate in history appeared at Idabashi Intersection, Tokyo, causing chaos. Saki, director of the Japan Divine Lords Federation, announced this was the first level 6 gate in Japan, summoning high-level divine lords to close it as soon as possible, with a 1-week deadline. Subaru asked Saja and the Undead Emperor to read minds. Afterward, everyone was shocked. The Undead Emperor swore, refusing to accept Vanquist's death in the future. Subaru asked, "Does the Undead Emperor know where I can meet my future self?" The Undead Emperor replied, "In the infinite universal galaxy where every ego separates and souls return. This is the final destination of every soul in all possible worlds." Subaru had once fallen into it when his soul separated but returned to normal. He asked who the Dawn Emperor was, and the Undead Emperor said it was the Emperor of a tiny nation, with Vanquished merely being. The Undead Emperor intended to explain further, but security prevented it. If future Subaru could inherit the Dawn Emperor's power, temporarily consider him an ally. Subaru attended the meeting of the emperors with 2 goals in mind: to prevent the 3 emperors from exploiting the victims and to form an alliance with the Eastern Dawn Emperor. He felt sad and apologized to Thay Ma, the emperor, and Sasaka for showing them the grim future and for failing to save Tega. Wasn't sure if his choice back then was right or wrong, but Vanquished had advised him to search for the answer throughout his life, and Subaru believed that his words were true. This time, he didn't want to make the wrong choice and cause anyone else to die, so he needed the strength of Sasaka and Thay Ma. As Thay Ma the emperor was about to agree, Sasaka knelt down, pledging to offer her entire soul and strength to accompany Subaru, no matter the challenges, determined to overcome the calamity and break through the 6-star gate without sacrificing anyone. Subaru took out his phone to report to Shikishima but noticed several missed calls. Thay Ma the emperor snatched the phone from him and explained that the Golden Emperor's godmasters were not on their side in this battle. Golden Knights had made a pact with Shikishima and the Golden Emperor's subordinate, Safina. If they revealed the situation to others, the Golden Emperor and his subordinates would learn about the plan. The same applied to Silver and Bronze, meaning Subaru couldn't share information with other godmasters or ask for their cooperation. The future memories were secrets shared only between the 3 of them, with Vanquished, Sasaka, and Hirasaka also aware. Subaru shouted for Vanquished, promising to speak with him when the next gate appeared. He was determined to level up and prevent the calamity, and if Vanquished could appear, he would do whatever it took. After shouting, Subaru felt relieved, but Thay Ma the emperor was displeased, as Subaru's volume had irritated Hirasaka's eardrums. Sasaka and Thay Ma the emperor took Subaru to find the godmasters who could break the gate afterward. Before them were only mountains, and Subaru confidently faced the sea. Meanwhile, Sasaka was being trained by Delta and Kalim, and the 2 gods were proud of her progress. After Sasaka defeated all the soldiers, Kaleem told her to rest. Hirasaka and Vanquist arrived at the prison, and Hirasaka begged the person there to become his master, but the person refused, considering him a traitor. Hirasaka knelt before Louis. Hirasaka pleaded again for training, hoping to become useful in the upcoming battle. Ludwig, the commander of the Golden Legion and the master of the guarded gate of Hirasaka, was connected to the second calamity and the six-star gate of the palace. The situation and the clock penalty meant the gate appeared sooner than expected, at a higher level. The task was to break the gate within a week without anyone being sacrificed. Success would bring allies, bring them closer to the world's truth, and expand the red table. Failure case A, the six-star gate isn't broken, all godmasters die, underground monsters invade the human world, and the three emperors exploit the victim. Failure case B, the gate is broken but someone sacrifices, many strong godmasters die, and the three emperors still exploit the victim. Hitachi, Ibaraki Prefecture, Subaru met Tsunemori Jenga, a level 67 silver godmaster, who wore a face-covering bag with only one eye exposed, standing with his arms crossed before the sea. Subaru introduced himself. Jenga jumped in surprise. Subaru asked, "What are you doing here?" Jenga replied, "I'm testing whether my skill is working properly." Subaru noticed the mysterious power that could misfire at crucial moments, with all the gates and skills resembling a fairy tale. Although Jenga had been a godmaster for 5 years, he still thought this was a dream. Subaru thought of the future dream, feeling a bit melancholic. Jenga asked, "What do you want from me?" Subaru directly said he wanted to borrow his power to break the six-star gate. Jenga thought Subaru wanted him to help as a scout. Subaru said he wanted him to be the main fighter and defeat one of the 3 bosses of the six-star gate. Jenga reacted, "No way I can do that. The main fighter who breaks the six-star gate is the duty of the Golden Godmaster." Jenga was only a silver godmaster and he had never defeated a 5-star boss. Subaru reassured him, "Just stay calm, I believe you can do it." Though it seemed nearly impossible now, once he reached level 70, the next gate would appear before them. The ultimate technique he would receive would be effective against the 6-star boss. Jenga still doubted, "How do you know? You just showed up and started talking nonsense." Subaru made a scary face, warning Jenga that the 5-star gate would appear in a minute. Once he reached level 70, he would see whether Subaru was right or wrong. Jenga shuddered at Subaru's terrifying expression. He also doubted the population density related to the number of 5-star gates, not believing there were many 5-star gates outside the city. Immediately, a notification appeared saying a 5-star gate had appeared in Hitachi, and Jenga froze, unable to deny it. Subaru not only knew the timing but also the exact difficulty level. Jenga tried to convince himself, demanding to see the Godmaster card and ID to check if Subaru was from the Federation. Subaru sighed in frustration. Jenga promised that after checking, he would go with Subaru to break the 5-star gate. Subaru happily jumped up. Zinger found him strange, not understanding why they were together. Although Subaru acted naturally, Zinger could clearly sense the urgency and despair from him. Subaru's behavior stemmed from desperation. Jenga still didn't believe he had any effect on the 6-star gate. He told Subaru, "I'm very skeptical, I don't trust easily." Subaru was comfortable with that, fully trusting Jenga. His attitude made Jenga uneasy. "Why is this person so suspicious? He's too familiar for someone I just met." Subaru felt worried, realizing he had become too familiar with Jenga without thinking, because Jenga was the final teammate in the future. Tsunemori Jenga, 19 years old, mainly operated in Ibaraki. The future, the Eastern Dawn Emperor, he would be known as a late bloomer, exploding at level 70 to become a godmaster with the strongest freezing technique. The group entered the city, heading to the amusement park. The park stood out with its beautiful flowers, especially when the autumn roses bloomed. At night, the place became even more dazzling. Zinger was enthusiastic, and the group entered the 5-star gate, where there were human-eating thorn roses. Zinger used his first ultimate technique, Ice Spear, and his second, Salt Bones, to freeze the flowers. The cold wind blew away the paper bag on his head. He then seriously used his third ultimate technique, Crystal Sword, to clear out the frozen flowers. Subaru reached level 68, just 2 levels away from completing his goal. The next door to Subaru would open once he reached level 50, so he would also join the fight. Subaru held the divine cannon in his right hand and the black katana in his left, delivering powerful strikes. Both the demon and Emperor Sasaka expressed admiration upon witnessing Zinga's skill. He executed his ultimate technique without any unnecessary movements, unlike the Golden Lord's fighting style, which always ends quickly. This was the fighting style of a former Silver Lord with 5 years of experience. Subaru also joined the battle, swinging the katana and divine cannon to slice through the roses, causing them to immediately wilt, and vanish. The sword Subaru wielded was the sword that reflected the soul of Tega, known as the Black Sword Ignis. The Black Sword Ignis was a black sword representing the power of Kokugaji through the soul of Ariak Taiga. It had two effects. Nigel Ignis could destroy anything upon contact with the black flame, and the method of relocation, which allowed the user to teleport a short distance. It could be used multiple times, but each use would cost double the MP of the previous one. Saja wanted to help Subaru because she had exchanged souls with Sazaka during the battle against the Dark Faction. She was a relative of hers, even stronger than before. Saja activated her ultimate technique, Blood Rage, and began the Symphony of Lamp. Blood Rage was the only technique engraved into Saja's soul, summoning creatures with vampire-like abilities that Saja controlled to fight. If this technique leveled up, she could merge them into one. She commanded the summoned creatures to fight, except Subaru. The demon and the emperor were also not easy opponents. He was very frustrated and didn't know what to do with these roses until he encountered him. Demon Emperor used his deadly fist, sweeping a large area. Jenga observed the battle between Subaru and the two others, noticing that all three were very strong, especially the Demon Emperor, who seemed a bit overconfident. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. If Subaru had such strong allies, why did he need to meet him? Suddenly, a knight appeared before Zinga, swinging his sword downward. Zinga dodged and immediately realized the knight was stronger than him. He was a Black Rose Knight, level 77. Zinga transformed, shifting into a bone spear, charging toward the knight. The knight's shield was frozen, and Zinga seized the opportunity to strike, but it had no effect because the shield was very strong. Black Rose Knight struck Zinga, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. The knight continued to leap and attack from above. Zinga dodged but barely avoided danger. The knight used the ultimate technique, Wind Song, firing black orbs towards Zinga. He used his Salt Bone technique to block and remained unaffected. The knight kept attacking, and Zinga realized he wanted a solo battle. It seemed the knight believed Zinga was a worthy opponent, but in reality, he was only trying to distract Zinga and attack from behind. Zinga swung his arm, easily defeating the Black Rose Knight's subordinate with a strike from behind. Zinga considered himself a suspicious person who didn't believe in knightly ideals. Their battle was a fight for survival, nothing more. Zinga shot a challenging glance at the knight, daring him to fight solo. He charged in, but this time was tricked by Zinga. Zinga wasn't playing solo and decided to take on two opponents at once. Subaru joined the fray. The knight reacted quickly, using his shield to block. Zinga yelled loudly to warn Subaru about the knight's shield, but Subaru showed no hesitation. He gripped the Black Sword Ignis and used his ultimate technique, Rapid Destruction, to smash through the knight's shield. The knight counterattacked, swinging his sword with gale force, but Subaru was equally fast. His other hand wielded the Divine Cannon as he slashed downward. He mimicked Jenga, calling for a solo battle but opted for a 2-on-1 strategy instead. The knight was frozen by Jenga's ultimate technique. Subaru then clasped his hands and apologized to the Black Rose Knight, for there was truly no other choice. Jenga approached, angrily telling him not to imitate him. Subaru praised him, but Jenga was still upset. The two of them worked together to defeat the knight. Jenga used his fourth ultimate technique, Bullet Hell, and Subaru used his Divine Cannon. They had brought down the knight. Jenga trusted Subaru a little more now. Jenga reached level 70, Subaru reached level 51, and their system gates appeared. Zinga had come to trust what Subaru said, and he knew that Subaru was the Rainbow Lord the world had been talking about. He asked Subaru how much he knew about him. Subaru remained silent, for he knew everything about him, even the reason he left, but of course, he wouldn't say it now. Master of the Gate Zinga came from the Platinum Empire so they could send word to their emperor. A loud explosion echoed from afar as Za-Ra and the Demon Emperor had finished their work. However, the Demon Emperor still didn't look any better. His face remained troubled, feeling that their actions had been futile. Za-Ra saw the gate behind Zinga. Just as Subaru remembered, this meant the world's fate had been determined by ultimate techniques, and Jenga would receive it. Subaru believed Jenga would receive the technique that could break the 6-star gate. Jenga had no idea where Subaru got his confidence from. He told him to wait and entered the gate. Subaru felt a bit tense. He already knew what the trial within the gate would be like from his future memories, and he stepped forward. The scene before him was a blue sky with Sazaka waiting for him. Subaru was moved to tears, for it had been so long since he last saw her. Sazaka had lost her life in his trial. She was his first teammate. He had always wanted to meet her to apologize for dragging her into this and thank her for being his teammate. Now she stood right in front of him, but Subaru couldn't speak. He asked where Vanquist had gone, and Sazaka said he had run off, telling them to have some time together and that he would return after the trial ended. Everyone understood that the trial Subaru had to face was Sazaka. Sazaka focused her energy and activated the Blink Dance, quickly closing the distance to Subaru. She used Thunder Fist technique, but didn't land a hit on Subaru. Subaru appeared elsewhere thanks to the ability of the Black Sword Igni. She continued to attack with lightning, but Subaru easily blocked it using Blood Curse. It was his turn to counterattack as he used Speed Shift to get close to Sasaka. Blow from the Black Sword Ignis cracked Sasaka's Blood Curse gloves. Subaru intended to strike with his Divine Cannon, but Sasaka responded. She used her ultimate technique, Giant Cloud, and from her arm, a golden cloud of charged energy appeared to block him from approaching. Subaru smiled, pleased that Sasaka had truly gotten stronger. The two fought fiercely, with Vanquist and Kaleem watching. Vanquist was surprised that Kaleem was seriously training Sasaka. Kaleem snorted, not entirely agreeing. When he had pierced Subaru's heart, all Subaru had said was that he wanted to become stronger with someone. At that time, Kaleem was only curious about who that person was. Now meeting Sasaka, Kaleem was delighted. She had the potential to grow strong and incredible willpower. Even Vanquist didn't expect Kaleem to be so deeply fond of her, but this was good for both Subaru and Sasaka. Their wish had come true. No matter where they were, they would always be strong together. After a long battle, both of them were exhausted and collapsed on the sand. Sasaka reached out, vowing to help Subaru prevent any danger. He promised never to betray or abandon him, just as he always protected her life. They would remain comrades until their souls faded. Subaru was moved, tears falling, feeling a sense of relief. Zinga, he met the Silver Gate Master, the mysterious figure behind the white wings. After passing the trial, he acquired a new ultimate skill called Ninefold Ice. Vanquist, seeing them talk for too long, jumped in out of curiosity. After overcoming the trial, Subaru grew even stronger. His power harmonized with Vanquist's. The day he would reach true strength was near, but Vanquist had died in the future Subaru had seen. Now they needed a serious strategy. Subaru stepped out of the Rainbow Gate. Everything outside was frozen. He looked around in shock and saw Thema and Sasha safe, easing his worry. As Subaru exited the gate, Zinga had already defeated the boss inside using Ninefold Ice. This new ultimate skill, if conditions were met, it could affect a 6-star gate. The skill was immensely powerful, and the Melaland Black Rose boss of the 5-star gate had been frozen and completely destroyed. They had completed the 5-star gate, and Zinga reached level 74. In Tokyo, at the Utabashi intersection in front of the Imperial Flesh Market's 6-star gate, the Shikishima group had gathered, including Hishizaki Jiuji. Silver-class patrons of the Happy Yamada Club included the club president, Yamada Rokuru at level 74, and Yamada Kanan, also silver-class, level 79, both affiliated with the Happy Yamada Club. Carlos Jose Yamada, level 71, Golden-class master, Yudo at level 80. Additionally, 2 visitors had arrived. Golden-class master Nazu Akira, responsible for Western Rural Japan, level 82, and Fujigami Mei, Golden-class master of Eastern Rural Japan, level 70. In truth, Nazus didn't want to come. He was a fanatic of Hirosaka. If Hirosaka wasn't in Tokyo, why bother coming at all? Shikishima began explaining this to the obsessive fan. Explained that this gate couldn't be locked due to special rules, allowing free entry and exit. But unlike normal gates, enemies were already inside before they arrived. They would enter unaware of the situation. Nazus didn't care, only wanting to destroy the gate quickly. But this gate was no simple task, 10 times harder than a 5-star gate. Nazus rambled, saying the gate had a 1-week time limit, so any delay was wasted. Confronting enemies might be easier, but if this special prison's boss escaped when time ran out, the city would suffer severe damage. They were unprepared. Evacuation zones needed major expansion, affecting the economy. Had the Federation been informed, the board and investors would strongly oppose, having already lost billions due to the Night faction's destruction. Nazu spoke so much that Kinakawa punched him in the head. She had restored her limbs using the repair skill Mei had brought from the US. Kinakawa told Nazus to quiet down. Another Golden-class master would stay outside in case the 6-star gate attack team got injured. She was Mia Hurt, level 73, from the US. She sat bored in a chair. Who would want to come to Japan at such a bad time? She wanted to buy figures since the 6-star gate had only now appeared in Japan. The US Golden-class masters, including her, had fought desperately but lost half their number. It was uncertain how many would survive here. At that moment, Subaru's group arrived. Shikishima, seeing him, asked why he hadn't answered his phone. Subaru bowed an apology. This was Mei and Nazus's first encounter with him. They had heard of his identity as the Rainbow-class master. Shikishima sighed, asking if he wanted to join this campaign. Subaru showed an indifferent expression. He hesitated, not wanting to answer, knowing he would be criticized regardless. Shikishima asked what he wanted to say. Subaru hesitated, then said he wanted only himself and his team to destroy the gate. Thought perhaps others couldn't manage it. The masters reacted with surprise, anger, or curiosity. Thema chuckled, Zinga sweated, wondering who would dare speak this way to Japan's top masters. Shikishima couldn't believe it, shaking his head, wanting to hear again what he had said. Nazius, hot-tempered as ever, flew into a rage. He understood Subaru was implying that their golden-class masters were weaker, and he could do better. Subaru hurried to explain he meant no offense, but Thema cut him off. Using Hirasaka's face to tease him, he intentionally added fuel to the fire. This lowly brat, listen carefully, me will only be a hindrance to Subaru. Nazius, or rather Hirasaka's obsessed fan, could no longer restrain himself. He exploded, threatening to kill someone. Thema, the emperor, was unafraid, challenging Nazius to attack if he dared. Nazius drew his golden weapon, ready to strike. Shikishima couldn't intervene. Just as Nazius moved to attack, Subaru punched him in the face. Blood flowed. He wouldn't let Nazius participate, as he was one of the first likely to die in this campaign, and losing him would make things difficult. Subaru remained calm, having never thought he could perform better without Nazius. But he couldn't risk losing anyone, so he decided to enter the gate alone. Nazius was left dazed and unconscious. Zinga watched, sweating, unsure what was happening. The other masters drew weapons on Subaru. Sasha tried to rush in, but Thema, the emperor, stopped her. Shikishima asked what he intended to do. Subaru explained Nazius had planned to use his ultimate skill in the city, so he had to stop him. He was very strong and furious, unwilling to listen, so Subaru decided to knock him out in one strike. Mei was pleased. She had intended the same after a 0.5-second wait. With just a few words, Shikishima figured something out. Though it was their first meeting, Subaru understood Nazius well. Shikishima asked if this was the answer Subaru had prepared. He also deduced Subaru had brought Zinga, the silver-class ice master, meaning he had formed a team with a clear combined strength strategy. Shikishima was certain Subaru knew something about this gate. At this point, no one could fool Shikishima. Subaru could only nod. Shikishima thought there was no way Subaru would betray them. He asked directly if there was anything Subaru couldn't tell them. Subaru was moved, feeling warm inside. He couldn't believe Shikishima could deduce so much from so little. He didn't hesitate to answer yes, proving Shikishima's trust in him. After hearing this, Shikishima began reorganizing everything. Subaru did not answer his phone for a certain reason. He must have figured something out and was acting according to a plan. Of course, they wouldn't betray Subaru. Perhaps the reason for his silence was related to the underground world. Shikishima glanced at Ma Huangdai with frustration. Grinding his teeth, Shikishima felt irritated and asked Subaru one more question. Subaru replied that they couldn't help him. He said that they would have to face the gate 3 times, and this time he would go alone. Shikishima ordered everyone to put their weapons down. Shikishima decided to leave the gate to Subaru. Once the decision was made, the other deities fully trusted and did not object. Subaru was overjoyed and the other deities felt at ease, except for Nazius. He had just woken up after a punch and was extremely angry. He shouted, asking everyone if they were crazy to trust a kid like that. Shikishima had absolute faith in Subaru. He always risked his life to protect his friends and win. Shikishima ordered Nazius to step back, as he would be penalized if he used his ultimate move in the city. Nazius was unwilling but still had to step back. Subaru's group walked into the gate and a hot breeze swept out as the door opened. As the gate was about to close, Nazius shouted after them, "I won't acknowledge you. Subaru will talk when you come back." Subaru also apologized for hitting him. The deity Mia from the United States saw them enter the 6-star gate with only 4 people and thought they had already gone. 30 golden deities entered and 15 died. It could only be a meaningless sacrifice. That place was truly hell. The 6-star royal palace gate was divided into 3 areas. The third area in the palace was the citizens' room. The second area was an open space with a hero memorial. And the first area in the garden was named the Glory Flame. Currently, Subaru's group was in the first area, where the temperature was at least 290 degrees. The boundary between the first and second areas was the entrance to the open space. The hot season could turn this area into a fiery hell. The boss of the first area was Lemda the Blazing Flame. The boss of the second area was the Hero Slayer, capable of emitting light waves, a radiation stream called Cassinus. Other underground monsters could not survive in the first 2 areas. 2 bosses emitted heat and light that burned and vaporized everything. Subaru recalled future memories from the Eastern Emperor about the tragedy in the first area of the 6-star gate that should never have happened. In future memory, the assault team led by Shikishima arrived at the Royal Palace of Shame. The moment they entered, they went through a baptism of 290-degree heat. with air even hotter than the melting point of wood, causing their eyes to water and burning the deity's lungs in less than a minute. It was a place where the weak could not survive. Subaru used blood control to create a blood dome so they could breathe a little. His ultimate move turned MP into blood, helping them withstand the outside temperature for a bit. Blood began to dissipate as soon as he activated the ultimate move. If he didn't fight, he could hold on for about an hour. They intended to use Hishizaki's ultimate move to recover, but Subaru's blood dome couldn't hold up. The temperature of the blood rose and exploded. Even though it was hot, Nazu still shuddered. Just a minute after entering the gate, the boss of the first area, Lemda the Blazing Flame, appeared. The higher temperature came from Lemda's body heat, not the environment. With just his body heat, Lemda turned the surroundings into hell. The 6-star gate was superior to the 5-star gate. Without Subaru's ultimate move, they might not have been able to hold on. With weak offensive and defensive abilities, Shikishima had to make the fastest decision. He used his ultimate move to buy sulfur to attack the monster. Then, he ordered everyone to retreat. They had entered the gate 3 times in total. This time was precious, but the current situation left them with no other choice. They slowly retreated toward the gate, with Subaru staying at the back to maintain the blood dome. Carlo's turned to run out, but hadn't gone far when Lemda's fire struck, severing his head. Lemda held the head like a toy, leaving only the skeleton. Mei, Yamada, and Kanan, seeing their teammate killed, got angry and fought despite Shikishima's orders to stop. As a result, Kanan lost an arm and Mei was seriously injured. Lemda was far too strong for them. Yudo used the golden wall to cut Lemda in half, but it had no effect. Physical attacks were useless. Kinakawa used his ultimate technique, the 30 catapult gun, with 6 rounds to attack Lemda, combined with the golden chain to cause a stun. Shikishima shouted an order to retreat. If everyone died, he would be the only one left alive. Nazus used his ultimate move to pull Yudo and Kinakawa out of the gate. He couldn't let them die, they would be needed for the upcoming battle. Nazus used his golden arm to pull Subaru out, leaving him behind to fight Lemda alone. He held up a picture of Hirasaka, thinking that this was something Hirasaka would do in this situation. He activated his 5th ultimate technique, Hecatonch's God, where each 10% MP revived 1 arm for the user. The strength and MP consumption depended on the skill level. At level 10, it only consumed 1% MP per arm, with a maximum of 100 arms summoned. Weapons combined, he could summon up to 8 arms. Nazus activated his first ultimate move, Golden Weapon. He fought Lemda alone as the gate to the dungeon closed. The first attack on the Royal Palace of Shame resulted in 3 deaths and 1 severe injury. The second attack defeated Lemda the Blazing Flame, but the casualties rose to 5. Back to the present, they were in their suits and high-heat resistance masks. 1 minute had passed since entering the gate, the same time as Subaru's memory. Lemda pulled at the fire, cheerfully greeting the guests. This time they would defeat him in one go without any sacrifices. Lemda's fire pull was an elemental spirit with an unclear level. In the 6-star gate, his existence was an attack of fire. It had many permanent resistance effects: fire resistance, ice resistance, explosion resistance, physical resistance, and divine resistance. In the gate, it was too boring. His daily routine was to play with light and fight for entertainment. Today, as they played as usual, they discovered the intruder. Lemda hadn't planned to go outside, but who would have thought that someone could live for more than 10 seconds in his domain? So, they postponed the fight and Lemda went out to greet them. The kind dragon wished him to be defeated because he wanted to join the battle. Lemda asked, "Why don't you fight with the one in the palace?" The Cassinus radiation dragon refused to fight the battle addict, saying that fighting with a clear winner and loser had no meaning. The boss of the 3rd area, the Citizen's Room, was the former commander of the Golden Knights Legion, the Demon Slayer sword, Yi Lu. Outside the 1st area, Subaru's group waited, already wearing high heat-resistant masks and armor. The heat-resistant armor was entirely created by Subaru from his memories of previous failures. It continuously circulated fresh blood, cooling the armor and dispersing the heat, keeping body temperature stable and cooling the air for breathing. Subaru had referred to astronaut suit designs to create this armor. Although incredibly powerful, the MP's effect is the weakest. If they can't defeat the boss in 10 minutes, the suit will self-destruct and they will die. Zinga was shocked, but the Demon Emperor said it wouldn't even take 10 minutes. If they couldn't hold out for 3 minutes, defeat was certain. Their opponent was overwhelmingly strong. They only had one chance and the battle would end in the blink of an eye. Zinga understood this clearly. In such a short time, the outcome would rely entirely on his skill. Subaru told Jenga to stop using MP until he gave the signal. Lender arrived, bringing an incredibly terrifying presence. Although Subaru had warned them, seeing it firsthand was another matter. Even the Demon Emperor realized he could not defeat Lenda while using this borrowed body. They had devised a plan to defeat him. Lenda knew they were plotting something but didn't care. As he prepared to attack, the Demon Emperor and Subaru knelt, crying and begging him not to strike. Linda had no idea what was happening. Subaru and the Demon Emperor continued their act. They posed as Lenda's fervent fans, full of blazing fervor. Claiming to come from the underworld though living in the human world, Subaru and the Demon Emperor kept speaking without pause. They said they had crucial information for Lenda regarding his brothers, Kaleem and Delta. Lenda, upon hearing this, was indeed lured in. 12 hours earlier, Subaru's team had planned this based on the Demon Emperor's memories of the battle at the Six-Star Gate. Their enemy could kill the Golden God instantly. Suddenly, the Demon Emperor noticed something and in anger grabbed Subaru by the collar. In that battle, Subaru hadn't brought Saza or Thema for fear of damaging their bodies. The Demon Emperor wanted to strike Subaru but then restrained himself, gently advising that loved ones shouldn't be coddled and he should trust his teammates more. Subaru apologized and promised not to repeat the mistake, and the Demon Emperor released his collar. He said he had fought Lenda in the underworld, so he would kill him by any means necessary. Indeed, Lenda came closer, intrigued by the mention of his brothers. The Demon Emperor knew this would trap Lenda, mentioning his siblings would lure him in. Demon Emperor continued the performance. He and Subaru wailed that with Lenda's terrifying power, their bodies would melt. Lenda looked around, finding it somewhat plausible, and lowered the temperature. As the temperature dropped, the sky cleared and the air became much easier to breathe. Subaru cried in relief, thanking Lenda for his magnanimity. Though the act was extreme, it allowed them to bridge the distance created by the searing heat. Lenda hurriedly asked where Kaleem and Delta were. The Demon Emperor pointed to Zinga, saying he carried the message from Kaleem and Delta. The Demon Emperor continued the lie, claiming Zinga was unskilled in combat but possessed a technique that allowed others to see another's memories. If Lenda wanted to view the message, he would have to let Zinga touch him. This technique, called 9 Frosts, required strict conditions like a 5 cm range and 100% MP consumption. These conditions were mandatory to ensure the enemy's death upon contact. When Zinga passed the challenge of the trial gate, the gate master, the Axan Guild, explained it. To relay the story without security interference, he presented it as a technique explanation for Zinga. The Emperor of the Steel Lands had once ruled vast territories, killed by a rebel. He gathered remnants of destroyed small nations and became a fearsome emperor to the great powers. That man was Vanquist, able to transcend life and death, the Rainbow Emperor. Vanquist's power, combined with 6 allied emperors, was truly overwhelming, frightening all great powers. 9 Frosts was the ultimate technique created by the Axan Guild under the Silver Emperor's order to eliminate Vanquist. This masterpiece could annihilate a conqueror, surpassing even death. Zinga could not use it outside the gate or he would die. Zinga reached out his hand. He prepared to touch Lenda, everyone else worried. Just as Zinga's hand was about to make contact, Lenda called a halt, suspicious. Why not speak directly instead of using a technique? The Demon Emperor quickly explained it was because the map was in his mind. So it had to be seen directly, not conveyed by words. Having said this, Lenda pressed his burning finger against the Demon Emperor's face. He noticed hesitation in the Demon Emperor's words and suddenly realized that the Demon Emperor was the one who had killed them in the underworld. At first, they were weaker than Lenda, but they had grown stronger through techniques capable of rivaling stronger foes. Lenda recalled the Demon Emperor, furious. He had underestimated him before, fallen into a betrayal, and been killed by the detestable Vanquist. Lenda gritted his teeth as flames began to rise and the Demon Emperor looked saddened. Lenda still remembered the fury at his death, but it was too late now. The Demon Emperor turned to Zinga, saying they had only one chance, do not fail. Subaru wielded the singing sword, moving like lightning to flank Lenda. Lenda couldn't keep up. He hadn't expected Subaru's group to close the distance instead of retreating, engaging in close combat. His warrior instincts led him to make a mistake. He had to turn to kill the Demon Emperor. Lenda realized Subaru was behind him and stepped back 2 paces to try to strike both of them. From that moment, no matter what Lenda did, Subaru's attacks would always be 10 milliseconds faster. On top of that, another critical mistake, the sudden appearance of a formidable opponent who had killed him in the underworld. A seasoned warrior, the Demon Emperor. He and Subaru simultaneously unleashed Blood Curse and Deadly Fist. 2 techniques combined into a dual attack, striking Lenda with tremendous force. Lenda painfully realized Subaru and the Demon Emperor were from the underworld, not from the Rainbow Kingdom as he had assumed. They struck to briefly halt Lenda's advance. The method was clever, but at this intensity it was not enough to defeat him. Lenda prepared to counterattack, but before he could strike, Zinga touched him. The only chance the Demon Emperor and Subaru risked to seize was now in Zinga's hands. He would not miss. He activated the freeze on Lenda. Lenda realized this freezing strike was their trump card. He laughed at Subaru's group, confident he was immune to ice and could not be frozen. While mocking their foolishness, he suddenly noticed the ice continued encasing him without stopping. Blind confidence leads only to failure. 9 Frosts was not a freezing skill. Lenda tried to burn to escape, but the ice remained. He could not believe it. A freezing skill could still affect him. Stunned, Lenda was completely encased in ice. Zinga was also affected by Lenda's flames and injured. Sasha used Blood Curse to staunch his bleeding. 9 Frosts did not merely freeze, it turned its target into ice. This absolute skill could be activated in multiple ways, such as by eye contact or touch. The 9 Frost is not just a layer of ice on the surface, but a form of petrification, capable of turning the entire body of the target into ice, a process that cannot be stopped. Even when burned, the ice will melt into water along with the body. Lenda could feel his body turning into water. He had never seen this technique before, it followed no logic and it couldn't be stopped. Even the fire could not be ignited. I blocked the attack and Zinga flew into the air, warning Lenda that the ice attack would seep through every pore, every particle of the body until he was completely erased. The 9 Frost allows no one to escape and cannot be broken. Lenda had completely turned to ice. Axel recalled being trapped behind the gate because he created the 9 Frost technique, which was too powerful to be communicated with the mortal realm. He regretted his creation. Axel's brainchild had been discarded. He asked Jenga, his beloved lord, to demonstrate the supreme power of 9 Frost in his place. Now Jenga had succeeded, Axel must have been pleased. Lenda broke free from the ice and shot towards Zinga, piercing his abdomen. Zinga spat blood. Lenda went mad, unable to accept being turned into ice. As long as part of his body remained, resurrection was not impossible. Lenda lunged to attack, but the 9 Frost still followed and split his body in two. Jenga, though gravely injured, mocked Lenda. Don't underestimate 9 Frost. It's the ultimate technique of a skeptic and stubborn person like me. Zinga shouted, there's no way you can escape. Saja used blood control to help him stop the bleeding. Subaru and the demon emperor of the dead prevented Lenda from shooting wildly. He had weakened significantly due to the 9 Frost loop. Before Zinga could no longer hold on, they had to kill Lenda. He shot fire at the two. The demon emperor of the dead used his deadly punch technique to counter, while Subaru used his divine blast to slice Lenda, not wasting any time. The two continued their attacks, leaving many wounds. Lenda gritted his teeth and asked about their parents, trying to retaliate against the combined strike of Subaru and the demon emperor of the dead, creating a blow named the Deadly Spring. Blow caused Lenda's complete defeat. In the end, he regretted being tricked by the one who used his brother as bait. Subaru said, do you know where Kaleem and Delta are once Lenda is freed from the gate? We'll go to the Divine Sea and meet Kaleem and Delta. Lenda gradually faded away. Good news, but this time he didn't know if he could trust Subaru. The group had defeated Lenda. The demon emperor of the dead reminded them not to relax because Lenda still had resurrection skills. This time it was different. Lenda's resurrection ability was nullified by the effect of 9 Frost. The demon emperor of the dead frowned, an inhumane technique, not letting anyone escape. He had defeated the first area boss and the wounds were healed. The Cassinus radiation line in Area 2 witnessed the scene of Lenda engulfed in flames being taken down. Even giants could easily die from insect venom. Underrating the weak would lead to a fate like Lenda's. The Cassinus radiation line would wait for them to return. As soon as the intruders set foot in the territory, it would strike with the largest radiation wave ever seen. Outside the gate, the Shikishima group sat on watch, not wanting to leave, waiting for Subaru to return. Shikishima reminded everyone to rest for a bit, even though it had only been 5 minutes, unsure when Subaru's group would come out. Before he could finish, the gate opened and Subaru's group returned. The 6-star palace gate, first area, the glorious flames had been cleared in 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Subaru jumped from level 51 to 63, Zinger from 74 to 79. Shikishima shouted, why is Subaru out so soon? What happened? Zinga covered his face with a paper bag and asked Mia to lend him a hat. He said, I can't live without covering my face. If I reveal myself, I'll be considered different. Shikishima looked around, saw no one was injured, and the demon emperor of the dead pointed at his arm irritably. Are you blind? Family members cannot level up until they return their body to its original owner. Nazius came to scolding Subaru for wasting time waiting. Subaru took Nazius's hand. You did it. Subaru thought of the future if Nazius died, shedding tears. Not anymore, you did it, I won't let Nazius die. He knelt, holding Nazius's hand and crying, and Nazius looked confused. The demon emperor of the dead tapped Subaru's head. Stop babbling with someone who has no memory. Subaru stopped crying. Nazius whispered to Jenga, is this Subaru guy insane? Subaru wiped his tears. You took down a boss in the 6-star gate. Everyone froze. Nazius doubted. Subaru is lying, the boss is 10 times stronger than the 5-star gate boss. Nazius, how on earth did you defeat it so quickly? Suddenly, the system announced. A palace gate boss had been defeated with 2 bosses remaining. Everyone was stunned and Miyahat had finished healing the demon emperor of the dead's arm. Yamada Rokuru asked, how did you defeat the 6-star boss in just 5 minutes? Everyone knew the power of the 5-star boss, even with 6 golden lords. Defeating a 6-star boss in 5 minutes was impossible. Subaru said, we relied entirely on Jenga's ultimate technique to defeat the boss. It can kill with a single touch. Rokuru burst out laughing. That's incredible, with a skill like that, you could form a team centered around Zynga. Rokuru added that they could defeat the remaining 2 bosses. It was a great scenario, but it didn't happen. The second boss was the Cassinus radiation line, which could emit light from all directions. Therefore, they would be destroyed before they could approach. Others in Yamada's club also found the battle difficult. Next time, they would have to fight a monster at least 10 times stronger than the 5-star gate boss. Udo and Kinakawa relied on Shikishima. Shikishima got angry. The problem isn't the Cassinus radiation line but the one behind it. They need to find a way. Shikishima asked Subaru if they had a chance of defeating the boss of the 3rd area, and Subaru replied that the chances were very slim. After hearing this, Shikishima decided to leave full command of the operation to Subaru and ordered, pick your team, and if you need anything, just tell them. The others were surprised by Shikishima's order. They couldn't believe that Shikishima trusted someone so much, even though they'd only known each other for a month. Subaru didn't refuse, accepting Shikishima's delegation of command. Kinakawa was also surprised. When she first met Subaru, she noticed he had a special aura, but she didn't expect Shikishima to hand over the command to him so soon. They had been teammates for at least 8 years and knew each other very well. Everyone was hoping that someone would rise to shine for the next generation. Subaru gave his first order. South 6 appeared for the first time yesterday at 6:15 p.m. and now it's 9:23 a.m. the next day. We have 6 days and 9 hours to break the gate by next Tuesday morning. Subaru's order left the domain lords stunned. After hearing Subaru say dismiss, instead of understanding it as going home, some of the domain lords began laughing wildly. Subaru quickly clarified that dismiss meant to go farm monsters to level up until Tuesday. He realized he needed to improve his communication skills. While Subaru called everyone to level up, their group headed towards the prison holding the domain lord Panicsin. This facility had been built by many domain lords, incorporating numerous traps and mechanisms capable of countering the skills of domain lords. It was used to hold special prisoners, with a capacity of about 300 people. Prison warden led them to the cell of Kuryu Aze, the vice commander of the Dark Alliance, and ordered Issei to step out. The Rainbow Domain Lord wanted to meet with Issei. Kuryu Aze, after being cared for in prison for some time, had recovered somewhat. At the main gate, Warden Gui received a message from Shikishima and introduced himself to the Subaru group. He knew his name, Gui, sounded a bit funny, but in this line of work, one must hide their identity if they don't want trouble. Gui led the group in and explained that Panoption was a name chosen to signify the ability to observe everything. Its concept was developed by a great 18th century thinker to allow a select few to manage many prisoners. Due to a lack of personnel capable of capturing the deities, this prison was created as a solution and has survived until today. While talking, Warden Gui continued using his ability to seal Kuryu Aze's powers. His ultimate technique, Violin Stamp, allowed him to apply various forms of control to the sealed target, with color-coded stamps indicating the type of seal. Next to this seal, they could be at ease, as Warden Gui could easily control the prisoners if they resisted. The red seal sealed the target's abilities, making them as powerless as an ordinary person. The skill was powerful, but Warden Gui could not increase its effectiveness since the gatekeeper, the elderly Zola, was old. She was an alchemist, and the trials at the gate were extremely harsh for Gui. She couldn't even remember whether she had eaten. When breaking the gate, Gui's skill was not very effective, but as a warden, he still exerted some power. Gui led the Subaru group to the prisoners' meeting room, where they were allowed to meet for 30 minutes without exchanging anything. After Gui explained the rules, Subaru entered the room. Aze was there, the vice commander of the Dark Alliance, who had been defeated and wounded by Hirasaka but had recovered. Subaru met Aze during the 6th disaster. In the earthquake, Subaru saw Aze holding his child's shoes, crying in desperation in the rain. He felt helpless witnessing this, and at the same time at the 5-star gate. The chaotic scene, Shikishima's group was fighting. Shikishima was frustrated about reaching level 90 before returning, so he channeled his anger into fighting monsters, using his ultimate move, Golden Bullet, to defeat many kite shrimp. Monster Captain Nemo attacked Shikishima. He dodged and used his ultimate move, Will-o'-the-Wisp Flame, to counterattack. Shikishima was frustrated because leveling after level 80 was difficult, and he still needed to reach level 90. Although he was defeating monsters at the 5-star gate, leveling up was still difficult, unless he faced the strongest monster. Even if he succeeded, the risk of death remained. Monster levels at the 5-star gate were categorized differently. The upper floor gate only contained bosses, with difficulty 10-15 times that of the 4-star gate and fewer in number. The high-level gate was 10 times stronger than the 4-star gate. Common floor gate was 5 times stronger than the 4-star gate, while the lower floor was 2-3 times stronger. Yudu and Kinakawa were putting all their effort into farming to level up, as Shikishima had handed over the command to Subaru. Kinakawa used his ultimate move, Battleship Assassin, dropping an explosive pin into the sea. The level 90 Giganto Merman boss was forced to surface and face Shikishima and Kinakawa. Shikishima used Centrifugal Cannon, and Kinakawa used Anchor Strike, executing a combined attack that immediately killed the boss. The two argued about who had dealt more damage and each leveled up by 1. The situation was not good. If Shikishima formed a team, the others wouldn't gain experience. They had to split Shikishima and Kinakawa into 2 teams. Also, one stubborn person wanted to go solo. The person was Nazius, who was at another 5-star gate, the Cabbage Field, having just defeated a monster and leveled up to 73. His wounds had been healed and the level 90 boss Hanfaz appeared, at least in the middle floor. Nazius activated his ultimate move, Hike-it Taunch God, tightly clutching a model of Hirosaka Renji to motivate himself. Meanwhile, Hirosaka was singing loudly, with no idea that anyone was mentioning him. Undergoing training from Kaleem, Delta, and Louis, preparing to face the upcoming disaster. Subaru hoped to persuade Kuryu Aize, but it was difficult. In reality, after Subaru made his request, Aize refused. He didn't want to help break the gate and said, "I say I don't want to talk anymore." The meeting ended and he stood up, preparing to return to his cell. He thought when his wife and child were killed, the world didn't help and he didn't see any value in it. Therefore, there was no need to make an effort to save the world. Subaru knew that Aize said this, but in reality, he still had hope. He still hoped for the world. Upon hearing that Subaru's group had visited him in prison, the old members were angry because the group was trying to convince Aize to help clear the 6-star gate. Yumino continued reading his book, uninterested in escaping like Subaru's group. After 4 hours of taking Aize out of prison, the atmosphere was tense because no one spoke up. Aize broke the heavy silence. "Subaru, where are you taking me? Don't tell me we're going to the place where the person who harmed my family is. I don't want revenge because it won't bring my wife and child back." Aize asked, "Do you really think I can help with clearing the gate?" Subaru nodded slightly in agreement. He knew that even though Aize's wife and child had been harmed, justice was not on his side because it was a small matter. Subaru looked at Aize, seeing his deep disappointment, and decided to use psychology to negotiate. "I don't have a complete family either, but I have many people I care about, so I will protect them at any cost." Aize remained calm, not changing his mind, making the situation difficult. The vehicle carrying the group from Niigata, the Echigo Plains, to Tokyo stopped at a grassy field at dusk. In front of them were a group of kids playing soccer, Akasaka FC, the team Aize's son had once played for. Aize reminisced seeing his son's lively smile on the field, imagining his wife pouring tea beside him. He froze, trembling, talking to himself like a madman, making Zinger unable to watch any longer. Immediately, Subaru shouted, calling out to the turtle, asking why Aize had brought him here. To his surprise, Subaru responded with a short sentence, saying it wasn't the right time for that, leaving Jinga utterly confused. While Aize was crying uncontrollably, Aize's son's friends saw him and approached to greet him. Aize looked at the children's faces, his heart aching as he remembered his own son. It had been a long time since his son had passed away. Among the crowd, a boy holding a photograph of Seiichi, a companion of the children, caused Aize to lose control of his emotions, his eyes brimming with tears. The boy and his friends promised to organize a match next month and hoped Aize could come and cheer for them. Aize listened, his tears flowing, filled with sorrow and loss as he collapsed, thinking of Seiichi, his son. The smile of the boy when announcing he had been accepted into the soccer team was something Aize would never forget. The past was gone and could not be returned. Aize could only scream in despair, washing his face with tears under the quiet sunset. Once again, the future had changed a little more, Subaru thought to himself. The 6th disaster, right after the mega earthquake, Subaru encountered Aize, who had just returned from Tokyo after the prison had collapsed. Aize at that time was drenched in rain, holding a pair of shoes in great pain, as all the children on the soccer field had passed away forever. He cried helplessly, blaming himself for the tragedy, causing Subaru to feel heartbroken. But the tears today were different from the tears of before. Subaru and Zinger were also happy for Aize. "Please, let us borrow your strength. Help us protect this world." Subaru pleaded. Subaru gently said, "For the children, I want to create a world where they can play soccer freely." "Subaru, you're quite the trickster," Zinger replied. "You know how to touch the depths of a person's heart. That's unfair. I'll help you, but with one condition." Before Aize could finish his sentence, Subaru immediately agreed to go watch the match next month and cheer for the children. And so, the attack team was now fully formed. "We need to level up before we go through the gate. Karin and Saja's experience points will be transferred to Hirasaka and Sazaka, so it won't be wasted. Mr. Zinger and Mr. Aize, please open at least one more gate. These techniques will help us in the upcoming battle. Let's do our best to defeat the 6-star boss." Subaru assigned tasks to the group and they set off. 6 days later, on Tuesday, October 31st, the final battle day arrived. At noon, Shikishima stood on the balcony observing the situation, thinking to himself that there were only 6 hours left. "I've done all I can. Now it's all up to Subaru," Shikishima thought. Suddenly, Hizaki called, making Shikishima feel that something was wrong. The Demon Emperor and the whole group are sitting down, eating cakes and drinking tea, not knowing what's happening. Suddenly, Shikishima announced the TV broadcast, causing the Demon Emperor to panic. "There's no other choice, I guess. The news of Hirasaka's death hasn't been made public yet. I'm on my way, preparing to get in the car," Shikishima shouted into the phone, causing the Demon Emperor to panic. The phone call ended. Shikishima didn't know when he had driven to the Demon Emperor's place and dragged him along. The Demon Emperor was carried into the car, unable to resist, only screaming, "I'm being kidnapped," though no one cared. Sazaka's group remained calm, sipping tea and eating cakes, completely unaware of the chaos that had just occurred. Zinger asked Han about Subaru's status. "Sazaka and he are still in the gate. Today, we'll hold a meeting with the gold-ranked gods. I just realized something, he really is strange. Gods like us heal by leveling up, but only physical wounds. Mental wounds can't be healed," Zinger said. "He's different. For the past 6 days, when we've taken turns leveling up, he's locked himself in the training gate without resting even once. He's still doing that now. I understand now why he can face the top gods." "Subaru, he's a monster," Zinger said. Subaru, at this time, after defeating the 6-star boss, had leveled up to level 90, setting the fastest level-up record in human history. Subaru had timed it perfectly to meet and directly challenge Vanquish. As the Sazaka group reached the rooftop, they found Hirasaka sitting there. Next to him was Kinakawa, who was pinning Nazius, who was extremely agitated and violent at the moment. Tied up, Nazius continued to shout loudly. The TV station had prepared a helicopter to film the group from above, as the appearance of the 6-star gate and the sect band had caused a stir around the world. "Mr. Hirasaka, Mr. Shikishima, thank you both so much. After the losses, we will explore the secrets of the new leader of the Japanese god community, the savior Subaru Ariat," the reporter said cheerfully. Inga was surprised to hear about the new leader of the Japanese god community. After defeating the 6-star boss, Subaru had quickly become a famous figure. Nazius, pinned on the other side, wondered, why has it been 18 hours and Subaru still hasn't come out? Before anyone could answer, they heard the screams of the citizens due to the appearance of a monster from the underground world. Everyone immediately panicked, rushing to prepare to deal with it, but Hirasaka stopped them. Calmly, he waved his hand to signal everyone to stay seated. "Subaru is on his way here." Sure enough, Subaru appeared under the claws of the monster like a god, with a rainbow aura surrounding him. With strength and determination, he saved the citizens from a life-threatening situation. He realized the boss only had 4 stars. Subaru calmly bent his sword and with a quick motion, sliced the monster in an instant, leaving everyone both shocked and in awe. Everyone clapped and cheered for Subaru, the savior. Sazaka and the others also praised the swift strike. Since everyone was present, this was the perfect time for the group to enter the 6-star gate. The helicopter cameras followed the attack team closely to capture the most important moments, hoping that the group would return safely. As they stepped through the gate, an aggressive Kwang Long appeared. This was the area for the bosses, and they couldn't pass without being attacked. The monster, seeing Subaru daring to enter its territory, immediately charged toward him. Subaru remained unfazed, drawing his sword and preparing to fight, ready to face the aggressive monster charging toward him. He never expected to be knocked senseless by the very white technique of the boss of the arena, the monstrous creature Yulak. Subaru was unharmed thanks to Aize's timely support. "Don't worry, if it's a swordsman, leave it to me," Aize said firmly to Subaru. "The disruptive net can stop the movement of all targets within it for a second. However, based on Yulek's attacks, it's fast enough to vanish within that time." Aize Kuryu had chosen an optimal defensive strategy for this battle. Shikishima noticed Subaru's strength, but when he used a technique capable of turning an entire area into massive square blocks, it was clear that Subaru was indeed a monster. Aize, fully prepared, stood beside Shikishima, waiting for the chance to confront the knight. He wasn't sure if Subaru knew their group would handle the knight, because the disruptive net couldn't defend against light or spirit energy attacks. If the enemy here were Guanglong, Aize might not expect anything from the return. It seemed like Subaru had good foresight and predictions. What exactly does he know and what is he thinking? Aize thought. That moment, Subaru spoke, telling Shikishima to continue advancing with the plan. And so, the final assault of the entire melee team officially began. Everyone quickly dove into the limp body of Suzy, Subaru's relative. Suzy charged directly toward the knight and suddenly activated her invisibility technique, causing the knight to panic for a moment. Meanwhile, Shikishima, Aize, Hirosaka, Kinakawa, and Nazuse took their positions, preparing for the close-range defensive stance. They just had to wait for Shikishima's signal, and then they would all simultaneously unleash their first ultimate technique. A blinding light shot toward the knight's position, but it also caused the world to seem like it was collapsing with each of his cross-slash strikes. Fortunately, Yudo's timely support prevented the group from being buried. Aize worried, if we lose track of him, this will be bad. I don't know when he'll strike or from which direction. Shikishima immediately activated his clairvoyant technique and was startled to see the knight charging toward their group at an extremely fast speed. The slash marks from his path spread everywhere. Aize and Yudo combined to unleash their fourth ultimate technique, creating a golden wall to block the slashes. A blinding light hit, causing chaos on the stage. Suzy tried to resist, but the force was so strong that she was pushed back. Subaru gritted his teeth, frustrated because Yulek moved faster than he remembered. Slashes passed by faster than lightning, making it impossible for Shikishima to keep up. A loud explosion rang out and the slashes went straight toward Aize, turning everything around them into rubble. Fortunately, both Odu and Aize were still alive, though blood was pouring from their heads. That really made everyone's heart race, Subaru thought to himself. What are you still standing there for, Shikishima? Hurry up and continue supporting Subaru and the others. We have to help them get to the boss. Everyone can see clearly now, Subaru and the others have reached the boss. I've done my part, Shikishima softly replied. For Subaru's team, this was just the beginning, and now it was time for a direct solo battle with the boss knight. Sazaka and Karin focused their power to transform. Hirosaka swiftly launched a slashing attack at the boss with his fierce momentum. Nice to meet you, senior, Hirosaka said, swinging his sword at the boss. I am Hirosaka Renji, the bearer of the Golden Knight Louis. Hirosaka smirked, causing the boss to howl in anger. Seizing the moment while the boss was distracted, Sazaka unleashed her thunderclap technique, turning the area into a sea of thundering power. Emerging from the thick smoke and dust, Sazaka saw Hirosaka unharmed and sighed in relief. As our intel suggested, the thunder attacks only slow him down, she observed. Sazaka assessed the situation and said, he can recover his strength. Let me handle him. Amidst the chaos, Subaru quickly called for Zinger and Mei to assist Sazaka and Hirosaka. The two sides were now locked in fierce combat. Smoke, dust, and dark energy shook the air. Just as I expected from a former knight commander, his sword swings like a giant whale, Sazaka thought. Even using both Itoi and the radiance of the royal family isn't enough. If I were alone, this wouldn't be a contest, Hirosaka said vaguely. Monster Slayer Yulek, I will defeat you. Hirosaka muttered to himself as he faced the boss. 6 days ago, at the brilliant shore of the Soul's Sea, Subaru announced our failure to cleanse the 6-star gate in the world of the Extreme Light King. Losses we suffered in the battle against Lemda were immense. We spent so much time healing and leveling up. Yulek, the one who killed Cassius, was released after his time expired. Each of his slashes tore through Tokyo, causing widespread casualties. In my memory, to protect the city, Yudo, and Kinakawa. On hearing Subaru speak, Hirosaka clenched his teeth and turned away. I will ask Louis for further guidance, Hirosaka said. Louis approached from afar, offering to help Hirosaka destroy the boss, even though this was challenging her country. Back in the present, Hirosaka realized that he couldn't defeat Yulek with just his strength. He had called on his friends to cover his weaknesses. Hirosaka unleashed his third ultimate technique combined with his stone crusher, shattering everything around him in a dazzling light. Inga simultaneously unleashed his fifth ultimate technique, combined with Hirosaka's double slashing move. Together, they created a powerful shockwave. Seizing the moment when the boss was surrounded, Hirosaka unleashed a mighty downward sword strike of light, knocking the boss face first into the thick cloud of smoke and dust. Jenga and Mei stood on the sidelines, observing the disastrous scene, sweating heavily. No, did you think he'd be that easy to defeat? He'll recover soon. He's definitely trying to lure us into another attack, but I guess this is an opportunity. Subaru, I'll go ahead too. All right, everyone, it's time for us to shine, Sazaka said boldly, immediately summoning 8 thunder gods in various colors. Nazusa's eyes widened, not taking his gaze off the light in front of him. Shikishima's group saw Nazu sobbing and quickly urged him to meet with the leader. Hirosaka recalled Louis' instructions from before to defeat this Golden Knight commander. Hirosaka was ready to face the boss in a decisive battle. First, we need to destroy his armor. This armor not only reduces incoming damage by half but also restores HP when worn, making it an extremely valuable item. Furthermore, the monster slayer has the highest HP among the previous commanders. This makes him stronger in prolonged battles, leading to intense focus during the brutal attacks. In summary, you must destroy the armor first, then focus on Renji. You'll need to use the strongest technique I taught you before. Combine 7 curved sword strikes with the royal aura to deliver a powerful blow. Keep an eye on your remaining MP, Louis has warned. So after delivering a powerful attack, I'll need to simultaneously execute a decisive move or engage in another battle, right? I'll continue with my support role, but if possible, I will also contribute to destroying the armor. I'm quite good at delivering such fierce attacks, Sasaka said confidently. As she was a disciple of the Thunder God, no one could match her speed. After summoning the 8 Thunder Gods, Sasaka gathered her energy and unleashed a rainbow-colored thunderbolt for 10 seconds. The strong force continuously struck the boss, leaving everyone around in awe. Sasaka truly lived up to being Subaru's first teammate, facing the boss alone. She'd been trained by the Thunder God Kaleem, and now Kaleem was watching her through the screen. Sasaka's growth was truly impressive, enough to amaze Kaleem. However, the enemy she faced came from the Golden Kingdom, the one known as the strongest, making him difficult to deal with. If I hadn't used this special technique, I'd probably be dead by now. Even with a 60% damage reduction, his attack is still very powerful. This guy is truly strong. Sasaka thought to herself while enduring the blows. Following Van's instructions, Subaru's trump card must be saved for the next attack, so I can't rely on Subaru. Sasaka could only brace herself, waiting for Sasaka's turn. She continued to wildly strike with lightning bolts, throwing everything into the attack on the boss. After 10 seconds and countless fierce lightning strikes, Sasaka cracked part of the boss's mask, causing green liquid to flow continuously. Sasaka was exhausted, and the remainder of the job was left to Hirasaka. Hirasaka unleashed 7 sword strikes, powerful force shattering the boss's mask completely, green liquid pouring like rain. After Sasaka's armor-breaking strike and Hirasaka's strongest technique, everyone on site and watching the fight were sure victory was within their grasp. However, Yulak, the commander of the Golden Knights, after several heart strikes from Subaru, became furious. Adding to this, being suppressed by other knights, he continuously shouted that he was just fulfilling his duty. This is an unavoidable order, Commander. Your warlike nature is abnormal. If you keep going, you'll surely destroy the Silver Kingdom. The king desires peace, Louis coldly replied. Yulak remained extremely stubborn, determined to wipe out the Silver Kingdom. Despite all attempts at advice, Louis decided to execute him. You've taken too many lives, brother. Not only the enemies but even allies opposed the massacre. Louis slowly drew her sword. She could not accept that her dear friend had permanently fallen in the pile of corpses Yulak created. He called it normal. Louis shouted, I can no longer consider you my beloved brother. Die, monster slayer, and struck powerfully, causing Yulak to collapse. At that moment in the real world, he also officially fell. Hirasaka rushed towards Yulak, but his demonic power returned, leaving everyone stunned. The red blood aura filled the air. Yulak's body was drenched in blood. Yulak grinned and staggered forward. I've been betrayed by my own country, cast into the gates. You just mentioned being the owner of Louis, right? So the plan of the gate has been set in motion, words of the master. Hold on, even in that case, I never expected to send my own owner away. Aha, poor little sister of mine, your plan has failed. Yulak pointed at Hirasaka, mocking her, making everyone furious. Oh, and by the way, Trash, did you know that the one sealed in the gate can return to the underground world? The first way is to be destroyed by the owner, Yulak said, then suddenly stabbed through Sasaka's stomach, causing her to fall in a pool of blood. The second way is to skewer the owner with certain strength. Yulak attacked Hirasaka just as she was flying to Sasaka. Under Yulak's terrifying strength, Hirasaka was knocked back several meters. Yulak combined the royal aura with his blood cloak, increasing his attack power by 360%. Additionally, his 12th technique would reach 1,800% attack power in the next strike. Seeing Yulak brimming with power, Sasaka and Hirasaka could only feel helpless. Subaru moved closer, signaling for his teammates to run. If they took his next hit, they'd be blown away. Subaru didn't expect Yulak to regain consciousness. It's over, I must retreat, Subaru said shakily, leaving Zinger confused. You already have my gratitude, human. Thanks to you, I'm even stronger and can return to the underground world where I can tear apart my sister, the one who severed me. As a token of gratitude, I'll allow you to die under my ultimate technique. Yulak glared, drawing his cursed sword. When Yulak's technique was activated, an inner conversation occurred between Subaru, Sasaka, and Hirasaka. Subaru declared he would defeat him, making Sasaka and Hirasaka terrified. I use my trump card, are you sure you can defeat the Silver King at the third disaster? Hirasaka asked worriedly. I don't know, but it's better than losing you. Subaru, eyes filled with rage, responded, making Sasaka and Hirasaka even more anxious, as they knew Subaru only cared about their lives. In the dark space, a flash of light startled Sasaka. Shout out loud, there's still something we can do before using the trump card. Outside, Yulek frantically slashed with his sword, releasing a chaotic force, only to suddenly realize his hands were paralyzed. Aize approached like a god. Despite being drenched in blood, he exuded an aura of cool confidence holding the pinnacle sword. Hirasaka was overjoyed to see Aize and Suzy, but in his excitement, he accidentally ran into Aize's technique that blocked the way. Pleasure to meet you, destroyer of lovers. You may not see it, but you are completely surrounded by my technique. Sorry, but now I must defeat you, Aize said to Yulek with a nod. Ah, so you're the one who halted in Bayen? Yulek glanced at Aize. In truth, Aize's MP was nearly depleted and his words couldn't last much longer. Therefore, Subaru's group needed to act quickly. Shikishima, losing patience, shouted for Subaru to tell the team what to do next. Subaru recalled Sasaka's advice about something the group could do before using that item. His mind wavered violently as he suggested a way to defeat Yulek while keeping his trump card for the battle against the Silver King. Shikishima, Nazius, I have a proposal for both of you. Please become my family right here, right now, Subaru suddenly said. He summoned immense power, and though Shikishima and Nazius didn't fully understand, they agreed immediately. Recta Sanana, the subordinate blood-seizing technique Subaru gained after reaching level 50, could transform a living being into a family member. Unlike Parivara, this technique required a soul connection. To convert someone into family, the technique only worked with their consent. Nazius hesitated after hearing Subaru's proposal, not wanting to be both a subordinate and a family member. In the end, Nazius agreed, willing to give up everything to save Hirasaka. Yulek remained trapped by Subaru's group's invisible technique, but no further attacks had been launched. That meant they had no other choice. Perhaps they were waiting for someone, but it was pointless, Yulek thought, and immediately unleashed a powerful strike, activating his technique with the orb. Aize didn't expect Yulek to understand the properties of his technique so well, causing him to panic slightly. Yulek, his eyes cold as bullets, swung his sword in 7 curved strikes combined with claw marks, producing a loud explosion. Yulek's powerful blow severed one of Aize's legs, spilling blood. The force also cracked and loosened the pinnacle sword. That technique only lasts 1 second, right? But my claw marks remain and continue activating for 20 seconds. Yulek smirked and immediately unleashed a light strike, burying both Aize and Suzy. Seeing this, Hirasaka rushed from behind to ambush Yulek, but unfortunately he was spotted. Don't come over here. I noticed your MP is almost gone, so just die already, Yulek sneered arrogantly, swinging a curved sword at Aize. But unexpectedly, the attack was ambushed by Shikishima from afar. Using his golden rifle combined with soul sealing, Shikishima successfully damaged Yulek's soul. Nazius intruded into Hirasaka's mind to help him wield his technique. Once someone becomes family, they can add soul sealing to their techniques. Nazius's golden weapons were now capable of directly harming the opponent's soul. Subaru had truly made everyone his family. This decision was bittersweet for him. Once family, Shikishima and Nazius could no longer be revived through Parivara. Even if they died, Subaru worried and blamed himself. Don't worry about that, Subaru. Loss is inevitable in battle. You did the right thing. You can also share your future memories with us. Sorry for being a burden until now. Leave the rest to us. Shikishima and the others reassured Subaru. Coordinating tightly, their synchronized attacks left Yulek stunned. The benefits of becoming family were diverse for both master and follower, but the most important now was coordination through soul communication. Shikishima sniped with all his strength, preventing Yulek from attacking, enraging him. We think alike, like we were cast from the same mold. Destroying the enemy's attack is more effective than defense. Don't dream that I'll let you run wild, Shikishima laughed in Yulek's face. At that moment, Aize suddenly appeared before Yulek, leaving him in disbelief. He remembered clearly that Aize had been killed by him. But before the enemy's technique could reach him, Aize expanded his body several times, blocking the attack. Sorry, but I'm not dead yet. I still have plans I can't miss, Aize said, then coordinated with Sasaka and Hirasaka to defeat Yulek in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Yulek could only think that one day he would return. Hirasaka swiftly plunged a knife into Yulek's abdomen, causing him to disintegrate on the spot. Everything unfolded according to Louis's instructions to Hirasaka, requiring the dagger for the final strike. The dagger was called amnesia. When a soul is destroyed at the gate, it can return to the underworld, but this dagger broke that cycle, eradicating the soul in the unconscious world. This was where Subaru met King Aurora. Arasaka felt this act was somewhat extreme, but Louis had pleaded. It's all for dignity and to soothe her friends, as well as hundreds of thousands of souls massacred by Yulak. At Louis's request, Arasaka shattered and annihilated Yulak's soul. In this way, the hatred of Yulak's victims was partially appeased. Louis watched Yulak's figure vanish and whispered, recalling memories with Yulak, her eyes welling with tears. Finally, it was over. Arasaka praised Nazius's efforts. Nazius, dazed, recalled the advice, "Find your own star." Overwhelmed with emotion, he wept uncontrollably. Perhaps today, Nazius had drawn closer to his star. Shikishima and Arasaka were finally reunited after the life-or-death battle, but their cold demeanor left Nazius wide-eyed at their sheer coolness. Just as they were about to leave, Subaru suddenly received a system notification. Your family intervention in the system has been recognized. The boss's soul has vanished, so no experience points were awarded. Such intervention is discouraged. These events have caused us great trouble. Lord, please play according to the plan we provided. Subaru read the notice and gently pressed agree. Everything unfolded just as he predicted, and that future approached rapidly. The mission was completed, and the team immediately left the underground world through the portal before it completely vanished. At exactly 6:15 p.m. tonight, under Subaru's leadership, the entire team successfully passed through the 6-star portal. At the Itabashi intersection, a large crowd gathered to witness the collapse of the portal, causing severe traffic congestion. Subaru strode out powerfully with his team, surrounded by a sea of people and flashes of camera lights. I was focused solely on directing the operation, so this victory is thanks to everyone present here. From now on, our deity will continue to protect everyone from entities from the underground world, even if it means sacrificing his life. Subaru declared strongly, amid the applause and cheers of the crowd. Arasaka suddenly spoke up, saying he had to return to the brilliant coastline, but no one expected him to leave immediately. It left Shikishima speechless. Sasaka also said he would return after visiting his parents. As they were chatting, the team suddenly realized that someone was still missing. Jenga stepped out from the portal in front of Eize, still wearing the signature box tightly on his head. The goal of passing through Subaru's 6-star portal has been accomplished, so my role is over. In the end, I didn't contribute much, Jenga said. I suppose I did my best as a silver rank. Mr. Eize, thank you for your efforts. I bet Subaru will keep his promise to you, Jenga said, then bowed solemnly in front of Eize. It seems you also believe in Subaru, don't you? Eize asked curiously. But I'm not that sure, Jenga replied. That evening in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, Jenga turned on the TV and saw the interview of the team from the previous day. The week was long but quite interesting for Jenga. Staring at Subaru's face on the screen, suddenly a brightly glowing door opened behind Jenga. As soon as the door opened, Jenga felt his entire body stiffen, unable to move. The laugh behind the door belonged to the silver-tailed, nine-tailed king, Ruin, who was now smiling wickedly and asking Jenga to help him with something. The next day, November 1st, at the headquarters of the Deity Federation, a grand celebration was held to commemorate the successful passage of the 6-star portal. Jenga refused to attend the party, citing family reasons. Issei had returned to prison but was still allowed to attend his son's match. Those at the party happily ate and chatted. Sasaka cheerfully recounted how she had visited her parents yesterday. The whole family cried, but they were very happy to know she had contributed to the success of the 6-star portal clearance. As for Subaru, he told Shikishima that he would meet Jenga at 6 p.m. Shikishima nodded happily, then suddenly widened his eye. With his mouth close to Subaru's ear, Shikishima urged him to buy a house quickly. You're famous now, right? The hotel lobby you're staying in is packed with crowds. The accommodation fee has skyrocketed, it's like VIP tickets now. You can choose a house or an apartment. Just buy one and move in. Live somewhere convenient because you're famous, not to show off, but because it's truly necessary. If you keep living in a normal place, it will just bother those around you, Shikishima asserted firmly. While waiting for Subaru to buy a new house, Shikishima took him to temporarily stay in Arasaka's luxurious apartment. As soon as Subaru stepped inside, he was amazed by its spaciousness and luxury. Shikishima explained that Subaru would stay here until he had his own place. Arasaka had also agreed through the soul link. Subaru sighed, uncertain if this was okay, as he feared Nazius would get angry with him. Through the soul link, although Nazius had scolded Subaru, he also asked him to take pictures of Arasaka's house for him. After handing Subaru the key, Shikishima quickly pulled him outside so he could freely enjoy the city he was protecting. The fresh, peaceful scenery was so different from the tragedy that would occur in the future for King Aurora. Subaru felt moved and reminded himself that he must stop it before it happened. When he arrived at the train station, Subaru saw Jenga already waiting for him. Regarding what he needed to discuss with Jenga, Subaru cheerfully suggested that Jenga might want to join him in the underground world next week. The underground world? You mean the enemies of humanity? Jenga asked suspiciously. Enemies? Oh yes, I knew you'd say that. A lot has happened and I need to join the meeting of the kings, Subaru replied calmly. Jenga was shocked to the core by the information Subaru had just revealed. The kings, the meeting, joining, do you realize you just made a statement that could shake the world? No one has detailed information about the underground world. Do you know that? Of course, no one has been there to witness it either. And now you're… Jenga was so shocked that he couldn't finish his sentence. Yes, that's why I think we can go together, Subaru replied, further silencing Jenga. Jenga felt like Subaru was inviting him to join a dangerous adventure. I can't talk to you anymore. How do you plan on entering the underground world? Why are you inviting me, someone who's only reached silver rank? Don't you have stronger teammates than me? Jenga shouted in frustration. Of course, I'll bring others along, but I'm sure there will be times when your strength, Jenga, will be absolutely necessary, Subaru replied calmly. Is that your reason? Will you officially make me your teammate? Jenga asked. After returning from the underground world, I plan to form a team and I want you to be a member. Although the team hasn't been recognized or named yet, its motto is I will never betray or abandon you. What do you think? Subaru explained calmly, causing Jenga to hesitate. From the first time I met you, I still couldn't believe you chose me to help clear the 6-star portal. However, your decision was completely correct. With your strategy, we were able to succeed. I bet you must possess a very mysterious power. I still can't believe in my own strength, but I will believe in you because you've believed in me. Jenga affirmed strongly and immediately clasped Subaru's hand. Together, they created a brilliant power. Sitting on a boat drifting on the water was Ruin, calmly drinking tea, silently bidding farewell to his dear Subaru. Dear Subaru, you've become incredibly dangerous in just a few days, defeating the fire beast in minutes, and you can even defeat the monster slayer with just your own family. Those golden and copper-colored ones might just warn you, but I am different. Vanquist is certainly capable of returning. Every threat must be eliminated at the root, Ruin growled. But as soon as Subaru and Jenga shook hands, Subaru realized that the Silver King Ruin's soul technique was inside Jenga's body and could manipulate its target. Just as I suspected, Jenga is now the target. Ruin's goal is to approach the nearest silver rank, Subaru thought to himself before suddenly asking aloud, is the Silver King over there? This made Ruin's heart skip a beat, unable to believe that Subaru had detected him so quickly. You made 3 mistakes. First, when Jenga goes outside, he always wears a paper bag. Second, Jenga calls me Ariak, not Subaru. And third, Jenga would never say, I believe in you until the very end. Subaru, furious, tore off his shirt, revealing his prosthetic arm, catching Ruin off guard. In truth, Subaru had long replaced his own arm with a prosthetic, proving he had prepared meticulously to confront the 9 Ice. Such careful preparation could only come from absolute conviction and determination. After baring his torso, Subaru swiftly thrust his blood fist into Jenga's chest, toppling him instantly, sensing that Subaru had neutralized the threat on Zinga's body. Ruin, enraged, realized Subaru had anticipated this, enabling him to handle the situation flawlessly. After helping Zinga to the ground, Subaru's bag suddenly exploded, revealing an arm covered in blood. The arm flew with force, attaching quickly to Subaru's shoulder, leaving Duin even more bewildered. He was not only Vanquist's owner but also had precognitive abilities. This man is too dangerous. I don't care if the other kings notice. I have to kill him immediately. Ruin sweated profusely, watching Subaru's imposing figure advance toward him. The reward we gained was a world entirely different from the future world we had seen. In such an unstable world, only one thing was certain: human failure. Subaru, full of resolve, warned Ruin. His mission was to thwart Ruin's plot and defeat him in direct combat. Success would bring him new allies. He would come closer to the world's truth and unlock a new path. But if he failed, Subaru and Zinga would have to retreat and accelerate the underworld's collapse. Meanwhile, Shikishima, Sasaka, and Karin watched Subaru through their soul link. Everyone remained calm, confident Subaru would win quickly. Provoked by Subaru, Ruin frantically charged to the shore. Sukuna, barely emerging, was struck by Subaru, unable to resist. Subaru did not stop, unleashing a ferocious chain strike, cornering Juin in the deep water. His soul was trapped upon contact with Subaru's attack, leaving him helpless to do anything but cry for help. This was the final move of the 3 techniques I first received from Vanquist. Sunlit travelers could block sunlight, the vampire's weakness. However, it reduced stats and I had to unleash my true vampire power. Subaru stated coldly, making Ruin pale. He never realized that since becoming the owner, Subaru had been struggling with his true power all along. Ruin, unwilling to concede, tried to keep fighting. Ruin unleashed his full strength, hurling thunder and wind strikes at Subaru. Subaru remained unshaken, immediately countering with a powerful strike of his own. He had no intention of stopping in this fight, even at his own risk. It was truly a fierce battle between Subaru and Ruin, as their powers were nearly equal. In the human world, Shikishima, Sazaka, and Karin watched Subaru, though they had fallen asleep unknowingly. Simultaneously in the underworld on the Radiant Shore, Kaleem, Storm God Delta, Fire God Lambda, Ludwig, and Hirasaka gathered, commenting on Subaru's recent attack. All hoped Subaru would win, for otherwise the entire area would be cleansed by ruin. Vanquished, observing from afar, was interrupted by the appearance of Queen Marktida. She believed Subaru could fulfill everyone's wishes. After releasing his mighty spear strike, Subaru successfully provoked Ruin, the Silver King, into a rage. The divine flames Subaru created were shredded, causing explosions throughout the space. That evening, rain continued over Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. The Silver King paused his thoughts momentarily, resuming only after the storm ceased. His divine silver threads had been torn into 1,000 fragments. They were also slashed lengthwise. "So you've been hiding your true vampire power until now," Ruin shouted, eyes blood-red. "The one hiding it is vanquished. He told me not to reveal it." The old man also said that if you knew my true power, a coward like you would never dare enter the human world, Subaru replied, angering Ruin, who gritted his teeth and unleashed a sacred flame at Subaru. Subaru dodged. The attack missed, striking the sea, causing water to evaporate. If it had hit Subaru, he would not have survived. Maintaining such a powerful move will be a huge burden for him, Subaru thought. In any case, Ruin only possessed part of his soul. The eternal heaven forbade the main body of souls from the underworld from entering the human world. Yet, Ruin had mastered splitting his soul in two, with one part enough for ultimate power. However, if this soul was destroyed, the main soul would also lose part of its essence. This weakened Ruin's main body in the underworld. Therefore, he had to be subdued here to allow negotiation later. Vanquished thought silently, Subaru, keep running to tire Ruin out. Ruin angrily yelled, "You're just a coward only running now." But he did not realize Subaru was luring him into a trap. While running, Subaru suddenly stopped and launched a surprise attack, leaving Ruin unable to react. Ruin was trapped in a blood snare. He tried to shoot Subaru but failed due to Subaru's incredible speed. Subaru lunged like a missile, striking Ruin's face with a powerful punch, toppling him instantly, teeth and lips bloody. Subaru's barrage did not stop, even as Ruin's face was mangled. He continued pounding him like a punching bag until Ruin was completely destroyed. Ruin, relentlessly attacked by Subaru, collapsed under the final blow, exhausted. He coughed up blood, his soul unable to endure further, and decided to retreat. "You're tenacious. If it were Lambda, he'd be dead 5 times over," Subaru remarked, quickly striking Ruin's chest with a blood command, spinning him to the ground. Everyone in the virtual world was astonished witnessing this. Ruin had truly been defeated by Subaru. Saja and Hirasaka smiled proudly at Subaru's achievement. "Well done, kid, now it's time. Subaru, begin negotiations and make that Silver King one of us," Vanquished cheerfully suggested, startling everyone. 1 hour before the battle with Ulak on November 1st, Subaru was tasked by Vanquished to turn Ruin into an ally. To appear at the meeting of the kings, he had to lay the groundwork for future benefits. "Negotiate with him and bring him to our side. First, make him completely surrender. You must prove your strength. It's the only way to make the strong obey. Moreover, Ruin is one of the easiest to persuade after surrendering." "Brad is cautious and powerful but ultimately cowardly," Vanquished said in a low voice to Subaru. Ruin, in a daze, recalled the first time he met Vanquished as a child, when he still followed the nine-tailed water fox, his ancestor. Vanquished approached Ruin and explained that the reason he fled was that fear outweighed the joy of victory. If he were just a boy, it would be fine, but as a king, he could not always live in fear. "Reflect on yourself, coward." Every word Vanquished spoke struck Ruin's pride, freezing him in place. Then Vanquished gently stroked Ruin's head and advised that if he could accomplish such things, he would become a good king, leaving Ruin confused, unsure how to express his emotions as Vanquist's figure merged with the crowd in the virtual world. Ruin longed to become a king like Vanquist. When he opened his eyes, he saw Subaru sitting in front of him, reigniting his anger. "Give up. You're only a fragment of a soul, so returning will be difficult." "Battle is over," Subaru said softly. "I want Zuin to become an ally, to cooperate and convey the request to the meeting of the kings. To do that, become my kin." Subaru's words shocked Zuin and stunned the gods like thunder cracking beside them. Only Vanquist seemed to have anticipated it, chuckling as he watched the show continue. Ruin was outraged at Subaru's audacious request and protested fiercely, "I will let you live and return. Even though you are only a fragment of a soul, you are still part of the original self. If destroyed, the strength and status of the original self will decrease significantly, destabilizing the balance between gold and bronze. Didn't that cause trouble for you? Subaru spoke. Don't think that's enough to make me your kin. What I fear most is Vanquished regaining his power during his prime. Any action that benefits him is unacceptable. Ruin shouted in response. Subaru, I will never give up, and I promise to provide you with future information through a soul connection if you agree. Hearing this, Ruin began to waver, no longer loud and defiant but quietly contemplating. Subaru explained that the future had already changed thanks to his teammates, and he had predicted Ruin's reaction today. Within the soul, Subaru's teammates were arguing loudly, giving him a headache. Why did you say that? Just now you said the future you knew was unbelievable. Does that mean becoming your kin has no purpose? Ruin asked suspiciously. The memories I hold now show 8 disasters will strike the human world, and the one causing the 8th disaster is the manager from Tongguan. Subaru explained solemnly, leaving Ruin stunned, never expecting Subaru's enemy to be that supreme being, the manager. Amid the shifting waves of the virtual sea, Subaru predicted that the manager he mentioned had appeared. Negotiation was only just beginning. Zinga slowly opened his eyes and sat up, realizing he was on a sandy beach, clutching his head in pounding pain. When he looked around for the Silver King, gigantic blood-veined eyes appeared on the sea surface, nearly causing Zinga to bleed from fright. Those monstrous eyes belonged to the manager, the supreme entity who created Tongguan. Ruin only knew of his existence and had never seen his true form, so he was equally panicked. Why are you here? We haven't broken any rules, only mentioned your name. Leave, Subaru ordered coldly. The manager obediently froze, but Subaru knew it was still watching the world. Subaru said he had fought before but lost. Next time he would win. To do that, he needed the manager. Subaru proposed. He seriously wanted to become his kin, knowing all events in advance. The only way to join his forces was through soul communication. It would surely make him the manager's enemy, a high-risk move. But if he missed this opportunity, he would never access that information again. Wait, if I don't decide now, I won't be a king anymore. I shouldn't fear losing anything to let the people live in peace. Ruin thought and quietly agreed. Perhaps Vanquist's words influenced him. But are you okay with that? I used your teammates to challenge you and you accept so easily. Ruin wondered. You did it to protect the country, right? You showed it through your soul fragment and will not appear until near defeat. You act for the country to spare the people pain. Vanquist praised you for that, so there's nothing to worry about. And my teammates will use all our strength to protect you, Subaru affirmed firmly, moving Ruin to tears, who promised to become an ally. The two quickly shook hands, solidifying their alliance. Jenga watched Subaru and Ruin embrace like brothers, puzzled but unconcerned. Jenga only wanted to ask Subaru, just now in the sky, what was the gigantic eye that appeared on the sea? That is a worldwide crisis. It will arrive in about 2.5 months or later, Subaru said quietly to Zinga, unable to hide the truth. Zinga was silent. Everything was coming sooner than predicted 3 years ago. That day, Zinga was on his way to board a ship home after being urged by his sister. In his hometown, everyone awaited his return. No one expected a gate to appear silently on the sea, where no deity was present in time. When the gate broke open, no alarm sounded. By the time Zinga reached home, it was too late. Zinga's house had become a chaotic ruin, burying his family beneath. It had once been their home. Zinga was stunned with pain, crying silently. This time he truly arrived too late. Tilting his face to the sky, he wept like rain, cursing the monster that stole his family. After the house was rebuilt, Zinga looked at the portraits of his family members, still blaming himself for not arriving in time. He had become a deity, stronger, but still could not protect his family then. Tears streamed as Zinga knelt, crying, apologizing desperately. Zinga looked very sorrowful. In the face of the stern gazes of the neighbors, he chose to cover his face with a box and live a reclusive life. From that day on, Zinga decided to stay in his homeland, always keeping an eye on the sea to see if a portal would appear. He told himself that nothing could be trusted, not even himself. Beings from the underworld would never be allowed to appear on this land. He also vowed not to feel the regret of not returning in time. Jenga told himself this. Today, in front of Subaru, Jenga pleaded, "Please, Subaru, make me a member of your family so we can fight together and protect everything until the end." Jenga's heartfelt plea moved Subaru deeply. In January 2024, a memory from the future appeared. The 7th disaster, Damnatio memory, had wiped out all humans on Earth, and the divine rulers had completely disappeared. At that time, Jenga approached Subaru, wanting to understand why he was sitting alone on the beach, looking sad. "I defeated my enemy here, but I couldn't stop him from activating his ultimate technique. I was too late," Subaru said despondently. "You're just like me, aren't you?" Jenga absent-mindedly responded to Subaru. The two sat next to each other, their eyes on the ruined beach, their hearts filled with emotion. It was now November 2023, and Subaru was performing the spell to make Zinga a member of his family. Immersed in the flow of power created by Subaru, Zinga felt energy flowing throughout his body. and his senses were awakened. From that moment, Zynga had become a member of Subaru's family. Everyone in the soul greeted Zynga in unison, causing his ears to ring. This was soul communication. He regarded it as a conversation among family members where they could share their true thoughts. Shikishima explained, "You need to ensure that everything you hear is the absolute truth." As the spell for Jenga was completed, it was Ruin's turn. Each time a new family member was added, Subaru's power grew. He did not expect the power to surge so strongly when he merely touched Ruin. "I see now, Subaru. After becoming your family member, my true body in this world has become much stronger," Ruin said. "So this is 45%. As the master, you receive 10% from your family, right?" Ruin asked. Subaru realized that this power was not coming from Ruin's soul but from his true body. Truly impressive. Turning others into family members is Vanquist's unique technique, which increases the strength of both the family member and the master. This was the reason the Rainbow Kingdom reached its peak and became nearly invincible in the future. "With this new power, I could easily overpower Safina and Vorden, but I won't do that. I am allied for a far nobler cause," Rui said, then instructed Subaru and Zinger to sit on the Silver Star so he could take them to meet Vanquist. Quickly zoomed to Hirasaka's apartment where everyone had gathered. Subaru swiftly used the blood key to open the door to the glowing beach, and the group crawled through. On entering, Ruin's eyes widened as he realized this was the place where souls gathered with the ultimate spatial technique in the underworld. "Is this where he's been looking for Vanquist all along? The manager shouldn't be able to see us here before being defeated," he thought. The voice said, "I created this place with my last bit of strength and reside here. Though my power and status are gone, I am still here, recovering 30% of my strength." Vanquist stepped forward, his entire body emanating powerful energy. Ruin hesitated in greeting Vanquist, while Shikishima boldly shook his hand. In the solemn atmosphere, the others were still noisy and chaotic. Shikishima and Vanquist grew angry and shouted for the group to establish order. Thanks to Subaru's blood pillow, everyone finally sat in a neat line, preparing for the meeting with the kings. Vanquist chuckled, "Not only Subaru and his family, but the Rainbow Kingdom will also attend." Ruin disliked the children from the Rainbow Kingdom, but had no choice. Subaru stood up as Vanquist requested and explained why the group had to participate in the meeting. This was the main purpose of the gathering. "I demand the complete abolition of all portals to the underworld," Subaru declared clearly. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe that he wanted to abolish the portals right in front of the kings. Inga, excited, jumped up and shouted, "Is that even possible?" Seeing how it had been invading Earth day by day, this request seemed very reasonable. "We will discuss the negotiation time with Ruin and the others. But before that, I will explain how to deal with the upcoming disaster," Subaru replied firmly. "We have pushed back 3 disasters and there are 5 more. We can avoid the 5th and 6th disasters. Though we cannot prevent the disasters, we know where they will happen and how to defeat them, so there is no problem. Right now, we are stronger than the future. First, I will talk about the 5th disaster, which occurs when a person reaches level 99. Hearing Subaru, Sasaka grew angry and was determined to stop it at all costs. Seeing that Nazius didn't fully understand, Subaru patiently explained, "A divine ruler's body will be taken over by an automatic technique when they reach level 99, creating a loophole similar to Ruin's control skill. Gatekeeper can easily enter the human world without difficulty, bypassing the portal's limitation. This is stronger than a 6-star boss and 1,000 times more powerful than Ruin's soul. The one whose body is taken over is Amamiya Heizuki, Sasaka's sister." Everyone was shocked when they heard Subaru. Sasaka, on the other hand, was frantic, his body tense. After losing his sister and being injured, Heizuki didn't rest and continued to level up. She reached level 99, the automatic sovereign technique was activated, absorbing souls and experience points to summon the Dragon King Gi. The unfortunate Heizuki became a monster. The gatekeeper of Heizuki's portal was the ruler of the Silver Gi Kingdom, but Ruin didn't think Gale would stop following his orders. Now the real problem, the 6th disaster cannot happen. This disaster, a super earthquake, was supposed to be caused by my younger brother, Ariak Taiga. Subaru bowed his head as he spoke during the battle against the Dark Faction under the reign of King Aurora. The group was unable to defeat Taiga and Kokugaji. After that, Taiga erupted with power, accelerating the timeline of the continental plates beneath Japan, causing the super earthquake. Even though Taiga died in the timeline of the 6th disaster, Subaru couldn't explain why they were able to defeat Taiga and Kokugaji in this timeline. Shikishima explained that perhaps the path connecting to the future split into 3 timelines. The timeline split after Subaru gained the memory of King Aurora, and Taiga had already died before that. The timeline had already been fractured before Subaru met King Aurora. A mysterious force had influenced the future even before Subaru, but it was still unclear whether it was friend or foe. Subaru speculated that this force had likely been very close to them. After swapping places with Sasha, Sayako immediately returned with everyone through the third door. Vanquist called Subaru aside to ask about the situation. He recalled that when he first met the kid, he never expected them to form such a large family, even though both were struggling at the time. Vanquist said. Subaru acknowledged this and reflected that they had progressed remarkably quickly. At first, she had opened the door just to reclaim the wealth, fame, and status stolen by Tega, but when Vanquist advised her to love herself and live happily, she began to change her mindset, cherishing friends and comrades, loving herself alongside them, and wishing for the group to always walk the same path. This strange adventure began with that rainbow door. Subaru smiled and said, "Just a little more, I want to continue this journey." Vanquist happily responded that he believed one day Subaru would achieve things even he could not. Vanquist displayed an odd attitude that puzzled Subaru. He said farewell and promised to meet again in the underworld. In the Golden Kingdom, Safina, the Queen of Twilight, was relaxing in her bath. Safina, intrigued by Subaru's power, quietly instructed her servants to send him an invitation to the royal gathering as a guest after a week had passed. November 1st at 11:35 p.m., Subaru was awakened by a sudden beam of light and received a letter inviting him to the royal gathering after the light vanished. 3 days later, in the backyard of the Hirosaka apartment building, the group gathered fully dressed in winter attire, which made Subaru feel hot and unsure if the outfits matched King Aurora's memory of the meeting. Subaru had never been to the underworld beyond the gates and seating area. Carrion and Sasha were also confused by the location. As everyone remained uncertain, a golden door suddenly appeared, dispelling all doubts. From inside stepped a golden knight. She introduced herself. "Subaru, I am here to escort you. I am Isis, captain of the guard under Queen Safina. It is an honor to be your escort." Carrion noticed she looked younger than Safina and Louis, guessing she belonged to a new generation. After Subaru greeted her, Isis instructed the group to quickly pass through the illustrious door to enter the underworld. The underworld unfolded before the group, vast and magnificent, blanketed in white snow. The lands all oriented toward the core, arranged like a broken egg. Each region was a separate kingdom. The climate shifted with distance from the sun. Closer to the core was warm, farther was cold. A kingdom near the sun had overlapping lands that cast shadows there. Isis explained the group's questions to Subaru. Shikishima noticed that it was quite cold here and guessed that the group was far from the center. This area was called the Outer Rim, the furthest territory, located at the very edge. Isis said this was not the Golden Kingdom, and Nazius wondered. He explained that the Golden Kingdom was the largest continent, floating high above, while the underworld had over 200 kingdoms stretching along its core. Contrary to the third king's expectations, all the other kings opposed Subaru's presence at the meeting. These people were nothing more than sacrificial pawns to resurrect souls. Some believed their existence was even lower than that of slaves. Isis suddenly changed her attitude, showing disdain for Subaru's group, which angered them. She stated that allowing Subaru's group to appear was unacceptable. Isis glared and unleashed a powerful technique, sending Subaru's group crashing to the ground from a great height. Her 14th technique melted the snow and ice, sending them plummeting deeper. She explained that since they were honored guests, she would not kill them, but they had to prove their worth to attend the meeting at the Golden Kingdom's palace, and they had 72 hours to prepare. She reminded them to survive. Isis said her final words before teleporting Subaru's group 1,000 kilometers away. Subaru sneered and said he'd see her again, which frustrated her due to his arrogance. Subaru was separated from everyone and unable to communicate through the soul. As he looked around, a monster suddenly pounced at him. He used his sword to fend off the monster's powerful force. The two struggled, causing the earth and rocks to shatter. Despite the continuous attacks, the monster showed no bloodlust or hatred. "This is truly strange," Subaru muttered, delivering a powerful kick. The monster laughed heartily and complimented him, leaving Subaru stunned. "Come on, did you forget? Even though you're the one who impaled me in such a terrible way," the monster grinned. But Subaru still didn't remember it or what had happened. The monster didn't hold it against him since its appearance had changed. "It's okay if you've forgotten, let me reintroduce myself. I am the giant bull from Kenyen Valley, the blue-winged Guasama." Subaru finally recognized this was the bull from the two-star gate he had once entered. The bull was delighted when Subaru recognized it, then carried him across the cliffs of Kendine Valley, explaining that the gates, or the soul prison, were where criminals from the underworld were sent. In the gate there was a possibility of regaining their appearance and strength, but only in the place they had lived before they died. The lower the star rating, the less the chance of resurrection. The bull explained, but Subaru paid little attention. Subaru was distracted by the surroundings, which made the bull want to scold him. They were sent to the two-star gate, losing their ability to speak and reason. Subaru now understood that the ability to exist again depended on the star rating. similar to the capacity of a star phone. The future memories didn't reveal this because he was in the underworld, where there was no protection feature. Subaru wondered where the bull was taking him, and the bull said she would bring him to meet the person who told him he was there. Bull was kind to Subaru because it had once impaled him, the strongest holder, and could return to its original form, wanting to repay the favor. The bull revealed that the original leader of the pin had died and was sent back to the gate. Subaru didn't understand why they had to try to send the soul into the gate. He remarked that in the underworld, souls could exchange energy. The civilization here was based on techniques. Techniques acted as catalysts and utilities for souls. High-quality souls didn't return to their world but helped their user benefit. A girl with snow-white hair suddenly answered, startling Subaru. Leaping down from the bull's back, a gust of wind passed through Subaru's bracelet, causing him to be surprised. As he approached her, Subaru realized she was the owner of the bracelet he had received. The one who granted him power during the destroyed time loop was the king of Aurora Cebu. Isis's techniques sent each person to different places based on luck, but Saza unfortunately ended up in the volcanic lava region. In front of her was a long-necked fire monster, the Dragon King, the one who caused the fifth disaster, roaring fiercely. Saza spoke, "I will make you erase the filthy techniques from your holder, Amamiza Heizuki-sama." The monster was surprised that Saza knew the name and holder, asking, "Who are you?" Saza smiled and replied, "My name is, well, I'll probably use this name from now on," then shuddered and transformed. Saza donned a flowing red outfit and said, "I am one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, Queen Judith of the Handbound." Shikishima was teleported to a strange tree hollow. Inside, there was a green-haired boy and a cold-headed, crew-cut man, Tobit, who looked peculiar. It was Shikishima's first time seeing an underworld entity that resembled a human, so he bowed respectfully. The boy noticed Shikishima had eyebrows similar to his and whispered to Tobit, "Maybe Shikishima isn't a bad guy." Surprised that Shikishima didn't know who he was, the boy proudly introduced himself as Esther Ma Wang, one of the 6 Rainbow Kings. Crew-cut man was the king of reverence, Tobit. Shikishima heard the title of one of the 6 kings and was surprised because it resembled Carrion. At that moment, Banabat, one of the 6 kings, also known as the Ghost King, appeared in the cave. Maria, one of the 6 kings, also known as the Undead King, appeared, causing Shikishima to be stunned. He had barely arrived in the underworld and had already encountered all kinds of kings. The place was the Bronze Country. 1 meter squared and meeting a king, the gathering place of the 6 kings. Maria recognized Shikishima as Vanquist's relative, smiled, and declared him her junior, which left Shikishima confused as he sat around the wine table with the group. Shikishima held his wine glass, feeling dizzy, though he knew the wine didn't taste good. Maria asked, "Hey, Shikishima, you became a relative when you were still alive, right? I didn't notice your opposite counterpart." Judith and Carrion, they would fight on your behalf by transferring their soul. Esther asked Master Shikishima if he knew what an opposite counterpart was, then suggested he could freely choose one of the 6 kings as his opposite. But Shikishima was too exhausted to stay fully conscious. Maria told Esther to let him sleep. If he could pass out from drinking Maria's wine, it meant he was completely drained both physically and mentally. After asking Tobit at the school for help, Shikishima woke up. Maria lifted her head, staring at the monsters swarming toward her, her eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Fueled by the excitement from the wine, she smirked, channeling her power into her hands, and in an instant shredded the monsters like frying butter. In the distance, the Silver Kingdom still stood. She fought the monster solo with her Firestorm technique, a powerful attack as scorching as flame. She kept striking the monster relentlessly, even though Gale, king of the magma dragons, was stronger than her. For a living being like her, fire was her weakness. It was a tough situation, but how could she flee while seeing Sasaka-sama so vulnerable? Saja motivated herself and unleashed her Red Flame King Fist. At the same time, Vasuki charged at the monster with her Vow Fist, causing a deafening explosion. The monster was stunned, unable to believe that Vasuki, king of the poison dragons, was subordinate to Saja. Saja decided to turn the monster into her subordinate and immediately sent Vasuki into battle, knowing dragons could be easily provoked. Watching the 2 monsters fight fiercely, she recalled why she was loyal to Sasaka-sama. She also remembered why she lost her memories when becoming Sasaka-sama's opposite. After completing her mission at the 2-star gate, Saja regained the mind and body she had lost while imprisoned in the lower-level gate. Turning to the underworld, Saja found Sasaka lying motionless, covered in blood with severe wounds. The Vanquish door with its blazing aura appeared before her, making Saja wonder why the Master of Vanquish hadn't yet made Sasaka his subordinate. Recalling back, I remember I was dissatisfied with Sasaka-sama after that battle. She was innocent and honest. That was why Subaru had connected with my soul. Eternal loyalty to him, my deep gratitude for helping me escape captivity. And now, that loyalty extends beyond Subaru. Fortunately, I lost my memory before being sent into the gate. Otherwise, with my previous prideful nature, I wouldn't have been able to bond with anyone. In recent days, I've learned much and now understand the importance of remembering. I want to help Subaru and all my friends from the bottom of my heart. Sasha resolved herself, immediately ordering Vasuki to take down the monster Gale. Unexpectedly, Vasuki was defeated first by Gale's Super King Fist and fiery attacks. When Gale turned to target Sasha, she unleashed her ultimate move, summoning the thunder god Kaleem. In less than a second, a bolt of lightning struck Gale from above, knocking it down instantly. Its whole body trembled under the extreme current, furious to understand why the thunder god sided with Saja. "You ask unnecessarily, for you made my precious disciple cry," Kaleem the thunder god gritted his teeth. Minutes earlier in the underworld where souls reigned, Kaleem had begged Vanquish to open the gate to save Saja. However, Vanquish didn't open the gate, fearing the Overseer would notice. Kaleem didn't give up, promising to return soon, determined to rescue Saja's sister before confronting the Dragon King. All beings always strive to achieve something, always yearning to rise to a new height. If someone must do it, it is I, with all my mind and soul. I've endured captivity for too long, yet I may have been wrong. Vanquish, regarding your expectations of Subaru, or rather his demands, are they the same as mine? Kaleem wondered. Vanquish, weary and troubled, finally opened the gate for Kaleem. And that's why Kaleem arrived here and defeated Gale with her devastating firepower. The disaster was averted. After it ended, Kaleem returned but found no sign of Vanquish, only Sazaka bowing in gratitude. Master Sazaka, tears streaming, Kaleem could no longer bear it and snapped her fingers, ordering her to stand. "If you are my disciple, stand properly." Sazaka followed Kaleem, smiling with squinted eyes. Through their conversation, Sazaka also thanked Saja for saving her sister. But in truth, Saja benefited as well, turning Gyo into her subordinate via her essence. At that moment, the Silver King Ruin arrived riding a flying beast. He saw Gyo dead before he could persuade anyone. Ruin hesitated, asking if it was all right since she had inadvertently killed the citizens of the Silver Kingdom. Gale had been arrogant and provoked enmity, but now it was dead unwillingly. "Not too bad, right?" Ruin replied slyly, leaving Saja speechless. Now, according to Subaru's memories, everything was about to begin. Saja immediately became serious, preparing alongside Ruin for what was coming. Carrion arrived at Asham Castle in the Golden Kingdom. One of the 7 knights, Bazage, politely received Carrion in the lounge before the meeting. But at that moment, a subordinate rushed in, reporting that Safina was not in the castle, shocking everyone, including Carrion. "This is a disaster," Carrion exclaimed in frustration, leaving everyone around confused. On Subaru's side, he was curious about how much of the future Sabuko could see. "Cannot see broadly. For now, I can only perceive what relates to you. The royal magic thread inherited from my mother only allows me to see those connected to me. That is the technique that lets me see their future. I am unrelated to you, but Vanquish, your master, the king of the Rainbow Kingdom, he is my father," Sibu said, shocking Subaru utterly. It was completely unexpected. Father expected someone to make a breakthrough, but it wasn't me or my sister. It was a human. Fascinating, isn't it? That soul machine, I want to witness it with my own eyes in the final moment of life. Sibu then summoned a man to appear. Subaru realized this was the first invasion, a massacre caused by entities from the underworld, carried out by the vanguard of the Overseers. Subaru knew about the meeting of the kings and its timing from his future memories. The meeting did not occur due to the 3rd invasion of the Overseers. The underworld was destroyed again. This was the beginning of the end. However, don't let this moment become the end of her life, Sibu. I will do whatever it takes to make them continue the meeting. That is why we are here, Subaru strongly affirmed. An event caused by the administrators, the first invasion aimed at exterminating the people in the Silver, Gold, and Cooper kingdoms in the underworld, along with reducing the number of gatekeepers and deities. After the death of Dragon King Gale, the gatekeeper, Amamiza Heizuki, lost her powers and became an ordinary human. What if the death of a gatekeeper could affect many other deities? Humans would lose the only means of fighting against the power of the gates, and all they would get in return would be death and destruction. The administrators' strategy has 2 purposes. They sent 30,000 troops to the Gold, Silver, and Cooper kingdoms, capturing almost half of the territory. The Vorden Red Earth Kingdom will protect, thanks to the king's excellent defensive technique. Anyway, I wish you good luck, Subaru. Can't fight, so I'll leave it at that, Sibu said and turned away, leaving Subaru standing there with the determination to protect her. Unexpectedly at that moment, Kobo, bloodthirsty, charged toward the enemy's legion ahead, determined not to let them invade his home. Cobalt's wind technique had just descended when it was immediately countered by the Legion's special technique, causing Cobalt to fall. Subaru had no choice but to pull this fool back to him and face the Legion in Cobalt's place, attacking one soldier at a time. Subaru's Furgiton technique relentlessly attacked, destroying a large area. At the Axe Hem Castle, Golden Kingdom, Carrion was also fighting fiercely against the Legion. Carrion, with relentless strength, hammered blows onto the legion, causing the earth to shake. Bajigi stood nearby, worried that the kingdom might be destroyed by Carrion. But under Carrion's fervent fighting spirit, Bajigi had no choice but to unleash his seventh technique. Carrion continued to unleash powerful explosions, angering Isis. In the Silver Kingdom, the hiding place of Dragon King Gyo, Saja, with Gyo's help, was handling the legion. Ruin also joined in, using his power along with the Imperial army to fight. He stood from afar, satisfied with the chaotic scene of battle. He felt content with his new strength and silently thanked Subaru. Back in the Red Earth Kingdom, Subaru had just helped Vorden with his powerful Forgotten technique while in close combat with the soldiers, leaving Vorden astonished. Subaru made Vorden believe that he had received part of the Silver King's power. The scene of devastation, filled with fire and smoke, made Sibu feel like he was standing in hell. Keep an eye on the remaining territory, but the leader will be here soon. Let's fight together, Vorden, Subaru said. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Hyudo Kotsu appeared. Subaru spoke, surprising Kotsu, who did not expect him to know him. Subaru was certain that he was the one who would kill him in the future. Before Kotsu could say anything more, Vorden, with his fiery temper, charged at him, despite Subaru's attempts to stop him. He is the one who caused the destruction of my country. I will bring justice as a king, Vorden shouted, while his special technique aimed straight at Kotsu. Kotsu quickly used a low-grade item to block the arrows and the storm of attacks from Vorden. After taking the misfortune for himself, Kotsu finally unleashed his Mars Divine Battle technique to strike directly at Vorden. Though Vorden was severely injured, he was still very strong and had a fiery temper, making it difficult for Kotsu. Determined not to give up, Kotsu used an A-grade item and muttered a spell, causing Vorden to be engulfed in flames. Ikuhana arrived just in time but was also attacked by Kotsu using the Vulcan Fire God technique in the Sea of Flames. Seeing Ikuhana in danger, Vorden rushed to help but was then bound by Kotsu's chain technique. In this difficult situation, Vorden weakly begged Subaru for help. Subaru agreed and the two of them joined forces to deal with Kotsu. Subaru gently swung Hakatana Ignis, cutting off Kotsu's massive hand with a single strike. Seeing his massive hand destroyed for the first time, Kotsu was somewhat shocked. The two continued to attack each other, with no one gaining the upper hand. After Subaru used his blood technique to create sharp cuts, Kotsu asked for his name. Subaru replied that the administrator had designated him as an important figure in this event. I don't care about them, what's important is how I will defeat you, Kotsu declared, showing that he would try anything to find Subaru's weakness. There are still 5 minutes left before the attack ends. I will take care of you well, Kotsu said, then was immediately overwhelmed by Subaru's Forgotten technique, taking a devastating blow. You say there are 5 minutes, Subaru replied coldly. If it were at that time it might have worked, but in this timeline don't even think about defeating me. Subaru recounted the dark future of King Aurora, when the entire Kanto region was destroyed in a disaster, and the number of deities was halved. The devastation continued as deities were wiped out in the third, fourth, and fifth disasters, until no one could stop Gyo. The sixth disaster paralyzed all of Japan, while the seventh disaster brought the extinction of humanity, leaving only the deities. In the end, Vanquished had to leave the world. Subaru's connection with the gatekeeper was severed and the deity's power vanished abruptly. A bright door appeared before Subaru. Sibu announced Vanquist's death, leaving Subaru stunned. We are the targets of extermination by the administrators, Sibu said. These entities have surpassed the pattern, and it won't be long before they start invading the underworld. Nevertheless, Subaru remained determined to fight to the end. What about you, Subaru? Sibu asked. Subaru decided to fight alongside Sibu and become the owner of King Aurora. The sky shattered, the Gladius army appeared. The remaining deities joined forces and fought until the very last minute. In this fierce battle, Jenga sacrificed himself to protect Subaru. The others continued to fight until no one could stand anymore. Their final determination, they fought until they could no longer stand. Kotsu looked at Subaru, slumped amid the chaos, in pain and confusion, unsure what to do next as even Sibu had abandoned him. So, you're the one running this world now, huh? There's no way out for you. Just wasting your time, Kotsu continued, his gaze completely indifferent to Subaru. Subaru screamed desperately, "Who are you? Why are you attacking this world?" Kotsu didn't bother to answer, standing there with no interest. "No, I will fight to the end until my soul disintegrates," Subaru shouted, focusing all his strength on his arcane powers. The two faced each other, preparing for an unforgiving duel. Kotsu's Vulcanus clashed violently with Subaru's Blood Seal, creating a massive sea of fire. Kotsu tried to strike from behind with the Mercurius Thief, but Subaru countered immediately with his Blood Shield. This move is so fast, I've never seen anything like it in the future, Subaru thought as he observed Kotsu's technique. Kotsu's ultimate skill, Temple of the Gods, allowed him to mimic deities from Greek and Roman mythology. This skill came easily to him, capable of using any type of attack, but the real danger lay in his secondary skill. Subaru realized that in the future, it was precisely this secondary skill that allowed Kotsu to defeat him by nullifying Subaru's flames with his own blood. If Subaru could use Mercurius to accelerate, he could exploit Kotsu's weakness. For now, Kotsu's secondary skill, Ashija, could no longer harm Subaru. Kotsu's combat ability combined with Subaru's secondary skill made him capable of effortlessly countering any attack. The only way for Subaru to defeat Kotsu was to strike with an attack Kotsu had never seen. Without hesitation, Subaru summoned the war god Masa and launched a powerful attack. Kotsu was shocked by the intensity. Subaru also drew on the power of his relative Hirasaka to enhance his strength, making his attack even more formidable. "Are you really performing for me now?" Kotsu admitted Subaru's power. Maria was explaining to Shikishima about an attack originating from another world. When another world finds a human world, they continue searching for more. There may be other worlds like yours. Maria explained that worlds were connected, and Shikishima's human world could link with others. The managers could control and manipulate the worlds according to the rules of the game. It could be a corporation creating and selling games like this. "Whoever the attacker is, they follow the same rules as your world," Maria said, pointing at Shikishima with firm conviction. In the past, portals allowing Kotsu to travel between dimensions had appeared. At the same time, a time limit appeared in the sky, marking the start of the game. Kotsu had been chosen as the world's guardian. The system sets the condition: you are a member of a criminal team, travel through the portals with your teammates. If you win, you receive valuable items. If not, you are penalized. Kotsu and his team were selected by the management, called the God Master. They continued to fight to upgrade and level up. They won and lost, but never gave up over 8 years. In the end, Kotsu became the strongest God Master, invited to the battle to conquer the underworld. "Kotsu, a question for you. Why do you fight? Even though this world's destruction is inevitable," the game system curiously asked. Kotsu answered, "I just want to see how far I can go in this life. Conquering is just something I do well and enjoy. Opportunities to receive valuable items don't always come," Kotsu said, indifferent to the purpose of fighting. Subaru, with the power of his relative Hirasaka, was now more determined than ever. Subaru decided to attack Kotsu with a move never seen before. Kotsu, meanwhile, was thinking of how to annihilate Subaru completely. She decided to strike from behind, using an element that could weaken Subaru. Kotsu charged with Hanvin, iron, and steel into Subaru's Mercurius attack. They clashed violently, fire exploding everywhere, but neither could gain the upper hand. "Both of us have equal power, but the one who adapts to the ultimate skill better will win," Kotsu thought, then used Ashija. However, Subaru quickly blocked her technique. Cornered, Kotsu had to unleash the 1,000-kilogram Kilin technique, the move that had shattered Yulak's weapon. Subaru struggled for a few seconds to withstand it. Kotsu laughed, "Your swordsmanship has improved since you wielded the blade song." Subaru faced her fury but kept fighting relentlessly. Kotsu attacked with full force, forcing Subaru to grit his teeth in endurance. Finally, Subaru was thrown far away. Fortunately, Subaru used his katana and the second recovery sword in time. This sword could corrode and decompose. Subaru spun wildly, unleashing countless strikes that engulfed Kotsu. Kotsu realized that Subaru was the toughest opponent he had ever faced. He believed Subaru would seize the opportunity to push further. Despite losing an arm, Kotsu still decided to counter Subaru's attack. One strike hit Subaru's stomach. Kotsu smugly said, "You're the first boss to give me joy. It seems you have to stop now. Your last move, I've seen it before and remember it," Kotsu thought, preparing to strike again. Subaru suddenly rose, punching Kotsu in the chest, creating a powerful multi-arrow strike. This was the only technique Subaru could use in his vampire state, with devastating force. Multi-arrow was a technique Subaru had learned from Vanquist. Kotsu couldn't react in time, standing there stunned, amazed by the strength of the attack. This sudden strike startled Kotsu, leaving her unable to respond, frozen in shock before Subaru. The volley of arrows was released, followed by a series of thunderous explosions, blinding like fireworks on New Year's Eve, shaking the very air and causing Tetsu to die instantly on the spot. Watching Tetsu's death right before his eyes, Subaru felt like the only one still standing. Before her demise, Tetsu managed to utter one last wonderful word before being swept away by the wind and disappearing from the earth. Vorden and Ikuhana witnessed the horrifying scene. They were shocked by Subaru's power. Kotsu's soldiers had already vanished with him earlier. After finishing with Kotsu, Subaru, battered and wounded, shakily approached Vorden, asking him to call someone who specializes in healing. At this moment, Subaru looked like he was about to collapse. Fortunately, Ikuhana was there, immediately and enthusiastically helping Subaru heal. Hearing Ikuhana mention old times, Subaru suddenly remembered that he had once tapped her head gently with his hakatana. It was truly a coincidence to meet her again here. Wow, I never thought a person could be this strong, Ikuhana remarked. According to the stats, the third king is much stronger than I am. I only came here when I was fully prepared. Tetsu was a godlord from another world, Subaru explained. So he's a conqueror who occasionally appears from other worlds. All their unidentified items are incredibly difficult to handle. We must acknowledge that. If you hadn't been here, we might have failed, Vorden said quietly. Subaru smiled awkwardly, as he knew from the future that Vorden had been defeated. Subaru had just finished being healed by Ikuhana. Suddenly, Tetsu's voice came from behind, startling everyone. Whether there's still a chance or not, I must return to my world now. Tetsu looked alert and handsome, as if she had never slept. She walked towards Subaru, leaving everyone stunned. Vorden struck Tetsu with a Ganjin blow, but it was completely ineffective as she was merely a resurrection item. Tetsu stood amidst the chaos, calmly replying, "It's all useless. I am in the process of retreating, invincible. Now he must leave because he's out of time." Subaru asked Tetsu about the administrators, but he had no knowledge. "I look forward to meeting you again, Subaru. I remember the killing move that struck me at the last moment. Next time I won't lose," Tetsu promised with a smile before instantly vanishing like bubble. On the other side, because Tetsu failed to conquer the target, he had to face punishment from the system. The system suddenly blared a red alert, warning Tetsu to flee as a gate from another world was about to open. The system became blurry and shattered into pieces before Tetsu's eyes. A red, glaring eye appeared in the cracked sky, glaring down ominously. Tetsu realized she had to fight this entity. They seem strong, but it changes nothing. "No matter who the opponent is, I only need to conquer them," Tetsu muttered, her life or death status uncertain at that moment. Back with Subaru, Ikuhana asked Vorden if she could repay him by escorting Subaru to the kingdom of the Golden Emperor. Despite her kindness, Subaru declined, as King Aurora had already informed him through the bracelet. As soon as Subaru finished speaking, Safina landed from the sky on her red-feathered bird, stunning everyone. Earlier, Sibu had warned Subaru to be cautious of Safina, as she had intentions of marrying him. Safina giggled, extending her hand for Subaru to take. Her flirtatious gesture made Subaru blush. In front of Vorden, the bird emitted a golden light and he recognized it as Safina. Vorden furrowed his brow. What are you doing here?" Beneath the giant bird's feet, Safina stood triumphantly as her mistake forced him to search for Subaru and his companion. Subaru and Ikuhana listened in silence while Safina spoke. "I came in person to apologize." Subaru smiled wryly. "You don't seem like you're here to apologize." Safina glared, saying calmly, "You fool, I got you involved in this war. So no matter what you think, I have to apologize." Hearing this, Vorden was stunned and exploded in anger. "Your unreasonable attitude, you raised your voice, calm down. We're about to meet soon." Safina gently raised her hand with a hint of a smile. "If I had to kill someone like you myself, it would be boring." Immediately, her magic unleashed with the wind, forcing Ikuhana to shield herself, while Subaru smiled contentedly. Vorden narrowed his eyes in fury. "This little brat," Safina softly said. "Hurry up, Subaru. Riding my underling's vehicle is quite comfortable." The vehicle lowered its back, understanding her intention. "I'm really fired up. Shall we continue our conversation about our future?" Subaru awkwardly said. "Please, just save me." Safina laughed. "Well, that's not going to happen." When Samer took off, her voice echoed. "Subaru, there are two things I need to apologize for," she said carefully, starting with Isis. "Although I assigned her the task of welcoming you for 4 days, she acted on her own." Subaru listened in silence. It seemed like she had secretly planned something. Safina appeared troubled, but due to her ability to sense when the large gate was used, she had deduced what had happened. "She's really skilled, but when influenced by emotions, she becomes reckless." Subaru recalled Isis' past actions and understood that this was entirely her own decision, not something Safina had permitted. Safina remained polite. "Well, please forgive her. She thinks of me a lot, so sometimes she acts foolishly." She smiled. "By tomorrow, I'll be there." Subaru asked in surprise, "Have you forgiven her already?" She uttered a few strange words before nodding. "Thanks to Isis, you were able to protect Vorden and defeat the Conqueror, making him face punishment." Safina added, "Actually, I should praise her." Subaru nodded in agreement, praising her. She walked forward, spreading her arms, and said loudly, "When you become king, if you live recklessly by your own desires, you will never improve." She spoke firmly. "Moreover, fate is naturally my ally." Hearing this, Subaru mumbled, "Fate." At this moment, Safina continued to explain that no one could determine what is good or bad until they experience and explore it themselves in the future. Her tone remained calm and unchanged, and her demeanor stayed cheerful, unless you could foresee the future. This left Subaru feeling confused. Safina radiated a mysterious light, cautiously continuing to share past events, advising Subaru to simply enjoy and savor everything. Subaru was surprised, remembering that this king, if he recalled correctly, had granted him freedom after finding him interesting during the first disaster. It was the first time Safina met him and said, You seem to be a more special deity than we expected. She was indeed an intriguing monarch, but Subaru wondered, wait, why does this feel like Vanquist? Suddenly, Safina spoke. I have found the others and brought them back. Subaru's eyes widened in astonishment. Safina, along with her subordinate Seymour, had gone to various locations and rescued those who had been taken elsewhere. Once they rode on Seymour's spirit, they were transported to the Golden Kingdom. Subaru swallowed hard, trying to stay composed as he replied, thank you. So what is it that you want to apologize for? Safina answered immediately. It's about Kakagaj, surprising Subaru and drawing his full attention. Safina explained, you see, we have the right to intervene with the portals and gates to the human world. The Golden Kingdom and its silver and bronze ranks had techniques to control the gates. Although Kakagagi was tasked with gathering information under the treaty, it seems someone deceived him, Safina said. Subaru asked seriously, who exactly was it? Suddenly, Subaru realized, don't tell me it was that person. X, the one who can alter the future before me. In Safina's eyes, a spark of light flashed. I understand, it's the one who always desires information the most. Subaru froze in surprise. Unexpectedly, Safina placed her hand on the edge of the chair he was sitting on, making him startled. She looked at him with a fleeting smile. You will exchange information with me. In her eyes, a yellow symbol glowed. I know the information you possess is very valuable. Moreover, you can control countless other lives, Safina said. Subaru's eyes widened in astonishment. His gaze reflected his surprise, and suddenly a line of text appeared. Could this be a sign of King Aurora's future? He stared straight ahead, thinking, does this person really know that much? He felt completely exposed. This must be a mind-reading technique. At this moment, Safina chuckled softly, something like a mind-reading technique. Perhaps it's all written plainly on your face, Safina said. Subaru flinched, quickly touching his face. Safina suddenly laughed loudly. I was just guessing. Subaru gaped in disbelief. She waved her hand. I don't possess such a technique, then pointed to her head. If I had a special combat technique, it would be risk calculation, also called sharp intuition. Subaru sat quietly. Intuition? She touched him and said, intuition tells me that if I marry you, everything will become much more interesting. Safina raised her eyebrows strangely and then made an even stranger request, be my husband, Subaru. He remained silent, deep in thought. After a moment he sighed, I politely refuse. Safina laughed warmly, I haven't given up yet. The carriage and the young man beside it were surprised as they looked in one direction. It was Van San, sitting and sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, they asked, what's wrong, Van San? She covered her face, crying, what do you think about my friend marrying her owner? The young man looked puzzled. Is it enough that they love each other? Van San cried even louder. Ah, love. Suddenly, the surrounding space blurred, filled with strange lights. The other two were surprised, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, Isis walked calmly when she suddenly heard noise behind her. It was Subaru and Safina chatting amicably. Isis saw them and forced a strained smile. A large machine controlled by Safina struck her strongly. Subaru watched, forcing a smile. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Large wings flying in the sky, gradually descending. On those birds were the teammates who had been separated. They had gathered in the Golden Kingdom with Ariak Subaru to attend the king's meeting. This event involved over 200 kingdoms discussing issues affecting the underworld. The meeting would last 10 days and the three kings would decide the venue. A girl wondered, isn't 10 days a bit long? The young man replied, actually, it's short. Sessions between nations in our world often last 2 months or more. Subaru attended this meeting with the goal of convincing the underworld to abolish all portals connecting to the human world. Subaru silently followed Isis through the Golden Kingdom Palace, gazing up at the Eternal Tower. This place reminds me of where I fought Yulat, he said. Isis frowned. It's probably the same place. The landscape inside the gates is designed based on where the boss once lived. Looking at Isis, Subaru realized she might have been assigned by Safina as a bodyguard for this session as a form of punishment. He suddenly remembered, now that I think about it, he mentioned something like that too. Only kings were allowed to participate in this session. Ariak Subaru's relatives were waiting at a distance. One of them pointed to his forehead, sighing, because we have soul communication, we can still hear what's happening. Another lamented, luckily for that, or Ariak wouldn't get through this meeting alone. Subaru was surprised, why not? A man with dark circles under his eyes replied, exactly. Subaru was a bit hopeless. A woman chuckled softly, because he's not good at dealing with others. Subaru remained speechless. Pink-haired young man said, according to the upgraded future from Cebu, Subaru will be allowed to speak on the 10th day, the last day. His speech will be about abolishing the portals connecting the underworld to the human world. Ruin would accept the proposal. Vorden refused while Safina remained neutral. As a result, the portals would be banned until an official decision was made. The young man said, there are two issues. First, the managers may notice the portals are banned, leading to law changes. The second issue is a mutation that even the upgraded future cannot predict, he continued. Subaru thought, it's a conflict, right? The man clenched his teeth and nodded. Yes, I don't know if it will happen. Subaru pondered for a moment, then asked, so that means I can do anything I want until after the 9th day, right? Shikishima-san hesitated. Well, I guess so. In his glasses, his red-tinged eyes flashed. Just pray they agree to remove the portals to the human world, he said. Subaru replied cheerfully, yes, understood. Some others worried, Shikishima-san, are you trying to distract him? Shikishima-san looked struck at heart and responded, should I tell the boy to go to sleep? At that moment the large door opened, revealing two figures, Isis and Subaru. He remained silent with a worried expression. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise when he saw the scene ahead. Inside the Eternal Tower, several spherical objects appeared, and flowers resembling petals hovered in the air. Subaru was stunned as he realized this was where everything was happening. A large round object landed and Isis carefully extended her hand. Please sit here. The height of each seat was arranged according to the hierarchy of the kingdoms. Queen Safina had given him a higher position. Subaru hesitated. Height. Suddenly, someone spoke in a rather unfriendly tone. Hey, move aside, human. The young man stuffed his hands into his pockets, standing proudly, which caught Subaru's attention. Isis frowned as soon as she saw him. Isis raised her voice in reproach. Don't you think it's rude to tell another participant of the meeting to move aside? Subaru's acquaintances were speechless, and all the guests were sent to other seats right after they met Isis. Bird the King of Greenery, rank 19. Hearing that, Subaru gritted his teeth in frustration. My rank is much higher, so I'll go ahead. Isis was internally uncomfortable but remained polite on the outside. Please go ahead. He walked slowly, and as he passed, Verd muttered angrily, disorderly scum. Watching him rise from his seat, Isis stood below, wishing she could tear him apart, that damn newly risen kingdom. Voice behind him made Subaru turn around. 3 new guests had appeared. So, you're the human everyone was talking about, they were referring to him. Among them, Rakan, the Red King, rank 25, looked at Subaru with suspicion. Is he really important? Hey Kamina, are you sure? He looks weaker than I thought. Kamina, the Sky Blue King, rank 23, just scowled and said nothing. Lut, the Orange King, rank 22, smiled and asked, come on, just leave it to Kamina. 3 of them sat in the seats ahead, behind the house. Subaru was startled and briefly noticed that Isis wasn't looking well. All right, please take your seat as well, Ariak-sama. Subaru was dissatisfied internally. She hated these prominent kingdoms. As the seats floated up inside the tower, everyone was in place and Subaru looked at his seat, contemplating. Each seat belonged to the king of a kingdom. Some seats had supports. It seemed that not everyone could be here. Another voice intervened. Most dragons cannot enter this garden, even Vorden cannot. For kings who could not sit, they used conversation items, whispering lights to communicate. He nodded in surprise. I understand. The other person held the item, and though it made no sound, it still conveyed information. The people next to him were from small kingdoms with little voice, under the rule of the 3 kings. King Hak Kokugaji, rank 176, sat quietly waiting. Next to him was King Aurora, Sibu, rank 142. Subaru was momentarily surprised. Oh, there's Sibu. The other person pointed, and there were more powerful kingdoms above. The kingdoms of Green, Red, Sky Blue, and Orange were the same. Subaru looked at the brilliantly colored floating seats above. Those were the currently powerful kingdoms, including Veli, with Rakan holding an item, waiting. Kamina was calm, Lut was expectant, and the group of cunning youths. The person happily introduced the 3 kings, including me, seated near the top. Subaru smiled. Thanks for the simple explanation. The person gave a brief, knowing smile. Also, thanks to you for sharing about Aurora's future upgrade, it helped me a lot. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to this meeting. Subaru paused, smiled without responding, feeling uneasy inside. Suddenly, someone raised their voice, making one of the 3 kings flinch. Ruin. A glowing figure appeared on the stairs. The person breathed out, their sharp intuition kicking in. You seem happy, don't you? Ruin thought. If she knew I was Subaru's relative, Kintiangai, she would turn around and smile. Today, my mood is just good. Sharp gaze swept over. Oh, I thought you were having a pleasant conversation with Subaru. Ruin laughed it off. Subaru was stunned by her subtlety and Ruin burst into laughter. I haven't seen him in a while, but she was secretly anxious. Subaru thought, she did propose to me, didn't she? Who knows? Under Subaru's gaze, the powerful king spoke. It is time now, I will begin. She sat upright on the throne. I am glad to see that most of you have gathered for the annual meeting of the kings. Subaru stood firm, muttering, I demand the cancellation of the portal to the human world. Meanwhile, she continued speaking. I have compiled 217 topics from the kingdoms. We need to organize this meeting properly, and I request everyone's cooperation. Verd raised his hand to interrupt. I have an opinion. Its action drew the attention of all the kings. Verd gritted his teeth. I demand urgent attention. Lut, Kamina, and Rakan listened attentively. Subaru continued to mutter, I demand the cancellation of the portal to the human world. Ruin rested her chin on her hand, looking bored. The powerful king calmly spoke. Her gaze was sharp, it was Safina. Is your issue serious enough to interrupt me? Subaru muttered. I demand the cancellation of the portal to the human world. Verd nodded, agreeing with the four kingdoms. Kamina requested that the three kings cancel the portal to the human world. Subaru continued muttering his old line. Safina smiled softly, her eyes full of meaning. Ruin's and Verdon's gazes met. Lut smiled. Verd stood on the large chair and shouted, Is there a problem, Ariak Subaru? He had to pay attention as the recent actions were a bit too much. Verd sneered, Isn't that exactly what humans want? Subaru froze, he knew my name and purpose. Suddenly, Subaru's eyes widened, realizing he was an important figure. Hey Kamina, are you sure? Rakan whispered in his ear. Kamina reacted. Lut said, Come on, just leave it all to Kamina. Subaru stood in disbelief. In the room of relatives and friends connected through the Ariak relic, one person groaned, Why is it so different from the future we knew? Another person looked completely confused, not understanding why someone from the underworld would want to abolish the gates. Another closed his eyes as if thinking deeply. Shikishima spoke, Hey Subaru, do you think the same as me? Subaru looked up with a blank stare. Yes, this situation is almost like a conflict, a clash between two people with the ability to foresee the future. He glanced at Kamina and someone among the others. None of the four possessed predictive skills. I guess the king of the blue sky will appear. Shikishima frowned. It's good that you know this much. The purpose of these kingdoms is to exploit our demands to increase their power, not to actually abolish the gates. Their eyes narrowed slightly. Shikishima wore a displeased expression, angry at being underestimated, while Lut looked somewhat surprised and amused. Shikishima smiled faintly. I'm about to test my ultimate technique. From now on, we will battle the king of these emerging kingdoms in a contest of logic versus foresight. The young man turned to Shikishima and asked, A battle between logic and foresight? The dark circle-eyed boy flinched. Shikishima glanced at the kings indirectly. If the king of the blue sky has requested the abolition of the gates like this, we must cooperate with them, right? Shikishima gritted his teeth. Subaru stood seriously beside him. Verd raised his voice, O kings gathered today. Although you know of the gates and doors, I bet you do not understand their structure. He stood on the chair, arms spread wide, speaking confidently. We, the leaders of the four kingdoms, will explain it to you. Kamina looked at her two subordinates with a displeased gaze. Rakan appeared eager, grinning smugly, while Lut squinted, signaling something. Ruin and Safina remained silent, neither speaking. Verd spoke cautiously to Lut. First, let's talk about the gates. In the past, the golden, silver, and bronze kingdoms were unruly when they assembled. We were created to protect the souls of underworld entities. The soul is the most important thing. It must not fall into the hands of death. When someone dies, their soul is sealed and stored. They only return to the underworld when the conditions are met. Other kings were stunned by this statement. Verd looked at Rakan, smiling, and continued cautiously. Next are the doors created for the human world. The doors attract humans, and when they make a contract with a master, they become divine hosts, attacking underworld entities inside the doors. He raised his hand, speaking confidently. A clash between a divine host and an underworld entity will occur within the door. A soul energy source will be released, returning to the kingdom that created the door. Everyone became serious. They asked, Only the kingdom that created the door. Kings fell silent, waiting for an answer. Verd nodded. Yes, do you understand now? The three kings hold the monopoly over gate and door techniques. They only want to absorb soul energy from the human world. This clearly explains the betrayal of the weaker kingdoms against us. Safina and Ruin pondered. The tower's atmosphere fell silent for a moment, then everyone agreed. Yes, we will not allow that monopoly. Subaru observed quietly, raising a finger. Therefore, we propose abolishing the gates from the three kings. Verd shouted, Free the gates and doors for other kingdoms too. Subaru's companions were stunned, the dark-eyed young man startled. Free them, Shikishima, what's going on? Shikishima gritted his teeth, deep in thought. The king of the blue sky has predictive techniques, almost foreseeing the result when Subaru requested abolition on the 10th day, along with the three kings temporarily suspending the door. This topic shakes the three kings. Why not use the gates and doors to force them to acknowledge it? The four kings assembled and practiced for the performance. Finally, he saw the future when the order to free the gates was recognized as a form of agreement. Following Vern's suggestion, the others immediately agreed. Free them, free them, free the gates and doors to other kingdoms. Verd smiled secretly, confident the kings would be shaken, but the lower ranks had no chance. The souls of the human world will belong to us, Shikishima reminded. If the gates were freed in the worst-case scenario, if all 200 underworld kingdoms brought gates to the human world, it would be simple. The number of doors would increase 60-fold. Subaru frowned in irritation, his dark eyes wide, but he was pressed by something else. The young man beside him was furious, magic blazing. Don't mess with me. Such a thing must never happen. He gritted his teeth fiercely, anger overtaking reason. Shikishima paused, thinking, observing the three gardens. Vorden spoke, startling the kings into silence. Shut up, you foolish creature. Vorden's eyes were blood-red. The gates and doors are devices saving us from management, protecting the underworld. Thanks to them, our souls are preserved and at peace. He snapped, we certainly do not monopolize the benefits as you claim. Some of the kings responded, that's right. Karen laughed, arms crossed. Or in other words, take the underworld, you make the human world bear double the burden. His eyes lit up. What did you say? Lutz smiled smugly. Regarding the monopoly, if you open the doors for us, we will understand your intent. Vo froze, her gaze flat, hinting at manipulation. Ruin spoke. Wait, you talk easily, but opening the gates also burdens us. It's not that we think the other kings are unworthy and kick them out. Laughed strangely. Isn't it reasonable to want to share after all this time? Everyone paused, seeing the truth. Kamina spoke, then just remove it. He spoke softly. You speak grandly as if saving the underworld, but what you do is no different from exploiting us. The underworld must reasonably bear that burden, right? We always maintained an optimistic attitude, while I felt that it surpassed any flowery words. He continued explaining that you know the underground world is formed from soul energy, and if the door disappears, the managers will take everything from us and leave only decay. We also feel sorry for the human. It's better to still use the door and gather souls from the Ruin managers. The guy was angry at his words. Ruin simply chuckled reluctantly. I know how you feel, but try to bear with it. We're far from freeing them. For now, we can only maintain our position. He appeared frustrated. Shikishima made a subtle gesture and Subaru stood still, listening. Shikishima looked determined and ordered that from now on, they should follow his commands. Verd suddenly spoke loudly, calling on all the three Va and Ongs. This is the common wish of the 200 kingdoms, let's liberate them. Subaru interrupted him. This meeting is taking too much time, cancel it now. Everyone turned their gaze to the spokesperson. Verd was surprised. Is he still here? What do you mean by canceling? That's not happening anytime soon. Shut up, you idiot. Subaru stared firmly. The kings countered. Know your place, get out of here, human, disappear. The two others were stunned. Shikishima, are you starting a war by supporting the cancellation? The king's goal was liberation, so what would happen if I suddenly changed my mind? Shikishima gently spoke to Sunamari and Naris. Listen to me. Both immediately listened. He asked in this tough discussion, what would you do if you felt you were going too far? The answer was to do it even more. Shikishima spoke with such certainty that it astonished Sunamori and Naris. Verd waved his hand. All right, calm down, everyone, he's just a human. Verd looked down at Subaru, cautiously saying, Hey Ariak, we're having a discussion, so shut up or. Subaru interrupted. If you said that, then compensate the victims of the underground world. Fulfill their wishes, return all the soul energy. Under Shikishima's guidance, Subaru recounted his words. Verd listened, stunned, not believing what he just heard. Karen laughed strangely. The other kings couldn't believe it. Humans, that damn human. Subaru, don't make such ridiculous remarks. King with a demon-like appearance exploded. Don't be stupid. How do you plan to compensate? Apologize, I'll kill you, you idiotic bug. Shikishima wasn't too surprised. They've entered already, go ahead Subaru. A grand, multicolored light appeared above that king's head, emanating from Subaru. What was said in the meeting shouldn't be taken lightly. The one who just said they wanted to kill me, I'll fight him. Entire space in the tower was brightly lit. Verd's eyes widened in astonishment. What's wrong with that guy? He has strength equal to or even greater than ours. Ruin stood observing, nodding. Well, of course, Subaru has a portion of the Silver Kingdom's power. It was as if he was making a statement. He looked on, highly satisfied. To surpass me in the underground world, one must first demonstrate power. Karen was now scared, realizing that acting weak from the start was intentional. Back to seriousness, if he used another source of power to intimidate, it had worked. The lower-ranked kings were acting cowardly. Verd said, we should have made them tremble and achieve our goal. Hey Kamina, is there any twist in your prediction? Kamina slowly replied, no, he's really scared now. Why does my prediction differ? Subaru noticed the silence in the space. If there's no compensation, we won't give up on abolishing it. Kamina was startled. In the floating chair, Subaru's power erupted fiercely with his words. Humanity, we completely reject your exploitation of souls if you still want to liberate the gate. The calm expression, he prepared himself. His words were soft but shocked everyone. Karen panicked. This is bad Kamina, the lower kings have become useless in this crisis. Kamina understood, I got it. He used the technique Thai Ka Jioi, creating blinding light paths, drawing out the best future. Sibu also slid in motion. She whispered, hurry, bring it to me. You did well, Subaru. She quickly regained her strength. The enemy was watching and drawing out the bright future again. I will solve them with my predictive techniques. Kamina felt uneasy. Why wasn't the song that would lead me out of danger there? Where is it? Why does it feel broken? Sibu used her power to control the opponent. Sibu brought forth the most beneficial future and destroyed the opponent's prediction. Kamina gasped, affected by the force. Sibu, with lifeless eyes, said, You disappear from Subaru's future. Before the king's meeting, the 4 kings of color sat around the round table. Verd spoke. Should we increase the ability to use the doors and gates? Kamina lifted his teacup, nodding. Then Verd said, we will prevent the monopoly of the golden, silver, and copper kingdoms in controlling soul energy. The more energy a kingdom has, the stronger it becomes. If we manage to do that, influence of my power will spread. Once completed, our dream will approach the peak of the underground world. Rakan immediately followed up. Kamina placed his teacup on the table. The meeting was a chance for debate, he said seriously. If the enemy tries to stand on top, there's still a chance for something else to happen. If that's true, I'll guide everyone with a new prediction. Rakan looked at the person beside him. I will reap the rewards if I succeed or become an enemy if I fail. What do you think? Verd closed his eyes, opened them, and said with determined resolve, let's fight. I leave this to you, Kamina. Your predictions are always reliable. Kamina smiled uneasily. In the tower, Verd stood above, predicting. He hesitated. Which one is it, Kamina? Lute beside him was also confused. Even Rakan was shouting Kamina's name repeatedly. Kamina lowered his head in shock. What the hell is going on? Why can't I see a victorious future? Sibu cast a larger encircling spell. The person relied heavily on prediction. Did she think the Blue King was in the sky? No, all 4 kings had given up on improving themselves from the start. Kamina couldn't believe it. Subaru's prediction nullified, all efforts became useless. He stood silently observing while Shikishima sat cross-legged, nodding as if everything had concluded. He lightly pushed up his glasses, there were no words left and arguments were futile. Beneath the tower, Safina broke the silence. So now, if neither side has anything to say, shall we start making our decision? Verd ground her teeth in anger. She exclaimed, this is a violation. Her outburst immediately froze her. Subaru became alert as well. Safina's sharp gaze swept across each king and Subaru. Everyone was in violation. Then a strange sound came from Safina, terrifying everyone. Instantly an eye appeared, but it was unusual, resembling a mouth filled with sharp teeth. Tsunemori gasped, what? Shikishima gritted his teeth. What is that thing? Suddenly, someone close to Subaru shouted, run, Subaru. This made Shikishima, San, and Tsunemori hesitate. He yelled, you can't fight that thing. You thought calmly, how did I not notice this? The prediction had just updated, and everyone should have decided to pause the gate immediately, involving Subaru and me, yet there was no sign the prediction was interrupted. The eye-mouth seemed to merge, speaking, I should tell them my name. Sibu replied, I am here by the manager's orders. The eye emitted a bizarre sound and something quickly began to rise. Gaunt, deformed figure appeared, its face unrecognizable. A voice rang out, an executor, Abaddon. Safina pondered, an executor, someone executing orders from the manager. Ruin observed from above through the connection orb. Ariak Subaru Rui clenched his teeth, agitated. I thought no enemy would appear in the prediction. Subaru grew utterly confused. I don't know either, it just appeared suddenly. Rui's crimson eyes narrowed. An enemy that can block all our predictions. Abaddon lightly raised both hands, declaring, this world intends to disrupt the system known as gates and doors and to withhold souls from the manager. Eye opened wide, its blood-red hue grotesque, speaking, you took advantage while we turned a blind eye and even tried to alter the rules against the manager's law. Verd gaped in shock, silent, while Lu Cheng paled, realizing the truth. Karen took a deep breath under pressure while Kamina screamed in horror, is this our fault? His unblinking eyes responded, that's why I am here to carry out the mission to make you pay with your souls. Immediately, a group of other kings rushed in. You think you can just do whatever you want in our meeting? The demon shouted in anger. You're the one who should die. Abaddon instantly released a puff of eerie green smoke, subduing the king and making him explode in an instant. Witnesses were horrified. One person didn't manage to avoid it and was burned to ash by the flames. In the pressure and silence, the explosion happened swiftly. Abaddon hovered, watching with an emotionless expression. Don't underestimate us, you mutt. Another king approached. She appeared with her spinning fan-like form, using her stealth technique. She stopped in surprise. Not a scratch, Abaddon counterattacked directly. Your attack has no effect on me. She was finally struck with fear, but it was too late to retreat. Moments later, she was shattered. The snake on Subaru's body moved lightly. I didn't think you'd understand. I still want to stay here. It opened its mouth, but I didn't react, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. Another person signaled to retreat, but Abaddon, in the form of a snake, moved toward and crawled up his banana leaf-like green face. You can't escape. Even if you get out of here, it's useless. One person stretched out long arms and 2 figures grabbed his hand. My teammates were still outside. It had no head, only a terrifying red mass. Another was a woman, looking more pleasant but with a strange laugh. The last one also had no head. The 2 headless figures only had forms like floating smoke, with their muscles and bones exposed. The last person was tightly wrapped around the neck with a pile of leaves, their hair covering half their face, appearing monstrous. Suddenly, a force blew up, almost pulling one of the kings in, causing his head to distort. Another king was also in peril, his mouth wide open in fear from the powerful pull. The space exploded violently. Safina sat at the top, observing the situation, and softly said, "In other words, that's a barrier." Ruin, sitting below, responded, "Yes, they surround the tower. It seems they can blow up others with that snake." Safina gripped the snake tightly, squeezing hard. "I'm not planning to attack that thing, but—" Her gaze never left the writhing snake in her hand. "I see now, you can't touch them. A single attack in such a confined space might not end well." Ruin beside her also pondered. "If things continue like this, we'll just be waiting to die without knowing what's happening. It would be great if there's a way to avoid that attack." Suddenly, Safina shouted, "Silver!" Ruin was startled and turned to look. A drop of sweat fell. "Damn it!" One hand tightly gripped the writhing snake. Subaru leaped up, spreading his power around, drawing Diane's attention. He gasped in astonishment. "Subaru, the snake on your hand is writhing. Let me go, let me go." It screamed till the end, then blood shot from its mouth. Subaru used blood curse magic, crushing the snake's body, making it spurt blood. Ruin stood in shock. "Did you just kill the snake attached to you?" Subaru's palm was still stained with blood, and he said, "The snake will take over someone else before it explodes." He hovered next to Safina. "In other words, it's like a curse." Safina was stunned, then suddenly a tremendous power emanated from her. Subaru frowned. "If it's a curse, we'll just destroy it with another curse." Safina pursed her lips, smiled, and nodded in approval. He happily complimented, "You're really handsome." He smiled awkwardly. "Really, Safina?" Abaddon's eye opened. "A ruler using a curse among them," Ruin observed, realizing the curse could erase souls with just a touch. His hand healed, the bloodstains fading. It could even resist the executor, but he was still too strong. Ariak Subaru's curse might not be enough. Subaru looked at Safina with a serious expression. "Anyway, I still have to try." He clenched his fist, releasing a powerful, colorful aura. When he felt the oddity, Subaru was briefly surprised, seeing the future being updated. Sibu chuckled softly. "What a shame. Share the future with your loved ones. Tell them I don't need to lift a finger anymore." Isis stood below, witnessing in astonishment. "Where is this light coming from?" She didn't take her eyes off the radiant light above and the group surrounding the tower, holding hands. "What the hell is going on?" From behind, a man, Subaru's relative, arrived. "Oh damn, I rushed over too fast." He panted, sweat dripping down his forehead. "Without Subaru's update, I wouldn't have arrived this quickly." Isis turned around and asked, "Do you know anything about that light?" He replied, "Ah, right, perhaps this is the first time the young ones are seeing this. Remember this scene? Damn, I'm late." Then he flashed a knowing smile. Soon after, a blinding light appeared. A group of mutants fell, known as Vanquishama. Ether gathered, and the kings inside the tower were killed by the executor's ultimate technique. It seemed they didn't escape, mostly due to the barrier. It moved through the space outside or within those two. The ability to peek was Esther's ultimate technique, allowing her to see through the tower walls. The rest had already been seen. The creatures above still held hands surrounding the tower. Vanquish gritted his teeth. "How long can you hold the eyes of the manager?" Esther replied seriously, "At most 15 minutes. Vanquish briefly showed a sinister smile. "All right, I'll rely on my insurance. Let's clean this up quickly." Vanquish snapped his fingers, and thousands of sharp blades appeared, attacking the creatures, but they swiftly dodged with agility. It took her by surprise. "Huh, they dodged," Esther spoke out. "Wait, Vanquish." Vanquish hesitated. Esther immediately warned, "The tower is still intact." Vanquish panicked, realizing the ultimate technique was ineffective. From his black, cracked toes, a mystical green light shot out in front of his unusually large face. Vanquish's men directly created a barrier. A golden lightning light appeared momentarily, seemingly attempting to collapse this space. The head of the other person emitted a soft laugh. The people standing behind Vanquist let out light sighs, one of them gritting their teeth in frustration. "Hurry up and reveal your name, you immortal one." Vanquist, with his feet radiating delicate light, stepped forward. With a scoff, "Why the rush?" The sword barrier hung in the air, forming a strange shape within the red blood curse. From the dyed tower, a loud voice echoed, "I'll make it open soon enough." The crimson color gradually spread throughout every corner. Patterns on the large tower became animated. The space inside the tower trembled as the floating chairs with kings witnessed the bloody scene. Bird looked up, horrified, wondering, what is going on this time? Subaru remained silent, his face serious and focused. Ruin called his name, "Subaru." His posture was slightly stiff as he said, "This." He hesitated, wondering if that person was trying to break through the barrier with his power. Subaru smiled faintly, a bitter smile. "Maybe that's the case." Verd overheard the conversation and asked, breaking through from the outside, "What are you all talking about?" Verd, king of the greenery, realized that the high-ranking kings had been killed without being able to do anything. Even at the Three Kings Gate, escape was impossible, so no destructive power could break the barrier. Verd gritted his teeth, shocked. "Maybe I misheard." Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. Vanquist unleashed his power and a figure appeared from within. Subaru and Ruin stood agape in astonishment. Vanquist politely greeted. Hello. He stepped closer. The light binding within the tower seemed like it came from another space. I guess I'm a little late. Ruin gave a forced smile. Subaru was frozen. Verd, not expecting this situation, wondered, who is this person? Safina spoke up. Always so flashy, huh? Subaru, disappointed, asked. What do you mean by a little late? Shouldn't it be super late? Ruin chuckled awkwardly. Sibu pondered. It's hard to watch a father with that much energy. Abaddon, witnessing the scene, was confused. What is happening? Ruin squinted. What about the enemies outside? Vanquist was briefly startled. Oh, don't worry about that. King Lu Cheng of the New Kingdom is fighting outside. Dancy pointed at Abaddon. I'll deal with this guy, don't interfere. Safina said, you can't defeat him. Vanquist put his hands in his pockets, smiling faintly. Well, let's see. Landed in front of Abaddon, grinning triumphantly. Abaddon hesitated, eyeing his opponent. Rui reminded him, Subaru. Subaru understood and nodded. Yeah, leave it to Vanquist. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Are you all stupid? This made Zuin irritated. Verd rose with power. Everyone fight, we must unite. Ruin laughed. Didn't we already try that, Verd? We can't defeat him. What will happen if we unite? Are you an idiot? Verd gritted his teeth, wondering, what exactly are the executors? Are they invincible beings who can't be defeated by the three kings? Safina replied seriously, I don't know the details, but if the rules are violated, the executors will appear. I saw it once when my father, the former Golden King, opened the gate. The executor appeared, and despite her father's attacks, he was killed without being able to do anything. Safina recounted the entire event and her father's death. Verd paid attention and she spoke cautiously, her gaze lowered slightly. The way he was killed is the same as the previous king. We can't touch them, but the enemies can still attack. This is a one-sided battle. The executor is an invincible being. Verd was worried. They easily defeated the three kings. I'll take them down. Safina's gaze didn't falter. Vanquist has already done that before. Verd couldn't believe his ears, and Safina replied seriously, although I don't know how he did it, you'll have an answer soon enough. Abaddon still hadn't made a move. Vanquist began flicking light using his 1,000-blade technique, the blades swirling around Abaddon. He wasn't in a hurry, walking forward slowly. Vanquist muttered, looks like cutting isn't effective, just like the barrier. He tried another trick. Well, let's check again. The blades of light circled Abaddon as he stepped forward. His eyes widened in disdain. He got close. Vanquist laughed loudly. It doesn't work, how interesting. Abaddon, useless, I don't understand how you cut through, but for the executor, attacks from a lower realm don't work. Vanquist suddenly pointed, there's also a higher and lower realm. Abaddon leapt up, his power slowly building. Countless serpents surrounded Vanquist. Verd was horrified, and one serpent exploded from within. Creature's voice rang out, you broke my barrier, you're a beast, shut up so I can kill you. Green smoke surrounded Vanquist, then exploded violently, out of control. The group of onlookers watched quietly, and when the smoke cleared, Abaddon saw that Vanquist was unharmed, instead laughing heartily. He was shocked, his eyes wide in disbelief. Vanquist continued, even if the cutting doesn't work on me, your curse doesn't affect me. Verd was completely stunned, and Safina gasped. Abaddon asked, agitated, why? Vanquist twisted his wrist. Well, you don't like it. Look, I'm about to strike you. He clenched his fist, aiming directly at his opponent's face. I told you not to. Before the monster could finish speaking, he was kicked hard in the face. Abaddon was sent flying, rocks and debris falling like rain. Verd was astonished. Subaru smiled in satisfaction. He had expected it, he still shuddered. Subaru sighed in relief. This is Vanquist. As Abaddon was sent flying, Vanquist let out a small grunt, smiling faintly. Sorry, looks like I accidentally hit you. Verd gaped, stunned by the attack. A large hole appeared beneath Vanquist, releasing dust and smoke. He stood there, looking down regally. Hey, that was just a little. You're not dead yet, are you? Immediately, a flash of light appeared beneath the hole. Suddenly, an explosion rang out from that spot. Abaddon shot upwards. Feng quickly escaped the pit with incredible speed. Don't think you can look down on me, you lowly insects. Vanquist watched and smiled faintly. However, Abaddon seemed even more worried. Damn that punch? Subaru frowned, it's a curse. Verd heard and felt afraid, it's a curse. Subaru explained in a low voice, Vanquist had wrapped his fist with a curse and it came with the punch. This curse directly affects the soul and cannot be stopped. Or it could be like that. Verd became more confused. I didn't know there was such a technique. Ruin stood beside and added, don't these new souls know about it? To be fair, curses seem to be a specialty of the Rainbow Kingdom. Safina murmured, his technique structure is quite strange. She lowered her voice, looking down. After all, curses and spatial division are techniques used against executors. Subaru turned around. Surprised, against executors, huh? Over here, the battle continued. Abaddon charged forward, fist clenched, aiming straight at Vanquist. As he released his power, Vanquist immediately used his blood curse technique. The two powers collided, creating an explosion. Abaddon was executing an attack, indeed a curse just as I thought, and it's at a level that could kill me right away. His punch came at him unbelievable. Isn't it? Abaddon quickly dodged the attack. He was frustrated and more cautious. Vanquist lightly rotated his hand. I haven't fought seriously yet. Now then, he clenched his fist. The taunting sound, let's see how many punches you can take. He had an hourglass in his hand. Hey Tobit, it's been 5 minutes. Esther sat on Tobit's shoulder and said, we can only fool the manager's eyes for 15 minutes. Vanquist still hasn't taken him down. Tobit hesitated. He said he wanted to teach the Lord how to fight. Esther sighed in complaint. Is he that kind of parent? Tobit looked at Esther seriously. Before we came here, he said he was relying on you. Esther was surprised. Really? He said that? Really? Then she smiled brightly. Well, I have to do my best then. Two strange creatures charged forward, releasing immense power. It was the Dragon Dao technique. However, they were quickly repelled. Ethel mocked, such a pity, our relative's technique also has a curse. Tobit's gaze turned unusually sharp. Esther spoke up, Tobit. Tobit raised his hand slightly, his power radiating. A punch flew forward. Terrence's mace slammed down on the large talisman. The two creatures were overwhelmed by the power sent flying. Dirt and rocks flew up fiercely. It took notice and its expression grew weak. Strange objects resembling darts flew up furiously, a sword technique combined with wrath. A dozen sword blades curled into a vortex, surrounding the two strange creatures. The person standing behind observed, it seems no one needs to use healing techniques anymore. This person lit a cigarette and muttered, these executors are so boring. He held the cigarette and complained, at least show us your techniques before you die. The person floating in the air beside them watched and was satisfied. Well done, my children. Once I become a relative of Vanquist, I'll be able to fight against those people, right? The two creatures made no move. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This is boring. Someone beside clicked their tongue. Don't pout like that, Lemda. Now you have no chance of becoming Vanquist's relative. He smiled lightly, and there's still a chance for you to get a name. Linda made a sour expression. Hasn't that kid decided yet? Saying that, the person turned and asked, so how about you, Kaleem? Kaleem crossed his arms and stood watching, casually replying, still very stubborn. The creature smiled strangely. Kaleem whispered, the curse works on the executor, but I still need to use my power to win. Darn, hearing that I laughed. Well then, I must become stronger. Pausing for a moment, he asked again, aren't you happy, Kaleem? Kaleem remained silent as if thinking, not replying. Going back to earlier when they heard about it, both exclaimed, a contract. Vanquist nodded slightly, that's right. Since Judith and Karin have left, I still have 2 positions for relatives. Those 2 positions are Delta and Kaleem. Vanquist raised 2 fingers and happily said, become my relatives and help me in the fight against the manager. Kaleem gritted his teeth, so you still decided to fight them? Darn, I kept complaining, you want us to work under you, is there anything interesting about that? He muttered softly, you won't be our subordinates. It's almost like a contract. The corner of his mouth curled up, don't pretend not to understand. He spoke. Vanquist pointed at the 2 of them. The wish of warriors like you is to find stronger opponents, right? Both brothers frowned at that, remaining silent. Darn, I remembered that and laughed out loud. Although I don't like working with an undead, but this is interesting. Right, Kai Lim? Hard to believe not long ago we were still trapped in the gate. The morning sunlight shone on his face. I can still climb higher and become stronger. Kaleem's eyes narrowed, then he grinned slyly. Both unleashed their thunderous power, shaking the sky. You're right. He created the power and shouted joyfully, this is really fun, darn. The 2 creatures noticed the brilliant light and looked up. Divine lightning struck them fiercely. After a while, the sky turned pitch black, accompanied by a deadly, silent sound. Before the 2 beams of light of different colors, Kai Lim waved his hand and said, now I've blocked all the sunlight for you. Undead Vanquist charged like a windstorm. He clenched his fist and punched hard towards the opponent. He punched Abaddon in the face. Immediately after, a series of other punches followed. Fast as a firework display, Abaddon's entire body became a cannon machine. Vanquist lightly licked his lips, his fist still clenched. Suddenly he realized, here it comes, seems like there's not much time left. Abaddon was beaten to a pulp, his body trembling constantly, muttering, who are you? Vanquist gently placed his hand on the back of his neck and said, nothing special. I'm just a weakling who keeps punching you. Who are you again? Those underground people. Will we lose after a fight? Of course, we'll find a way to kick you out. The Rainbow Kingdom has found a way to defeat you. We've found 3 ways. The curse of spatial division, though one way seems ineffective against you. The clenched hands slowly rose, and the final way, Abaddon faltered. Extraordinary power burst out from Vanquist. Can you guess what it is? Abaddon became fearful when he realized. As he released the extraordinary power, those above observed without understanding. Safina looked up astonished and asked, what technique is that? Subaru, standing beside her, cut her off without looking, saying she already knew. Safina, surprised, glanced at him. In awe of his magnificent spell, Abaddon involuntarily stepped back, unable to believe his eyes. How can he possess such power? His eyes widened in horror. That belongs to him. Vanquist smiled eerily, channeling power into his hand, saying, "Now I arrive." Startled, Abaddon saw Vanquist surge forward like a gust of wind. Abaddon's scream was the signal of his retreat. Creatures outside immediately became alert. Abaddon fled in terror. Vanquist watched him run in panic and sneered, "Not so mighty now, are you?" Then he advanced with keen interest. "No one among you walking under the sun shall escape my grasp." Sunlight was the obvious weakness of vampires. Under it, their stats plummeted and they suffered damage akin to poisoning, till they turned to ash and vanished. Subaru, though not fully a vampire, could not avoid a similar drop in his stats. If Hiyadu could fight after resurrection, Subaru might lose. Those walking under the sun was a technique that completely negated sunlight damage. In exchange, the user's stats dropped. Vanquist accepted that disadvantage. His technique reduced Vanquist's stats by 99%, Subaru's by around 80%. In other words, when Vanquist unleashed it, his combat power became 100 times greater than normal. As Abaddon fled from death, Vanquist's technique manifested in an instant. The moment Vanquist struck, half of Abaddon's lower body vanished. Subaru, Ruin, and Safina were horrified. Bird's mouth dropped in shock. A hand quickly seized Abaddon's neck. Vanquist easily gripped him. His gaze grew serious and his expression tense. Abaddon trembled in fear while Safina stared, stunned. She shouted, "His body is disintegrating." Subaru added, "Yes, that's the amnesia technique." He explained seriously, "This power shares its name with the royal sword of the Golden Kingdom. It severs the soul's cycle of reincarnation and sends it to the sea of unconsciousness." Safina gasped, "Impossible. So that sword, if it surpasses its wielder, is it enveloped by a custodian?" Her eyes filled with terror. Could Vanquist be linked to one of the custodians? Each of Abaddon's cells shattered with every tremor, emitting sounds of pain and fear. "My body, my soul are being eroded. I cannot resist or recover," facing his unconscious state. Abaddon felt only one sensation, the utter loneliness of his soul dissolving into infinite, icy space. It will never return to the living world, like a lost astronaut in the void, only a faint earth visible. That is the ultimate solitude. For that reason, Abaddon wept, hoping the other executors would not suffer the same fate. His tears were full of pain, evoking pity even from distant kings. Verd's eyes widened, but Vanquist showed no sympathy. Vanquist shouted, "Stop acting pitiful." He gripped Abaddon tightly, continuing to squeeze while he cried, "Have you ever heeded the pleas of the countless worlds you've destroyed?" Abaddon could not speak. "I will not forgive you." The other executors were annihilated as well, disappearing into the air one by one. Vanquist had destroyed them himself. 4 executors besides Abaddon did not realize they had died. Abaddon was left with only his head and neck. Vanquist still held his head. He screamed in terror, yet Vanquist showed no mercy. "It's hopeless," Vanquist said coldly. "I've wiped them all out." Abaddon shed a few tears of anguish. He closed his eyes, his body trembling. Facing Vanquist's coldness, he said, "Please spare me." Abaddon begged, "Do not harm me. I never imagined my fate would be so dreadful." He wept and pleaded, "I cannot resurrect. I will disappear. I'm terrified," he sobbed. Subaru's group watched silently. Kamina was terrified. Sibu and the other kings remained quiet. Abaddon continued, "Please spare me, I beg you." However, Vanquist crushed him immediately. Verd froze for a moment witnessing it. Vanquist exhaled sharply after finishing. In the silent space, the kings remained still, saying nothing. Vanquist's back did not move. He turned, his voice low and threatening. "How long will you continue to underestimate me?" The kings immediately knelt, Verd also bowing fearfully. Vanquist observed and said, "Many kings are so obedient, none could defeat an executor." He turned and asked, "Ruin, Safina, what have you done for millennia?" Power radiated from his hand. "Without a fighting spirit, you die quickly." Ruin panicked. Subaru shouted, "Vanquist." Vanquist paused. Subaru said sadly, "You look terrifying, please return to normal." Vanquist silently looked at Subaru. Verd beside him was puzzled. What did he just say? Killed now?" Vanquist lowered his voice, "Calm down, it's my fault." Ruin and Verd were surprised. "What?" Subaru felt frustrated inside. "Really?" Vanquist folded his arms. "I've apologized, don't make that face." Verd could not believe it. Just a few words and he can stop that mysterious man. One who killed the executors that even the 3 kings couldn't touch. Verd looked at Subaru, making him tense. Vanquist folded his arms, majestic and silent, raising his hand. "Today I have defeated even more executors." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Subaru was also progressing quite well. In his hand was a small seed, indicating that it wouldn't be long now. This seed seemed special. Lyra Sunamori, who had been watching the battle from the beginning, couldn't help but exclaim that it truly was a miracle. He sat there, deep in thought. After a few seconds, it turned out that was Vanquist's fighting style. Naraz stopped, looked, and said, "Impressive, I can't even keep up." Sunamori nodded. "Actually, neither can I." Naraz, feeling perplexed, said, "Perhaps we'll have to fight those executors ourselves someday." "Did you see that battle, Shikishima?" No response. He asked again, confused, Shikishima. In Shikishima Ryu's mind at that moment, he had stopped paying attention to Vanquist and the executor. He was only focused on whether to abolish or release the gate. All his actions were aimed at freeing humanity from the gate and returning to enjoy time with old friends as soon as possible. He recalled his old friends and thought. With his hands propped up, Shikishima said, "This is the best plan we have." Nara's surprised replied, "Huh." Shikishima clenched his teeth. "A simple oversight. No, the choice to release has come to us." "This is a reasonable argument, but it's also full of deception," Tsunemori said helplessly as Shikishima squinted. "If we get through this, they still haven't decided as the king of the Emerald Kingdom wanted. It's now or never." Sigh echoed through the forest. Vanquist smiled brightly. "Sorry everyone for scaring you. You must be thirsty by now, right? Drink some blood essence." The kings turned pale upon hearing this. "Blood, blood!" A pale hand swung sharply at Vanquist's head. "Don't make them drink that," Safina said softly. "You don't have to drink that." Vanquist, having been struck, held his head in desperation. The kings looked at each other. Wasn't he the one who fought earlier? He was disturbingly friendly. Vanquist growled, "Calm down, you old hag." Safina cheerfully responded, "What's wrong, rainbow face?" Vanquist pointed directly at Safina, gritting his teeth. "I will not accept your marriage to Subaru." "Got it," she merely smirked. "You're overprotecting him, aren't you? Is your brain the operating system of a ghost? Does your whole family not think they should respect the wishes of the one being asked?" Subaru suddenly spoke up. "The one being asked has rejected you countless times." Safina whispered, "Are you implying me?" She waved her hand. "Don't worry, I'll make you fall for me in a few hundred years." Subaru could only smile awkwardly. Those from the underworld are quite patient. Sibu slowly approached. "Father." Vanquist jumped, paying attention. "Sibu," she asked, "you've really turned Subaru into your possession now, haven't you?" Vanquist crossed his arms and replied, "Just as you predicted." "He's a better card than I thought." Looking at Subaru, he smiled. "Just help the kid out for me." Sibu nodded. "Seeing the executors immune to your predictions, you must stay alert." She turned and left. "I'm heading back now." Vanquist called after her, "What about the meeting?" Sibu didn't seem too concerned. "I already know the result and I've met my father." Vanquist lowered his voice. Sibu made her pause for a moment. He spoke solemnly. "Has the deadly darkness disappeared from them yet?" Sibu was surprised. "Ariad Subaru has changed the future." Suddenly, she widened her eyes in realization. It can't be. Looking at Vanquist, she couldn't believe it. "Why hasn't the deadly darkness disappeared yet?" Vanquist chuckled lightly at this. "It's better that it hasn't. I can only see its shadow. A future that won't happen until 3 months later or more." Sibu was greatly worried. "Wait. Please tell me the reason." Vanquist turned slightly, waving his hand. "Sorry for using a king's authority so many times in one day. I'll be careful on my way back." As he walked, he thought, "The deadly darkness is still here. There are many enemies who could kill me." He smirked triumphantly. "I'll see you all soon." Suddenly, someone punched him hard in the face. It was Esther, who had kicked Vanquist in the face, sending him to the ground. The other kings were stunned. Vanquist was annoyed. That hurt Esther. Esther was equally furious. "I told you I only have 15 minutes. You want to control me?" Vanquist panicked. "Just 5 more minutes." Esther was defiant. "Go back to your place now." Vanquist nodded. "Oh ho." Verd was so shocked he froze. "You're kidding. That man has such strong subordinates. Each of them is strong enough to face the 3 kings. Esther angrily shouted, "Hey, help me out here." Immediately, Tobit shoved Vanquist into the door. Before being pushed into the gate, Vanquist warned, "You old hag, don't you dare touch Subaru. Did you hear me?" However, Safina just looked at him coldly, unafraid and still smiling, which made Vanquist furious. "She won't listen. I'll never agree," but before he could finish, he was shoved into the door. Esther calmed, "Sorry for causing the chaos." The door closed and everything went silent. Ruin sighed in relief. They appeared and disappeared like a storm. At this moment, Shikishima spoke up. "Ruin, Subaru, I'm glad you two managed to push back the executors. But can you solve the issue of releasing or abolishing the gate?" Ruin pondered. "A bunch of people died in the attack, but there are still many people participating from afar, so maybe it'll be fine." Shikishima furrowed his brow. "I have an idea about the entrance gate in the human world. I want you to present it at the meeting with the 3 kings." Ruin was embarrassed. "You want me to do that right after the attack just ended?" Shikishima nodded. "We can't do anything now. Humans will do what we do." Ruin chuckled softly. "Let's see your idea first." Tsunemori understood, asking, "What did you say about the entrance gate?" Shikishima replied, "Well, if it works, I can reduce the number of gates in the human world." Since the king's meeting was interrupted, the 3 kings will hold a conference to discuss the issue of releasing or abolishing the gate. Watching the 3 of them discuss, Lut said, "So, we're back to square one." Thought Tada would grow stronger, level up, and lead the underworld, but Lut rested his chin, his face sad. "We're nothing but frogs at the bottom of the well." Kamina, disappointed, said, "Sorry, everyone." If my prediction is correct, Rakin, sitting beside, waved his hand. It's not your fault. The executors appeared out of nowhere. It has nothing to do with your prediction. Rakin affirmed, no matter how hard we try, there's always someone better. Rakin longed, I want to be even stronger. Verd, standing nearby, could only grit his teeth in silence. Safina softly pondered, I don't oppose that plan, we just need to clear them out faster, nothing important will change. Vorden could only sigh, a heavy feeling spreading in some indescribable way, but perhaps it had to be accepted. Ruin laughed joyfully at receiving his approval with no hesitation left. What do you think, Bai? Safina interrupted, this plan didn't seem like something someone like him would come up with. Ruin was startled. I can think of a better plan, one that includes every benefit for all. You know that. Ruin's words startled the kings. Thank you all for waiting, Ruin said happily. Now I will announce the decision of the three kings Verd. Everyone remained silent, including the other kings. Subaru watched quietly, each passing second filled with anticipation. Ruin shouted, first we will act to temporarily suspend the gates in the human world. Rakin, Kamina, and Lut all arrive. Ruin emphasized that no more gates would be opened, so the countdown would stop. Hearing this, Tsunemori jumped up excitedly. Excellent. He turned to Shikishima. Shikishima gritted his teeth. Not done yet, one more thing. Ruin was cheerful and enthusiastic. As for the gates, we will release them to other kingdoms as well. The kings froze. Ruin said briefly, the kingdoms will be allowed to send gates to the human world. Safina continued, after these changes, the number of gates will not increase, but there will be enough time to clear them all. Everyone will also be allowed to collect soul energy from kingdoms whose gates have been swept. Safina said cheerfully, the development of the owners will link with the development of others. Ruin clapped lightly. From now on, we will fully control an underworld in the gate sweep competition. Let's win quickly. Karen shouted, come on everyone, give it your all. Verd rubbed his head, damn, they support us already, so that's how they do it. Ruin smiled brightly, I'm pathetic for not thinking of that. Verd said, I'll send the gates as soon as we return. Lut, Karen, and Kamina all nodded. Verd said loudly, we will send gates to the human world as well. The three others rejoiced. Tsunemori hesitated, so Shikishima's plan is to release the gates. Previously, gates could only be sent from the underworld, increasing the number of gates and limited to the golden, silver, and bronze kingdoms. From now on, gates will no longer be sent, the countdown is cancelled, and the number of gates is unlimited. Kingdoms can send gates, the number of gate sweepers doubled. Naru was stunned, the number of gods increases while the number of gates decreases. Shikishima clasped his hands, I focused too much on abolishing the gates at first. I didn't even realize there was still the option to release them. Thanks to the emergency with the kings, I came up with this idea. Shikishima said firmly, in any case with this, the entire underworld will ally with humanity. Tsunemori was amazed, brilliant to a frightening degree. Nura's thought, good, Shikishima is on our side. Thanks, Ruin. Ruin looked slightly surprised, you're satisfied, well, as long as your family, I'll still help. Subaru Kayan, it's not that I lost something. Ruin's eyes narrowed slightly, but the underworld would surely collapse unless something was done about the overseers. Ruin asked, you'll help us, won't you? Subaru stayed quiet, smiled happily, nodded. Yes, I'll meet a few people in the underworld to handle that before returning. Ruin was surprised. Subaru said cheerfully, did you mention this before? Ruin smirked, I also have a request for you. Subaru explained, please let me meet the three inventors who created the golden, silver, and bronze gates. The three kings each hold the master key to their kingdom's gate. Subaru and the others split into three groups to enter different gates and meet the inventors, then figure out how to oppose the overseers. First group met Tella, the inventor of the Golden Kingdom's gate, consisting of Subaru, Safina, and Isis. Safina walked in the middle. The gates were developed with input from the Golden, Silver, and Bronze kingdoms. She spoke cautiously, each inventor had their own expertise. For example, Tella was responsible for the limited chair and the gate's spatial system. Subaru was astonished, so he's a super genius, right? Isis was helpless, you don't understand, do you? Isis thought, though Safina spoke gently, both inventions required unbelievably precise application skill. How could Tella do that? The three entered first. Safina spoke, sorry to bother you, Tella. In front of them was a large room filled with towering books neatly stored in shelves. The room overflowed with books. From a long, tall staircase they saw a chair placed there. Subaru looked up, stunned. That's Tella, crossing his legs and extending his foot, wanting me to lick his shoe. Tella was a crazy inventor. He sat in the middle of the room. Tella said, sorry, I'm out of tea and cakes for everyone. In Subaru's hand was a shiny shoe. You should try licking my latest invention. Isis was shocked. A practice for begging for mercy. Tella nodded, yes, when begging for mercy you must lick someone's laces. Isis was exasperated. Really? He said cheerfully, if you practice beforehand your survival rate increases when facing death. Very safe and even tasty. Isis was disappointed, not understanding why anyone would want to do that. Subaru was excited, then I'll try. Isis could only scream. Ariak. Subaru teased while licking, praising, delicious, I could do this all day. Isis gave a strained smile, I see you're not normal. Queen Safina, why would anyone want to marry someone like this? Safina also licked the shoe, praising, the aroma is really good. Isis was stunned. Queen Safina Terra joined in, lick well, both of you. Isis gave, everyone except me licked it. Safina, well, Terra is always like that. Isis was exasperated. All I remember from that day is making everyone lick shoes. Safina continued, most of your inventions are quite useless. Terra joked, painful but still a 1 in a million chance to create something amazing. He said while licking his lips, the inventors burned with passion. Isis turned pale, don't make gates with passion. Terra raised his foot. Safina introduced, my king, thank you for creating a place that allows me to focus on inventions. Do you have anything you need me to do? The one needing help was my fiancé. Subaru waved his hand gently, greeting Ariak Subaru, who was a familiar face to her. Terra recognized the guest from the Silver Kingdom and understood that his wish was her command. Subaru quickly requested a skill or item to locate the manager. Subaru, I want a skill or item that can locate the positions of the manager. Isis was astonished while Safina wasn't too surprised. Terra whispered to confirm the existence of the item. Both women were shocked, especially Isis. Does anyone want to lick some more boots? Subaru appeared cheerful. I'll take it. Isis was irritated. No, just stop it already. The second group would meet the inventor of the Silver Kingdom's door, Tsunemori Jenga Shikishima, Seiya, and Ruin. A bird-like creature advanced. Zinga wondered about entering the door alone. Tsunemori pointed to a special guest accompanying them. Ruin stood far behind a large ice boulder. The other man seemed surprised by the king of the Silver Kingdom. Ruin turned pale, unwilling to be the ice door. Tsunemori begged for forgiveness. The man asked, if you said that, why are you here? Shikishima introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Axon. I'm Shikishima Jiu, a friend of Tsunemori Jenga. Axon nodded. I knew when I watched the video like Jenga, you're a relative of Ariak Subaru. Tell me why you're here. Shikishima smiled. Aren't you the terrorist? Axon fell silent. Shikishima cautiously explained that the Nine Ice wasn't the only reason he was imprisoned. The Axon Ice Wing was an underground entity that created powerful skills and items, always waiting for a chance to be unchained. Axon remained silent. Tsunemori doubted, is that really true? Ruin reminded that the man had 70 charges. Tsunemori grumbled, 70. Axon continued to explain. He explained, I'm not lying to you, I just wasn't sure about that. Tsunemori was confused. Axon seemed to realize, wait, Shikishima, I know you're not here just to mock me. Shikishima smiled, of course I have something only you can do. Axon squinted. 3 skills could counter the enforcers, including curses and amnesia. Shikishima said seriously, it seems Vanquist has seen the next possibility in the Nine Ice. Axon was startled. Shikishima proposed, Axon, I want you to create a 4th skill to counter the enforcers. Axon fell silent, contemplating. The snow began to fall heavier. Both sides waited in silence for his answer. After a while, Axon spoke. This is why I never get tired of living. He smiled. Got it, I'll create a powerful and unbalanced skill, one that you'll have to be grateful for. Once completed, he would give the skill to Subaru. Tsunemori frowned. The third group would meet the inventor of the door from the Zora Kingdom. Why do I have to pair up with Hirasaka-san? Karin was annoyed. Complaining won't help, we have to pair up because you and I are the ones left behind. Mugen Ikuhana was frustrated, the two of them weren't close. Karin asked, can I just take Hirasaka on directly? Naraz chuckled, then I'll never forgive you. Karin was helpless. Karin spoke about the great sorcerer of Zora, who was responsible for combining skills through gates and doors. Ikuhana explained, exactly, being the assistant to the king is also Zora's job. It's been a long time since I last saw him. Suddenly, Zora was thrown out of the house. The 3 of them were stunned. Zora spat out blue blood and Naraz helped him sit up. Karin stepped forward. What do you think you're doing? Zora weakly asked. Why? He screamed wildly. In front of him stood a man with a cold, murderous aura. The man coldly said, sorry, old man, but I need you to die. Karin scratched his head. Isn't that the jailkeeper from the human world? Naraz recognized Kui-san. Kui also recognized Naraz and unleashed his power around him. Presence was not in the future. Ariak felt his voice turn cold. Did you ruin the prophecy, or in other words? Karin was surprised. Kui slightly lost his lip. That's right, I am. He was hit by the power unleashed. Karin punched straight through him. Karin frowned. I stabbed through him just like Naraz said. Kui gently took Karin's hand. I am the enforcer. Gaze became vacant as the enemy of the people. Naraz said seriously, then we will defeat you. A year and a half ago, in front of the gate to the prison of the God Kings of Criminals, someone thanked. The person said, Naraz-kun, thank you for coming and escorting the prisoner. I sealed his power with my skill. Kui said seriously, rest and return to your regular duties. Naraz nodded. Thank you. He remarked, it's been 3 years since you became a god king. Naraz was surprised. Yes. Quick continued. This may be a strange question, but do you love this world? A wailing voice rang out. Impossible. Ikuhana was shocked. Are you an enforcer? He gripped Karin's wrist tightly, his expression cold. Karin clicked his tongue, gritting his teeth. He's dead now, I can't use the curse. Will kill me, but a large golden hand attacked. Quickly dodged. Karin was confused. The golden hand came from Naraz. Naraz controlled the dust, creating chaos. Karin was frustrated. Are you trying to kill me? This is Kurosaka's body, do you know that? Naraz calmly replied. Kurosaka won't die from that hit. We spoke, drawing attention. I see now. He walked over. So your family member can use the curse. Naraz gritted his teeth. Doesn't it have little effect on him? If Quiz Violin Seal touches me, everything will go wrong. That thing isn't fit for fighting, just need to keep your distance. Naraz decided. Raise your hand high, use the golden weapon technique. I'm here. If Naraz Erika believes the violin seal is the only skill then. We thought carefully, his face cold. I'm waiting here. A voice echoed in the large building. The winner of the entire 4672321119 world. His eye widened. The chosen one to carry out the mission must eliminate all enemies obstructing the world's command. Sitting silently, expressionless, will you send someone else to complete this assassination? You've already exerted too much power to cover the sole cost of recruiting a veteran, haven't you? He slowly rose, leaning his hand on the computer. His eyes looked weary. Even the resistant, even enforcers must be eliminated. He stared forward, and in order to protect this world, his gaze reflected emptiness. He is a conqueror from another world. Conquerors are divine lords who invade other worlds like Hyodo Kotsu. Executors are chosen from conquerors across all worlds, directly controlled by the overseers. The curse attribute, also known as. Unlike the ultimate techniques granted by others, he retained his own when becoming a conqueror. That is the blue band, a band representing a vital technique. He now wielded it against Naraz, who was channeling his power. Enveloped by the blue band threads, he couldn't believe it, an entirely different technique. At that moment, Karin also attacked, sending sharp blades at him relentlessly. Naraz was now unleashing his power, his arms stretching. He felt exasperated. Is all he can do make his arms bigger? How laughable. As that hand lunged forward, Naraz charged with ferocity. The second technique was used. He noticed Naraz activating the golden impact technique. Slightly surprised, an auxiliary skill, his hand glowed like blue fire, clenched tight, fast. When Naraz struck, he blocked it effortlessly. But that's all you can do. Naraz, irritated, was stunned to see his second attack stop. Amid flying debris, he lowered his voice. Your technique only exaggerates everything. His eyes were empty, cold as a rune. Using MP like this is strange. Suddenly, a massive gate opened behind Naraz, unleashing blinding golden light. Naraz frantically hurled golden weapons at him, but he remained indifferent, unafraid. The weapons flew like the wind. Alongside the Reaper's gale rushing toward him. His face was icy cold. Then came a deafening explosion. Naraz silently observed. As the blue band threads emerged, he appeared after and said, I told you your technique is utterly useless. He stepped forward slowly, saying, a truly excellent technique is simple and effective. Naraz, unafraid, immediately swung his sword. Still unharmed, no doubt now his technique. The sword nearly touched his neck. A blue band thread intercepted it instantly. The sword stopped immediately upon contact. Naraz devised a plan, remove everything he had touched. He attacked relentlessly, previously reported. Like Ariak Taiga's technique, 2 blue band threads wrapped around his arms as he kicked him, pressing a sharp object to his neck. In just a second, Naraz was restrained. He pressed him to the ground. Ikuhana shouted, Naraz. Karin watched cautiously, asking, aren't you going to help him? Kurosaka inside Karin remained silent. Watched Naraz through the screen. He paused for a moment. He pointed the needle at his neck. Do you remember the question I once asked you? Naraz replied gently. I do, I remember. Do you love this world? Naraz answered, I do, because Hirosaka exists in this world. He asked again, then what if Hirosaka Renji didn't exist? His eyes widened in surprise. He smiled, would you still love this world? Naraz hesitated, stammering, I think I still would. He raised his voice, I once had a terminal illness and was cured when I became a divine lord. But before that, I secretly sneaked out of the hospital to walk alone. He panted, his legs growing heavy. Then he stopped and looked up. His eyes widened, standing alone on an empty road beneath a peaceful sky. The sky is so vast and clear, I feel my heart soaring out of its cage. It's beautiful. Thought so too. This world is so beautiful, Naraz said, eyes brimming with tears. He spoke softly, that's why I want to protect it, even if Hirosaka isn't here. Naraz turned away, the sky still as beautiful as ever. Looked up vaguely, replying, indeed, calmly. So do I also love this wonderful world. A world so beautiful and peaceful. Now he faced the overseer as if pushing the world toward death. Truly want to protect it? Then live to this moment, Carrion mused. He ordered, don't think of unnecessary things, live under the command of absolute rulers. The needle touched Naraz's neck and after a moment he said, I can't do that. He narrowed his eyes at this. Bound tight, he could only wait for death. Naraz was strangely calm. I can't call this living. There were others in the hospital in the same state as Iki. This made them closer, harmonious, all feeling comfortable with smile. Akira decided to talk and make friends. After a while, his friends left. He was exhausted by the endless cycle. Now Akira walked alone on a solitary road. On a gloomy day, when Akira was defeated by him with a sword to his neck, he realized the world's beauty. He spoke his final words, I understand the meaning of being alive, then fell silent, the sword still at his neck. He looked at Akira, startled, wondering, why? The sword is still at his neck without striking. Why does my blade retreat as if controlled by another force? Akira continued, being alive means continuing to feel. Moving forward with your own feet, discovering new things, impressing me. Being treated like a pawn in the overseer's game. He decided to swing his sword back, avoiding being overwhelmed by that power. Akira summoned a power from behind. I can't call this living. The sixth technique of the Temple Guardian. He realized why he couldn't attack, it was this that was controlled. He realized it wasn't him but his weapon. The Temple Guardian's technique attained at level 90. It could manipulate everything freely, including Nara's and Akira, as long as it was a weapon. Nothing within its reach was exempt. It couldn't drop or destroy Sampajita. To break this matrix, he decided to use the blue band technique. Seeing him struggle to escape, Akira said, useless. That technique is linked directly to the target the moment it touched me. We realized that there was no way out of the current situation. Akira had completely surrounded him, with no escape. He noticed the weapon of Nara's Akira, which he had just severed with the green ribbon earlier. Akira confirmed that only when he could strike it like that could he surround Kui with the fragments. He then reminded Kui that following orders was a way of life, but he would not refuse the desire for freedom of others. He gripped the sword tightly, but it seemed to not obey its master, merely humming mindlessly. If you dare betray me, I will destroy you. Akira stepped closer to Kui, his gaze emotionless. Sama and his companions stood with their arms crossed, silently watching the battle. Kui slowly let go of his grip, his eyes filled with disappointment. So, I've lost, he sighed. I can't fight anymore or retreat, I've failed to defeat you, now I must face my fate. Akira was stunned, unable to believe those words. A light surrounded Kui and he gradually faded as if disappearing. Akira panicked, fearing Kui would be eliminated if he didn't follow the orders. He couldn't accept this discontent and exclaimed, Kui, why is it like this? Why are you listening to the manager? He replied, I've told you your world is more beautiful than my homeland, which was destroyed. I couldn't protect it, so I want to protect this world. Zora exclaimed, Kui, don't go. Kui turned back to look at him. Zora looked at Kui with a sad expression, unable to do anything but watch him gradually disappear. In Zora's memory, he recalled the conversations with Kui. Oh, so you'll be my successor, once you overcome this challenge. Kui was dazed, not understanding what was happening. He asked Zora, are you okay? Zora smiled and said, your touch is so gentle, thank you. Kui remembered those moments, smiled and said, I'm sorry. Zora yelled, no, don't do this. Kui was startled as a hand reached out from Akira trying to save him. Kui was astonished. Naru-skun, not only Kui but Ikuhana and Mada were also equally surprised. Akira smiled triumphantly. Akira said, just as I thought, it's a curse, you really let it go. He recalled when Subaru had used the blood curse. A curse could be broken by another curse. Kui resisted, stop, you can't change anything. Akira warned, you'll be dragged in and die with me, just give up. But before he could finish, Akira was stopped. No, those managers treat everything like toys. Don't see death as something noble, I won't accept that. Akira declared, I will overthrow them to everyone's shock. Ikuhana silently watched. Akira recalled past memories and told himself, I won't let you die. He tried to save Kui, surprised by Akira's sacrifice. Akira screamed in pain but didn't give up. He was determined to save Kui, despite the overwhelming pain. The scene before them even made Ma to cover himself for protection. A powerful force surged, surrounding Kui and Akira. Suddenly, the surge of power disappeared, returning the sky to a clear blue. Mada asked in amazement, hey, did you really do it? I've never seen anyone break a manager's curse like that. Akira collapsed and Abaddon said, he really did it. Abaddon continued, he really did it. Akira sprang up in front of Kui, calling out, Naru-skun, why did you go this far? Akira replied, if I'm no longer the enforcer, no longer the one against the curse, then I'm not your enemy, right? Kui was surprised by Akira's words. Please live, Kui. Kui gazed into the distance, with Zora running toward him. Akira asked, do you want me to live? Zora was worried, crying uncontrollably. Kui looked at Zora and said, you. He remembered his old friends. Akira said, everyone has people they hold dear. Zora ran to him, embracing Kui. Zora hugged Kui tightly, crying a lot. Kui was moved, tears also falling from his eyes, saying, I'm sorry, really sorry. Mada approached, extending his hand toward Akira. Mada said, this scene is quite impressive. Akira replied. Your compliment doesn't make me happy. Mada responded. Actually, your reversed curse is stronger than most others. Akira replied. If that's true, it's probably because I'm really cruel. Then he continued. I understand now. Hey Hirasaka, do you want things to go like this? Hirasaka answered. No, absolutely not. Mada hesitated. You're making me scared. Hirasaka continued. But I believe Naru-skun will solve this. He's no longer just a kid looking to me. He's a friend standing on equal ground with me. Mada said, you heard that. Akira smiled. I know, his equal friend. He grasped Mada's hand and asked, is everything still okay? You've been training since you skipped the last meeting. You must have something interesting. The scene shifted and Hirasaka arrived in another dimension. Louis has finished his training, just a little more and will be able to resist the enforcer, Hirasaka said confidently. Luguit has completed his training. Just a little more and I'll be able to resist the enforcer. Luguit looked at Hirasaka, tense, preparing to try something extraordinary right before his eyes. When Vanquist taught me his ultimate technique against the enforcer. Renji appeared and asked, Vanquist, can you teach me that ultimate technique again? Vanquist replied, I don't mind, but I don't think you can learn it directly. The souls in the underworld and humans are very different. Passing on the ultimate technique through the gate will be completed when the soul structure is changed. After learning, Louis passed on the technique through the gate challenge and his 8th ultimate technique to Renji. Now it's almost there for Hirasaka, Renji, and Amami Asika. As undead, they are not limited by the gate, especially with Amami Asika. Leem spoke up, the kid adapts to me quite well. Because of soul compatibility, she could inherit the thunder god Kalim's ultimate technique without the gate. For Hirasaka, Renji said, Luguit. Luguit suggested, I'll lend you my strength. Following Luguit's instructions, Renji could upgrade his existing ultimate technique. However, inheriting Vanquist's ultimate technique was a different challenge. Louis watched Renji, sweating heavily, and Renji sighed, I did it. It goes against all logic. So this is my new sword? Louis looked at Renji, excitedly holding the item in his hand. During the time he was the owner, I knew nothing. When it came to combat, Hirasaka surpassed even the word genius. Later, in the human world, at the workshop of Mage Zora in the Kingdom of Red Copper. Arian and Guok said, sorry to interrupt this moment, but may I speak with you about why we came here? At that moment, Zora was tearfully embracing Qui. After leaving his arms, Qui started a conversation with Aki. Naru-skun, I also want to tell you about this, he replied, yes. Then Qui continued, the truth is, Akira, sounding sharp, exclaimed, huh. At that moment Akira was startled, remembering Shiki and Subaru, and reached out to them mentally. Kishima responded, Naru, what's wrong? Akira said, it's urgent. Kui-san just told me that. Meanwhile, Subaru silently listened to everything from the other side. Seeing this, Safina asked Subaru, he said. Sorry, Safina, I need to return to the human world immediately, he replied. Safina pouted and exclaimed, huh, what about our date? Subaru replied bluntly, I never agreed to it. An executor appeared at the inventor's residence in the Copper Kingdom. Hearing this, Isis was shocked while Safina calmly urged him, go on. Subaru explained that the executor was a warden at the prison holding the God Lord in the human world. His ultimate skill allowed him to control the prisoner's abilities. Everyone defeated him, but the effects of his skill also vanished. As a result, over 300 prisoners would soon escape. After hearing this, the two fell silent, hearts filled with unease. Then Subaru continued, we must return to protect our world. Hearing this, Safina understood his intentions, so you want to protect the civilians. Understood, will prepare quickly, Isis. She bowed and obeyed, yes, Queen of Commerce. At that moment a figure appeared, are you all leaving so soon? Tara appeared and said, just after I made you some extra shoes. Subaru replied tactfully, the shoes taste great, thank you. Then Tara threw him an item, take this with you. He caught it, opened it, and found the oath ring while Tara instructed him on its use. Ring could sense the location of the manager across more than 10 billion worlds, but it could only detect them, not transport him there. Hearing this, he happily accepted it. This is already a lot. At least I'm not the only one heading to them. Tara replied, well, I hope it works. Subaru waved goodbye, thank you Tara, I'll definitely come back. Tara watched Subaru's figure disappear, thinking that he would meet the cheerful boy again with an item that could take him to the manager's world. Maybe I'll try making a teleportation item. Scene shifts to Karen's group, everyone tense. Subaru hurried through the space-time portal and shouted, Shikishima. Shikishima saw him arrive and announced, all right, let's go quickly. Subaru immediately chased after them. Unexpectedly, Safina called out and threw him something before saying goodbye. Subaru asked in amazement, another ring, she replied, you'll know once you open it. She advised him to wear it if he ever wished to return to the underworld, expressed her sadness about the separation, and promised they would meet again. Shikishima anxiously called out, urging Subaru to hurry, and he didn't forget to wave goodbye and thank Safina. Subaru quickly disappeared through the gate. At the Golden Gate, a familiar voice exclaimed, so sad, they move as fast as the wind. Ikuhana added, commenting that they were always in such a rush. Unlike the two others, Safina smiled happily and wished Subaru good luck. In Niigata district, inside the prison for the godly rulers, chaos erupted among the prisoners inside. The prisoner on the fighting floor laughed loudly when he realized that the sealing seal had disappeared, announcing their freedom. Immediately after, another prisoner appeared, used a move, and warned that no one should be here. A prisoner swung a broom at another, and at the same time a set of sharp claws appeared. Haim no Ada used a move to strike him. The other prisoners shouted in anger, with one saying, "You're crazy, you bastard," while another remarked, "I don't like this guy." Asaruji glanced at him and said, "Maybe this will help you remember a little." They announced that they previously belonged to the Nightshade faction, causing the other prisoners to exclaim, "The Nightshade faction." Prisoners were teammates of Ariak Tegasau, Kuryu, and were warned that a new schedule would be implemented soon. If the prison collapsed, it would be dangerous. He had once been a member of the Nightshade organization, Kuryu. The broom was waved and struck the heads of the other prisoners, causing them to endure. Ayasaruji warned, "We'll meet a friend after this." Ayasaruji said, "Sorry, but you all should surrender." Kaga Shingo, a former member of the Nightshade organization, overwhelmed them all. The friend mentioned was Kuruki Taikai, and Haimno appeared. Haimno Jumino, a former member of the Nightshade organization, used the painful level 6 claw technique, causing pain up to 3000%. Ayasaruji held the broom and said, "You're whining too much for just a scratch." Ayasaruji exclaimed, "I thought you'd join the prison break." Haimno replied, "I just found out I'll join the side of the winner. No matter how many there are, they can't defeat Kuryu." Kuryu used a technique, the mark of flowing energy, on his staff. In the human world in Tokyo, at the back of the Hirosaka apartment complex, 300 prisoners escaped from the godly ruler prison. Subaru eagerly warned, "We have to hurry before someone gets hurt." Arin reminded Kuryu Aize is already there. Zinga said he can stop them. Subaru urged, "Hurry up, Shikishima-san." Shikishima replied, "They've already dealt with everything." Everything became quiet. Most of the escaped prisoners had been defeated by Kuryu. Ayasaruji was stunned. "I barely did anything." Haimno yawned and complimented, "Well done." Shikishima answered a phone call and smiled, telling Subaru, "No need to go, they said it's handled." The atmosphere fell silent again. Karin said, "Now that I think about it, Kuryu must be over level 80 by now." Kira said, "The average level of the prisoners is under 30. Karin replied, "No matter how many there are, they don't stand a chance. They don't need us anymore, which means we're free to do whatever we want." Shikishima confirmed, "Kinakawa just called me, so I have to go back to the headquarters. They would hear about the events in the underworld and 3 key points before the press conference." Shikishima responded, "Yes, let the world know there will be no more gates from now on." Yudo and Kinakawa hugged each other, and Jenga smiled. Shikishima said, "Kinakawa said the countdown clock for the gate has stopped." Then he waved and left with Naras. Akira ran after them and said, "Oh, right." Hirosaka commented, "They're all gone now." Zinga said, "I'm heading home." Seiya said, "I'm going for some sushi." Arin declined to join, wanting to walk. Everyone went their separate ways, saying goodbye to Subaru, leaving him alone. He opened the door and said, "I'm home." Subaru slowly walked into the house, feeling down, thinking he wanted to eat with everyone. Suddenly, he saw Tetsu sitting in his house. He exclaimed, "Oh." Subaru couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Tetsu and thought, "Is that really Tetsu? Why is he in our world?" Tetsu replied casually, "Who knew I'd land here?" Subaru asked, "Where did you land?" Tetsu said this time he was Subaru's enemy and asked if Subaru wanted some information. Subaru replied, "Information?" Tetsu silently looked at the system board, where information about each person was stored. The system board displayed the number and location of the enforcers currently in this world. Subaru was stunned, frozen in place, staring at the image in the system. A voice exclaimed, "Haji, what are you looking at?" Enda replied, "News. The previous teammates quelled a rebellion at the prison." Lion confirmed, "Yes, they are our members in this conquest." Halfwood said, "Sorry for making you wait, our king." And Dasher went silent. Subaru was in shock. Subaru wondered about the other enforcers. Tetsu replied, "I already said this world is being invaded from somewhere. I can find out." Subaru hesitated, worried that future plans might be interrupted by the manager's intervention. Tetsu asked, "Do you need my help?" Subaru exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." Tetsu explained, "You want more information, right? Instead, Adake Subaru, you'll provide it to me." App rambled on, emphasizing how well this world was preserved with fresh air. And Datcher commented that this place was strange too. The rise of the godly rulers began strongly when they collaborated with an unknown world called the Underworld. Bain remarked, "So that's how they prevent destruction, which means it will be quite hard to invade this place." Riven coldly said, "If you take a risk, you reap the rewards, right?" After hearing her name called, she smiled and replied, Exactly, the reward for completing this mission is the entire world. The group, including Beeb, Halford, Bane, Suzelis, Raven, Hockney, and Acio, had different reactions, but in the end they all agreed to the conditions set. Thatcher explained, "That's why I used the full extent of my soul's power to summon you all here. Even though our plan to invade by teaming up with the underworld failed, we will use Leon's ultimate technique." Lion held up a stack of phones and handed them out. "I've prepared phones from this world for all of you. We will overwhelm them completely," Datcher ordered. "Our plan is to start in Sibia." The scene shifted, and Subaru had also arrived there. "There are so many people here. This is 2 days after Hayadu Kote appeared." Subaru asked, "Hayadu, have you gotten used to using the phone?" Tetsu replied, "I'm fine, no problems at all." Subaru asked again, "Where are we going now?" Tetsu answered, "The shoe store." Subaru was surprised, confused. "What kind of plan is that?" Tetsu explained, "Shopping, eh? I can wear the same clothes as you, but your shoes don't fit me. I don't have any money in this world, so please pay for them." Subaru replied, "All right, that's fine." Tetsu said seriously, "I can't fight properly if I wear shoes that don't fit." Subaru looked at her and asked, "Are you going to fight with us?" Tetsu answered, "Consider it as repayment for your help." Tetsu said, "This has been going on for years, but the enemy we will fight once attacked my world. They're quite strong, so be careful." Subaru listened and replied, "Got it." Then they walked down the street together. Suddenly Tetsu turned and asked, "What are you doing?" Subaru looked up and asked, "Why the flag?" Tetsu stretched out her arm, trying to look cool, "But no, I'll go buy shoes on my own, don't come with me, just hand me the money." Subaru looked at her gesture and thought to himself, "Oh, all right," then quietly thought, "This person acts like a freeloader." He remembered old memories of his father, feeling quiet inside. Tetsu raised the phone and said, "I've just sent the latest address, I'll let you know when it's done." Subaru replied, "All right." Then he watched her figure disappear, not forgetting to say, "Thanks, Hayajuda, I really appreciate your help." Tetsu remained silent, then after a while she spoke, "No problem." At that moment she remembered, it's been a while since Tetsu had teammates around. After a moment of thought, Tetsu slowly walked away. He entered a sports store to shop, greeted by a warm welcome. Subaru sighed, then contacted all his teammates through his mind. "Everyone, Chihaka is shopping," and Subaru's words were also heard. Arasaka also heard it. "I won't tell everyone that this masked person is Zinga." On the other side, Shikishima also heard Subaru's call. Akira heard as well, silently listening. Subaru contacted everyone and made the announcement. "Hayadu just shared the latest news with us, let's move out. As we agreed before." Everyone replied in unison, "Got it, we're already on the way." Suddenly Zinga spoke, "Ariak, are you sure we can trust Hayadu Kotsu? Master's window can only be seen by the master himself. What if he's lying to us? He's the one who killed us in the future, the king of Aurora, and brought our world to the brink of destruction." Subaru fell silent, lowered his head, and hesitated before speaking. "Jingasen, that time those words back at my house, Ariak Subaru, you will provide for me." Subaru asked in surprise, "Provide for you?" Tetsu replied, "I'm not familiar with this world. I don't have any money or a place to stay, so please help me." Subaru looked confused, his face blank like a fish caught in a trap. Then he said, all right." Tetsu replied emotionlessly, "Really? You're kind-hearted." He continued, "Did you end up here because of the punishment you mentioned from the underworld?" Tetsu denied it. "No," she explained, "someone saved me from being punished. Maybe that was the last time. I'll find a way to return to my homeland. Even if it's destroyed, leaving it behind would mean I've accepted defeat." Hearing her heartfelt words, Subaru sighed. "You really hate losing, huh?" Tetsu asked. "What's so funny?" He replied, "No, I'll help you." Reflecting on their conversation, Subaru reassured Anjin, "I think we can trust him now, he's not as bad as I thought. This person is pretty straightforward and fun, huh? But if he betrays us, make sure to use the 9 freezing to defeat him." Zinga heard this and trusted his team's understanding. "All right, if you say so, I'll follow your lead." Subaru smiled brightly. "Thank you," Shikishima said, "at least you've got that." Zinga was flustered. No, it's not like that. Ariak's friendliness and openness are what define him. He carries both the good and the bad." After that, Zinga felt more at ease. "I understand now." Shikishima realized in astonishment. Shikishima looked at Subaru, thinking that's what made Ariak a great king. Subaru, meanwhile, was inspecting the books, quietly evaluating. "This bookstore is really spacious." The scene shifted to a key. "Ariak, I found my target." Looking ahead, it was Yuan. Kira stared coldly at Huffin. On the other side, Hirosaka faced Suzelis. "I'm the same." Their eyes met. They stared at each other in silence. "At the 10 o'clock tower in Sibia, I've found him." Hockney and Beeb were there, facing Jin. After seeing the enemy, Zinga reported. "I'm the same." Zinga faced Hockney while Shikishima faced Acio. Shikishima said, "And here too the two of them have clashed." Lion, reading in the bookstore, heard a voice, "Right. It was easy to guess." Subaru met Lion. "So it's you." Lion looked at him and exclaimed, "Ariak Subaru. I'm quite surprised. What's a star like you doing here?" He replied, "I'm here to fight against you." "Sorry, but I can't let you have this world. We'll stop you." Lion thought, "He won't let us take this world. How is it possible that he already knows the purpose and number of people coming here? But more importantly, is this guy insane?" Does he really want to fight me right here, right now? Here in Sibia with thousands of people around. The scene shifted to Tetsu shopping in a clothing store. All right, he's picked a pair of shoes he likes. Looks good, now let's get to work. Tetsu met Raven. He looked at her for a moment and she walked up to him, both silent. Then Raven spoke. Have we met before? Tetsu said nothing but raised her hand and threw a punch forward. X-Rock, the disaster of Sibia. Inside a high-rise, a scream echoed, shaking the surrounding. Inside, Subaru and Lion stood facing each other, their energy overwhelming each other. He called her name, Ariak Subaru. Their faces clashed, but Vaishio remained calm. Are you really going to fight us here in Sibia? The people present didn't notice, continuing with their tasks. The crowd hurried by, oblivious to the people here, still happy, unaware. Subaru immediately confirmed, yes, but your opponent remains silent, listening. Condition is, I won't let anyone die. Hearing this, there was some confusion, leaving a big question mark. A spell was cast, covering the entire area. In another location, Tetsu was charging with a punch full of sharp energy, but it was stopped by a defense. However, the power of the punch was immense, sending him flying backward. He quickly braced with his leg for momentum, then asked with a sly smile, Hey, I'm in the middle of the street, don't you care about the people around? Suddenly, a golden wall appeared behind him, blocking the outside world, and he looked on in confusion. He noticed the people outside were still smiling but frozen in place, as if time had stopped. Kotatsu glanced at his opponent and said, No need to worry about him, it's fine. Cold eyes, he declared bluntly that the only one to be killed was the person. Raven grew serious and turned around. Elsewhere, 2 days earlier, all the members gathered for a meeting and Shikishima entered, sighing. They discussed the gathering of the punitive forces planning an invasion which surprised everyone. He was teased by Tetsu's comment, his face darkening with anger. Then, a system panel appeared. The system indicated that a large number of punitive forces were being sent to this world. Normally, only a few people received rare items. But Tetsu manipulated it and said that for some reason, the current reward had become the world itself. Her words shocked the other 2 members who angrily demanded, The entire world? You mean they're trying to take over our home? He continued, speculating that if they succeeded, the world would entirely belong to them. Mikawa could not contain her outrage. Impossible, but a voice spoke, leaving her stunned. Tetsu explained straightforwardly that this was a reward never seen before. Tetsu said, If I can meet all the requirements, then I'll participate too. Zinga angrily stood up and shouted, You bastard! A surge of energy erupted along with a loud call, Hailu. Zinga fell silent, turning around, and Tetsu was also drawn to watch. Lung asked, What are the success conditions for those punitive forces? A map appeared along with an explanation. To succeed, they must control all 23 wards of Tokyo or eliminate all the gods. The other 2 said, Aren't we already numerically superior? Tetsu warned, No matter how many of you there are, it won't help. There's one enemy among them who could brainwash any god weaker than themselves, causing everyone to turn on each other. Yudu spoke, Then we need a strategy to defeat them. A list of characters appeared. A single punitive force could track enemy positions in real time. He raised a finger, saying that with cooperation, they could capture them effectively. But the problem was if they wanted to seize all 23 wards. Mikawa realized and said, We'll have to fight them inside the city. Yudu sighed, I think we need to evacuate the civilians. Shikishima ordered, All right, I'll handle it. Tetsu looked at them with confusion. Back in reality, freezing magic covered the city, leaving only space for them to handle their business. Inside, Yudu stood proudly, casting his 7th ultimate skill, raising a solid golden shield, cracked to Chevaliers. Yudu Ryusei's 7th ultimate, cracked to Chevaliers, affected all non-god entities within range, freezing them in place. These targets remained immobile. When frozen, targets cannot move or be harmed, but the user also cannot leave their position while using the ultimate. At the high-rise battlefield, Tetsu exuded a pressuring aura. She instructed her teammates via MP comms, We only have 1 hour, so act fast, everyone. The plan commenced. Akira held his phone and said, Understood, let's move. He faced his opponent, Naris Akira versus Conqueror Hafun. Hafun sensed something, pushed the side and asked, Hey, tapping the frozen people nearby. Then he raised his hand, puzzled, What the hell is going on? Akira ignored him, saying, Don't worry, I only know that if you can move, you're my enemy. Then he summoned his power and declared, I will defeat you. Hap muttered, scratching his head. Who knows, probably some defensive ultimates. But a second later, his eyes turned serious. Heishio Aza's hand glowed fiercely, ready to strike. Die quickly and hand this world over to us. Hap advanced, the ground freezing solid. He swung a punch, catching Akira off guard, turning the outer body white. Akira was thrown back, eyes wide, noticing the opponent's speed but not surprised. Strange punch caused Akira pain and confusion. His stomach began glowing. What is this? His body froze, different from Sunemori's ice ultimate. The opponent noticed his confusion, standing to explain. Allow me to clarify. Expressionless, he pointed at Aki. My ultimate is slightly cold. Its simple effect is to freeze and shatter anything I touch. His last words confident. He said, that's why I've never lost. Akira writhed in pain, bones piercing his freezing body numb, but once thawed it would bleed to death. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth. Damn it. Then he exerted a shout, releasing energy. I'm exhausted, and now another simple yet mighty ultimate. Huffman looked puzzled, covering his face. He isn't even using weapons, doesn't suit him at all. Hap urged, do you still have strength to fight? Show me any tricks you have. Then he declared coldly, because my next punch will definitely kill you. Akira hesitated, then became serious. One eye ablaze, he retorted to Hap, maybe it's time to get serious. Hap grew more confused and impatient. Akira recalled a conversation with Siki, deciding to form a contract. Shikishima asked, and you Naras, have you chosen someone yet? Akira scratched his head, stammering, I've been thinking about someone. Returning to reality, Akira shouted from within the flames. Akira yelled, I've chosen someone to be my rebel. Then he slowly stepped out of the flames with anticipation. So don't disappoint me, Lemda. Akira's mad smile grew wider, his body glowing red. Huffman observed calmly, not panicking. A hand controlling fire shot out, a voice rang. Next time just say you want my help, isn't that fast enough? Even the foot stepped out mockingly. Arrogant kid. Kira's body had completely transformed, shifting into a new combat form. Lemda had taken over and a personality opposite of the original had emerged, somewhat arrogant. She declared, I will replace you and burn him to ashes. Huffman remained calm as he observed the scene, looking up with curiosity. He watched Lemda with great interest, remarking, a different personality of this one, how intriguing. Lemda waved her hand, focusing the flames in her palm, and slowly spoke. My name is Lemda, Inferno of Hell. She floated in the air, confidently introducing herself, her eyes blazing with the desire to engage in battle. Hey kid, prepare your grave. Not paying attention to him, Huffman remained cold, adjusting his glasses and questioning. Come on now, seems like you're really enjoying this, aren't you? Lemda appeared indifferent, but internally she was contemplating. The stats of an opposing personality are determined by the body they control. If Lemda kept using flames as usual, her MP would definitely deplete in an instant. After calculating, she muttered to herself, better be more economical. Before she could feel disappointed, Lemda quickly denied, never mind. Without giving her opponent a chance to react, Huffman quickly rushed forward with a loud yell. This action was completely unlike Lemda. Seeing his enthusiasm, Huffman could only stare, speechless. Then, as if struck by a laughing point, he burst into laughter. You know that pile of fire is completely useless, right? Are you an idiot? Huffman's contemptuous words left Lemda stunned. Before Lemda could respond, he gathered his strength and said, I feel a bit of affection for you now. Immediately, Huffman retreated and taunted, let's play. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew forward and threw a punch, leaving Lemda dumbfounded. Lemda quickly prepared to retaliate, but was surprised to find that her hand had been frozen and shattered. Lemda continued to ponder, thinking, he froze Lemda, this shouldn't be possible for him. While Huffman continued his serious and relentless assault, Lemda calmly observed, his defense has weakened. After dodging enough, Lemda grew more serious and said, your kind humans are truly weak. Huffman was surprised by the sight before him. You have the ability to regenerate, impressive. He prepared his limbs from afar and issued a challenge. How many more hits can you take before you die? Unlike what Huffman expected, Lemda nonchalantly replied, I don't know and I don't care. Lemda pointed a finger at him, saying ambiguously, but. Lemda then spoke seriously, this is fun. In an instant, she set Huffman's hand on fire, not giving him any time to react. Huffman released his burned palm, silently wondering, is Lemda's fire hot enough to melt my ice? Staring at his palm, Huffman smiled with admiration. This guy. As Lemda was enveloped in flames, Huffman was taken aback, even increasing the temperature. Soon, both became opposing forces of fire and ice, charging at each other. As if avenging his burned arm, Lemda gained the upper hand and punched Huffman squarely in the face. Unyielding, Huffman responded with a blow to Lemda's chin, sending him crashing backward. With momentum on his side, Huffman relentlessly threw heavy punches at him. Despite the continuous blows, Lemda still smiled as if he had discovered something interesting. Lemda extended his hand and executed a powerful strike that Huffman couldn't withstand. Although blood flowed from his head and his glasses fell off, Huffman remained standing, causing Lemda to genuinely compliment, you really surprised me. The scene shifted to the past, thousands of years ago in the kingdom of Copper Red. In the underground world, young Lemda screamed as if trying to attract someone's attention. Hey! He approached Kaleem and Den-Ta. The young, fierce version of Lemda called out, Demon Wind, Demon Searing. Kaleem, sitting relaxed, asked confusedly, Lemda. Lemda crossed his arms, acting confident, I am Lemda, the demon of fire. I've heard you two are the strongest around here. He gathered the power of fiery flames and challenged, come on. Without mercy, Lemda flew at them, shouting, come fight with Taddy. His aggressiveness and enthusiasm left both Kaleem and Den-Ta stunned. Unexpectedly, Lemda was struck so hard that his teeth fell out and his body was burned to a crisp. Kaleem stood in front of him, openly mocking, "You're weak enough to die." Denta folded his arms helplessly and explained, "You're a demon born from the king of the Copper-Red Kingdom, right? Then if you want to play, go find someone with the same element as you." Lemda immediately jumped up, protesting fiercely, "Not a chance, they're boring, their fire isn't even hot." As he spoke, he recalled playing with his fellow demons. With a careful observation of the two, Lemda reacted fiercely, "I can't be used as a tool to light stoves or warm up bathtubs." He pointed at the sun shining brightly and expressed his thoughts, "Those born from fire must have a desire to be at the top. I will defeat the strongest soul, the Ice King." Though he had been thoroughly beaten, Lemda remained full of energy. "And then I'll become a man hotter than the sun." Delta laughed heartily, asking, "What do you think?" Kaleem was speechless, responding, "What a fool." Before Kaleem could finish scolding, a cold voice interrupted. Kaleem, just the call was enough to freeze him in fear. The light footsteps and the voice rang out at the same time. "You must." Diamante slowly walked over and advised, "Learn how to fix that deceitful attitude." Seeing this, Delta greeted Sis. She arrived with a chilling presence, almost complimenting, "This kid has potential." Lemda blushed with the compliment and said, "Really? Oh my, you're making me shy." "Thanks. By the way, who are you?" Diamante introduced herself solemnly. "Ice King." Immediately, ice streams emerged as she stomped her foot onto the ground. The surge of power froze everything around them. Lemda stood in awe, mouth agape. She continued her sentence, "Diamond Death Ice, the strongest soul in the history of Diamond Ice King." Lemda gasped at what he just heard and asked, "Ah Ling, the strongest soul?" Delta cheerfully inquired, "Sis, how did your battle with Vanquish go?" The Death Ice couldn't hold back, mocking, "That bastard stole my ultimate move. Next time I'll take it back." Before Diamante could finish speaking, Lemda aggressively charged forward, shouting, "Diamond, fight me." Amused by Delta, Kaleem couldn't understand, is this guy really this stupid? In the blink of an eye, Lemda was completely frozen and shattered into pieces, as if proving his earlier words. Then, he was left holding just a broken piece of his head. Diamante was thrilled, genuinely praising, "The one who challenged Lemda, the warrior wanting to face me, your straightforward personality is fiery and brilliant." She switched to a serious tone, "If you really want to defeat me, become my disciple." Diamante continued, pointing at Kaleem and Delta who were staring intently, "Those two kids over there have the same determination as you." Upon hearing this, Lemda, whose face was frozen, still showed clear astonishment. "Really? Does that mean we're brothers?" Kaleem got angry, sneering, "Who's your brother? Gross." He grinned, trying to appease, "Hey, brothers." Kaleem remained emotionless and attacked. Lightning struck. Lemda screamed in pain, "Sorry, I'm sorry." Despite the chaos, Denta calmly commented, "Well done." Back in the present, after the old memories, Lemda shouted as if announcing to Huffin, "I am a challenger." He clenched his fist and declared, "With this fist I will turn everything to dust." Driven by his childhood memories, Lemda raised his hand to form a surge of power and confidently said, "I am the man hotter than the sun." Huffin teased, curiously asking, "Does he really plan to end this fight with just one punch?" Then, as if empowered, Hap Yuan smiled radiantly. While Lemda looked surprised, he explained that he had always despised the tricks of managers. Huffman was ready for battle, and straightforward people like him had already been chosen by me. He assumed a combat stance and shouted. I accepted the challenge from Lenda, who wouldn't back down either, as if discovering a kindred spirit. "Seems like we get along quite well, let's play." He swung his hand forward, releasing a powerful strike. At the same time, Huffman arrived and unleashed his strongest attack, the White Jade Strike. The two blows collided with a force that seemed to shatter everything around them. Meanwhile, Hap Yuan was distracted and exclaimed, "He's so blunt, blunt to the extreme." His eyes reflected Lemda. He recognized and understood. He silently considered his obedience to the managers. Perhaps, after all, Hap Yuan was simply exhausted with life. Amid the blazing fire and Lemda's power, he felt life held more meaning. He realized this and longed to meet people like him, someone honest and straightforward. As if having just discovered life's truth, Hap Yuan smiled contentedly upon finding a worthy opponent, someone capable of defeating him. Then Hap Yuan ceased resisting and felt grateful inside. Lemda, he was delighted. Just then he fell from above and announced, "You've completely defeated me." Lenda, with one hand frozen, agreed. He praised without reservation, "You also delivered an impressive performance, Half-Wood." Immediately, the scene shifted to a large high-rise building. Inside, Suzilos was interrogating Hira. "Tell me, what level has Subaru's ally reached?" He didn't hesitate and answered honestly, "They said I am the strongest." Suzilos, eyes wide, exclaimed, "Really, I'm doomed." You want me to oppose Nguyen A? Are you certain he can do it?" The scene shifted to the underworld, where spirits dwell along a radiant shore. He replied casually, though with many questions, "I don't mind, but why are we so close?" Akira explained, "You know we have memories from the future." Lenda hesitated, nodded, but still didn't understand. Lenda sighed, "No matter how many times you explain, I don't get it." Akira continued recounting images from his memory. Lenda, surprised, quickly said, I hold no grudge. It was a great battle. I lost but respect you fully. Akira immediately added, that's not why I want to cooperate with you. I feel we share a special bond. After hearing this, Linda smiled faintly, seemingly sly. Then I don't understand what you mean. Akira became furious. You still don't get it. I mean I like you. Linda, surprised. Ah, why didn't you say so earlier? Then he extended his hand. Then I'll count on you, Naras. Akira smiled contentedly and agreed. As they shook hands, he added, likewise, Linda. Back in reality, Akira's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Go, Linda, his tone full of worry. Are you okay? He shouted, what are you doing? My MP is nearly gone just from your pointless regenerating flames. We've only defeated one guy. Linda's tone suddenly darkened. That Hap Yuan. Linda looked at Hap Yuan lying face down and explained, fighting him was too enjoyable, I couldn't hold back. He regained composure and looked at the map. Who's next? Akira, though used to this, felt powerless. Told you my MP is gone, the others will be fine, they're not easy to defeat. We should return and rest to recover MP. Though he spoke gently, Akira was still worried. Will you be okay? Back in the high-rise, shrouded by a barrier, Suzilos stared wide-eyed. His name is Suzilos, a conqueror. A blue weapon appears and his light level can produce a special technique. Warning continued, this one is the perfect counter to sword-wielding deities. At the same time, a pair of elegant legs approached slowly. It was Hira, or rather, he once was. Hira was unwilling and demanded an explanation. Tell me, how could your strike reach me? How did you defeat me? In the end, Hirasaka Renji had defeated Suzilos, leaving him gravely injured. Hira gently touched the cloak on his shoulder and explained, your slash immunity is nullified by this rainbow cloak. It reduces the opponent's resistance by 75%. Vanquist gave it to me as a reward for mastering my technique. Sulos bowed his head in pain and frustration, admitting, I see, so that's how. You can suppress my defense. With your skill, you struck me before I could even draw my sword. Hirasaka struck forcefully at Suzilos, surprising him. Huh! Hirasaka smiled and said, exactly. Though appearing friendly, Hirasaka scolded Suzilos. Monster. Still, Suzilos knelt calmly and said, but. Suzilos bled heavily, Hirasaka asked. Do you know where Haji is right now? Suzilos, surprised. Why do you ask? Hirasaka still smiled. My ally said she's stronger than any of you. Hirasaka stopped smiling, his expression turning fearsome, terrifying Suzilos. So I must strike her down before she harms anyone else. Suzilos, though intimidated by Hirasaka's aura, regained composure. Suzilos said it might already be too late. Hirasaka, astonished. Are you using a technique to temporarily stop time? Suzilos, expressionless, informed. Haji is eliminating the source of that technique. Upon hearing this, Hirasaka's expression changed, worry crossing his face. The barrier outside the building is fine, but while Yudo is casting, someone approaches from behind. Busy maintaining the spell, Hirasaka turned and remarked, you look familiar. It was Endasher, observing from behind Yudo. Endasher grumbled, troublesome, I thought we could limit your actions in this city. Endasher raised his hand to cast a spell. I still have time, so a little effort on these trivial matters will do. Without hesitation, Endasher threatened, your life ends now. Yudo continued taunting, are you sure you can do it, Kinakawa? Yudo finished speaking, a dazzling strike bound her, the golden chain technique. A voice rang out suddenly, but it did not surprise Endashiko. You guessed we would use a little trick, didn't you? It turns out Kinakawa is casting magic, which is normal. While Endashiko was indifferent, we had prepared people to protect Yudu. This is our key defense, and they are confident in the plan. Kawa asked with bright eyes, does this make sense to you? Immediately after, May smiled and mocked, don't resist, dear. She was playful yet warning, just a slight move and we will knock you down instantly. Finally, Endasher reacted slightly. She exclaimed, I have to fight 3 golden-level people, then so be it. A surge of power erupted from Endasher's body, startling Kinakawa and May, while Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Power surpassed even the divine lord. Within the terrifying force, Endasher declared that we would dominate the world at any cost. Immediately, a spell focusing immense power shook the heavens and earth, demonstrating the privileges of the king and his ground army. The overwhelming energy shone directly on his bewildered face. Elsewhere in the city, pink lights flickered continuously as if warning something. On a high pillar, the silhouette of AK's vehicle observed closely. Suddenly, as if noticing something, she shouted, You, where are you? Right in front of her, a figure quickly flew by, a black crow blocking her path. One crow spoke, don't leave so early. In the air, 3 crows hovered, one with orange feathers continuing to provoke her. Sika asked calmly, come play with us. The crows answered in turn, exactly, we are 3 sisters and our ultimate skills are identical. They introduced themselves and posed like a magazine cover. We are the trio, can you fight us? Before she could react, Sika struck, making them scream in pain, thunder roaring. As they burned, Sika asserted, let me ask you this. Her tone was calm yet sharp. Have you ever fought against thunder? This was the battle between Amamiya, Sika, and Nemen, Matcha, and Bem. Sika quickly retreated. Sorry, I can't play with you. Despite apologizing, she remained cold. I don't have time to play with you. A massive tentacle appeared in the city. Seeing this, Sika did not hesitate to fly off the pillar, silently confirming her destination. His Zevin technique activated, hoping you remained safe. Sika's steps were hurried, releasing thunder. Fortunately, she arrived in time at Indasher and Yudo, alarmed at the scene before her. Seeing Kinakawa gravely injured on the ground, she shouted, Kinakawa. Mei's condition was equally dire. But Shigami, Yudo behind shouted, Tensiaka, calm down. Amamiya was no exception. He was severely injured, warning, be careful, she's using an extraordinarily unusual power. Facing the giant tentacle, AK responded, yes, I know you. Strangely, she seemed energized, exclaiming with joy, you are even stronger. Those useless bosses. The tentacle covered Indasher, gradually retracting. Her transformed appearance revealed, Indasher calmly announced, the Thunder Pillar has defeated Hyemno. I will kill first. She is a former member of the Haji Miyuri punitive organization, the boss conquering Andras. After these words, Sika became even more fervent, her radiant power enveloping her. In a deserted city with ruined buildings, a grim atmosphere prevailed. This was Indasher Andrast's home. A group silently observed Indasher staring at the stone as she spoke. The last guardian has sacrificed themselves. With an emotionless face, Indasher said indifferently, this world has no hope left. Suzilos frowned, so now we just watch it be destroyed. The twins standing beside were angry, ni men. Administrators were truly disgusting. The father was also upset. Why suddenly increase the difficulty? A man entered, furious. From the start, we were just toys for them. Indat, not hearing the man's voice, turned and called, Halford. The man was Halford, his face full of displeasure. Quietus asked, anything else to say? Indasher glanced and replied, nothing, perhaps he is already dead. Turned, ordering the group to contact the Eastern King. I must find a new world for him to reside. A girl asked, to live with them or to invade. And Dutcher continued walking, coldly replying, that depends on the administrator's decision. Indasher Andrast, the king, would do everything to save his land even at a high cost. The King Andrast's maximum-level ground army allows summoning legendary entities, consuming large amounts of energy. Andrast's ultimate cruelty technique restores 1% absolute MP per second. Scene shifts, others watch Indasher cautiously with the massive tentacle. Sika raised her hand, ready to strike, gritting her teeth, left eye glowing. She unleashed a strong lightning strike toward Indasher. Indasher watched the lightning approach, eyes still calm. A giant peacock appeared, spreading wings to shield Indasher, devouring Sika's attacks like a delicacy. He saw the peacock consume the lightning and thought, it even swallowed my thunderbolt. If I charged with the god of thunder, it might devour that too. The peacock spread its wings, belly glowing. Sika silently thanked her master. She recalled Kalim's words, against high-level enemies test their defenses. Suddenly, AK rushed forward, steps sparking with lightning. Sika thought, start with something guaranteed to work. Indasher remained calm, revealing no weakness, watching AK charge, peacock lowering its head beside her. Sika leapt, flying past Indasher and the peacock, confusing Indasher. Sika flew toward the giant tentacle, forming a massive lightning fist, striking with determination. The fist destroyed the giant tentacle. Dasher watched, silently evaluating Sika. The punch burned the Kraken, at least she was strong enough to fight one-on-one. Sika hovered, looking at the destroyed tentacle, satisfied. All right. Suddenly, the aura around Sika turned green. She smiled, hand touching the back of her neck, eyes determined, radiating power from above toward Indasher. Another of my auxiliaries. Although it wasn't entirely suited to her, the strong wind blowing through Indasher made her feel that the air above, around the AK vehicle, was not just air. Indasher looked up and realized something. Oh, this is... Suddenly, a hand gripped Indasher's body, but she merely brushed past the hand that held her and thought she was controlling the air. Above, the CHK's clenched hand seemed to control a massive arm that tightened around Indasher. The sky shifted, she punched straight ahead. Suddenly, the hand gripping Indasher moved forcefully, catching her off guard. Sika moved her hand, created a circle, and slammed Indasher to the ground, producing a loud noise. Dust filled the air after Sika's strike, causing Yudu to cover his nose. Sika remained suspended in the air, looking down at where Indasher had just been thrown. A giant lotus shell appeared, catching Indasher's body. Wigan Mekkel, indifferent, looked at Sika and asked, "Are you done?" Sika, hearing this, excitedly exclaimed, "Of course not." Another hand appeared beside Indasher and tightly pressed against her. Sieke gritted his teeth, using all his strength to control the giant hand that was crushing Indasher. The giant hand obeyed, squeezing Indasher tighter and tighter. Indasher's voice rang out, impressed, "You're strong too." She continued, "If your enemy were someone else." Indasher summoned a green head near Sieke, confusing her, then Indasher's voice rang out again, "You could have won by now." The green head opened its mouth wide, releasing a beam of light from within. Sika widened her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. The head shot an energy sphere at Sika, knocking her out of position. Shibo's Sihaka was blasted away and slammed into a wall. And Dasher stepped out of the giant hands, her voice irritated. I've cut off the air and you're still in there. Sihaka had been thrown into the wall and fallen to the ground, and Dasher watched the scene, her voice evaluating. Even though your lightning has neutralized most of your attacks, if you continuously attack me with lightning beams, your chances of winning would be higher. Sika lay on the ground, gritting her teeth in frustration, thinking, I misunderstood her. Sika lay on the ground, gritting her teeth in frustration, thinking, I misunderstood her. And Dasher stood there, her legs poised to strike. The second ultimate technique, her legs relentlessly kicked toward Dasher. She calmly deflected the attacks from the cloud. The second ultimate technique, light suddenly appeared, catching Dasher's attention. She looked in that direction, surprised to see a cannon pointing straight at her, firing a shell toward Dasher. Kinakawa stood beside the cannon, holding her stomach as she controlled the cannon. Kinakawa, though bleeding from her head, forced a smile as she heard her name being called. Kinakawa Sakura. She looked at Cloud, who had a wound on his face, and then called, Cloud, Fuchigami Cloud. White aura enveloped Dasher as she stood on a massive turtle. She asked, Can you still move? Espedo Kalon saw that Dasher remained unharmed after the attack and thought, Oh, I wasn't injured at all. She gritted her teeth in anger and said, I don't care if you're a conqueror or whatever, but we've already overcome the threat of the gate. Don't ruin our mood. Cloud, seeing this, stood ready for battle. Dasher, hearing this, hesitated and said, The gate, it's her. Her lips curled into a smile as she added, A threat, you say? Kinakawa heard this and exclaimed, Huh. Then she suddenly recoiled in pain. The green head screamed loudly, causing Cloud and Kinakawa to be affected. Cloud, upon hearing the scream of the green head, had blood pour from his body and collapsed. Kinakawa was no better, crying out before falling to the ground. Yudu, seeing Kinakawa fall, worriedly shouted, Kinakawa Fujigami. He thought, should I stop cracking to cover Valios and join the battle? He gritted his teeth in frustration and thought, no, what am I thinking? I can't let them harm the people. Dasher suddenly spoke, her voice filled with anger. You all have enjoyed peaceful lives in this world. Yudu opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he was hearing. Red Gate appeared and Dasher's voice echoed again. The game that the overseers created in this world is still too easy. Because the gate belongs to the underworld, they are still too lenient. As Dasher's aura grew stronger, she continued, I am a king. I've fought and survived in battlefields far more horrific than yours. Kinakawa struggled to rise, gritting her teeth in anger and saying, that doesn't mean you're allowed to conquer other worlds. Hearing this, Dasher's face darkened, her aura turning ominous and her voice became terrifying. Kings are conquerors. Aura grew stronger, commanding the others, you should quickly offer this world to me, you lowly ones. Suddenly, a figure leapt down from above, causing Dasher to look up. The figure was Pantheon, who brought down his sword in a slash. The giant turtle was severed by the sword, destroyed. Dasher jumped high to avoid the strike, thinking, Espedo wasn't taken down by a simple slash. Dasher glanced sideways, noticing something and saying, I know this technique, you are. She looked at where Tetsu stood proudly and yelled. Idukayot, he casually replied, that's right, the name of the stranger. Tetsu's face turned serious. Dasher, frowning in anger, glared at him, thinking, a crusader from another world. That must be why the gods of this world can plan against me. She spoke up, did you join forces with them? Tetsu replied, I would never join those weaklings. He continued, although some of them are pretty strong. Behind Dasher, a huge explosion occurred, causing her to widen her eyes. At the same time, strikes against her body bent the sword's path. Dasher suddenly exclaimed, her voice turning serious, Hirasaka Renji. Both looked toward the crack where Hirasaka stood. He said blankly, ah, then confusedly added, doesn't she always resist cuts? Tetsu explained, can she resist the slashes? Hirasaka gasped, saying, but I'm wearing an item that reduces defensive strength. Tetsu replied, maybe you're standing too far away. Hirasaka smiled brightly, oh, I see. That means, he laughed, grabbing his cloak, I just need to get closer, right? Hiyajus and Hirasaka looked at Dasher and added, will you leave this to me? Tetsu shook her wrist, her face stern as she glanced at Dasher and then spoke. Don't be so quick, are you slow or something? I'll handle this boss. A man with blonde hair was slashed with a shallow cut on his chest. He cried out in pain. The man, bleeding from his head, gritted his teeth and said, I remember now, let's. He struggled to sit up and looked at him. The man with blonde hair looked at Tetsu's cold face and yelled, Kyoto Kei. His eyes narrowed, warning, be careful and duck. To a place where the battle was raging fiercely. Tetsu charged forward toward Dasher while Pantheon climbed up above, destroying the giant. Pantheon, the god of thieves. Tetsu quickly charged toward Dasher, her face cold as she looked at him coming. Dasher prepared to revive a stone monster. Tetsu quickly charged toward Dasher, her face cold as she looked at him coming. Dasher prepared to revive a stone monster. Tetsu charged towards the Ulakumi ground army, while Hirasaka raised his sword, preparing to strike. Estai, the Ulek monster's translator, was struck by Hirasaka, tearing the monster's body apart. As Tetsu raised her sword towards Andet, the thousand-leaf blade pointed at him. Arasaka looked at the two seriously, Tetsu glanced at Hira, and Endacher lowered his head, his hand raised in a gesture of indifference. Both charged towards Andet, but something suddenly blocked KOT. Arasaka widened his eyes as he looked at the object rising towards the sky. Endacher summoned a giant multi-headed water serpent that roared, and Hydra launched an all-out assault on the two. Endacher stood below, observing the attacking serpents, while Tetsu used her sword to sever each head. She drained her MP faster than the serpents regenerated, continuing to summon more monsters. Arasaka dodged and chopped off the heads of the serpents, knowing Otsesa couldn't keep up. A serpent could regenerate even after being severely wounded. Endacher raised his hand, enveloping it in white energy. Tetsu also raised her hand, glowing with golden light, while Arasaka raised his sword. Endacher lowered his hand, curled his pinky, and said, Tairum Kotsu, summon Fanathin. Arasaka struck down with imperial radiance, leaving only the head. Monsters with sharp teeth and terrifying forms appeared, the deadly blade of Kido in place, and a giant fireball shot forward. The battle grew fiercer, and many red streaks appeared in the sky. True dragon-slaying blade, the strongest Arasaka Renji. According to CBR Catastrophe, almost 10 minutes ago, a massive explosion occurred on top of a tall building. Aishio used his hand to control a falling stone, while Sakashima dodged the attacks. Sakashima flew through the air, dodging the strikes, glancing at Aishio, who, with his eyes closed, continued to control his attacks, the Adio monster. Aidio's eyes glowed brightly. Sakashima frowned in irritation upon seeing this. Adio unleashed a large energy explosion, Belenis. Shikishima flew away, avoiding the blast while scanning the area. Shikishima recognized the high-speed cannon-like technique. He wondered whether Aidio's light energy could fire at light speed. For now, he was only focused on destroying him if he came into view. Aimed at Aishio's location, shooting the light beam. Aishio closed his eyes and controlled the stars to block the beam. Shikishima ground his teeth. Shikishima saw that the powerful defensive technique blocked all his shots. He yelled, sweat dripping, "Damn, hurry up!" Yudo appeared with a barrier, surprising Aishio. Aishio looked up at the barrier. At that moment, Yudo's crack activated, shooting a green beam directly into Aishio's eyes, striking the spot where he stood, Sunfurin. Shikishima leaned on his hip, complaining irritably, "If I attacked from the front, you'd be dead by now." Aishio lay on the ground, his body scorched. Shikishima said, "This first match was decided by Yudo." He frowned and turned his head, ignoring Aishio. "All right, now let's finish off the rest." He glanced back and raised his hand to fire. Before he could focus, Baen thrust her weapon into his stomach. Shikishima groaned in pain, cursing under his breath. Baen, her face serious, said, "Hey kid, I erased my presence with a technique. How did you still spot me?" She pulled her bloody hand from Siki. "You're pretty dangerous." Collapsed, a hole in his stomach, cursing inwardly. "Damn, ambushed, this hurts." Shikishima looked tiredly at Baen. She formed a makeshift telescope and peered through. "Seems like you're kind of famous, huh?" She said, "I recognized you right away when I saw you at the train station." Baen extended her hand. "Why reveal yourself when someone is trying to take your life?" Shikishima laughed. "I didn't want to expose myself in front of the public." Shikishima continued, "But if you want to promote yourself, you have to deal with it." Baen pointed at him. "You're not a politician. Going through an assassination should make you wiser." She turned away and waved, "Bye-bye." He sighed and remained silent. Inside he spoke. "Nice." Shikishima looked at her. "I leave this to you." A woman's voice sounded. "Rest, Maria." She approached Shikishima, placed her hand on his shoulder, her face twisted in a mad smile. A strong purple aura appeared in the sky, making Baen open her eyes in surprise. Shikishima slowly transformed, zombie powder. Maria merged with Shikishima's body, beginning to heal. The hole in Maria's stomach began to heal. Baen watched, confused. She saw Shikishima's body healing, placing her hand on her hip. Maria frowned, a slight smile on her lips. Maria grinned wickedly at Baen, thinking, the appearance has also changed. Baen recognized the transformation technique. Maria appeared next to Baen, wrapped her arm around her neck and smoked a cigarette, the opposite counterpart. Maria blew smoke into Baen's face. "Right now I am Jade Frost." Baen's face distorted in shock. Maria said, "One of the 6 Rainbow Kings." Maria, the king of the undead, smoked her cigarette and explained, "We call this the opposite counterpart." She blew smoke into Baen's face. "Right now I am Jade Frost." Baen's face twisted. Maria, one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, turned away, now only a skeleton. She created chemicals inside her body. The chemical was a poison capable of transferring through cigarette smoke. Shikishima watched, sweating. "You don't show any mercy." She almost killed him, Shikishima thought. "What are you thinking? Stop with those naive thoughts, kid," she said slowly. "This is an invasion. We're at the center of the war." He replied in his mind, "I know." Maria held her cigarette, looking up at the massive massive tentacle, the most crucial battle might be taking place over there. According to Sibia Catastrophe 6, 3 other battles were taking place to push back the invaders. Battle erupted between Ariake Subaru and Leon, while Hirasaka Renji and Hiyadu Kotsu fought Andon in a large mansion, as Tsunemori Zinga faced off against the choirer Hockney. Zinga frowned in irritation at his opponent. Hockney said, "Not bad, you're Tsunemori Zinga, right?" He raised 2 swords and introduced himself. "I am Hockney, the magic mirror." His entire body glowed blue as he prepared to fight amid the king's guards. Zinga was surprised by Hockney's introduction. Hockney swiftly slashed past the elder brother and said, "I am the strongest." Zinga winced as blood poured out, while Hockney slowly compared his power to the ice-aligned fighters he knew. Hockney concluded that the beings near them were surely many times stronger than Zinga. Zinga collapsed to the ground, blood spreading across the floor, still clutching his sword but unmoving. After Hockney's words, Zinga realized he might be right. Hockney turned to see Zenga struggling to rise. Zenga said, "I may be the weakest among Subaru's close ones. By the time I appeared, it was too late and I have no opposing counterpart." Hockney pondered slowly. Hockney noted that with that wound, Zenga should have already been dead. Suddenly, small ice chunks fell. Zenga wiped his mouth, the ice striking the wound on his chest. Hockney raised his guard, guessing that Zenga was using ice to protect himself. He calculated that the move would need to be repeated, but then he noticed something as small snowflakes began falling from the sky, gradually increasing in number. Zinga said, "Snow, huh? I'll become stronger." He continued, "I don't care if my limitation is my rank or a powerless deity." Zinga recalled when Axon spoke to him in the snowy mountain. Axon had said, "Since you haven't developed your strongest technique yet, this is the perfect chance to challenge yourself." He thought, then Axon sternly said, "Enter the door and win using only a single ultimate skill." Back in the present, Zinga solemnly raised his hand to his face, activating his 6th skill, Snowflake Mode. Hogi was assaulted by increasingly dense blue snowflakes of perennial curse, seemingly intent on crushing him. Hogi realized the snow froze everything it touched. Zinga's gaze fixed on Honey, who was being attacked by the blue ice, causing Hogi to grit his teeth in fear. Hogi wondered, "What is this feeling? Is my power and soul being erased?" He remembered Dasher's warning that only Ariake Subaru should be able to use this. Zinga scanned the surroundings, his voice cold, the blue snow swirling around him, saying, "I can now fight the strong with my pure power. I don't want the managers to know, but..." He summoned a weapon, 1st skill, Glassosphere. Hockney struggled unaffected by the ice, surrounded by a strong blue aura mount. Zinga aimed the spear at him, speaking seriously. "I will wield the power of my kin, Blue Javelin." Hockney lay trapped in blue ice, screaming in terror, "No, wait, do." But Zinga ignored him, preparing to throw the spear. Zinga took a running start and hurled the spear straight at Hockney. Blue ice mounds surged from where Hogi stood. Zinga declared, "I am the protector." He stood before the massive blue ice with Hockney trapped inside. Zinga said, "You should regret trying to invade this world." Zinga reflected that Hirasaka, San, and the others had already defeated Endacher. Zinga considered himself. He turned toward the grand high-rise. On the 6th floor, the battle between Ariake Subaru and Leon raged, with Leon looking down. He gripped the iron bar, saying, "I understand." Leon held tightly to the bar above the rushing red water, continuing, "So this is how it will go, huh?" He calculated while keeping his balance. He knew Ariake Subaru could convert MP into blood and manipulate it. If Subaru flooded the area with blood, victory would be certain. His face was calm, just inhaling the rising scent could be deadly. Leon furrowed his brow, considering that this man had been a deity for only 2 months. He glanced at Subaru in the red water, assessing the courage and composure of someone who had faced death many times. Subaru's expression remained indifferent. Leon laughed, "I thought this would be over quickly." He looked at Subaru, saying, "Our world is ruled by 2 kings." He continued, "The first is the Western King, Dasher, also called Nda." He continued, "The other," raising a scepter, King of Authority. Leon gradually realized his true identity, Eternal One. He smiled at Subaru as the red water was suddenly drawn upward. Leon raised his scepter, absorbing the red water. Subaru watched as the water was sucked up. Leon drew all the water until the ground was bare. Subaru thought, "Has he absorbed all the blood curses?" He said, "That is the power of the original rhythm." Leon smiled lightly, "I am the Eastern King. Which is stronger, my eternal loop or your immortality?" He looked at Subaru. "We'll have to try to find out." Attack Subaru. On the white sand beach with shining quartz fragments. Subaru handed the ring to Vanquist, who praised, "Well done, Subaru." He examined the ring, saying, "An item that can sense the location of a manager." The ring glowed. It was the engagement ring crafted by Terra. Subaru replied frankly. Puzzled, he asked, "Are you planning to find them immediately?" Vanquist explained, "We must wait for the right opportunity. I still need to prepare a few things." He answered, "Understood." Subaru pondered, then said, "Hey, Vanquist." He rested his hand on his chin, asking, What does it mean to be a king? Vanquist was surprised. At this point, you're still asking that. He explained, well, after meeting the kings, I noticed they resemble kings from the human world, but with some differences. Vanquist finally understood, replying, ah, that's what you mean. He raised two fingers to explain, in the underworld, a king is determined more by essence and arrangement in the soul than by duty. There are two main types of kings, based on the saintly position and the warrior. Vanquist added examples of Saint Sibu and warrior Colleen. Apart from the usual exceptions, kings are also one of them. He further explained that the soul of each king possesses a great allure, which allows them to lead others and move forward. Vanquist continued by saying that, beyond this charm, they also have a unique ability known as the king's privilege. Subaru asked, is the king's privilege the ability that Ruin and Sibu use? Vanquist crossed his arms and replied, the king's privilege is the distinctive manifestation when a king appears, so powerful that it cannot be denied. Thought for a moment and reminded Subaru to pay attention to this when fighting. Elsewhere, Subaru stood still, seriously gazing ahead. In front of him was the Eastern King, radiating brilliant light. Lion hovered in the air, proudly smiling down at Subaru. He wondered, is this eternal? Then lowered his head in contemplation. Is this what exists within Lion's soul? Lion slowly raised his hand, gathering red energy, and said, so this is a curse, huh? Subaru widened his eyes and stared at Lion. Lion rushed towards Subaru with great speed, delivering a blow to his stomach that sent Subaru flying. Lion's strike slammed him painfully into the wall. Subaru gritted his teeth, squinted, and let out a cry of pain. Subaru thought, is he deliberately stabbing me to directly harm my soul? He stared at Lion in disbelief. Lion seemed to know Subaru's thoughts and said, I know what you're thinking. He can also use curses, can't he? Lion said, the answer is that I can now use it freely. He explained, I have absorbed your blood curse with this scepter. Lion's status screen appeared, showing his maximum level at 1. The king's privilege allowed Lion to absorb others' ultimate techniques through the scepter and possess those techniques. He could store up to 3 ultimate techniques. If the number of techniques exceeded that, the longest absorbed technique would be destroyed, but his MP would be restored. Subaru stared directly at him and said, is your ability so difficult to explain? Lion sneered, it would be a pity for you to die without even understanding why. Subaru lowered his head, his expression thoughtful, and said, I understand now. As he witnessed Lion's arrogant attitude, the compassion in Subaru's heart slowly faded away. The blood curse had spread throughout the floors, but up until now it was still just bait. The curse flowed out of the building through the ventilation shafts, preventing sunlight from reaching Subaru. His hair gradually turned white and his eyes turned red. Things had reached this point. Lion said, well, I must show you some interesting things. Those who walk under the sunlight will be free. Lion smirked at him and said, still going on like this. Losing without knowing why, not very clever, huh? The battle scene between Hirasaka, Renji, Hyedukotsu, and Indasher appeared, yet Indasher remained unharmed, so this was. She stood among the monsters and observed that Hirasaka Renji's full-power strike had struck a giant beast atop a high-rise building. She thought it was unbelievable that he could defeat her strongest summoned creature with a single blow. Dasher held his left arm, sighed, and said, strong, but she can't do more than this. Hirasaka collapsed, clutching his chest, his face blackened in pain. Kotsu watched and said, understood. She noticed he was still standing and wondered. Kotsu saw the black marks on Hirasaka's face and on herself. She looked at Indasher and said, you won't be able to move. You're surrounded by Hydra's poison. Indasher added, this battle belonged to me from the start. Kotsu frowned, thinking about her most powerful attack. She realized that to defeat him, she had to unleash her full strength. Lion looked at his hand while Kotsu's fingers began to drop. He wondered, how do I escape this now? Suddenly, a voice rang out, hold on. Indasher widened his eyes in surprise. All three turned to see Maria holding a cigarette, calling Hirasaka right. Maria said, you need to learn to focus when I'm not around. She recalled stopping the fight between Mei and Kinakawa, then rushing forward to kick her out of the battle's circle. Maria continued, all your wonderful friends are out of the fight, you know. Hirasaka smiled at her and said, you must be the opposite of Sakishima Kuni. Before he could strike, he saw Maria approaching, confident and unaffected by the battle. Maria took a drag from her cigarette and asked, so you choose to trust me? She exhaled a blue smoke and said, this is terrifying. The smoke moved toward Hirasaka, startling him. The toxins inside him gradually dissipated, making him feel lighter. Hirasaka cried out in surprise, I feel so much lighter. At that moment, Indasher lunged at Hirasaka, but before he could react, she had already made her move. She decided to kill Hirasaka Renji before he could recover. Suddenly, a hand appeared, rushing toward Indasher. Kotsu swiftly stabbed her hand into Indasher's abdomen. However, the result was not as expected. Mercurius, a thief, watched coldly as blood sprayed from Indasher. While Hirasaka looked shocked, Kotsu withdrew her hand from Indasher's abdomen. The onlookers gaped at the scene. Indasher lay on the ground, disbelief on her face, asking, what? He glanced at Kotsu, asking, even a person can move. Kotsu raised a hand with only 2 fingers left, explaining, my pantheon technique allows me to summon the gods of Greek and Roman mythology. He summoned Asclepius and continued. That includes the god of medicine. Kotsu lightly brushed his hands and added, I intended to kill you when you were off guard. If I wanted you dead, I have plenty of ways. Dasher lay on the ground, smiling, her tired eyes watching her, saying, you've always been like this, huh? Kotsu looked down, wondering, life doesn't always go the way we want, does it? Dasher looked at the two and added, with so many people here, you should have done better. Kotsu and Hirasaka exchanged confused glances. Dasher explained, even if the strongest warriors on Earth gathered here, Taevin's victory was predetermined. She continued, as long as the Eastern King remains alive. At that moment, Lion and Subaru fought fiercely. Subaru charged at Lion's staff and was suddenly struck by a blood curse. Lion looked at his system board, grinning, and said, so this is Lion fighting Subaru. And Dasher, exhausted, lay there silently. Kotsu spoke up, then you've already lost from the start. Hirasaka smiled from behind and echoed, exactly. And Dasher's eyes widened in surprise. What? Kotsu explained, no matter who it is, he cannot lose before a god of humanity. The battle between Subaru and Lion continued. Subaru attacked Lion, kicking him straight back. Lion, surprised, furrowed his brow, realizing Indasher's power had reached a completely different level after transforming. Subaru said, I was told that becoming a king is measured by the arrangement within a person's soul. His right eye turned black and bled as he firmly said, then I just need to be stronger and defeat you. He continued, I was told that becoming a king is measured by the arrangement within a person's soul. Lion, bloodied from the blow, gritted his teeth and said, you're wrong, a king always fulfills his duties. In the abandoned building, a voice rang out. A king's privilege allows him to absorb others' techniques and use them as his own. Lion thought for a moment and said, I can only use 3 techniques at once. Choosing is difficult. She looked at Lion, waiting for him to pick a technique. Lion pointed at Halfwood and said, take Halfwood S. Halfwood, startled, asked me. Lion was fighting Subaru using the deep freeze technique. Subaru felt his hands freezing and thought, is this the technique Lion absorbed from Indasher? No close combat possible. Lion's mouth bled as he held the staff, looking at Subaru. Subaru furrowed his brow in thought, but there was one thing he had to stop at all costs. When Tetsu and Subaru touched hands, a burst of 7-colored light erupted. He couldn't let him absorb 1,000 daggers. The 7-colored light flashed, causing Subaru to face Lion, making him doubt. Lion was confident, thinking that he couldn't match him in a one-on-one or use his ultimate technique. Lion sweated, thinking that if he could stall for time, the Western King Indasher would definitely turn the tide. In another turn of events, Tetsu spoke before finishing him off. I have a few questions before I end your life. Indasher lay on the ground, blood pouring from his head and mouth. Tetsu asked, when you came to invade my world, both of you hadn't yet become kings. Perhaps you inherited power from your predecessor, right? What happened to the previous king? Indasher weakly replied, they're all dead. A green eye appeared in the sky, looking down, surrounded by red beams of light. The clouds and everyone observed. 3 spoke out. Indasher regretted as he thought, if not for that, I wouldn't have had to become a part of this gamble. The Hymno sisters were covered in smoke, their faces blackened, having failed. Had just lost all of his right arm. Indasher lamented, seeing his teammates badly injured. Tetsu quietly listened as Indasher expressed his thoughts. Indasher asked Tetsu, do you really want to know? Tetsu didn't reply. Those behind them shouted in anger. I'm trying to stall the conversation here. She has a plot. Kill her now. Tetsu waved her hand, surrounded by red energy, and replied, so it is. Indasher, weak and covered in blood, looked at his hand from above and thought, it feels like a trial, doesn't it? But my blood has recovered. The ruthless lever used Indasher's secondary technique to help him recover 1% per second. He summoned the Grand Earth Truth Army. A woman in black appeared. Tetsu curiously wondered, a water attack technique, that's a tough one. Hirasaka suddenly approached, worriedly saying, this is bad. Tetsu was surprised to hear Hirasaka mention Yudo Ryusei's technique, the one who held the perfect CBR, which seemed to require certain conditions to maintain its state. The reason everyone protected him during the fight. As long as he moved from his position, the technique would be nullified. Yudo blocked the waves attacking him with his hand, questioning, black water. Indasher's goal isn't the water pressure, but its buoyancy. Indasher spoke his last words before closing his eyes. No matter how many lives we sacrifice, as long as I achieve my goal, it will be worth it. Yudo gathered energy around his legs. Indasher continued, in the end, I've completed my mission. A golden light shone and Crack released Chevalier's release, unleashing numerous golden shields. Yudo gritted his teeth in anger, frustrated by Indasher's trick. The shields began to break apart and disappear in several places. Cutting to Subaru, he took an attacking stance. Suddenly, Subaru vanished, catching Lion off guard. At this moment, Subaru shifted behind Lion and raised his sword high. Lion sensed danger and turned around as Subaru's sword came down. Unable to react in time, Subaru struck Lion's shoulder. Lion, mouth full of blood, wondered teleportation, and Dasher's report didn't mention this ability of his. Subaru emotionlessly looked at Lion thinking, has he grown this strong in such a short time? Lion weakly opened his eyes but managed to finish just in time. The shields around Lion had disappeared. Seeing this, Subaru was puzzled as the shields broke. Everyone regained movement and resumed their original action. One by one, the shields had shattered with none left intact. As everything returned to normal, a scream startled everyone. The two girls looked up, very surprised. Subaru gritted his teeth in anger. As movement resumed, everyone panicked, seeing the fight between the two dominators. The man in orange yelled, "What's going on? Are they fighting?" The other blonde-haired man asked. "No." The shirtless man replied, "It's the battle of the dominators." A man hurriedly ran while shouting, "Run, hurry." Seeing this, Subaru, sweating, shouted in panic, "Damn, Yudo's technique has been destroyed." Lion smiled faintly, raising his staff and said, "Now with this technique it will affect the human." Lion's staff could store up to 3 techniques at once, currently holding Ariak Subaru's Blood Curse and Hapvern's Extreme Ice. Lastly, a hidden trump card with strict activation conditions, meant to turn the tide for the conquerors. A method that could summon a dominator from his world across spaces at the cost of human souls. This was a technique that brought countless deaths and resurrections, a privilege granted to Lion by his predecessor, the former king. At this moment, Lion performed the catastrophe technique. Subaru and Ariak Taiga clashed fiercely. Subaru had grown rapidly since his battle with Ariak Taiga. After the battle, Subaru returned upgraded, with white hair and glowing red eyes. Lion held the red staff, heavily injured, blood flowing from his mouth. He had misjudged Subaru's abilities, but the conditions for activating the catastrophe had been met. Catastrophe was a technique that consumed the souls of all humans within a 1 km radius to summon an allied dominator, regardless of space. Lion and his invasion plan sacrificed the people of Siberia to summon a dominator from their homeland. The 3 conditions required to activate the technique: more than 10 allies within a 1 km radius, Dominator MP at 100%, Dominator blood under 5%. All conditions had been met, with the first condition fulfilled right away. The second condition would be fulfilled by removing the extreme ice from Leon's storage. Fully restore MP, this was the side effect of Leon's king privilege. Subaru attacked Leon forcefully. The third condition, requiring the Dominator's blood to be under 5%, was fulfilled by Ariak Subaru's strike. Leon held the privileged staff from the respected predecessor, King Bridget, finally using the king's privilege. Lion began to activate the catastrophe privilege, but there was another way. In summary, Lion's catastrophe would not activate. Subaru pressed the tip of his sword to Lion's neck. Ariak Subaru would decapitate him before the technique could activate. Subaru hesitated for a moment before striking, and Lion lowered his head, looking at the sword on his neck. Scene changed to the castle of glass, the Sibia catastrophe. Bridget lay in a pool of blood, a large hole in his abdomen. Lion screamed, "Bridget!" Bridget screamed in pain, "Damn it, who did this to you?" The man lying was the former Eastern king, Bridget. Bridget spoke, "The ones executing." Lion gritted his teeth, looking at him. Lion glanced weakly at Bridget, continuing, "The ones in charge knew I was trying to escape my game." Lion was stunned, sweating. "No way," Bridget confidently said to Lion. "Lion, you possess all the qualities to become a king. Take this throne now." Lion was stunned. "You want me to be the king of the East? I can't do it. Without you, I wouldn't have." Before Lion could finish speaking, Bridget cut him off. "Seeing my condition, you must think that all challenges come before you're ready, right?" Bridget raised her bloody hand, passing the power of Taddy. Lion gently took her hand, cherishing it. A powerful energy spread as they held hands. Bridget was transferring her power to Lion. Gradually, she closed her eyes, exhausted. "Please free us from these rulers," she whispered. "It's all for the people." Former king of the East, Bridget, passed away. Lion, with tears streaming down his face, held Bridget's hand tightly, crying her name in pain. The light from outside shone into the castle. Lion knelt beside Bridget. Another person approached. "I'm too late." Lion looked at her, asking, "Indasher, why are you here?" Indasher answered, "Because I am the next king of the West." She bowed her head to look at Bridget. Bridget passed away in pain, her body covered in wounds, her face soaked in blood. Indasher gritted her teeth, unable to control herself. She called, "Lion, should we join the battle?" Indasher's eyes lit up as she continued, "I've found an untouched world, we'll invade it." Lion looked at Indasher with suspicion. "You plan to steal a world?" Indasher replied, "Yes, for the sake of our people." The scene shifted to the present. Lion still had his eyes open, holding the sword of Ariak Subaru. Subaru swung his sword directly at Lion's neck. Lion was faster, activating his ultimate technique. Just before the blade touched him, Lion thought of the people. Subaru's gaze wavered. Subaru held his sword, one hand ready to end the battle, but then he stopped. Lion looked at Subaru with a surprised and confused expression. Subaru looked at Lion and said, "Let's end this, Lion." Subaru held the sword at Lion's neck. Lion knelt down, sighed, his face full of confusion. Lion, sweat dripping from his face, asked, "What did you just say?" Subaru recalled the memory, answering, "Before, in the battle with my brother Ariak Taiga, his heart became linked with mine." Lion frowned, thinking, could souls be exchanged between those with similar sensitivity? Subaru gritted his teeth and continued, "The reason you invaded me is the same as the feelings inside me." Lion froze, wondering, what about my heart? Subaru, his face full of pain, thought to himself, why is Subaru showing so much suffering for him? Subaru continued, "I know how your ultimate technique works. When activated, neither of us can retreat, so stop." Lion hesitated, bowed his head, thinking. The sudden proposal made him stop thinking. Another earthquake struck. Outside, intense energy sources were activated. Yudo, with a serious expression, had created enough time for Yudo Ryusei to activate cracked chevaliers once again. By putting humans into active states again, Leon's disaster lost its effect. Leon was stunned, looking at Subaru with a painful expression, thinking, is Subaru just stalling for time? Leon's eyes were wide, full of bloodshot veins. Lion thought Subaru had tricked him. He realized how foolish he was. Subaru looked down from above, sighing, realizing that he had missed a precious opportunity. And Dasher lay in a pool of black blood, and Leon realized he had missed his chance. Lion laughed, ha ha ha, while Subaru looked at him sadly. Lion slammed his hand on the ground, shouting, "Damn it!" Subaru held his sword, stepping back, bowing his head, wondering, why am I listening to you? Lion screamed in pain, realizing that he had ruined everything. Lion's face was drenched in tears, his expression full of unbearable agony. Everything was over now. Subaru looked at Lion, suspicious of something. Subaru asked, "Are you crying?" Lion was sobbing, then stopped. Subaru knelt to be on the same level as Lion, saying, "I told you we shouldn't fight anymore, didn't I? I didn't lie to you. Remember why you invaded this world." Subaru explained, "Our enemy is none other than the managers." Lion stopped crying, calming down. He confirmed, "The managers are the enemy of our people." Lion now understood, looking up at Subaru. Lion was astonished, asking, "Wait, are you going to do that?" Subaru clenched his fists, replying, "Yes." He declared decisively, "We will defeat the managers." Lion panicked, exclaiming, "No way, their existence is like gods beyond our comprehension." Subaru raised his hand in front of Lion, saying, "We still have a chance to win." The empathy between the two could only exist if they both had sufficient sensitivity. Lion looked at Subaru's hand in front of him and continued, "You should have understood my heart by now, right?" Elsewhere in a desert full of white sand, a mysterious red chair appeared. Vanquished held the ring, smiling coldly. On the other side, Subaru continued to persuade Lion, "Listen to us, Lion, we'll tell you our plan." Vanquished looked at the ring, a smile on his face, one that was hard to read, even somewhat creepy. In the ruined city, and Dasher stood on the balcony, speaking to the person behind her. "To ensure the survival of our world, we must destroy the other world." Huffman stood behind her, arms crossed, listening. Dasher continued, "Join me." And Dasher calmly said, "I will take responsibility for this." Halfgern, irritated, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who will truly take responsibility for what happens here?" He looked at the ruined city below. And Dasher replied, "Don't say that, Halfgern. I won't let my people be in danger because of resisting the managers." Below the city, the people walked around happily, not panicking, looking grateful for having a place to stay. Halfgern squinted dangerously. Finally, he scratched his head, twitched his nose, and said, "If you need help, just let us know." Halfgern expressed his loyalty. "If you are our king, we are willing to sacrifice for you." And Dasher glanced behind her for a moment, then spoke, "All right." She smiled gratefully, "I'll rely on you." The flashback ended, and Dasher slowly opened her eyes, the light from outside making her squint slightly. Maria stood to Dasher's right, puffing smoke in her edgy outfit. When she saw Dasher wake up, Maria glanced at her. Dasher lay on the floor, feeling her body, uncertain whether she had been healed. Realizing she was still alive, Dasher asked weakly, "Why did you save me?" A voice came from above, "I've already told you." Tetsu glared at Dasher, saying, "I have many questions for you." Tetsu squinted, warning, "If you try anything, I'll take care of you right here." To Dasher's left, Hirasaka sat, holding a light sword. Looking at the three people surrounding her, Dasher paused for a moment, then whispered. Her life seemed to hold no hope anymore. She remained silent, refusing to speak, ignoring the three people around her. Suddenly, Hirasaka noticed someone approaching, and Subaru and Maria also saw the newcomer, a group of three, led by Subaru. Subaru led the three, blood still on his head, with Lion timidly bowing beside him and Jin following behind, alert. Seeing Lion, Dasher suddenly stood up, calling his name loudly. She angrily asked why he was with Ariak Subaru. "What happened to your disastrous technique?" Leon did not respond, just stood there, ashamed. Subaru had to speak, explaining that they had requested a ceasefire. Dasher, furious beyond anything before, shouted, Nonsense. Lion, have you betrayed us? She was no longer the proud Western queen, but a desperate woman who had nothing left to lose. In this state, she could utter the harshest words. You abandoned our world? Lion could no longer stay silent and shouted, "You're wrong." He hesitated, then explained, "I decided to join Subaru's plan." And Dasher, confused, ground her teeth. Plan. Maria, standing nearby, began exhaling green smoke that surrounded Subaru. He warned, "Hey, you two, the administrator will hear us if we talk here." Then he produced a red key and suggested, "Let's talk somewhere more private." Subaru led Lion and Dasher through the red door. They arrived at a white sand desert, scattered with red crystals, and before them was a striking red throne, symbolizing the power of its occupant. Vanquist sat on the throne, rainbow energy surging powerfully. He rested his hand on his chin and welcomed them. "Greetings, kings from another world." The overwhelming presence of Vanquist made Lion and Dasher feel small and fearful. Not keeping them waiting, Vanquist smiled slyly and immediately addressed the topic. Today's subject is how to defeat the administrator. He offered no chance for questions and continued sharing information right away. "First, I do not care if you think this is impossible or that they cannot be defeated. What you need to do is follow our plan." And Dasher looked around, assessing this unfamiliar space with curiosity. "What kind of demon's domain is this? Is this a space where the administrator cannot find us?" Looking at the throne's occupant, she sensed immense power. This was definitely Vanquist. She knew that even if they all concentrated here, he could annihilate them instantly. He asked a question she had long been curious about. "Then who can defeat the administrator?" Vanquist replied calmly, "Me. No, I cannot win." And Dasher was surprised. Then why are we even talking about this?" As soon as she spoke, a black jade ring was tossed at Dasher's feet. She looked at it, puzzled. Vanquist kindly explained, "This ring can locate the administrator." He continued to clarify his intent. "I plan to use it to visit an old friend." And Dasher furrowed her brows, noting his choice of words. An old friend, could it be? Subaru listened calmly while Lion remained silent. And Dasher hesitated, choosing her words. "You have an ally among the administrators, don't you?" Subaru admired her intelligence. Vanquist laughed approvingly. "You grasp things faster than Subaru." Subaru, embarrassed, said, "Quiet." And Dasher pressed on, "Tell me, Vanquist, how much do you know?" Vanquist remained calm, explaining deliberately, "There are 9 administrators in total." The number shocked Dasher, leaving her stunned for a moment. Vanquist continued to share details about the administrators. They divided 10 billion worlds into 8 zones of control, each harvesting soul energy from the worlds under their management. The celestial clock system collects this energy, and the game is designed to exploit it efficiently by forcing participation. Abnormalities occur, they select an executor from among the conquerors to address the issue. Before Vanquist could continue, Dasher interrupted. "Wait." Flustered, she waved her hands. "Hold on." Dasher, sweating, could not absorb all the information. "This is a bit overwhelming." Vanquist looked at her with concern. "Then what do you want me to say?" Subaru interjected. "Just explain it once, that's enough." Dasher asked. "Wait, there are 8 zones but 9 administrators. So your ally is someone without a zone of control?" Subaru was surprised, thinking. She understood immediately. Vanquist lightly placed his hand on his chin and explained, "I would call them an acquaintance rather than an ally. They are fickle, I can only be sure half will cooperate." Dasher hesitated, asking, "Then there's still a 50% chance that an administrator will cooperate with us?" Vanquist remained seated, replying, "Correct. I plan to use their power to defeat the other administrators until they yield. If all goes well, I can escape the game. Not bad, right?" Hearing Vanquist's words, Dasher felt flustered, wondering, "Not bad." Lion watched her anxiously, thinking, "This is our first and only chance to win. We can't let it slip away." Dasher decided to speak. "All right, we will join you," she continued. "Now what do you want us to do?" Suddenly, she recalled a memory of a boy lying still on the ground. Dasher called, "Hat Fuang." Lenda crossed his arms, calmly saying, "He is a brave warrior." Lenda turned and walked away, leaving Dasher alone. He added, "You should be proud to have him under your command." He whispered, "And he won't even speak." Dasher sat down, reaching out. She gently touched Hat Fuang's pale face. "I'm sorry for being such a pathetic queen," she sobbed, "but your sacrifice was not in vain." Dasher, sorrowful, embraced Hat Fuang. "Not in vain at all, Hat Fuang." She recalled the childhood days they had spent together. Lion stepped forward. "I've lost Poin and Hockney. Our remaining allies will be healed. Once they recover, they will be returned immediately. The other allies are together." Tetsu turned to say, "What makes you think I won't kill you right now?" Arasaka looked up, replying, "At this point, what can we even do?" Lion stood silently, saying nothing, just watching Dasher. She rose, looking at Lion. "So we will stay here for this world to borrow our power?" Vanquist smiled lightly. "I'm quite surprised the Rainbow King Vanquist would make such an offer." Dasher felt the situation was absurd and frustrating when she learned that Ariak Subaru was the one chosen. She asked, "What kind of king is he?" Lion tilted her head in concern and said, About that, while we were fighting, I discovered a connection between our souls. Dasher repeated, you told me that when we stopped fighting. Lion responded, it's not over yet. After touching your soul, I confirmed this. Subaru's will is not that of a king. Dasher was confused and didn't understand Lion's point, asking, what do you mean? Lion answered anxiously, I don't know, I've never seen anything like this before. What's inside his soul? The allies standing by Subaru, a halo surrounding him, is a messiah. Subaru stared, his eyes shining like stars in the sky. Jin called Subaru's name in surprise. Ariak, has Maria not healed your eyes yet? Soon after, Subaru opened his eyes wide, proving Zynga's question as one of his eyes turned red and bled continuously. Blood slowly dripped down in his panic. The scene shifted to the temporary headquarters of the Client Association, where Shikishima stood at the press conference, saying, as previously reported, they had accepted an invitation from the underground world to attend a meeting with the leader. He continued to announce the information gathered while there, despite the astonishment of the reporters. Please take a look at the documents we have provided. As soon as he finished speaking, he presented a prepared book. Director Hizasaki observed the interview and thought, one day after the battle to protect Sibia, the Japanese God Association held a press conference with those who had visited the underground world. Unexpectedly, she smiled as if she had achieved something, saying they would be the first to announce the official results and take leadership positions in powerful nations. Back at the press conference, Shikishima continued presenting the best information gathered there. Paused and then said, we have reached an agreement with the underground world. From now on, they will no longer send any more gates to our world. This information shocked all the reporters on site. At the same time, Zinger calmly listened to Shiki, while Akira smiled and speculated about the future connection with the underground world. He continued as Sika cheerfully said, to compensate for the previous losses. Kishima continued, we will cooperate and expand links with all nations. He shifted to the interview portion. Everyone, please raise your hands if you have a question. Outside, the sunset gradually descended on the headquarters. Shikishima returned to his usual demeanor, sighing tiredly. When Zinga removed his head covering, Shikishima quickly climbed onto the sofa and complained, I'm so tired. Zinga complimented him. The way you handled the press conference was very professional. Shikishima responded casually, I did all of that, didn't I? Arasaka praised him but hesitated. You're really good. I was about to help, but then. Shikishima interjected with concern, Subaru, how are you feeling now? Subaru gently touched his eye and reassured everyone, I'm fine. My eye doesn't show any strange symptoms anymore. He added, that's good. If anything feels off, let us know immediately. Now our next concern is the fourth catastrophe. Kinakawa added, don't forget, you also need to attend the meeting with the other allied nations. Also the online meeting with the leaders of various countries, Shikishima urged Kinakawa. She laughed loudly, I can't do that. He scratched his head in exhaustion and inquired, Subaru, are you sure Sunamori can handle the fourth catastrophe on his own? Subaru responded, yes, I was planning to have a freeloader join him as well. The image of Tetsu shopping appeared to confirm Subaru's words. I want to pay with Ariak's card, Akira sighed, asking again while Shikishima ground his teeth. Is it that again? A deep voice echoed. The one who killed me in Karin, the fourth catastrophe, the false emperor. According to the story, a fire fell upon a vast, beautiful mountain region. He, born from the distant Kyuzu mountain near Tokyo, secretly gained strength by absorbing the surrounding souls. An image of the future appeared, and if that emperor fully developed, the souls he absorbed would turn into powerful monsters attacking Japan. Although the introduction was terrifying, he remained still. Currently, we have a false emperor basking in the sun, in a state of 7% development. He relaxed while thinking that if he continued absorbing souls, he would soon create the strongest army in history. Before completing his plan, a polite voice echoed and he answered respectfully, yes. Subaru, along with Jenga and Tetsu, curiously asked, are you going to become the fourth catastrophe? The emperor frowned at them. Jenga raised his hand as if preparing to strike, saying, sorry about this, probably. His hand, focused with magic, moved toward his face. In an instant, he shouted loudly, Ice Knight, the fourth catastrophe has been eliminated. Tetsu wondered, what was I even useful for? Subaru smiled faintly and explained, just to be sure, please enjoy the latest version for the upcoming events. Once home, he shouted, we're back. And Asher casually greeted them and Subaru smiled, giving instructions. Subaru, we've made dinner, Tetsu teased. Take care of these freeloaders. Subaru immediately responded, you're the biggest freeloader here, you know that, Hyudu. He then moved toward the table and exclaimed, looks so good, let's eat, Hyudu. Before he could sit at the table, a voice rang out, Subaru, did you notice Seha? It turned out Seha was playing with the cat, saying, sorry for interrupting your meal. She hesitantly looked away, but Eha observed the four figures floating in midair, announcing, "We have some guests." Soon after, Shikishima contacted Subaru. "There's an urgent matter." Subaru asked, "What Shiki?" As he opened the door, the car recounted that after their journey to the underground world, the leaders of various nations wanted Subaru. The four floating figures from earlier had come close to his apartment as the car described, intending to capture him and take him to their countries. The blonde god king smiled confidently, as if he already had Subaru in his grasp. Beside him stood the dark-haired president with a mysterious mask, a cold god king carefully observing, and finally, the kindly leader who smiled gently. Subaru carefully examined each of them. The car reminded, "Be careful." Shikishima reassured, "We're on our way." Subaru remained silent as Tetsu had gathered her strength around him. Lien matched him, transforming into the golden divine lord form. Seeing this, Dasher readied himself for battle. Subaru tried to intervene, but it seemed unnecessary. Terrifying streams of power radiated rainbow-colored beams that overwhelmed the four divine lords. While Seiya lay atop the cat, they resolved the situation swiftly. The top-tier divine lords of the world stood together. At headquarters, Shikishima sighed while informing Kino, who said it wasn't necessary to come. She immediately shouted, making Yudu, Mei, and Akira cheer with delight. Below Subaru's building, a loud sound erupted as if to intervene. "Not allowed, Mr. President." Lamia comforted the golden-haired divine lord in pain while the phone echoed the sound. He yelled furiously over the phone, "I thought only Ariad Subaru was there." The golden-haired divine lord recounted in horror, "But how could there be four monsters?" Mia, in disbelief, repeated it. Outside was noisy while inside Subaru's apartment he praised the soup. "This soup is amazing," Akira modestly replied. "It's just a regular kind." Scene change, the underworld, Silver Kingdom, Birch Forest, Esther hurriedly reporting the time. 15 minutes. Vanquished curiously stepped forward. "Why call me out to this empty field? What's going on?" He slowly called Sibu without noticing Vanquist's demeanor. She calmly answered, "I heard the king of the Silver Kingdom is close to Subaru, so I've been searching for a meeting place for days. This is extremely urgent." Sibu grew increasingly serious. Upon hearing the news, he frowned. She revealed shocking information. The six-eyed executors would appear in the human realm. Ruin asked, "The six-eyed executors?" Sibu Olo explained, "They were the ones who killed the former king of the Golden Kingdom and his caretaker, the former king of the Silver Kingdom." Image of the two was terrifying, shaking him to the core. She helplessly admitted the truth. Abaddon's power was no match for them. Suddenly, Sibu became urgent. "We must act quickly, otherwise." He feared revealing the outcome she and Vanquist couldn't face. Subaru's death was inevitable. Scene change, another world. Mastema answers the phone. Yes, hello." Holding a bloodied weapon, she asked the person on the line, "Which administrator is this?" Mastema calmly replied, "If we haven't met, you could be angry or neutral, maybe even chaotic, right?" Wondered, "Is something wrong?" "Of course I accepted, but why me?" After the other person responded, Mastema quickly confirmed, "I see. Yes, I'll report it immediately." She manipulated something on the phone. Immediately, a voice came through. "Hello." Mastema rejoiced. "Oh, you answered, Director. We have work." Executor Mastema. Morning sunlight gently bathed Subaru's building. Lien carried her basket outside and looked up. "Even in winter, this outfit is fine, right?" Hearing a sound, he turned to greet. "Good morning, Hyodo, though it's afternoon now." It was Tetsu sitting on the sofa, curiously asking, "Where's Ariak?" Enda replied, "He went for a walk, probably having coffee now." He stood before Sai saying, "Hyodo, step aside so I can tidy the sofa." Tetsu muttered, "You all seem too happy. Even freeloaders should help with chores, at least you." He interrupted her, "What are you all waiting for?" And Dasher feigned ignorance. "What?" Tetsu's tone darkened with suspicion. "Do you hope this peace lasts forever?" Even at a lower volume, Lion, drying clothes, heard and turned to look at him intently. In the city of Peaceful, a strange watermark appeared in the sky. Subaru leisurely sipped his coffee. Delicious. He relaxed, closed his eyes, thinking he must enjoy the calm before the seventh disaster. Before he could rest, he opened his eyes. At the same time, a polite voice sounded. Asmodeus shyly spoke, "Sorry to bother, but may I sit here?" Subaru hesitated. "Not at all." "Ah, yes." He paused as if noticing something, observing the furniture around him curiously. There's still plenty of space. As soon as he sat, he looked outside. "The weather is beautiful today." Subaru agreed. Indeed. His curiosity stemmed from the sudden tears in his eye. Asmodeus continued, "Blue sky, white clouds, truly beautiful." Subaru looked out slowly. Indeed. Confusion shone in his wide eye. Subaru panicked, standing. "Are you okay?" Asmodeus awkwardly wiped his tears. "I'm fine, really, I'm fine." He adjusted his glasses. "Sorry, you're kind, it's just the sky is beautiful." I got emotional. Asmodeus's explanation left him stunned. Soon after, he spoke gently yet shockingly. "Destroying a world like this is unbearable." Subaru stammered. "Destroy, you just said." Asmodeus slowly apologized. "Sorry for rushing." Then he handed a business card. "This is the organization I work for." Subaru was flustered. The World's Collapse Organization. The card confirmed his introduction. Asmodeus stated evenly, "I'm the director of the Six-Eyed Corporation. My name is Asmodeus." He smiled gently. The power Subaru sensed was that of an executor. Asmodeus was taken aback by the sight. Soon he clapped in admiration. "Amazing." He feigned innocence, shaking his head. In an instant, Subaru was ready to fight him. In just 2 months, Erica had become a brave warrior. No wonder my clients noticed her. Subaru, still confused, gritted his teeth. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He continued, feigning innocence. "I didn't. Sorry if I upset you." Asmodeus repeatedly apologized. "But I sincerely apologize. Fighting is pointless anyway." He explained gently as always. The person before him was only a separated soul, not the true self, so fighting was pointless. Subaru, enraged, lost control of his power. A separated soul? This guy created a subsidiary by taking a fragment of the main soul. Asmodeus raised his hand to stop him, saying that his accusation was wrong. He shifted to a threatening tone, emphasizing that one of the company's rules is to always give advance notice to the other party. "We decided that giving notice would be the best approach. Apologies for the impolite delivery, but the way I said it makes it even more irritating," he continued. Subaru wondered what Asmodeus was talking about. He kept smiling, confirming that this time the target wasn't only him. Images of Subaru's teammates flashed through his mind as Asmodeus emphasized, "My staff will visit each member of your group." He tried to recall names like Sakashima, Seiya, Karin, Zynga, and Nara. Asmodeus quickly noticed Subaru's surprise. "Can you read my mind?" he asked in shock. Asmodeus apologized but explained that they had blocked that ability. Subaru angrily demanded, "Why is that?" Asmodeus looked mysterious and said it was a corporate secret. His superior attitude made Subaru even angrier. Subaru wondered, who exactly is Asmodeus? This was the first time Subaru had faced such an enemy. He couldn't believe it, not just because of the power, but because Asmodeus could control the pace of the confrontation. Asmodeus checked his watch and said, "It's almost time." Back at Subaru's house, Miss Tetsu continued her monologue. "I don't know, what are you expecting from Ariak Subaru?" Lion kept observing Miss Tetsu without pause. Miss Tetsu continued, "We should realize that this world is a hell." Immediately, a red light covered the sky and red rays appeared, surprising Subaru. Lion was startled and quickly turned to assess the situation. Both Dasher and Lion stared outside in shock. Meanwhile, Miss Tetsu remained calm, as if she had anticipated everything. The tension in the cafe escalated, with multicolored rays flashing continuously. Asmodeus remained composed, smiling as he lightly tapped the table. Subaru watched him with both worry and anger. Miss Tetsu sat on the sofa, thinking carefully, and said, "What you call a gate is just a crack in the world. Those cracks are substitutes." He continued, "The administrator of those cracks, do you think the administrator even exists?" Enda closed his eyes, thinking, while Miss Tetsu seriously continued, "The celestial framework will." Lightning kept flashing in the cursed space. He spoke in a strange, deep voice. "There's no escape, but even if there were." The scene shifted elsewhere. Thunder continued to strike, and Asmodeus said, "Lord Ariak in this case." Subaru looked at Asmodeus in surprise. Asmodeus pointed to the dossier, smiled, and said, "Please take a look here." He looked up at Subaru, who clenched his teeth in rage. Outside the skyscraper, multicolored lightning streaked across the sky. That day, the entire world, a water crack leading to another space, the sacred blood of the Savior, the 8 great calamities, the final catastrophe, the Liu Cheng Corporation, the final battle, all converged. Subaru stared intently at the dossier while Asmodeus said, "The information in this document concerns Akari Tuharu's desperate plan." Subaru frowned, reading it with growing anger. Asmodeus sat back and invited him, "Please have a seat." Asmodeus bowed and continued, "This is when subordinates like us have to explain to each other." He said, "I want everyone, including Akari, to feel despair." The scene shifted to Hitachi City, where a girl closed her eyes and explained the plan in 3 stages. She was an employee of the Liu Cheng Corporation, Floros. A loud noise echoed as Zynga stood in front of Floros, indifferent, continuing her training. Floros sighed and said, "The order is shaky." Zynga gritted her teeth, staring coldly at Floros. A horrifying vision of the future appeared. Zynga ignored it and said, "I'll continue explaining the first stage. The administrator will create a crack and this world will turn into a hell." The horrifying vision continued. Zynga remained silent. Floros stood firm and said, "We, the Liu Cheng Corporation, are elites among elites. Every member is 10 times stronger than anything you've seen in other worlds." Floros narrowed his eyes and said, "We will leave no wounds behind." Zynga asked, "Shall I continue explaining?" Floros bowed, looking at Zynga, saying nothing. The scene shifted to a bridge. Painful memories returned as a monster appeared in the rain. Zynga's family happily ate together in their home, but the monster crushed the house with one hand. Zynga stood amid the chaos, the sole survivor. Zinga recalled the painful memory, tears streaming down her face. Floros looked at her and asked, "Are you okay?" Zinga closed her eyes, trying to regain composure. Floros asked again, "Are you okay?" Zinga stood there, trying to remain calm. Floros smiled faintly and said, "Feeling despair is a good thing." Zinga resolved, "I will trust nothing anymore." Floros smiled, "That is a proper reaction." Zinga recalled her family and the peace she once had now stolen. Zinga asserted, "I am not in despair." Floros looked at her, puzzled. Zinga continued, "I don't believe the things you say." She lifted her head, determined to protect everyone. Zinga resolutely said, "No matter how strong you are, I don't care. No matter your plan, I will not give up." Floros remained silent, lifting his head arrogantly. The scene shifted to Shibuya, where a man tried to persuade Aki. Cheerfully, he said, "The sky is beautiful, isn't it?" The man, a Lu Cheng employee named by France, spread his arms and smiled, but his expression soured when Aki coldly turned away. Aki held a bouquet of white chrysanthemums and replied, "Too overwhelming." By France bowed and said, "Seems our tastes don't align." Aki coldly said, "I never intend to talk to an enemy. Today I only brought flowers." Multicolored lightning appeared. Aki's face darkened as she coldly said, "I will take you back to your place." By France continued to observe her, his yellow eyes glowing. The scene shifted to Hirosaka's apartment. Karin held a dossier next to Car A and another person standing. Zokai from Lu Cheng arrived to persuade her, and Karin angrily asked, "What are you thinking?" Zokai, a new employee, smiled and held up the dossier, saying, "Of course, Cat." She opened her mouth in shock, not understanding why. Seha continued, explaining that no one knew what Tumei had been through. Croquet persisted, refusing to back down this time. Carrion stuck out her tongue, teasing Croquet, saying, "Whatever you want, but the more you underestimate us, the harder you'll fall." She furrowed her brows, trying to hold back her emotion. Carrion cheerfully continued with an attitude as if she wanted to harm us. She reminded everyone to stick to the plan and not go against their superior's orders. Crokai shouted in anger, while Karin suddenly became serious, her sharp gaze fixed on Crokai. "Who will ruin your plan?" Karin said. Images of Hirosaka and Sika flashed through her mind at that moment. She asked, "Not all of you are the same, right?" Hirosaka and Sika must have been mischievous. The scene shifted to the temporary headquarters of the Player Alliance, where another person was holding a stack of documents and began reading. The first phase is the crack. In the second phase, we will eliminate all of his subordinates, teammates, family, and friends. I will torture them long before killing them in front of Subaru. Kishima bowed his head, looking at the stack of documents in front of him, replying, "Yes." Violet Kota said, "We have accumulated over 1,000 years of experience and achievements. Our unique methods will bring an inescapable despair. You must have witnessed it in another world." Kishima was confused, gritting his teeth, while Kota remained enthusiastic. "Isn't that your sister, that weak girl so fragile?" Shikishima looked out the window, holding the stack of documents, saying, "Enough, be quiet." Shikishima continued, feeling a similar sensation when he received the prophecy of the apocalypse. Violet smiled eerily. Shikishima grinned, his joy apparent. Violet squinted. Shikishima continued, "This time we can start with ourselves along with Toru." Shikishima smiled savagely, "Not anymore, I won't let him fight alone." The scene shifted as Subaru slammed his hand on the table. "My subordinates." Asmodeus' glasses sparkled. Subaru angrily said, "You blocked telepathy." Asmodeus kept his professional smile. Subaru continued, "Do you think isolating me will make me despair?" He thought of all his teammates, his resolve firm. Asmodeus thought to himself, "My subordinates, you've underestimated them." He said to Subaru, "So, it's their responsibility, right?" Subaru exuded powerful energy. Asmodeus smiled, "I can't trust a leader who doesn't protect his subordinate." Subaru replied seriously, "My subordinates are also my teammates." One of them, a demon lord, grabbed Subaru's shoulder tightly. "Our subordinates are not here to be pitied or pampered. You can trust and rely on us." Energy began to radiate from Subaru's feet, and he trusted them. Subaru grew even stronger. Asmodeus looked up at Subaru, then smiled enigmatically. Subaru transformed into a stronger version of himself. Subaru's face darkened, his eyes glowing red. "I will defeat you here, Asmodeus." Asmodeus remained calm. Asmodeus happily said, "My evaluation of you has risen. You really are an interesting person." The scene shifted to the Soul Blood Sea, where Sibu sat on a red chair, staring at Vanquist and calling, "Father." Vanquist replied, "It seems they've arrived." A burst of red light appeared in front of them. The door leading to this dimension slowly appeared. A huge force from behind pushed the door open, and a deep red energy surged violently. Behind that, Subaru grabbed Asmodeus' neck and shot forward at incredible speed. Asmodeus was unafraid and laughed loudly. Subaru said, "This is fun." The white sand village was dyed bright red. Subaru and Asmodeus stood facing each other, with Asmodeus smiling. "I thought you'd fight in the human realm. I didn't expect you had the key to the throne." Subaru looked up. "It won't affect the human realm here." Asmodeus continued, a Vimo space created by Chucky-O, fascinating. No wonder the operator couldn't find it. Subaru's entire body emitted an uncontrollable energy. Asmodeus stood in the middle of the white sand, arms outstretched. But do you think this will be all right? Avatar and the real body shared the same sensation. He continued, the operator will track and infiltrate this place. Sharp spikes pierced through Asmodeus' hands and legs. Another voice rang out, no need to worry, Executor. Another spike pointed directly at Asmodeus' back, causing him to fall, the spike piercing his body. A sharp claw gripped Asmodeus' shoulder. Vanquist smiled eerily. Asmodeus glanced at him. Vanquist said, relax and enjoy yourself. Asmodeus said, you must be Chucky-O, right? Vanquist said nothing, his smile growing more sinister. Asmodeus glanced at Vanquist. I wonder between my real body and you who's stronger. Vanquist gritted his teeth. I'm not in the mood, sorry, but I don't plan on fighting you. Vanquist pointed at Subaru on the other side and continued. Whether your real body comes or not, that one Toharu will defeat you. Asmodeus glared, still smiling constantly, looking forward to it. Next time I'll invite everyone to my throne, Vanquist coldly replied. That's not in my plan. Vanquist threw a punch and Asmodeus' body shattered into 1,000 pieces, returning from the sea. Asmodeus' face cracked, but he still smiled wickedly. After dealing with him, Vanquist fell silent. Subaru observed them seriously, deep in thought. The scene shifted to another dimension, Asmodeus' throne room at the Segan Corporation headquarters, where the sound of excited laughter rang out. Mastema looked confused. What's happening? Chairman Asmodeus replied. My avatar was just taken down, but it's no big deal. Mastema fell silent as the vice-chairman of Segan Corporation. Mastema had been surveyed for the satisfaction of operators for 5 consecutive years, ranking first. Beside her was Billet, the vice-chairman of Segan Corporation. Billet ranked X925 Aiken Level 1. Asmodeus crossed his legs, casually saying, I've discovered Chucky-O's lair. Asmodeus paused. This is the information our clients need most. Asmodeus' true identity was chairman of Segan Corporation, and he verified his driving license. Mastema and Billet looked at Asmodeus in confusion, the situation more complicated than anticipated. The two might have to step in. Asmodeus waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Mastema helplessly said, he's always so energetic. Billet was also speechless. The scene shifted to Subaru, silently expressionless. Vanquist said, then, I've observed the situation from the throne. Vanquist looked at Subaru and continued, so the mysterious executor all this time turns out to be a corporation. Subaru responded, we need a plan, right? Vanquist replied, not yet. Before Vanquist finished speaking, a large shadow appeared behind them. Vorden, Safina, and Ruin approached. Subaru exclaimed in surprise, the 3 kings. Sibu had also arrived. Subaru couldn't hide his astonishment. And Sibylla, why are you all here? Terra waved from the side. We're here too, Subaru replied, both Terra and the others. Safina said, we've discussed this issue. Cracks like this appear, they will affect the goal of eliminating the gates. Safina's cold gaze was fixed. The expansion deal has been completed, she continued. Now we just need your opinion. Subaru silently repeated it. Ruin interjected from afar. Oh, sorry, but let me speak first. Ruin raised his hand. Subaru exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Ruin lowered his eyes and slowly said, I'm no longer your subordinate. Subaru was shocked and didn't understand what was happening, then suddenly shouted in surprise. Ah, the scene changes. The cracks in time flicker continuously as the car speeds down the road, the sound coming from someone. Shikishima looks at the screen and says seriously, in the battle with the Sagan Corporation, Chakyo and the others will not participate. Subaru responds, that's right. Vanquist met with the operator, it seems related to a certain cycle. Subaru recalls, at the time, Vanquist had his arms crossed and spoke about the manager's eye, his current position being very close to another world. Vanquist continues, like the planets revolving around their orbits in a similar manner. Subaru asks helplessly, how do you know so much about the human world? Vanquist continues, if we miss this opportunity, it will take us many more years to meet him again. Vanquist points at Subaru and says, I will go. It seems I won't return during the Sagan Corporation's project period. You all will have to handle the Sagan Corporation yourself. I trust in Subaru. Subaru immediately stands up after hearing this. Back in the present, Zynga says, facing an enemy 10 times stronger than the underworld, only we can. The phone screen shows a group call from King Group. Shikishima says, the plan is expected to start next year with the proposed date being January 1st. Shikishima pushes up his glasses and smiles, sounds almost impossible. Subaru sits on the bed, carefully thinking. At this moment, Tetsu walks over and says, not entirely impossible. She points to the scene outside, the cracks in time flickering continuously. Shikishima says, let's take advantage of those cracks. Subaru asks seriously, Hyoto, what do you mean? After Tetsu leaves, Subaru says, the other world will lend us strength. Scene changes, Kinakawa lowers her eyes, her face expressionless, walking slowly on the road. It seems something is appearing. She stops and widens her eyes. A golden door slowly appears. Kinakawa stops. The door opens and a voice comes from inside. It's a pleasure to meet you, the substitute for my warrior. Kinakawa looks back, confused. A girl steps out from inside and introduces herself. I am Safina from the Golden Land. Kinakawa continues to look at Safina in surprise. Safina continues, Sakura Kinakawa, cancel your contract with the knight and become my substitute. Shikishima is shocked to hear this, asking, except Kinakawa? Safina replies, yes, before tonight. Subaru shares, the three inventors are fixing the doors. Right now they are making adjustments to make it possible. Hera and the others are in charge of replacing the doors. Watching the news on TV, Subaru suggests, let's continue after the negotiation. Just then Leon, Kotsu and Indasher pass by Subaru. He says, we will head outside. Shikishima rubs his head and sighs, I'm not worried about that. At this moment the TV host announces, yesterday, around 12 o'clock, a massive water crack appeared in the sky across the world. The TV shows images of colorful water cracks in the sky. The host says the connection between the gate and the heavenly palace remains unclear. They interviewed several civilians. An elderly woman replied with concern, they're scary, I can't stop imagining monsters flooding out like what the gate did. An old man stated, no one knows what will happen. Heaven's Central can't predict it if the countdown ends. It seems the younger generation has different thoughts. A young man joked, it'll probably be fine, not my problem. Another elderly man panicked, this is God's punishment. The TV continues reporting on a press conference. The president of the American Players Union criticizes, this is the result of the actions of the Japanese Union. The TV cuts to the Japan Union building. Also, yesterday, the Japan Union was expected to make a statement regarding the water cracks. Dasher comments, the random cracks in appearance and timing. In this world, one crack opening leads to others opening within a week. She fears the risk of monsters jumping out of the cracks. We might be able to enter, but the crack could come from somewhere else with the risk of being ambushed from another place. She thinks of the case where monsters might invade this world and casualties are inevitable. But with so many cracks as the TV reports, Indasher is somewhat worried. However, such a number of cracks has never occurred. Zeha asks, so what is the enemy's strategy? Indasher answers calmly, very varied as I said. Indasher is the most knowledgeable and experienced. Everyone listens to her carefully. As someone who has entered the gate, I can confirm their strategy is no less than level 4. Zinga is concerned, an enemy above level 4. Akira is also uneasy. They could suddenly appear in the city. Indasher looks at Tetsu and adds more information. If we're unlucky, an enemy of the Hiyadu level or worse might attack. Akira panics, what? An otherworld conqueror. Reflects, in a way, those gates once protected this world. Hearing this, Zinga seems annoyed, frowning, unsure if it's because he dislikes the way this is phrased or because he's worried about the gates. Akira continues, but how do we fight back against them? Lion speaks up, it's harsh, but it's the truth. I don't think we can stop them completely. There are too many and there are still large and small cracks all over the sky. Someone says, humanity needs to rethink its approach. Subaru silently watches the others discuss, lost in thought. Cracks have appeared instead of gates. This is far more intense than we imagine. Hearing a noise behind him, Subaru glances at Shikishima, asking, why has it come to this? He frowns and grits his teeth, have we made a mistake? Suddenly, a staff member opens the door and rushes in, testing for errors. Seiya turns and looks at him, asking, is it time? The staff member anxiously announces, hurry to the press room, the reporters are making the situation worse. Outside, a reporter comes in and explains, come on, isn't this your job? Many other reporters join in, you're only making things worse. What will happen to the safety of the people? The barrage of criticism and pointed questions overwhelms the staff member. He sighs, I can't take it anymore. Akira is uneasy, the demon emperor speaks up. If the gates disappear, no one can predict what happens next, including otherworldly beings. He analyzes, the existence of another world is quite new, right? It's natural for people from this world to want to destroy the gates. Karin sincerely looks at Akira and Subaru. You both, I'm seriously comforting you, you didn't do anything wrong. Akira looks at Karin in surprise. Zinga remains silent. Tetsu seems to somewhat disagree with Karin's words. He retorts, what kind of comfort is that? He says bluntly, the truth is our actions led to this situation. Karin looks at Tetsu with frustration. Tetsu just murmurs a response. Karin looks around and sees that someone has acted. She notices Shikishima standing up. Everyone is surprised and Tetsu comments, it seems he's ready to accept it. Zinga anxiously calls, Shikishima-san. Subaru volunteers, let me go. But Akira stops him, gritting his teeth. Don't go, you know better than anyone. Subaru replies, I understand. He's tense but determined. In this situation, I can handle it best because I understand them the most. It'll be fine, we've all seen the new future, the outcome is clear. Thinking about the group of reporters still waiting outside, Akira says, the criticism won't change. He smiles, motivating himself. I'll try to push through, even though Shikishima doesn't share his concerns with anyone. However, he is also carrying a psychological burden. The others will have to bear this weight during the press conference, especially Naris and Takamori, who have already been hurt before. Akira watched as Shikishima walked toward the reporters, his expression blank. Despite his anxiety and fear, Akira reassured himself that this was the best way to deal with the Six Eyes Corporation under the current circumstances. Subaru watched unhappily, silently pondering something. He stepped closer to Shikishima, but even then Shikishima snapped at him, telling him to stay where he was. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed, "You too, Shikishima." Both Subaru and Shikishima were surprised, looking toward the source of the voice. A lady appeared from behind the door, dressed in an elegant and alluring outfit. She said, "Children should stay aside." Then she smiled charmingly, leaving everyone stunned. Shikishima shifted from surprise to panic. "Director Hizasaki, what are you doing here?" Shikishima asked. Subaru was equally shocked. Everyone waited in confusion for an answer from Director Hizasaki. She didn't respond but asked, "What, isn't it obvious?" Director Hizasaki smiled gently. "I am an adult." Shikishima couldn't believe his eyes. The press staff urged, "Hurry up." Director Hizasaki turned and snapped, "You all continue handling the remaining issues." She pointed at Shikishima's group. "You all continue figuring out how to deal with the cracks." Shikishima frantically shouted, "Wait, are you going alone?" "What I mean is, I will stay here to be strong and uncompromising," Director Hizasaki replied. "I am here because someone asked for my help. Someone has to take responsibility for this, and that person must be an adult." She thought to herself, "That's how it is because my son wants it this way." Then she gave a final instruction, "Remember that." Director Hizasaki turned away, heading to deal with the reporters, leaving her words behind for everyone in the room. "You have adults on your side, they will take responsibility." Zinga felt a sense of gratitude, overwhelmed, and softly called, "Director Hizasaki." Shikishima, not good at managing his emotions, felt irritated and almost shouted. She suddenly shows up and starts flaunting. Shikishima looked down at his sweaty, trembling hand. He couldn't help but silently thank her. "But honestly, you just saved me, Hizasaki." The watch on his wrist suddenly lit up. Some thought that it seemed like the prediction was being interrupted. In the past, Kamina had tried to predict the future, and he was perplexed. Why? Why can't the power be reached? Instead of solving the situation, it seemed to be cut off. Sibiu had once explained that the person who receives the power in the most beneficial way for the future is the one when the prediction is destroyed. Kamina witnessed a cruel light that crushed him, unable to see victory in the future. Sibiu muttered she had seen something, while Subaru anxiously watched the clock. Subaru was stunned, wondering if anyone other than him could see the future. On the live screen outside the building, Director Hizasaki appeared, calm in front of the camera. He answered the journalists' questions fluently. Julie stared at the woman on the screen and muttered. After the meeting, Director Hizaki bowed. Silver-ranked player Hizaki Julieta stood outside watching the news. Subaru muttered to himself, had his mother finished it yesterday. Julie's companion, Idashima Izuki, was shocked to learn that Director Hizasaki was Julieta's mother. Julie watched the news but paid no attention. He was lost in thought about the bespectacled child who had been saved, leaving a scar on his soul. There was nothing more to be done about those who caused that scar. Idashima noticed that Julie wasn't focused and asked, "Are you listening? That's your mother." Julie sighed and responded rudely, "If you're not listening, don't talk to me." "Shut up, ugly." Idashima was confused. Julie turned away and remained silent. Looked up at the cracks in the sky, wondering when and what would appear when the crack opened. A little girl approached Julie and said, "I think I understand." Julie was annoyed to hear that, and the girl explained that energy was surging around her. The girl innocently claimed she could predict when the crack would open. Beneath her feet, lines of light appeared, signaling she activated the ultimate skill of the classic scripture. Julie wasn't interested in these future predictions. Subaru frowned and asked, "Another prediction, Kana?" The girl was Kana Sato, Kengo Salo's younger sister. In the hospital, a worried voice called out, "Hey, Ida." She hurriedly chased after a girl with a bun like Nacha, saying, "Where are you going?" The nurse was worried because the patient's wound hadn't fully healed. The girl stopped and said, "It's true, but maybe it'll heal." The nurse tried to advise her, "Wait," but the girl hesitated and then ran out of the hospital. The girl was Hyemno Jimno. Hyemno Jimno's younger sister held a small globe and said things the nurse didn't understand. "From now on, my power will be needed," the girl murmured as the globe displayed the location of Ariak Subaru. Scene changed to the temporary headquarters of the Players' Alliance, the guest room. Julie pointed at Kana, who sat quietly, and said, "This girl can predict the order in which the cracks will open. Let's use her." Shikishima and Subaru were surprised. Kana looked at Shikishima and Subaru with innocent eyes. Shikishima slammed the table and stood up straight. "Wait, what did you say, Hizaki?" He then seriously looked at Julie. First, how do you know? Julie narrowed her eyes and didn't answer. Images of Kana's brother and their conversation when Subaru saved them appeared, as well as Kana holding a picture of her brother. Kana narrowed her eyes and said, with Subaru sitting next to her and Idashima cheerfully waving, "Glad you remember." Kana clasped her hands on her lap. "It's been a while, Ariak." Julie threw her arm around Kana, gritting her teeth. "I'll overlook the old details." Essentially, Kana had the ability to sense and predict the order of dungeon openings. Julie continued, "If we know which dungeon opens first, we can plan our countermeasures." Julie said humorously, "I really don't care, it's such a hassle." She scratched her head and continued, "But Kana definitely doesn't want the city to be destroyed." Kana sat seriously. Subaru talked about intuition. Subaru recalled the previous battle, thinking about Kana's intervention, and wondered if it was connected to him. Kana lowered her head, recalling the vicious monster charging toward them. "About 3 weeks ago, during the evil faction incident, the house where my brother and I lived was destroyed." Kana fell to the ground with Idashima standing in front of her. A green leaf appeared above the monster, attacking and killing it. Idashima fearfully backed away, and Kana looked up at the sky. Julie appeared before them like a god. Kana said, "Professor Julieta saved me." Kana looked at Julie and she suddenly turned oddly. She said, "I'm currently with Idashima." Subaru angrily shouted, "Is that so, Professor?" He then told them about the gate. His dorm, a green gate suddenly appeared. Kamina sat up and looked at the door. Subaru said, "Green." The image of Kamina appeared. Kana said, "That's Kamina, the true king." Subaru and Shikishima were stunned. The name was Kamina. Kana stood before them. Kamina said, "My incantations don't see as far as the true Light King S, but they're useful for probing the details of the near future." Kana continued, "It's perfect for determining the order in which the dungeons will open." Subaru was speechless, turning to Shikishima. "Shikishima, if that's the case." Shikishima immediately denied it. "No." Julie was furious. "It's a good idea, but to completely avoid damage, what exactly is the issue?" Shikishima replied, "There are 10,000 dungeons, not only in Tokyo but all over the world. To completely prevent them is very difficult." Kana interrupted, "It will be fine." Subaru and Shikishima stared at Kana. Kana showed her phone screen. "I received news that she will arrive soon." At that moment, someone walked in from the door. Mari said, "Excuse me." Subaru and Shikishima looked at Mari uneasily. Mario breathed innocently, "Hello." Kana was delighted. "Who's that, Mario?" "Reno, take a seat." Mario cheerfully said, "Kana, here you are." Itashima obediently gave up her seat. "No, Sino, I'll stand, sit down." Kana and Marie-Io held hands cheerfully while Julie was helpless. Marie-Io looked at Shikishima and Subaru. "Nice to meet you, I'm Reno Sino. I became a player 3 weeks ago." Subaru was continually surprised. Mario, "Ah, you too. My master is King Kam Vuong Riot and my skill allows me to observe souls in that world." From Mario's hand, a globe appeared and spun, displaying time cracks. Looking at a specific point, Mario said, "This is a label attached to a particularly large and dangerous dungeon." Mario continued observing. "Dungeons are also soul energy, so I can predict which one is about to activate." Shikishima and Subaru were astonished. Shikishima shouted, "Really?" Ano explained, "Kamina and Ryudo seem quite close in the other world." Shikishima agreed, they were comrades. Mario raised 2 fingers, "So we connected our avatars." He then confirmed contact with the other. Shikishima thought to himself, these two really have talent. Mario continued, "I'll label the dungeons that are about to activate." Kana added, "I'll determine their opening order." The two of them touched hands and the globe was linked. Mario spoke. "I have the ability to continuously monitor all dungeons worldwide, which caught Subaru off guard." Shikishima gritted his teeth, clasped his hands and stared at Subaru. Mario spoke, "In return, I have a request." Shikishima looked at Mario with curiosity. One side of Kana Reno's face was covered, revealing a scar caused by a skill, and she wanted to heal it. Immediately, Shikishima used his ability. Mario and Kana widened their eyes as Shikishima sealed it with Soha Fire Magic, one side of Mario's face radiating energy. Mario lost his composure, jumped up and removed his headband. Kana screamed, "No, no, no." Reno Kana's eyes widened as she saw one side of Mario's face completely healed. Julie stood silently nearby. Mario held a mirror to inspect his face. "Amazing, truly, fully restored." Kana smiled, tears brimming. "Great, you can model again." Mario moved, shed tears. "Thank you, Kana." Kana stopped crying, 2 tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. She suppressed her emotions, speaking of the past when Mario was attacked by Gymno, leaving a severe facial wound. Now, Mario bent over, holding his face. Mario gritted his teeth, tears streaming from both eyes, crying uncontrollably. Kana, witnessing this, also wept endlessly. Nearby, Subaru and Shikishima had transformed into different versions. Before everyone, Kana and Mario held each other tightly, crying non-stop. Julie and Idashima could not hold back their tears either. This all occurred at the temporary headquarters of the Player Alliance. 3 days later, December 12th, Minato Ward, Roppongi, Tokyo. Shikishima looked up. Massive time rift opened, as wide as a high-rise building, the dungeon they had unleashed. Akira exclaimed, "So big," Shikishima replied. "According to the data, it will invade from our side. Is it near the gate?" Shikishima turned to call Tetsu and Hayadu to use the dungeon to confront the enforcers. Tetsu clasped her hands, speaking seriously. "I'll let you prove yourselves. Everything begins when we enter. If you are reckless, losing your lives won't matter." Shikishima said, "Aren't those Ando secretary's final words?" Subaru replied. "As expected, Jinga Kinakawa and Mei are here. They are the proxies of the three kings." Subaru continued at the Black Stone Sea, explaining to the three kings. Haka and Hirasaka continued training. Karin and Kaza each ventured into another world to gain strength. Shikishima shouted, "Four people, Subaru, Akira, Shikishima, and Kotsu, were ready." Shikishima said, "All right, this time we go with this lineup. This is the first battle. The Blue Eye Corporation's invasion deadline is only 31 days away." Tetsu led. "Let's go. The first mission is to advance into the water channel." Tetsu stepped over the barrier, aching feet reminding, "I still haven't heard anyone speak. Report when you have enough information." As she approached the violet zone, Tetsu said faintly, "This is the beginning." Her gaze cold, thoughts unreadable. Suddenly, Shikishima panicked. He gritted his teeth. Akira was surprised. Subaru felt uneasy. Tetsu stood midair, hands in her coat pockets, speaking softly, "There is no ground." At that moment, Shikishima, Akira, and Subaru's screams rang out. They were falling freely, while Tetsu calmly assessed the situation. Air conditions remained the same. Akira worriedly asked, "Can we choose another?" Shikishima shouted. "Another what?" Tetsu slowly said. "Think about infiltrating another planet. The atmosphere there usually doesn't suit us." Akira looked puzzled. Shikishima replied, "It seems we need to control the atmosphere." Tetsu nodded. "Yes, another way to put it." He declared coldly, "This is why I value life while on a mission. I must develop skills to overcome every obstacle." Subaru remained silent, then spoke. He was stunned to see a deep blue ocean ahead, something moving beneath the waves, creating ripples. The group hovered in midair, gazing at the sea. Someone gasped in shock. Monsters surged from the water, varied in shape and type, heading towards Subaru's group. Among the growls, a terrified voice shouted, "Monsters!" The purple monster opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, prepared to swallow everyone. At this moment, Subaru raised his hand, eyes shifting to Rainbow, controlling his power. Tetsu's face darkened. Behind her, rotating objects appeared. Shikishima's shrine extended an attacking hand. Simultaneously, Akira summoned a golden arm, fifth skill, distortion. The monsters were obliterated, unable to react. Subaru, Shikishima, and Akira remained suspended in midair. A voice rang out, drawing attention, "Step aside." Subaru followed the golden light. Above, around Tetsu, a massive flame burned. Louis appeared, Nguyen Tin near Kana, instantly drawing his sword. He launched a ranged attack like a distant shot. The monster gritted its teeth, cursing, "Damn it!" Louis cut it to pieces, its body destroyed, its mind left with a single thought, "Cannot win." After the battle, Subaru's group decided to ride a whale to shore. Everyone relaxed. Shikishima sat cross-legged near the tail, Akira stood in the middle, Subaru soaked his feet, Tetsu stood at the head, speaking, as expected. Tetsu explained they were attacking another world. According to the administrator, some worlds may sustain life with over 10 billion population, but others differ. This one seemed primordial, though uncertain. Akira asked, "If there are no humans or players, would conquest be easier?" Tetsu replied, "Perhaps." He tilted his head skyward. "The world is vast, it doesn't necessarily require humans." Subaru and Akira followed him, looking up to the sky where a giant dragon appeared. Tetsu spoke slowly, "The monster ranks here are unusually high." Observed the dragon while explaining, "They can continue fighting even when severely injured." The dragon glared, Shikishima said apprehensively, "This thing." Tetsu's eyes were sharp. Before she could speak, the dragon fully revealed its form. Its entire body was dark purple, with golden patterns shimmering from its chest to its tail. Tetsu declared it to be the cluster, Boss Thunder Dragon Uranus, and to prove it, the dragon opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, focusing an energy sphere, Thunder Dragon Uranus level 239. Sensed enough energy, it shot it towards Subaru's group. The purple power, just like its body, made everything explode in the blink of an eye, water splashing and smoke billowing. Shikishima was hit, holding his bleeding wound with his hand. Subaru had to kneel down from the overwhelming impact. He frowned as he looked at the giant dragon standing firm on the water, muttering, "It's too strong." Even Tetsu, who had her arm severed by it, had to admit it was impressive. Akira was slightly shaken, his leg and arm injured, causing him to growl in anger. "What the hell is this?" A red flame appeared on his forehead and he was startled. "Lambda, wait." Shikishima immediately said, "Maria, switch places with me." Lenda laughed joyfully. "The master's word is always right." He merged into Aki's body, laughing excitedly. "There's a strong enemy here, how thrilling." Suddenly he stopped. Tetsu, who had been observing beside them, spoke. "Nothing," he gestured. "Even if I say it, do you think that information is necessary?" Maria, who had just appeared, was still confused. Subaru quietly listened as Tetsu explained the difference between rifts and engraved seal. Tetsu asked, "Do you all understand? The biggest difference between a rift and an engraved seal is that an engraved seal always guarantees an item after conquering it." Subaru guessed, "Kyoto has cornered Vorden in the other world." Tetsu confirmed, "Yes." He explained that items come in different rarities, with higher rarities granting stronger effects. Typically, the higher the difficulty, the higher the rarity. If they wait, an opportunity to defeat them will appear. Subaru was amazed, so everyone can receive special items. Tetsu hesitated slightly, scratching his head. "This opportunity is still impossible." Subaru cut in, "It is possible." Tetsu glanced at him as everyone stood on the water. Subaru calmly said, "We'll do everything we can." Subaru looked up at the giant dragon and shouted, "Let's begin." The thunder dragon seemed to understand and opened its mouth to attack, spreading its wings slightly, lowering its body and releasing a massive wave of energy. Lenda risked it and rushed to the dragon's mouth. Like an arrow from a bow, he charged forward arrogantly, his legs full of excitement. Lenda struck and the scene seemed to be set on fire, glowing brightly. The thunder dragon was hit, its body engulfed in flames. Maria stepped forward, holding a burning cigarette that released strange smoke. The thunder dragon was surrounded by the smoke, speaking with a thick voice. "It's too dense," Maria muttered, "just an illusion, huh?" The thunder dragon opened its mouth as if to swallow Maria, but she was nonchalant, too predictable. Subaru quickly drew his sword, saying, "Finish it." He swung the sword toward the dragon, causing it to scream in agony. The dragon's eyes narrowed, and in the blur, it saw the blade cut across its mouth. The thunder dragon tilted its head back, its purple color turning black, looking pitiful. Tetsu didn't hold back and rushed forward with her side. He thought to himself, "The cut still feels hot, its skin is thicker than expected, this will be troublesome." Subaru stood and watched, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it, I'll need to use blood forging." The thought just passed, and around Subaru's eyes, rainbow-colored dots appeared. Subaru slightly hunched, his face unclear, and it seemed like something exploded, blood splattering. Linda was shocked and Maria called out in panic, "Area." A giant thunder sphere appeared in midair and the thunder dragon's eyes flashed with danger. The energy source aimed to strike Subaru. As the sphere got closer, the light revealed Subaru's face, one of his eyes constantly bleeding. Tetsu shot past and kicked Subaru away. He shouted, "You!" Tetsu didn't have time to explain, the thunder sphere was closing in. Tetsu turned her back, half her body blocking the path of the thunder sphere. Subaru, his face covered in blood, yelled, "Hiu do." Tetsu hovered, half her body smoking. Maria flew in and scolded, "Damn it, I hate fighting in places like this." The victim was scorched, half of her body burned, and Tetsu calmly replied. He thought to himself, "I once had a similar conversation with the administrator. In this world there's no reason to fight, the decision has already been made." Tetsu pondered. He lost one arm and one leg but remained as calm as if it was just another day. Tetsu put away her scythe and took a vial containing eye-catching green liquid, Elysia, a B-rank item. Looking at the approaching dragon, she clicked her tongue. An item even a god couldn't obtain. The thunder dragon's eyes shifted, the effect of Elysia activated. Tetsu's face remained indifferent, and after 3 seconds of use, she spread her hand, boosting her skill power by 60 times. Divine Thunder, Thunder God down. The Thunder God appeared and struck the dragon with a palm, the electric shock shaking the entire area. The dragon was scorched, leaving only its bones. The event unfolded so quickly that Subaru, Maria, and Linda were left dumbfounded. As the smoke cleared, Tetsu appeared, half her body smoking and her other hand crackling with electricity. Tetsu thought, recreating an item in this world is incredibly difficult. For my goal, it's fine, but there's still something I don't understand. Subaru opened his eyes wide, one eye injured and bleeding, but his body changing color. Tetsu spread her hand, questioning herself. Is this a struggle or a game? Tuma, Ariak, and your team conquered the first rift. The boss was defeated and everyone stood, looking at the glowing skeleton of the Thunder Dragon. Subaru felt light as if being lifted. Shikishima was shocked. Ryo Shikishima, level 92-97, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "So the level system is also shared between gates and rift." Kira couldn't believe it, asking, "It's been so long since we leveled up, huh?" Watching the light spreading, Shikishima assessed, "That was a big leap, that dragon was insane." Tetsu Vaishio remained calm, arms crossed, waiting for the system notification. Tetsu announced, "Hyodo level 172, 173 just as expected." Shikishima was stunned, almost shouting, 173. Akira had the same reaction. He was stunned, mouth agape, "You're that strong?" Subaru slowly raised his hand. "Hyodo is almost equal to me in vampire form." Shikishima couldn't accept it, shouting, "He's 5 times stronger than us." System sound rang out, receiving the item. Two spherical objects appeared from the light and everyone observed. Akira looked up, so this guarantees the item drops. On the other hand, Tetsu merely glanced at it. He said that B rank is normal and even at high levels, items of A rank or higher don't always appear. Subaru, Shikishima, and Akira stepped closer. Shikishima exclaimed, "This is A rank," Akira asked. "Does it depend on luck or attributes?" Hearing this, Subaru also turned to look at Tetsu and asked, "Is something wrong, Hyodo?" Tetsu looked at them with disappointment but said nothing. The Imperial weapon, a thrown item, could distort causality and bypass defenses. Akira read through the information and repeated in doubt, "Distort causality to bypass defense." Shikishima was also stunned and speculated. "So it guarantees them," Akira remarked. "Sounds pretty strong." Tetsu was silent for a moment before saying, "It guarantees them but not necessarily strong." Akira quickly said, "With this, based on Shikishima's reasoning, I guess it doesn't work on physically based enemy." Hearing him, Akira nodded. "I see, makes sense. With this, I don't feel strong enough to take down Lambda." Tetsu slowly said, "However, if viewed as a tool to break defenses, it's not bad." Subaru was astonished, then seemed to realize something. Shikishima blankly asked, "So its application depends on creativity?" Tetsu looked at him and explained, "Using items to quickly level up is a way to exploit the cracks." She maintained an indifferent expression as if she didn't care. He said, "A month before the Blue Eye lands, we will level up and collect items. That's my plan." Shikishima replied, "No objection." Akira looked at him and urged, "Share the information with others too." Subaru nodded in agreement. "All right," he thought. "Health issues are worrying, but even Maria-san can't find a solution." Maria's summoned spirit appeared and said, "Give in, the path forward is laid before us." Subaru's face was filled with enthusiasm. He said, "Let's do it." Apart from Tetsu's indifferent silence, Shikishima and Akira were extremely excited. Subaru quietly gazed into the distance, thinking, "I wonder if everyone is doing well with their plans." Meanwhile, the new spirit's location, the black-faced stone sea, where light flickered and the rainbow collided with white light. Since Vanquist had abandoned the blood-firm sea and Asmodeus discovered it, after transferring to the new gold, he set off toward the administrator's location. Someone suddenly spoke, "In other words, currently there's no way to contact the ancestors." The dark figure scratched his head. He agreed with the statement until they returned to the administrative base. Lugwit ground her teeth and scolded, "Damn it," as she looked at the energy emanating from the nexus. Lugwit said, "At this moment, Seihaka and Hirasaka are facing each other directly." Lugwit gritted her teeth and sighed. "We can't say whether changing vassals is good or bad," she observed while muttering to herself, 4 times about 5 times. Sika charged forward, closing the distance with Hirasaka. Their power growth was extremely abnormal. When Sika's and Hirasaka's energies collided, everything seemed to explode violently. Leem and Delta remained unharmed. Luzu raised her hand to block and shouted. She thought anxiously, "I can't believe they're still human." This was the result of being in spirit form too long. At this rate, their humanity could collapse. Louis turned when someone called her, "Hey, golden girl." It was Kaleem. He asked Louis, "Don't you find it strange?" She still didn't fully understand and asked, "What do you mean?" Kaleem hesitated before voicing his speculation. "Their transformations are very similar to Subaru Ariad after turning demonic." Immediately, Subaru's image appeared in Louis's mind, astonishing her. Kaleem crossed his arms and looked up, thinking, perhaps Suka really intends to surpass the limits. Above, Sika was enveloped in rainbow light. Sika's eyes gleamed sharply, but her expression seemed dazed. She remained silent. Sika glanced and thought. Hirasaka-san remained stable. Hirasaka still stood firmly before her, holding his sword tightly. Indeed, their spirit powers were on a completely different level. Hirasaka's expression was cold. He said nothing. The two figures had the exact same hue as AK's vehicle. She suddenly raised a hand and stared at it. A cracking sound echoed as her palm split. Sayaka squinted. There wasn't much time left, but as long as the spirit could endure. "Until the battle with the Blue Eye Company, that's enough," Delta suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. He said, "I mean, we can just directly ask them what's going on, right?" He successfully startled Louis and Kaleem, leaving them gaping. Meanwhile, in another world, the Blue Grass Kingdom, formerly the Deep Green Kingdom, the human-eating Demon King's tomb. Karin and Seha were walking when someone called out, "Uncle, this way." Uncle, Karin said irritably, "Thanks for showing me the way." As they rushed, the person who called Karin stood casually there. He smirked lightly. "New Verder reigns, Verder leads," and Karin and Seha followed. He continued, "You've surprised me greatly. Never thought Subaru Ariad's vassals would be related to you." Carrion sighed. "I'm surprised too. I never expected my grandson to be resurrected here." Joking slightly but glancing back at him, "It's been a hard journey." As if defeating the enforcers and ultimately the administrator, he recalled childhood holding his father's axe. They stood on a high hill overlooking the vast desert. "Then your efforts and your father's," the boy racing to see his father, his eyes stared into the desert, "will not be wasted." Yet Uncle Carrion laughed after hearing this, though his face remained serious. He said to Vadua, "You're almost there." As they walked, Vadua suddenly stopped. "We've arrived." Before them was a huge cave, its entrance pitch dark without light. Rushing to introduce, "This leads into the forbidden zone." Karin observed the cave and said, "I remember now." He affectionately patted the boy, racing. "Thanks, kid. I'll give you some spending money another day." Boy blushed, standing tall with his hair high. He seized the chance to beg, "Make it a lot." Only AK remained silent, suddenly calling, "Karin-sama." She looked and asked, "Are you sure about this?" Karin immediately replied, "I will return to my original body. I once used my original power in another world." He put his hands in his pockets and said casually, "But it's beyond Hirasaka's body's tolerance." Seha listened thoughtfully as he continued, "If I want to face the enforcers, I need to bring my vow back." Karin turned to her and smiled, "Anyway, today I must part from Hirasaka's body." He narrowed his eyes, "I like it too." Then he entered the cave and Karin did not look back. Waved and instructed, "Sorry, but I'll leave this body in your care after I finish." Seha stood still, holding the little cat in her chest. She lowered her head, her expression heavy. She slowly replied, "Understood, good luck." Deep inside the dark cave, the stones linked together in bizarre shapes. Karin's body was enveloped in blue flames, the distance seemingly enough. He said, "All right." Carrion narrowed her eyes, extremely alert. "It's been a long time seeing someone tied up right in front." He shouted coldly, "I've come to reclaim my body." The demonic emperor's eyes were covered with bandages. It was unclear if he could see. Hearing Karin, he slowly spoke. His scarred face and stitched blue tongue were horrifying. "We knew you would come, the cannibal demon king." Karin leapt up from the ground, her voice carrying an authoritative and challenging tone as she moved, causing the earth and stones to scatter. "So, according to the pact, show us if you're worthy." Karin responded with a defiant smile and moved closer. Carrion's face twisted into a terrifying smile, stretching to the edges of his ears. 1,000 years ago, in the royal palace of the Black Six Kingdom on the grassy field, an elder watched a child practice his cultivation. From a distance, a young man with a blindfold ran toward them, cheerfully calling out, "While this family is in sync, everyone's missing an eye." The man and the boy practicing cultivation turned to look at the call. It was Karin. He was leading someone else. The other person silently followed Karin, their ragged clothes clearly showing they were from humble origin. With a higher status compared to others in the palace, Karin introduced, "This is the child I picked up on the road with nowhere else to go." The young man had a handsome face and green eyes, similar to Carrion. Carrion placed his hand on the other's shoulder and asked his father, "Can I raise him in the palace?" His father was taken aback. "Huh, why?" But he hesitated for a moment after a quick glance at the young man's face. He waved to the ragged youth, "Boy, come here." The father lowered his head and examined him. His height and features were perfect. He looked at the young man and asked, "What is your name?" The young man was unafraid. His clear gaze answered, "Campanella." The dignified man crossed his arms and decided, "All right, Campanella, from now on you may live in the palace." Surprised by his father's strange decision, he blurted out, "Father," the man interrupted, "this is not me being merciful," and explained why he allowed Campanella to stay in the palace. "From today, he pointed to Carrion, who was standing with his hands in his pockets, "you will be his replacement." Carrion was startled. Wait, father," Campanella obediently responded. "Understood," bowing respectfully as he swore an oath. "I vow to sacrifice for Lord Carrion." Carrion felt a mix of emotions, sadness, loneliness, and worry for the friend he had brought back, but he remained silent, immersed in the memories, the feeling enough. Back to the present battle, a powerful green fist was heading toward him. Violet Strike, a technique that creates shockwaves, was a martial skill originating from Carrion. When it hit, the shockwave destroyed from within. This was how a person was gravely wounded by a punch from Campanella, much like the move Carrion used. Carrion threw a punch, a highly practical technique, dealing damage regardless of hardness. Campanella also threw a similar punch. When both fists connected, Karin was pushed back slightly, and Campanella was also similarly affected. The battle between the two masters, Karin grinned excitedly, while Campanella remained indifferent. The shockwaves neutralized each other, turning into pure punches. Both sides continued to clash, Carrion delightedly sticking out his tongue and laughing. He stirred, "It's coming!" Though he had slept for thousands of years, he was still as sharp as ever. Campanella prepared for the next round of combat, his expression emotionless. He looked at Karin impassively. "Campanella, so that's my name." Carrion widened his eyes, smiling kindly as though the other had forgotten. Carrion looked at Campanella, reminiscing about the beautiful past. He used to style Campanella's hair. He recalled their past. "You were once a part of the Black Six Kingdom." After styling his hair, Carrion admired the face that was 80–90% similar. He even dressed him like himself, proudly saying, "You are my replacement." They joyfully added, "So we are friends." Campanella remained silent, his memories not yet restored. The beautiful memories were interrupted when Karin changed his tone. "Campanella, An overwhelming surge of energy emanated from Karin, startling Campanella. The green energy rose like a burning flame of hatred, scorching his memories. Karin spoke, "Ah, you're still angry. I will never forgive you. Yes, I will never forgive you. Ah, it was you who pushed me into the abyss of despair." The memories from 1,000 years ago resurfaced as if they had happened yesterday. Campanella learned to perfectly mimic Karin, becoming a worthy replacement. At this moment, he learned to laugh with his tongue out just like Karin. His laughter echoed through the forest. Karin watched indifferently, assessing. Campanella turned to ask, "Is this good?" Karin was displeased, responding, "How embarrassing." Then he demonstrated, "Stick your tongue out another 3 centimeters." Campanella complied, but was scolded not enough. Unable to hold back, Campanella advised, "Don't drag it out any longer, please." Karin was dissatisfied, but he had to be a perfect replacement. Suddenly, he saw something. Above them, a monster made of countless tortured faces flew by. Carrion curiously asked, "What's that?" On a high mountain, a mysterious figure with green hair controlled the monster. The figure mumbled. A divine skill erupted, causing the monster's body to tremble and melt. Its body dripped down like candle wax. The force quickly intensified as its body turned red, crashing down like a great flood. Flood swept down from the mountain. This was the Earth Mother Netho's skill, unleashed by an unknown monster. It had wiped out an entire nation. After it passed, the Black Six Kingdom was left in ruins, the land barren like a desert. At that time, Karin, Campanella, and Verdua were on the mountain, escaping the disaster. The 3 were taken in by Vanquist. At first, he found Campanella, reached out to save the child, then found Karin and Verdua. Later, they became members of the Rainbow Kingdom. After living there for some time, Campanella cut his hair to look more handsome. One day, Carrion came to tell Campanella, "Hey, Campanella, the Black Six Kingdom is no more. That means you're free now." Campanella sighed, "What do you mean by that?" Campanella reassured Carrion, "I've devoted my life to serving you. In case of emergency, I will become your replacement." He began his training and requested, "Now teach me how to defend." Beside them, Vanquist and Verdure happily watched, curious about how Carrion would react. Carrion agreed, "All right then." Those days were wonderful, a time of happiness in the Rainbow Kingdom. Carrion continued to joyfully teach Campanella to become a replacement. But as they gradually reached the pinnacle, the administrators took notice of them, and as a result, they were all annihilated. They resisted, but immortality was too powerful to overcome. In a cave, Karin was injured, leaning against the wall to rest. Campanella walked over. At this point, Carrion's body was severely corroded, resembling a zombie with both eyes wounded. He recognized the person approaching and spoke, "Campanella, you." Campanella stopped in front of Carrion, softly saying, "Lord Carrion." Carrion still tried to smile indifferently. "Sorry you had to see me like this," he explained. "It's just that Vanquist escaped to the Golden Land, giving new orders to Campanella. From now on, you will be his right-hand man in place of me." Upon hearing this, Campanella fell silent, his resolve firm. "I'm sorry, but I can't do that." Suddenly, Campanella refused. Carrion frowned slightly. Campanella," Campanella whispered. "From the Golden Kingdom's treasury, I've mixed something." Campanella took out a crystal ball and announced that he would perform a sealing technique. Carrion began to get angry. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What are you doing?" Campanella calmly explained that if they stopped all activities, they could deceive the administrators. He smiled and reminded Carrion to take the time to recover both his body and soul before returning to Jacques. Carrion held still for a moment, then burst out laughing as if hearing a joke of the century, laughing so hard that green blood spurted out. Carrion praised Campanella's recklessness. He realized that in order to extend his last breath, Campanella had infiltrated the vault. To obtain the crystal ball, Campanella had to fight with the vault's guardian, Louis. He said that the night guarding the vault was terrifying, making Campanella exercise great caution. He added, "I almost died." Louis was too strong at that time, with eyes sharp enough to kill any intruder. Carrion felt his body weakening and murmured about the seal, thinking it wasn't so bad. His voice grew weaker, as if life were fading. He promised that one day he would fight alongside Campanella, stand by him. Carrion's soul began to leave his body. Campanella replied, "It would be wonderful, Sir Carrion." Holding the crystal ball, he muttered to himself, "If you knew the truth about this treasure, I'm not sure you would forgive me." Carrion lowered his head, his soul leaving his body. Campanella felt sorrow but thanked Carrion for accepting him as a brother, a friend. Then, Campanella sat down and used the crystal ball. The blue light from the crystal ball spread and enveloped them both. Returning to the present, the demon emperor growled through clenched teeth. The effect of the item wasn't perfect until the body fully absorbed it. The soul of the target would replace the user's body, while the user's soul would protect the target's body until the master returned. Carrion became furious, shouting, "Those who lose their memories and personality can't be forgiven. I will not forgive you, Campanella." Campanella was bewildered and didn't understand. Hearing Carrion shout, "Never!" Campanella was slightly startled. In that brief moment of confusion, Carrion attacked, and Campanella received a spinning punch that sent him reeling. The punch twisted Campanella's face, causing him to spit out blood. He still didn't understand what had just happened, and the sense of despair between him and his companion drained him, leaving him unsatisfied with the new day. Carrion rushed forward, shouting, "Campanella, you!" Campanella tried to defend himself. Before attacking, Carrion asked with tear-filled eyes, "Why must you give up your life for me?" The question left Campanella speechless. Carrion turned and continued to attack, asking, "Why can't we live together?" Campanella muttered, "Now, Carrion." Carrion's fist swung toward Campanella's face with a fatal blow, sending his body flying backward. Carrion followed through with a continuous strike. Once the momentum stopped, Carrion paused and stood, watching Campanella's body fly away. Tears fell from his eyes, but it was unclear whether the game was over. Memories flooded back. Carrion lay on the conference table, murmuring, "I remembered Campanella." While Vanquished read a book, Carrion realized Subaru's soul was stabilizing and maturing. He wondered, often recalling old memories. What did he like? What did he think? After a long pause, Carrion asked, "Why did Campanella sacrifice himself for me?" While Carrion was deep in thought, Sayaka was struck by lightning from somewhere, quickly jumping to dodge and falling face down into the sand. They were now in a white sandy desert. The conference table and chairs were placed on the barren sand. It seemed that Sayaka was competing with someone. The technique she just used also came from her opponent. She faced off with Carrion. Carrion held nothing back, but he didn't care, turning his head to look at Vanquished. Vanquished spoke deeply, saying that people only learn to value themselves since birth. Carrion sat up and listened intently. In this world, they valued themselves above all else. Even Sayaka, though not understanding why Vanquished said that, listened quietly. He said that if they were lucky, one day they would find something more important than themselves. Vanquished closed the book, counted his fingers, and said that sacrificing oneself wasn't a loss. In Vanquist's palm was a green pearl which he held tightly as if preserving something precious. He concluded that was what it meant to truly live. In the vast white desert, Vanquished spoke of the journey to find something more important than oneself. One who found it had found true happiness. He seriously shared his thoughts. Carrion smiled as Vanquished resembled a teacher giving a lecture. He asked, "What about that man, Campanella? Why do you think he left?" Carrion hesitated. "No, well, why, He leaned his hands on the table, looked up at the sky, recalling the times he spent with Campanella, and smiled contentedly. He closed his eyes, satisfied with the answer he found. Campanella to him was a beautiful memory. But returning to the present, Carrion struck Campanella without mercy, using the deadly fist. The powerful punch sent Campanella flying like a kite with its string cut, with the next move following, Heaven's Fall. Looking at the energy from Carrion, it was clear how furious he was. He coldly watched as Campanella was sent flying. The Demon Emperor shed tears, feeling warmth in his heart. Campanella, to him, he didn't know how to repay. Soon after, the Demon Emperor held him as he heard Campanella's familiar call. "Sir Carrion." Releasing the memory, stardust rose from Campanella. He confessed, "I've been here to protect your body." Campanella had spent thousands of years here, feeling no guilt. On the contrary, he shared that he felt proud. Carrion was surprised to hear this. The stardust quickly left Campanella, his time running out, but he smiled. "I've committed to this mission and have no regrets." Carrion choked as he called the name of his old friend. Campanella was happy, appearing excited. "It's time, isn't it? A new day is here to free me." Carrion closed his eyes and adjusted his emotion. He replied, "Yes, I've traveled for so long as a soul." Subaru appeared in Carrion's life, bringing new hope. He wasn't afraid to share this with Campanella. "I've found my hope." His gaze was sharp. From now on, they would face the administrators. Upon hearing this, Campanella was shocked, realizing the strength of their opponents. Immediately, tears of happiness flowed, for he had waited so long for these words. Karin stepped forward and patted Campanella on the shoulder confidently, affirming they would win. He comforted him, suggesting he rest. Karin smiled, her eyes glimmering with joy. "You have remained loyal until the end. I truly cherish our friendship." Campanella did not expect to hear such touching words. He was slightly stunned, then smiled with relief. And then, Campanella's soul dissipated. "I will await good news from you across the endless sea." His soul merged into the starlight radiating from his body, leaving only his final words, "My one and only master." As the soul vanished, the light gradually faded, and finally, Campanella's body collapsed forward. Karin stood right in front, catching Campanella's body and letting him rest against her shoulder. He whispered, "Follow me." A blue light immediately flared up, enveloping them both. Karin had returned to her body. In another world, at the throne of the Black Sea Stone, Sayaka hovered above the sea, sensing and reporting that Hirosaka had disappeared. Then she looked down and saw a new figure below. Lujit raised his head and said, as Taiga and Ariak had mentioned. Ma crossed over, perhaps he had returned to his body. She deduced that Renji had lost his contract with the other side and had returned to his body. Sika calmly noted that everything seemed to be going according to plan. Behind them, Kaleem approached, thunder cracking, ensuring she wouldn't lack training partners. The thunder startled Sika. She turned and stared at the one causing the mobile thunder. He said, until the battle with the administrator begins. He seemed very excited, confidently declaring he would train with her until then. She remained silent, a fleeting sadness crossing her face. Siha thought of Karin, we will go there together. That was her thought. A light flashed in her hand, she then clenched it, showing determination. Siha clasped her hands, battle intent rising. Yes, thanks to you, my master. Turning to Karin, he and Hirasaka stepped out of the cave together. Outside, two people awaited them, Seiya and Verdier. The girl spoke, Master Karin, I'm a bit surprised, why do you look like this? Karin now had long hair and features resembling Hirasaka. He smiled and explained, perhaps I spent too long in Hirasaka's body. He held a lock of hair up for everyone to see, noting that it had grown longer and smoother. Karin marveled, longer than I expected, perhaps reflecting Hirasaka's soul. He raised his hand, spreading his palm, blue energy radiating. The sudden surge startled and worried Verdier. A powerful pillar of energy shot into the sky. The energy was terrifying. Seiya and Suzy calmly faced it while still worrying about her brother. Karin clenched his hands, closed his eyes, and addressed them. Old Vow had returned. Hirasaka was stunned upon hearing this. Karin smiled and asked, how do you feel? Hirasaka, scared, right? Hirasaka's eyes widened, and after a long moment he replied, amazing. But it seemed not to be praise for Karin's strength. He was surprised to realize he had arrived in another world. Another world? Karin paused a few seconds. That's all you know? Seems this is your first time here. Seha stepped forward a few steps, asking Master Karin, and looked at Hirasaka. Then she lifted her coat, revealing small vials inside. She proposed, may the two of you participate in my specimens, preserved samples. Her eyes shone with determination. For the great battle, I want to collect as many specimens as possible. Both agreed cheerfully, sure. Karin scratched his chin, pondered briefly, then smiled thoughtfully. Master Vanquist did very well. In another space between two sides, towering bookshelves stood. Vanquist walked along the corridor of time between these bookshelves. We might meet the administrator soon. Walking, Vanquist sighed, never expected to return here. His steps were steady, his thoughts wandering, surely it would have an effect. Vanquist moved forward impassively, hoping his meaningless life might gain meaning. Here, he was not alone. Someone's voice echoed in the time corridor. What does life mean to a person? Something like that. Slightly surprised to hear the question, expression changing subtly. The voice continued, calling it a monster. Vanquist moved forward. The voice seemed not to address Vanquist but to read something, waiting for something that would never return. Loving what remains is more important than oneself. The other person chuckled softly, but in the end, no matter what you love. Hearing this, Vanquist felt a pang of emotion. The other continued, you don't wish to harm them for personal will, yet you will destroy them. Like a beast provoked, Vanquist frowned, eyes sharp. Immediately after, he simply clenched his teeth, stopping to look at the other. In the time corridor, many enormous wall clocks stacked atop each other. The other sat atop this clock tower. Vanquist named a book. The sound of thunder of Bradbury's strings. The other smiled approvingly. Yes, it seems you studied humanities books as I instructed. He raised a book and commented. Novels are crystallizations of imagination in paper and ink. This masterpiece is fascinating. Looking at Vanquist, he added, for example, this story as if written about a person. Look into my dragon eye. This is a young man with small round glasses suitable for reading. The archetype of a book-loving intellectual. He greeted, long time no see, Vanquist. Vanquist was angry. Black hair had turned white, eyes now red, bloodthirsty. He had no time for chatter. I don't remember becoming yours, I know why you called me here. Vanquist's gaze sharpened. It became piercing, his words not a plea but an order. Lend me your power, Administrator Elpis. Administrator agreed, smiling cunningly like a mad bookworm. Fine, now let's make a deal. In a mystical violet quartz space, Vanquist and Elpis began their agreement. To be precise, the Administrator is a collection of souls. Like humans made of cells, the Administrator is a composite of 10 trillion souls forming one existence. Through interactions among the souls, order, chaos, anger, pessimism, and individuality arise. Souls can merge or split depending on mood. Administrator Elpis's curiosity was the focus. Elpis tilted his head, asking, last time what did you use for that agreement? Tension filled the air. Vanquist didn't answer but gritted his teeth, pondering then answering aloud, ah yes. He laughed madly. I thought of Esther, Tobit, Barnabas, Maria, Karin, and Vanquist. He spoke the answer, taking the deaths of those people. But he didn't notice Vanquist's intent growing stronger. Administrator Elpis still laughed heartily. But truthfully, I am bored. I wanted you to taste endless pain, but you and your friends defied the Administrator. True entertainment? Even punished, he laughed, dismissing it. But I have also been disciplined and confined. Surprisingly, Vanquist, though angry, had not acted. He gritted his teeth, amused. Elpis laughed loudly. To stop laughing, he had to place his hand on his chest and control his emotions. Then Elpis raised a finger to his lips. He pondered, you always amuse me. He narrowed his eyes and made a decision. Interesting enough, I will cooperate until bored, then I will kill you. If looks could kill, Vanquist's glare would have caused Elpies to die dozens of times by now. On December 24th, Sunday, at Sunamori's house, Flower Rose and Croquet led Violet dressed as Santa Claus carrying a bag to Jin's house. Merry Christmas! Zinga opened the door and saw them. Florose squinted and said, Mr. Sunamori. She made a seemingly normal suggestion, but given their adversarial relationship, it was quite surprising. Let's have a Christmas party. Zinga was shocked and annoyed, saying, Your enemies, why are you here? Before Zinga could react, the three of them slipped inside the house. Zinga was slow to react and yelled, Don't come in, but it was too late, they were already inside. Florose acted as if it were her own house, walking in while explaining, This is our job. She confidently and arrogantly stated that this was only natural, then led them to the Christmas party. Zinga, angry, said, Don't talk nonsense. He scratched his head, helpless, and tried to contact Subaru through the soul link. Voice rang out, It won't work. Zinga jumped. Flower Rose had severed his soul link, warning, You can't use the soul link when we're here. Behind her, Violet and Croquet had already started decorating the house. Zinga, furious, yelled, Hey, whose house is this that you're throwing a party in? Violet politely asked. May I use the kettle? Zinga, irritated, rushed over and snapped, Don't be so presumptuous. However, as he got closer, Zinga realized the kettle was already boiling. Clearly, Violet had only asked out of politeness. The living room was simply decorated with Christmas banners and there was a cake on the table. Violet picked up the kettle and walked into the room. Satisfied, Florose said. Violet became the host, inviting everyone to sit down and saying, Cut the cake, everyone get a piece. Florose began to ask, 2 weeks have passed, have you grown stronger? Zinga was stunned by such a silly question. Of course I won't answer an enemy, he replied. Violet laughed loudly upon hearing the answer. Zinga didn't understand why she was laughing. Violet was a person who often laughed and she hadn't been serious since entering. This trip is really interesting, she said, scratching her head. You're a good kid, she added. Zinga was slightly cautious about Violet's comment. You're too cautious, he asked. Why choose Ariak or someone else? Why just the three of you? Violet was busy eating cake, while Florose and Croquet looked at Zinga like he was an idiot. Florose smiled lightly. Because you're the most honest, I thought it would be easier to gather and analyze information. Zinga frowned, confused. You will have to kill and torture your own people, Florose continued, taking a bite of cake. She recalled those who had been killed and said, You have no one left to kill. As she brought a strawberry to her mouth, Florose calmly said, Nothing to discuss. Zinga's face darkened, replying, I understand. He answered curtly, eating the strawberry. Florose, confused, asked, Why is that? Zinga replied, My friends, I don't want them to go through what I did. Zinga, angry, threatened, If needed, I can defeat you all right here, administrator. Florose looked at Zinga indifferently. Croquet silently observed. Florose propped her hands on the table. Violet and Croquet understood the signal and immediately set the table for Florose to climb up and then crawled in front of Zinga. Florose looked at Zinga, bringing her face close to his and concluded, It seems you still have a strong hidden trump card. Violet looked at Zinga's worried expression and remarked, Everyone has developed. Florose's indifference and confidence reflected in Zinga's eyes. Florose's voice rang out, Administrators enjoy killing. She lifted Zinga's chin and said, Humans are adorable, everything shows on their face. Then Florose turned back and asked, Did you see? The person who collects information from targets is also a skill, Croquet replied. I still have a lot to learn from my seniors. Zinga, irritated, gritted his teeth. What's wrong with you people? Florose sat down and explained, We are a business organization. Therefore, we have to visit the target's house when necessary and also to train the newcomers. Croquet carefully took notes in a small notebook. Zinga had already lost any emotion about what was happening. Florose continued, As a corporation, we have no factions inside. Zinga felt uneasy. Florose rested her chin on her hand and continued, We support the chairman and abide by the ceasefire law. The vice president doesn't. A man in a suit walked forward, enjoying music through his headphones while putting his hands in his pockets. At Hirasaka's house, Subaru threw paper fireworks and laughed brightly, wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. On this side, the Christmas atmosphere was much warmer. Everyone sat at the dining table, enjoying a hearty meal. Dasher felt little emotion toward the party. Tetsu joyfully ate chicken legs while wearing reindeer antlers. Subaru sighed, It's been a long time since we had a Christmas party. Leon understood Dasher's concerns and comforted, We've prepared so much, and we've already broken through the cracks last night, tonight will be fine. Subaru smiled shyly, scratching his face without saying anything. Tetsu bluntly said, I'll rest for a bit. Leon smiled and said, But we haven't celebrated yet. Subaru slapped the table, stood up and said, we need cake too, Tetsu agreed. Dasher remained upset, only commenting, Ariak seems really excited. Leon didn't look at Dasher and focused on eating, saying, You are too. Subaru thought it was his first time. Andas didn't believe it, asking, Why is that? Just as Subaru was about to open the door, he sensed something unusual and stopped. He furrowed his brow as if noticing something, then stepped back, avoiding the door. The door flickered with a rainbow light as if cut by magic. It was the crack hand skill. The door was shattered and debris flew into the house. Subaru had moved to a safe position. The man in the suit from earlier stood in front of the door. Subaru frowned in anger when he saw who had broken the door. The man smiled, standing on the shattered door pieces. His technique continued to expand, affecting the interior of the house. Lian was startled when she saw the glowing cuts. Tetsu squinted, evading the hard-to-see but highly destructive broken space technique. A loud explosion echoed, and Hirosaka's apartment was nearly destroyed, everything inside evenly slashed, but there were no casualties. The man stepped forward, stepping onto the board and looking out the window. He saw the 4 people in the house had escaped to the garden. "Well, look at that, seems like everyone's still alive," he commented with a smile, removing his glasses, even though he had never witnessed broken space before. This man was an administrator, part of the vice president's faction. Outside in the garden, Subaru's group was full of battle intent. Tetsu observed and assessed, and Subaru concluded that the man was an administrator, displeased with the betrayal from the administrator faction. He had promised to attack after 2 weeks. Sapnat grinned, leaping down from above, aiming at the weak president. As he descended, a massive red hand and a sharp green stone appeared, charging towards him. They intended to force him into a corner. The hand and stone collided and a thunderous explosion rang out. The hand belonged to Tetsu, the stone to Indasher. Tetsu silently awaited the result, while Indasher casually watched to see if the attack caused any damage. As the smoke cleared, Sapnat remained unscathed. Praised, "Oh, you've gotten stronger, but I am the administrator. Ordinary attacks won't work on me." No sooner had he spoken than before hitting the ground, a bright light as blinding as truth descended upon him. After the attack he retreated, leaving behind a cloud of black smoke by Sapnat's eye. He was unharmed, the smoke dissipated and he stood firm. "I told you, do I need to clean your ears?" he said irritably. He ignored his words, instead analyzing and realizing that the attack had been neutralized. Landing, he silently assessed. This was the administrator. Tetsu moved closer to her teammates, warning, "Be careful." Indasher sternly advised, "We can't defend against broken space attacks." Tetsu understood and she stepped forward, signaling to Ariak. Both of them stood in front of Subaru. Tetsu said, "We will take turns supporting. Use your curse to kill him." Subaru agreed, closed his eyes, and transformed, his white hair and fiery red eyes glowing. Subaru, full of battle intent, exuded rainbow energy. "All right, let's cook him." Sapnat seemed indifferent to the 4, arrogantly covering his mouth, wearing glasses and recognizing the power gap between them. Let's rewind a bit. In other world, a large bathhouse with many girls attended to Sapnat. He embraced 2 fresh girls in the pool, and seeing someone approach, he asked with a smile, "Come out, what's going on?" The person in the pool was the head of Division 3 of the 6 Eyes assassination group. Sapnat, surrounded by girls, eagerly asked, "Want to bathe together?" Jia, glancing at him, reacted to his flirtation. Jia glared at him and said, "We'll meet at the hall." Sapnat was frightened, apologizing, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." Jia coldly relayed the information. Vice President Billet called for Sapnat, an important task causing him to think and stand up. "All right." The girls saw him stand up and shouted in unison. One girl asked, "Lord Sapnat, where are you going?" Another cried, "Don't go." A third pouted, "When will you return?" Sapnat looked at them. "Just a small matter, I'll be back soon, be good and wait here." The girls obediently replied in unison, "Yes." Sapnat dressed and left. The staff of the Green Eyes group each had their own world. In the Grand Palace, many girls worshipped him, standing in rows to send him off, carefully tying his hair. Tied a beautiful bow, they were like goddesses and Sapnat held supreme power. The space gate opened and he waved, "All right, I'm off." The girls smiled and waved goodbye, but when the gate closed, they became expressionless. Like robots, they only reacted to Sapnat. Dragon stepped out, looked at the expressionless girls and whispered, "A world full of girls worshipping you." She gritted her teeth, sneering, disgusting, and walked through the space gate. Sapnat entered the vice president's office. He greeted, "Hello, you called for me?" Vice President Billet responded, "I have a task for you." He handed over Subaru's file and said, "We need to get ahead of the president's faction to kill Ariak. If the master is killed, the entire group will lose their will." Vice President Billet gave his orders. "Once you get there, kill the 3 people living with Ariak, neutralize the enemy as quickly as possible." Sapnat flattered, "As expected of you, very legitimate." Billet affirmed that all actions would be legitimate if he became president, which was why Sapnat was ambushing Subaru's group. Back to the present, Hirosaka's apartment was destroyed by Sapnat's broken space attack. He laughed excitedly, continuously attacking Tetsu and Hai Long. Tetsu silently defended and retreated. Sapnat punched, Tetsu blocked. The battle grew fiercer as Sapnat kicked with great force and Kotsu's defense held firm but was pushed back. Kotsu defended while evaluating the combat power on both sides. Their close combat skills were on par, but she was gradually being overwhelmed physically. When Sapnat prepared to attack again, Endasher jumped up, striking without permission, causing Tetsu's arm to bleed. She retreated to regain her strength. Dasher struck indifferently, using the Goddess of the Night technique, lifting Sapnat into the air. Around him was water, but he remained calm, even having the energy to comment. "Ah, are you trying to suffocate me?" Endasher landed, refusing to comment. Sapnat sneered. The effect was insufficient, and he unleashed powerful blue energy all over his body. The shadow of the Goddess of the Night and the water evaporated under the blue firelight. Endasher remained silent, preparing his next move, the nine-headed immortal snake. Sapnat looked up, surprised. Using poison, standing in the middle of the grass inhaling the snake's venom, he remarked, "You clearly don't understand the executor." He spread his hand and spatial water cracks glowed. He explained, "Not all curses or exterminations are effective. Only the strong exterminations are useful." Immediately, he used broken space on the nine-headed snakes, wrapping them around him, smiling, "Goodbye." On Dasher's side, broken space cracks appeared. Sapnat grinned, thinking he had won. He said goodbye, but his smile faded when he saw Tetsu approaching at lightning speed. A sudden punch from behind by Tetsu interrupted Sash's move. The strike came too fast for him to defend, yet he remained unharmed and eager to fight Tetsu. Before he could retaliate, Tetsu placed her foot on his shoulder, leaving Sash momentarily stunned. A powerful punch like a thunderbolt slammed straight into Sash's face. Tetsu attacked with a perfect fist at such speed that he had no time to react. Despite being struck, Sash smiled, recognizing how much Tetsu's skill had improved. It was Hyadu's absolute development from Tetsu, something that could perfectly adapt to any attack after a single encounter. Hearing this, Tetsu was not particularly surprised. Sash silently realized that his own skills had been exposed. Still, he remained calm in response. Even if he could not defeat his opponents, he could hold his ground. At that moment, Subaru dashed from behind, unleashing a veil of blood, a cursed mist. Sash's gaze showed no hint of surprise. Immediately, space fractures appeared next to Subaru and another cut near Tetsu. Both were startled and moved to evade. However, Sash's swift reaction left them astonished. He simply raised his hand and reprimanded them. "Too slow, far too slow, your plan is far too simple." Sash looked at Tetsu, criticizing their strategy. "With absolute development, Hyadu will lead the way," he said, then glanced at Endasher, noting her diverse lethal techniques guarding from behind. Looked to the rear where two were restraining him. Subaru was behind, his arm injured and blood flowing. Sash said, "Ariak will finish me, either by prayer or annihilation, right?" Next he looked at Lion and mocked, saying, "The only useless one is you, Lion, right?" Lion had barely participated in the fight, striking only once at the start. The rest of the time, he observed from a distance. Being spoken to like that, he felt a bit insulted. On the other side, Sabnek was stirred, ready to test the waters. His energy flared powerfully, shattering the space around him as he confidently challenged anyone. Could anyone possibly counter him? Compared to him, someone like Lion, who didn't release energy, looked as small as an ordinary person. Lion clenched his teeth anxiously and muttered an expletive. Sabnek thought to himself. Lion didn't miss a beat, taunting, "What do you mean, isn't it true?" He calmly stared at Lion, judging that the panic might just be an act. On the other side, despite the mockery, Lion remained still, anxious and cautious, showing no intention to fight. Sabnek recalled the battle in Sibia, remembering Lion's special technique. Sabnek realized that Lion had absorbed Ariak Subaru's essence. He deduced that Hyodo's words were lies meant to mislead him into focusing on Ariak. He rationally concluded that the real threat was Ariak, but Lion. At this moment, Tetsu attacked again, dodging the spatial cuts and countering. Sabnek evaded calmly, already formulating a new strategy in his mind. In other words, he only needed to wait. Enda had yet to summon the giant octopus tentacle. However, she still had to be careful to avoid the shards of broken space. Sabnek looked at Subaru, who was bleeding heavily, apparently injured by the spatial fragments. Sabnek concluded that Ariak Subaru must be killed, recalling the vice president's words. Sabnek exclaimed, "You were right, vice president." He unleashed blue flames to repel Tetsu and burn Enda's tentacle. In his mind, he believed he was acting logically, while still enjoying the comforts of his own world. Sabnek felt motivation surge, no longer wanting to play around and beginning to take things seriously. After the flames, he suddenly appeared before Kotsu. He thought this was his style, raising his hand to strike Kotsu. Easy as candy. This time, Kotsu couldn't block, After the bold punch, he was thrown backward, more seriously injured than before. Kotsu staggered, but Sabnek didn't stop. In his mind, he calculated, pretending to leave an opening to lure the enemy. Lion anxiously watched the battle, sensing it was the perfect moment to strike, as Sabnek had exposed a weakness. However, Lion didn't know this was intentional. Sabnek grew impatient and Lion didn't hesitate. He acted immediately, driven by a strong urge. "Now I go," Lion said. This was the right moment to strike, as Sabnek wasn't paying attention to his back. He didn't even bother turning to defend his back. Lion's target was Sabnek's head. Raising his staff, Lion cast a blood seal at Sabnek's head. Yet the power gap made it easy for the opponent to evade. He even sneered mockingly. At that moment, Lion realized his attack had missed. He anxiously glanced backward. Sabnek tilted his head, smirking with disdain. "See," he thought. With his overwhelming perception, Sabnek already knew Subaru was rushing forward. He sensed the approach from behind was Ariak. He concentrated energy into his hand and decided, "I'll strike before he arrives. I won't use shattered space, it might be absorbed." He acted on impulse. Sabnek gave Lion no chance to escape, lunging with force. Lion fell first, countering. Feeling the deadly intent behind him, Lion finally unleashed a decisive strike. The red crystal on his staff glowed. Colorful spatial fractures appeared. As Sabnek approached, his entire body was sliced by the broken space, especially the arm aimed at Lion, which was severed. At this moment, Lion was calmer than ever. Eyes blazed, no longer filled with fear. Sabnek fell in shock, not understanding what had happened. Lion turned his back, not looking at Sabnek as he fell, and coldly said, "Your research is insufficient." Lion glared at his defeated opponent. "Let me explain kindly. My lord of the infinite heavens and earth can absorb other skills." Sabnek struggled on the grass, curious. "When did he absorb my shattered space?" Red gem on Lion's staff glowed as he continued. "Moreover, as if reading your thoughts, Lion helped you understand. Absorption occurs upon contact, even if the opponent doesn't use the skill." Hearing this, Sabnek was stunned. He lost due to ignorance. In the past, Lion hadn't acted much. Lion explained, "Obviously, the opponent didn't know because I only touched and absorbed once in a lifetime." Recalling that moment, he calmly said, "That was the previous king." Sabnek gritted his teeth, sweat pouring, unsure if from pain or anxiety. He remembered Lion had struck him only once before immediately withdrawing. From that moment, he had accepted his fate, not Sabnek's style. He wanted one last struggle, spatial cracks appearing around him, but that was his own skill. Before he could act, blood splattered across his face, stunning him. His shattered space attack was also halted. Lion's eyes shone, revealing a harsh truth to Sabnek. "The blood seal I released earlier still lingers in the air." He turned and delivered a final statement. "Some things can only be learned with your life." The blood seal adhered to Sabnek. He was easily trapped in despair. The seal's blood gradually covered his face. Sabnek's gaze reflected only hopelessness. To be sure, Lion recast the blood seal over him once more before walking away indifferently. In the spacious garden of the apartment complex, Sabnek lay on his back on the grass. The blood seal swirled around, glowing blue. The four Subaru team members observed for a moment. Enda hadn't approached, watching Sabnek fade and lose consciousness. She asked, "Is he done for?" Lion replied, "Yes." Then he looked at Kotsu with concern. "Hayo-do, are you okay?" Kotsu responded, "No problem." He placed his hand on his chest, reassuring Lion while self-healing. "I've learned the enemy's martial arts, fully developed divine self-healing Asclepius." Kotsu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I had planned to expose a weakness to create an opening for Lion, but it was even easier than expected." Subaru looked a bit dejected. "This time, I was just the decoy and didn't do much." Lion reassured, "That's also part of the strategy." Kotsu assessed, "Strategically, we were completely disadvantaged." This made Subaru slightly stunned. Kotsu stepped beside Lion and continued commenting on the battle. "Taking 4 against 1 and still exhausting ourselves like this is ridiculous." He suggested, "We must quickly conquer the cracks." Lion remained silent, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Subaru agreed, "Yes." While the three discussed further, Enda suddenly spoke. Enda's line not provided. "Shocking news, he is still alive. Even on the brink of death, he struggles between life and death, opening one eye and coughing. His entire body trembles, unable to accept that an enforcer like him could be defeated due to underestimating his opponent." Lion shows little emotion, reporting the situation clearly. "It's fine. He is about to die. The blood seal has pierced his heart." And Dasher feels temporarily relieved, knowing that the possibility of his death is good news. Breathes shallowly in, exhaling deeply, still trying to regain his breath, prolonging his final moments. To be certain, Dasher decides to watch him until he passes. In these last moments, he sighs silently, thinking of the reward from the vice president. He recalls his conversation with Vice President Billet. He had asked if he had heard about the big issue. At that time, he confidently replied, "Yes, Ariak and his family. I have to torment and kill them all, right? Strange request, but the reward is enormous." Billet responded, exactly. The vice president of the Lu Ai Corporation also mentioned that the chairman seems likely to retire after this. He remembered being shocked, asking, so, thinking of that hateful Chairman Doe, the vice president revealed his plan. He intended to offer all the enforcers the company had to add his soul to the executive. Billet clasped his hands, showing that this was the greatest betrayal against employees who had devoted themselves to the company for thousands of years. Even he was surprised and stunned by the news. Billet's eyes glinted with determination. We must stop him at all costs, he said. Then he ordered, bring me Ariak Subaru's head. He smiled and replied, understood. Raising 3 fingers, he added, as for the reward, I want 300 beauties. Billet paused thoughtfully. Not enough beauties yet. His gaze turned sinister. Revenge is something you can never have enough of. Ending the memory of the reward, he seemed to find his voice again, struggling to say, you do not underestimate me. And Asher silently watched him. The light in his eyes gradually faded. He coughed again. In the past, he had been a short, overweight man with a face lacking charm, often looked down upon, gritting his teeth and muttering, playing with me. No girls paid attention to him and he despised them, calling them sluts. Deprived of female attention and love, he was jealous. They don't even glance at me, only revolving around those guys. He'd been furious, cursing, they should all die. Now, as life slipped away, he murmured, I have become an enforcer. Why? His body slowly turned to dust and vanished, leaving only his final words, why does no one love me? And Dasher stood nearby, hearing the pitiful last words of a blameworthy man, yet showing little emotion. His body turned to dust and drifted away. The 4 Subaru group members watched the entire process. Finally, Subaru confirmed the death of an enforcer, merely returning to the void. Leon asked curiously, what were his last words? Tetsu didn't care much. Why concern yourself with the dead? The real issue was. You have another urgent matter. Remembering Hira's ruined house, Subaru shouted, the Hirasaka family, and Dasher added, and Kuripa's as well. At Vice President Billet's office, Secretary Jiagan reported, Minister has sacrificed himself on the mission. She appeared indifferent, showing no emotion. Billet set down his pen, clasped his hands, and considered, we must think about his successor. Jiagan politely asked, should we send the next assassin? Billet stroked his chin thoughtfully, yes. The door opened, Mastema entered cheerfully with a weapon, testing the mood. Dragon was startled. Vice President Mastema, she politely advised, please learn to knock, Mastema. Mastema entered in high spirits, acknowledging, my fault. She smiled slyly, did I interrupt your plot? Billet remained silent, merely watching her. Mastema set her scythe down, speaking, but it doesn't matter. She boldly sat aside, putting one leg on Billet's desk, but not interfering with the chairman like that isn't good either. She threatened if ordered, Dictatio might eliminate him, you know. Zagun was shocked and uneasy. Billet calmly replied, I will be careful, by the way, Mastema. Mastema listened intently for what he had to say. Billet wanted to know who the executive was among the administrators. He asked, regarding the big issue, do you know the client, the executive? Mastema rubbed her chin thoughtfully, then answered, no, I don't know who it is. The chairman has met them, any clues? Billet thought for a moment, then said, no, even the vice president doesn't know who the executive is. Meanwhile, back at Jean's house, Floros feasted lavishly, eating and drinking together, celebrating. After eating, she led Violet and Croquet away. We have confirmed his current state. That's it for today. See you later. Zinga was irritated. No need to return. Floros stood at the door, laughing loudly. That's not happening. She squinted. Next time we meet, only one of us will survive. Zinga's eyes widened, astonished by her words. They reminded him that they were enemies, life or death. He replied absent-mindedly, yeah, that's right. The spatial gate slowly opened. Floros cheerfully said, today was fun, right? Before entering, the 3 bid farewell to Jin. Floros smiled, all right then. Violet waved, see you later. Croquet bowed, thank you for your hospitality. Then they entered the spatial gate. When it closed, Floros still looked back at Jin. After everyone had passed through, the space closed completely. Zinga exhaled and stepped back into the house. Looking at the dishes on the table, he sighed, do I have to clean this mess? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a special key, at least still undiscovered. Using the key to open the black gate to the other side, Zinga apologized. I'm late. On this side, everyone was training together. Seeing Zinga arrive, Kinakawa welcomed him warmly. Sunamori and Mei were displeased, asking, you're 2 hours late, where have you been? Zinga awkwardly replied, sorry, I'll explain later. Then his hand transformed. Determination flashed in his eyes as he raised his enhanced hand. Adapt to the new skill as soon as possible. The karaoke room, while in Dasher Seme sang, Lion discussed conquering the rift. In the small entertainment room, Tetsu continued gnawing on chicken, and Dasher focused on singing. Only Lion talked to Subaru. I think it's time to use items outside the battlefield. We should get used to using them. And Dasher sang with full immersion like a stage performer. On this side, though not singing, Subaru swung a pendulum in hand, keeping rhythm within Dasher's song. Serving friends, he replied to Lion. Understood, you list all items in the warehouse. We have plenty. From now on, the main strategy will include using warehouse items. The basic skill of rift-conquering gods allows storing received items during conquest, with no quantity limit. Had 19 days before the Lu Ai Corporation landed. On the screen appeared information about today's opponent, a Moon Guardian boss, level 184. By level comparison, Subaru was far behind, Subaru Ariad level 133. From a distance, some people were watching the battle. The scene had spread beyond Earth to the Moon on December 20, 2023. Shikishima asked, "Are you sure about letting Subaru fight alone in this battle?" Tetsu replied that it was necessary for testing. He observed the boss, half of his lower body on the moon, with a trident surrounded by electricity. If Subaru couldn't handle this enemy, they would prepare the acupoint. The trident aimed directly at Subaru and he prepared for the fight. Suddenly, the trident pierced Subaru's neck, causing blood to gush out, leaving a deep wound. Shikishima was shocked to see his teammate collapse, blood splattering everywhere. Both Shikishima and Tetsu remarked that if Subaru didn't lose blood, he couldn't be killed. The enemy carelessly turned away, leaving Subaru lying on the pool of blood, but he was only pretending to be dead. Subaru vaguely watched the moon guard, not bothering to stop the blood from flowing. Subaru's eyes slowly brightened. He regained his consciousness, creating blood and maintaining his life, compensating for his strategy at least 5 times. The guard noticed something and froze, then turned around to see Subaru standing up and saying, "Storehouse unloaded." Items were taken out, Subaru's strength restored, and his wounds vanished. A C-grade necklace increased speed by 30% for 10 seconds, a C-grade mask increased stamina by 30% for 5 seconds, and a D-grade item, the Bear of Vu, increased concentration by 50% for 10 seconds. The two teammates continued watching as all of Subaru's injuries healed, scars completely disappearing. Tetsu was also amazed. Subaru walked with enhanced strength, drawing his twin swords and charging toward the boss, the two blades clashing wildly. Subaru used Burrow power, striking hard at the opponent, his gaze focused, leaving no opening. Moon Guard was pushed back, trying to resist and counterattack. Onlookers gasped, recognizing it as his own technique. Subaru learned power from others, becoming gradually stronger. He pushed off with his legs, appearing beneath the enemy with a sharp gaze. Stunned by the impacts, the guard closed his eyes, unable to endure, and was stabbed fatally in the chest, blood splattering. Subaru prepared to end the battle, saying his final words, "Thank you." The guard's eyes dimmed. Subaru continued, "You are strong." In an instant, he was finished off, light radiating from his half-body as he groaned in pain. Akira was sweating profusely, saying, "It's done." Tetsu repeated, "In the past few days, we've used him as a test subject for various items." Subaru boasted, "I won without using blood techniques or cutting." Two of them chatted excitedly. "Not counting the items, your sword skills still need more practice." "All right, this time I'll definitely do it." Just as everyone was about to leave, Shikishima said, "Everyone, wait a moment." They all turned back to listen, and Shikishima spoke seriously about family matters. "There's something I need to discuss with everyone." Akira realized and recalled that both Hirasaka and Amamiya were present. The alliance concluded that those with families were being targeted. Today, everyone was allowed to announce that they were all being targeted by the enforcers. Shikishima's father joyfully called out, "Welcome home, Ryo." Shikishima greeted him, happy his father had returned, taking his bag for him, showing admiration. Shikishima replied, "You're looking well as the head of the family. How's mother and everyone else?" The two of them chatted. "Have you not seen the cat? They're still touring in Europe. They'll celebrate from afar this year." Shikishima's father was asked about this year. "Has your record been cleared this year?" He gently replied, "I heard you have something to discuss. I'll listen while we eat." Shikishima agreed, "All right." The two of them ate together as before, with Shikishima having already reserved a spot at Heibiki for his father. Mizuho eating saw someone coming. "Welcome back, Sayaka." She replied cheerfully, asking, "I'm back, where's Heizuki?" "She's handling a crack, she'll be back soon." Sika, confused, pointed and asked, "Didn't Heizuki lose her master?" Mizuho casually swayed her legs. "Oh, she was like that for about a week, I think." Then they heard a greeting, "I'm back, AK." The AK vehicle panicked. "Sister, you're no longer the substitute for the fire dragon." Heizuki appeared with a different look, a man behind her. "Now I'm the fire tiger, the distant god of the Amamiya family, Heizuki." Sayaka asked, "Huh?" Akira spoke up, "Mom, I'm back." A loud scream echoed, startling him. "Giant, what's wrong?" His mother angrily asked his father. "You," then slammed her hand on the sealed container. She said that if Hirasaka's stuff was kept in the storage, it needed to be cleaned regularly. Akira sighed, "I have something else to discuss today." She ignored him, pressing closer to order, "Clean up first." Akira replied, "Sorry, Mom, I'll do it right away." His mother asked Han, "So, how is Hirasaka now?" he replied. Oh, he thanked you for the gift you gave him last summer. At another family, Renji's parents joyfully greeted him. You're back, he smiled in return. They gathered around, asking playfully, You're looking more handsome, have you been working out? His mother noticed and he hoped so too. Family happily chatted. We haven't seen you in Japan lately, does the divine leader have to go abroad too? He replied. Well, basically, going abroad isn't wrong. His mother smiled and said, You just got back to Japan not long ago, let's watch the press conference together. His father saw his wife going upstairs to stop him. Hold on, don't interrupt him first. Looking at Renji. Is there something on your phone? Let's listen first. They both listened attentively. Renji felt happiness in his heart. While later, Shikishima left the house and stood waiting for someone. Subaru walked up. Shikishima-san, Happy New Year. Shikishima replied, Happy New Year, I hope this year goes well. Time passed. January 1, 2024, New Year's Day. The two strolled through the streets, chatting. How was everyone's New Year? We had meal number 3 at the hotel together. Subaru asked, Han, what about you? What did you say to your family? Spoke the truth, asking his 2 younger siblings and mother to return to their homeland. They were artists. His father was a conductor, his mother played the piano, and his 2 sisters played the violin. Shikishima continued, but Subaru's face clearly showed his displeasure. He didn't want to disrupt their work, but it was better than risking their lives. Shikishima recounted, I told my father, remembering the day we met and went to eat at our usual restaurant. That day, all right, as Ryo suggested, we'll cancel the performance and go home. He looked at his father with concern and apologized, but the father understood and sympathized. Don't apologize. Despite being a loving father, he did not deny Shiki's efforts. Without the spell, the world would no longer have music to perform. He did not scold but instead felt guilty. We are wrong to place all the burdens on your shoulders. I'm truly sorry. The two looked at each other, their gazes full of readiness to forgive. The father was always grateful for his son, and all this was nothing. Kishima choked up, his eyes welling with tears. Thank you, father. Returning to the present, he expressed his thoughts, intending to say that he would protect everyone, but in the end it was he who was encouraged. It seemed that Naras and Hirasaka shared similar feelings, and Sihaka agreed as well. Subaru also wanted to do good, placing his hand on his chest and confessing, We will do everything to protect our family. Though 2 different individuals, they shared the same will. Shikishima happily awaited, trusting an uncle. All the members were present. The 3 stepped forward to reunite. Yes, Jenga and Akira are also there, Subaru said. First, the 7th calamity. The one that would destroy the minds of everyone except for the master. We must eliminate it. There are 10 days left before the Green Eye Company attacks in northwest Fukuoka and Saga Province, Genkai-si. The scene shifted to a woman's face, expressionless, her eyes wide open. 7th calamity belongs to Kohaku Hirokata, the one holding the wolf's descent spell. Unexpectedly, she had been defeated by Billet, blood still flowing, her body cut in half. He calmly spoke to himself. Sorry for getting involved with Hirokata, Billet coldly declared from now on. I will handle all matters related to Ariak Subaru, said Billet, the vice president of the Green Eye Corporation. Then he brutally dropped her body. A vision of the future appeared, the result of the 7th calamity reflecting the scene of her isolated fall. Mass mental destruction of humanity, except for the master, resulted from the isolated fall of Kohaku Hirokata through an S-rank item. A fierce battle occurred, but in the Aurora King's world, Subaru Ariok mistook it for another skill from the outside world, though still successfully destroying. Kohaku stood amidst the large water stain in the sky. The caster looked very pleased. Kohaku Hirokata, the conqueror, has successfully dug the main target. Then, Endasher explained to Subaru that this was discovered through prior encounters with Hirokata. According to the story, Mario and Kana were observing the map recorded through Endasher and the skills of Marino Hyemno and Kana Sala. Hirokata's location was identified, and they moved towards Genkai-si to prevent her from activating. Shikishima, worried, led everyone and asked, So this is the place, right? Subaru looked around, unsure, replying, It should be Nikita-si, Idashima Peninsula, Fukuoka Province. Then he realized, there's no one here. But there's something green over there. Endacher tried to stay optimistic. At least that's not her skill. You don't understand, Zinga replied, suddenly realizing, it's the 6 eye. Akira turned back in curiosity, worried. I've seen it before on Christmas, this seems to remind me of a tall building, Zinga continued, where they live. The 6 eyes in front of them kept spinning. Suddenly within the circle, the starry night sky appeared, and on the other side 2 figures were watching. It turned out to be Billet and his secretary, preparing nearby to cast their energy. He grimly looked at the circle, seemingly calculating. Shikishima doubted, really? As he spoke, he closed his eyes as though thinking. Shikishima decisively made a decision that made everyone happy. Let's go back. Billet opened his eyes in panic. Akira calmly added, There's no schedule today. Subaru quickly followed. What's there to do in Fukuoka? Without hesitation. Kato, Sezum, and Endasher also firmly voiced their opinions. Men Taiko and Kotsu were not to be outdone. In winter, we can't miss Matsune. Everyone agreed in unison. That sounds good. Billet ran to the Six Eyes circle to stop them. Not good at all. Everyone was puzzled. Who is this? He coldly introduced himself. I am Billet, the vice president of the Six Eyes. You must be Subaru Ariad in your team. I won't allow you to leave. Subaru innocently replied, I want to go eat matsune. Billet gritted his teeth with no other option. I will arrange it. The scene shifted to the dining table, Billet's chair, the vice president's office. He spoke seriously while the food pot boiled vigorously. Billet explained, you know the power of the chair, right? What's discussed here will not be monitored by the operators. His words seemed to go unheard by everyone, making Billet tremble with anger and Shikishima confused. He angrily shouted, hey, why should it be like this? Matsunabe has to be with Kotatsu, right? I can't do that here. Assistant Billet rushed around preparing a tsunami. Endacher chewed his food while discussing the seventh calamity. Billet coldly announced, I've handled it. This is the only way we can exchange information. His words drew everyone's attention to the main point. In retaliation, Billet chewed his food and praised, it's delicious, while Shikishima grimaced. He put his chopsticks down. In short, I will betray the president. Help me bring him down. Everyone was shocked, jaws dropping. Shikishima seemed to voice their thoughts. Why? He spoke softly. Simple, the president wants to sell us to the operators, even monopolizing the benefits. Billet's face darkened. Unforgivable, betrayal will meet betrayal. His attitude made Subaru ponder but remained silent, observing. Kotsu immediately realized something. I see, I just remembered about that assassin you sent to Billet. Subaru unhesitatingly admitted. That's right, I intended to deal with Subaru before the president acted and handed him over to the operators. Floro's voice appeared in Jin's mind. It turned out the vice president's faction was preparing fiercely, and he had predicted this. Shikishima asked, what's in it for us to cooperate with you? Is my help necessary? Billet unleashed overwhelming power. Do you really think you can defeat us? Shikishima got angry but could do nothing as he was suppressed. Maybe you misunderstood, let me make it clear, this is not a negotiation. Zinga was surprised by the terrifying power. Akira, though suppressed, calmly observed. The threat, and Dasher gently asked, will you follow me? The threat didn't shake anyone. Billet continued to cast spells, that's all. Nevertheless, Kotsu ate calmly, realizing this man was on a different level. The previous executor was incomparable. Right now, even with everyone's combined effort, they still couldn't win. He worried silently, wondering if Asmodeus was stronger than this man. Billet continued without caring about their thoughts. He had prepared rewards for those who cooperated and defeated Asmodeus. If they did so, the Six Eyes would retreat and stop pursuing Subaru Ariat. He also promised not to demand anything harmful to them. Zinga grew impatient, expressing skepticism about Billet's words. He was certain no one would believe such empty promises, and he insisted that he had prepared a contract. Shikishima was also surprised by his words regarding the contract. While Billet explained, he summoned magic to create the contract. Billet continued explaining that the executor of the contract would be punished if they violated it. Shikishima was amazed by the sight before him, realizing that this skill could control the executor. Billet responded seriously, saying he had staked his life on it. Jinga was horrified by Billet's recklessness, his eyes wide open. Shikishima couldn't believe his words and asked if that meant he would die if he broke his promise, questioning if it had to go this far. Billet answered firmly, saying he just wanted to prove he was different from the president. Billet softened his tone, wanting to convince them that the conditions were generous enough to join him, Subaru Ariat. Zinga shouted in anger while Shikishima was also confused, asking Subaru to understand the situation. Subaru smiled slightly, replying that he understood clearly, and if they signed the contract, Billet would become their ally. Though he didn't fully understand Subaru's thoughts, it was clear that he had understood correctly. Their hesitation frustrated Billet, feeling that his life was still not trusted enough. Subaru calmly looked straight at Billet, repeating what Zinga had said earlier, that if they were manipulated in the ruins. Zinga, though tense, still remembered Subaru's words, saying they would form a group when they returned. Subaru confirmed, causing Shikishima to be surprised and ask what he meant. Subaru then explained that their group was called the Tai Hong Kingdom, and they had received Vanquist's permission. The group's motto was no betrayal and no abandonment of teammates. Shikishima was stunned to hear Subaru say this, while Indasher and Leon were also surprised. Akira couldn't help but laugh, breaking the tense atmosphere. Etsu remained unfazed, but she stared intently at Subaru. Jinga was moved, unable to speak, but then regained his trust and softly replied, agreeing with Subaru. After Jinga's confirmation, Subaru solemnly told Billet that they, the Tai Hong Kingdom, would not join any betrayal, no matter the circumstances. Subaru's words of integrity left Billet speechless. Though they were the side being slaughtered, they could not join Billet. Subaru politely thanked him but also apologized for rejecting the offer. Loyalty left Billet speechless. Everyone stopped eating, all staring at Billet. Immediately, they teleported away. Dragon, standing behind, wondered aloud if it was okay to let them go like that. Dragon hesitantly said that they could handle it immediately, but Billet realized that doing so would cause Asmodeus and Mastema to react immediately. Subaru rejected his offer, causing Billet's plan to fall apart. Billet remained determined to bring down Asmodeus, but he also decided to support Subaru. Dragon coldly accepted the order, promising to follow Billet to the end. He muttered that if Asmodeus also didn't betray, everything would be fine. On January 1, 2024, the Six Eyes invasion plan was handed over to Subaru, the fake elite of the corporation. Akiharu Ariak proposed a widespread extinction support plan. Subaru stood on the rooftop, assigned the task of annihilating the family and allies of the imposters. The large house appeared in his sight, each of the imposters. Subaru seemed to be waiting, preparing to protect their family. A peaceful house, nothing had happened yet. He observed and noticed something in the nearby houses. They had split up to observe the situation, ready to face the executors. The whole city was enveloped in peace and silence, but then the Six Eyes circle reappeared. Zagan in the circle was severely injured and fell out. Subaru was shocked to witness the scene right before his eye. Unable to bear it any longer, Dragon fell from the circle. Subaru anxiously shouted her name, fearing he had mistaken the person. After she fell, he immediately rushed over, asking if she was okay and what had happened. Fortunately, she still had enough strength to call Subaru's name. Dragon whispered, saying that they were ambushed. Subaru couldn't understand, as she struggled to say that the president's side wouldn't come to the human world. Dragon's words left Subaru stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. Scene shifts to the Golden Kingdom and the palace deep within the ruins of the Infinite Tower. Asmodeus spoke, his voice calculating, saying that Billet was too honest and passionate. There was no way he would share his true plans with a traitor. Asmodeus informed his staff that the invasion of Japan would begin on December 11, 2024, at 10 a.m. The Six Eyes would carry out the invasion as planned. Dragon lay on the rooftop in pain, struggling to send a message to Subaru. She said that Asmodeus's plan was fake, and he wanted to destroy the outside world before coming to the human world. She screamed in a frenzy, trying to disable the entire divine realm. Doors in the sky began to crack open. Asmodeus calmly replied, saying, "Is that so?" Scene shifts to the Golden Country Floros flying above, curiously asking if there was any policy behind this massacre. Asmodeus smiled and replied that the customer's request was simple: destruction, just that. Horus understood and nodded, preparing to begin. She summoned her skill and the knights rushed forward, attacked by the god Aphroros. Its giant hand crushed the Golden Knights. The knights in the army were terrified by the fierce attack. A large assault shattered the army. A large flame streaked toward them. Violet flew in a frenzy, launching powerful fire techniques. Golden-armored warriors realized they were facing the 7 knights of the palace. The army continued to advance, and the evil spirit Croquet also joined the battle. Tsukugyu Rahu immediately erupted, blasting the knights into pieces. In the meantime, Croquet stood amidst the battle, seemingly enjoying the victory. Violet flew everywhere while Mastema spoke in admiration. She eagerly shouted, preparing to take action. Mastema was deeply disappointed, asking if Asmodeus had already left. One of Asmodeus' feet had stepped through the teleportation circle while Mastema hesitated. Perhaps as Mastema had predicted, Asmodeus had arrived at the Blood Prince's location above. Mastema looked on, a bit disappointed, wondering if Asmodeus had already left. One of Asmodeus' feet had stepped through the teleportation circle while Mastema was still hesitating. He appeared in the Copper Country and the Upper Garden, startling Vauden with the sudden arrival of a man in blue. Before anyone could react, he unleashed an attack with terrifying power and speed that left Vauden stunned and defenseless. He politely greeted, "Pleasure to meet you, I am Asmodeus, CEO of the Six Eyes Corporation." Immediately after introducing himself, Asmodeus was ready to strike a finishing blow. The Blood Copper King widened his eyes in shock at his opponent's brilliance. His opponent was a formidable enemy among the enforcers. Before a word could be spoken, the attack struck, overwhelming even one of the Russian queens. Back in the Golden Country, inside the Isis Palace, she knelt in apology. "I apologize." From the western sky, there has been a strong response from countless souls, including the group in blue. The sad news is that many knights were either sacrificed or injured during ISIS's counterattack. Queen Safina calmly inquired about the Six Eyes Corporation. The scene shifted to Silver Country, the king's chamber, where Ruin sat sullenly, resisting. "Today we are no longer vassals and cannot rely on our pledges." He observed Mastema emerging from the Six Eyes circle. She teleported instantly and questioned without hesitation. Mastema wields her weapon, focusing her power. "You resemble the immortal king, perhaps her descendant." She suddenly chuckled. "Yes, I should introduce first." The image of the immortal king appeared, but Mastema emphasized no one could recognize him since she had already killed him. Her composure enraged Duin. Mastema lunged to grab his sleeve, raising her weapon, preparing to strike. I can't use it, just die, little fox." The combination of control and sudden attack shocked Duinder as the crescent blade neared. As Mastema swung, a foot intercepted in time. She was unprepared and turned, teeth clenched. Golden Country battlefield, Floros noticed something and looked up. Near the Blood Copper King, Asmodeus politely extended his hand. Suddenly, it froze solid. Then he slid forward, searching for the source of the strike. In the city, Subaru contacted Shikishima. "Listen, they'll destroy the outer world before entering the human realm." Akira and Zinga were serious while he responded, "Just as we predicted." Both Hirosaka and Sayaka exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, really?" Shikishima explained helplessly, "You all refused to follow the strategy, so there's no enemy. They honestly revealed the plan to us." They agreed as if discovering a world wonder. He continued, "Of course, we should treat this as a lie to mislead them. Subaru, is the outer world stable?" On the rooftop, he calmly replied, "Yes." While Tsubara monitored the situation, Delta, Kaleem, and Louis arrived in the Golden Country. The enemy invading the outer world was being handled by the Scarlet Empire. Kaleem continued reporting the situation in the Golden Country. Kaleem, Delta, and Louis were defending. Delta was eager for battle, Louis focused intently. Violet and Croquet both looked at them with careful attention. Floros asked, "Who are you?" Subaru's voice rang out. "The guardians in Silver Country are Karin and Seha." The foot that blocked Mastema was Karin. Then he smiled provocatively. Seha Raven remained calm, ignoring Mastema, then slowly said, "Child of the Copper Country." Subaru quickly reported, "Your pawn must have already arrived there." Diamante arrived in time. Deuce observed her gently despite his frozen hand. Vorden shouted, losing composure, while Diamante didn't hesitate to mock, "Father, if 3 strikes can't hold, what should we do?" Vorden spun angrily, scolding, "Quiet, you ungrateful child." He broke his exterior facade to explain. She sneered, "Oh, really?" Deuce ignored them, shattered the ice on his hand, and attacked the cursed turtle. He smiled lightly, questioning, "Not in the operator's data, miss, who are you?" Ignoring Vorden's anger, Diamante Dacia replied, "No one, just a soul, but if I must say." Then she unleashed tremendous power. "I am Subaru Ariad's pawn, the strongest spirit in history, Ice Spirit Diamante." Back at the previous meeting, after news of the Six Eyes Corporation landing, Subaru and his team prepared to challenge the first water gap. A meeting was held at the Grand Sea to discuss the situation. After heated discussion, they reached a conclusion. The Six Eyes Corporation would split attacks between the human realm and the other world. The decision of which target came first was made just before landing. As long as the human realm could be protected, they prioritized attacking the other world. Without a viable plan, they would strike the human realm. Vanquist tilted his head. "Seems reasonable." Safina smiled thoughtfully. Ruin laughed loudly. "Ha ha, just a tactic aimed at the weakest point." Shikishima pondered, stroking his chin. "In that sense, the problem lies in the other world." Akira looked confused. Shikishima didn't elaborate, brows furrowed in concern. "There was a slight risk they would target our family." Safina calmly analyzed, "The 6 kings can use the when quit cursed turtle. The progenitors will operate this place on our behalf. In other words, very few in the other world can use the cursed turtle and the slash." Ruin listened silently. Vorden contemplated, waiting for a decision. Delta crossed his legs and voiced his opinion. "Kaleem and Kinpika will defend the other world, but to be honest, I'd like a few more people." Kaleem confidently refused. Delta, tired, gently advised, "We really need more help." At that moment, Demon Emperor Carrion raised his hand. "Let me go. And I won't confront the operator." Subaru questioned, "But I thought you could use the Carrion pledge." Carrion recalled his body and loyal friend from before. "I'll reclaim my body." Seha and Suzy were surprised. Vanquist explained, "That is Campanella's soul." Carrion scratched his head, choosing to face the truth. This was bound to happen one day. Human Realm, Sunday, December 24, a stately house. The night descended sorrowfully. 3 people from the Six Eyes Corporation arrived at the door to wish a Merry Christmas. Jin came out, confused. "Ah, Six Eyes Floros." The business director smiled. Back at the Grand Sea meeting, Vanquist and Karin smiled. "Let it be." Vanquist looked up at Luguit and the others. "Just you all." There were Luguit, Sayaka tiredly resting on Luguit's lap, Lemda holding Luguit's legs, and Hirosaka. He looked at them and suggested, "May we try joining the conversation?" Sayaka didn't want to say anything, just shaking her head tiredly. Luguit angrily shouted, "You fool, we're in an important meeting. Who stands up like that? What good does it do?" Vanquist smiled mockingly, "Truly an idiot." Safina gave a half smile, but her words were full of violence. "I'll deal with you soon." Shikishima interrupted, "Let's not discuss this anymore." Shikishima continued, "Look, how should we handle the whole ruin made at Subaru's house?" He added, It's not an urgent matter, but Subaru seems to be too distracted. Subaru remained silent, not objecting, but his worried attitude showed that Shikishima's words were true. Jin also agreed, right, the creator of that hole is the Three Kings. It's really awkward. Thafina interjected something incomprehensible. The concubine and the king also deserve to die. Borden remained silent. Vanquist crossed his arms and nodded. I understand your point. Subaru was surprised, asking, why is that? Vanquist scratched his head, then shared new information. I don't want to reveal too much, but I have an old friend who's stronger than the Three Kings. Then Akira and Shikishima were all surprised. Really? Delta was also shocked. Your old friend is stronger than the Three Kings. Kaleem was slightly stunned, thinking of someone. Could it be someone I know? Vanquist didn't make everyone wait long, replying immediately, no, I'll use Freeze, turning her into Subaru's companion. Kaleem, Delta, and Lemda were all shocked. Huh, Subaru was curious. Freeze. Jin recalled a memory. I've met her before. She comes from a different world. Delta slapped his forehead helplessly. Kaleem held his head, recalling, she's my master, Delta. Lemda, she taught 30 students. Lemda, though holding his injured leg, was still trembling. Fear spread. When mentioning the nickname Freeze, even Jin felt nervous. She's called the strongest spirit in history. I believe that's true. Subaru was surprised. She's that strong, he repeated. The strongest in history, Jin explained. She is Diamante, always confident as if nothing could defeat her. Currently in the royal garden of the Kingdom of Copper, Diamante stood with confident poise. Beside her stood her father, Vorden, now a tiny spirit after being defeated. He stood looking at the information board, silently calculating, confirming the details about Diamante, and thought to himself, a spirit. His face showed intrigue. He wondered, the strongest of all spirits. History records the strongest spirit of the last 10 billion years. Such a title is rarely given to anyone. Spirits can manipulate natural phenomena, but they only develop in environments with powerful natural phenomena. Like the Western gem spirit, though it's rather weak. Diamante punched her other hand and spoke to herself. Yes, I've been waiting for this opportunity. Diamante was excited. She's a worthy opponent. I've lived for a long time, but this is the first time I've faced an executor. He smiled inwardly, thinking to himself, she's too confident. He spoke softly, but fine, let's take it easy. Then Diamante delivered a powerful punch to his cheek, distorting his face. Diamante mocked, is that all? The sound of crack rang out as his glasses shattered, unsure if his bones were broken. Though unable to dodge, managed to channel his energy into his legs to steady himself. But Diamante's strength caused the ground beneath him to crack. Diamante looked down on his weakness. Are you holding back in a fight? Though she had stepped back, an explosion still rang out, the earth cracked and debris flew. The spot where De stood had turned into a deep hole, as tall as him and wide. To avoid being crushed by the debris, he had to use his power to push the rocks away and fix his body. He held his head, his hands glowing green, smiling. My fault, I was too rude. Vorden saw and was shocked, recalling the last time. He shouted in panic, dodge, Diamante. Diamante didn't understand her father's warning, as she didn't feel any danger. She took the hit fully. The green light hit her face like a bullet. He was pleased, his smile still on his face. The strike didn't cause a significant wound on Diamante, only making her bleed slightly. Diamante wiped her face. It's still itchy. Vorden was stunned. Impossible, that blow wiped out my defense last time. Diamante remained calm. It's just that the way they were delivered is different. De started crawling out of the hole, still surprised by her strength. De decided to fight seriously. Blue flames erupted fiercely on his body, as if wanting to devour Diamante. Diamante was not afraid, calmly facing the flames. Celestial flame destruction technique created a massive fire, lighting up the whole sky. The sound of thunder echoed, the flames towering like a skyscraper, trying to devour everything. The water flow technique was highly effective against the celestial flame destruction. A pillar of water poured down from the sky, mist enveloping the area. Vorden was panicked. What's happening in the royal garden? Confidently stood on the heated ground. Vorden observed and assessed. Not only is the ground heated, but it's also turned into a sea of boiling magma. Diamante looked down at the sea of magma, unsure if it affected her. She waved her hand to cool off. Diamante complained, it's too hot. Decide, it makes me feel insecure, that's my strongest move. Diamante stood on the magma surface, unaffected, commenting, yeah, no wonder it's so hot. De asked, aren't you going to dodge? Diamante calmly replied, no. Diamante smiled, if that's the case then let's see. She delivered a kick to De's chest, the move called White Swan's Cold Extreme. Cold aura erupted, ice columns rising behind him like magnificent angelic wings. His body began to stiffen from the bone-chilling cold, freezing not only the surrounding air but his own flesh. The move from Diamante bypassed his defense, and while he was dazed in thought, he took a straight punch to the face. Diamante laughed and said, oops, what's the matter? She threw another punch, taunting him to dodge the enforcer. Though he was told to evade, Diamante kept delivering her punches, purifying fist after purifying fist. To its name, Purifying Fist's explosive power was enough to obliterate everything, even his body enhanced with unparalleled strength. He was thrown backward, his body shattered. Unable to accept losing so quickly, he felt himself torn apart piece by piece. Frozen in silent screams, he couldn't believe such a powerful spirit existed. Realizing the situation, he decided to counterattack, using another move, Blessed Enforcer, boosting his stats. However, before his body could recover, Diamante appeared before him, mocking his action. "Don't need that blessing." He froze, bewildered that she remained so strong without it. Diamante recalled the conditions she had discussed with Subaru when she said, "Hey kid," and Subaru obediently replied, "Yes," in front of Vanquist and his 3 disciples. She clearly declared, "I will become your enforcer, but there's one condition. I do not need a stat-boosting blessing." This left Subaru stunned. Why?" she explained matter-of-factly. "Fighting is something you must do yourself." Kaleem and Lemda echoed, "Exactly," Delta also helplessly exclaimed. Truly, Subaru had no other choice. At this moment he began to understand her character. "So this is the master of Kaleem and the others," he replied. "Understood." Returning to reality, in front of him was the bewildered face of the enforcer, while Diamante smiled victoriously, and that was. Fully armored, she threw her final punch, shattering the enforcer's face literally, leaving nothing intact. His body crumbled, and his final thought was only 2 words, "Too strong." After defeating her opponent, Diamante looked down in disdain. "What's this?" It seemed the enforcer was also quickly defeated. Compared to the ancestor's shadow, they were mere roadside trash. Mounting rage caused a massive tremor as the ancestor sent an invitation to the ice spirit, shouting, "Don't toy with me." Vanquist gritted his teeth, cracking his knuckles. "Ancestor, that bastard, what do you mean?" He had expected to visit an old friend, not to be met with such an absurd demand. Diamante prepared to fight, shouting, "Come on." Vanquist angrily said, "Stop it, Diamante, I can't match you now." Diamante taunted, "Then recover quickly, heal up and come fight me." Vanquist, provoked, yelled, "Fine, I'm coming." Diamante rejoiced, "Good, promise me if you dare break it, I'll wash my hands with your throat." Diamante readied herself for the decisive battle, then led me to his throne. It had been a long time since she met her disciple. She smirked mischievously, calling the enforcers Kaleem and Delta, who gritted their teeth, the student-master relationship always so intriguing. Scene shifts to the present, Golden Kingdom, Infinite Tower ruins. Kaleem and Delta silently observed. Delta said, "Master has joined the battle, perhaps they've reached the enemy leader. If we're late, who knows what they'll say." Kaleem, determined, didn't want to waste time. Delta clasped his hands, swearing, "Those idiots, I'll slaughter them." Kaleem and Delta in full form, scene shifts, a massive whirlwind appears. Sudden attack caught everyone off guard, sweeping them away. Kaleem and Delta stood amid the chaos, resisting the sky, spears raised. Croquet, overwhelmed by the sight, thought, "This must be a move of the spirits." Employees of the Six Eyes Company fell one by one. Croquet gritted her teeth, knowing the spirit's critical weaknesses, she had to stop them. Suddenly, Croquet's body was sliced in half. Croquet's pupils contracted, she couldn't react in time. Renji observed, thinking she couldn't defeat a sudden death skill user. At that moment, a giant hand appeared behind Renji. She noticed something amiss and immediately turned to see. The terrifying colossal Earth Mother appeared to attack Renji. Croquet shouted, "Go, Earth Mother!" Renji was hit and immediately used his shield to defend. A high-level control skill existed, not bad. Kaleem observed Renji and the giant, silently impressed. "Seems there's someone decent here too." The Dark One said, "Kaleem, I'll help that golden-armored girl, she can't handle it alone." Kaleem replied, "Fine, what about you?" The Dark One pointed to another rushing enemy, "I'll take care of him." Violet tilted her head, smiling defiantly. "Oh, I've already been assigned, how lucky." Violet hurried to Delta. "Love me." Violet and Delta clashed, a massive explosion erupted as their powers collided. France held her hat tightly, astonished by the overwhelming power. "Boss, why didn't you tell me, are the others okay?" Scene shifts elsewhere, Maid and Mastema clash again. Demon Emperor launched a strike. Mastema wouldn't yield, continuing to counter. In the air, Demon Emperor and Mastema fought intensely. Rui reminded, "Hey, don't destroy their house, don't go overboard." The fight temporarily separated. Mastema laughed loudly, "Not bad, who are you?" Demon Emperor licked his lips, one of the ancestors' vessels. The contest, King Karian. Mastema gasped, "You're Karin, you don't look as described." Then Mastema poured her strength into her weapon. "Well, as long as it's strong, I don't care." Swords clashed relentlessly. Two sides continued their battle. Mastema said, "As long as you satisfy me, it's fine." She challenged, "Let me show you the one who destroyed your homeland." Demon Emperor frowned, "I don't care." Recalling the old face, Demon Emperor said, "I've said goodbye to the past." He unleashed his core strike. "Now I only aim for the future." The core target was the usual sea dragon, Sandinus. Mastema was caught off guard. Demon Emperor observed the core, immediately lunging at her. "Indeed, your specimen is reliable, isn't it?" Unable to use the original turtle, Seiya lent the specimen to Karin. Karin activated her skill and MP from the black-faced sea stone. Demon Emperor advanced. The short-range specimens, my scroll will crush you. Mastema spread her arms, standing amid the debris. Oh, you're relying on someone else's specimen, Mastema challenged. That'll hurt. She smiled with excitement. Not bad. Scene shifts to human world, Japan, Tokyo, Obje, fire burning, Subaru and Maria stand before dragon lying on the ground. Maria casts a spell. Subaru turned, thank you, Maria. Maria gritted her teeth. Was using me convenient, Shikishima replied. Don't say that, Maria, go back. Zagan on the ground had been healed. Slowly sat up, looking toward Shikishima and Subaru. Dragon immediately wanted to stand, saying urgently, I can't stay here any longer, I have to save the vice president. Shikishima asked, save? Subaru suddenly realized, Byretto has been captured. Zagan replied sadly, yes. She remembered the sinister faces of Asmodeus and Mastema. Byretto had been tightly bound and tortured horribly when the plan to assist you was discovered. That day, he endured the cruelty of Asmodeus and Mastema. At the door, Byretto signaled Duh, entrusting her with the task of warning you. Subaru hesitantly called out to Byretto, then turned to Duh, who was preparing to leave. Zagan, I'll join the rescue too, take me to Byretto. Zagan was suspicious. Why? Subaru replied, Byretto was captured because he wanted to warn us, right? I'll save him. Duh spoke to the two. Thank you for your kindness, but it's impossible. He is being held in the Blue Eye Corporation's dungeon. Shikishima gritted his teeth, sensing something unusual in the enemy's lair. Subaru said, Shikishima, I will rescue him alone. Prepare and protect your family. Shikishima reacted hastily. Don't rush, I won't let you be reckless like that, at least let someone. Before he could finish, Jin ran up from afar. Let me go. Jin's face was emotionless, surprising Shiki and Subaru. Jin said, I have no family, I'm the most suitable. Subaru hesitated slightly, but Jin interrupted. There's no time to waste. Jin stepped forward. Subaru replied, okay. Zagan performed the gate-opening maneuver. I'll open the gate. The gate slowly opened, and Zagan could not hold back tears. Thank you all, go save him. Subaru carried determination, and Jin affirmed, leave it to me. At the floating tower, Byretto, covered in wounds, hung by his hands. He opened his eyes and exclaimed, Zagan. Subaru's group arrived at this tall tower, realizing it was the headquarters of the Blue Eye Corporation. Everyone quickly infiltrated. Subaru said, the air doesn't feel any different from a normal office building. They led the way ahead. It reflected the style of Chairman Asmodeus. Subaru said, the employees of the corporation. The group jumped down a floor, Dragon reminded. Most of them are attacking otherworlders. Subaru curiously asked Zagan, how long have you known Byretto? She replied, hundreds of years. Zagan recounted, when my world was destroyed, the vice president came and took me away. He spoke with respect. I thought I would starve to death, but that day he gave me food, clothes, and a place to stay. He had saved Zagan's life and the life of another human being. Subaru smiled, like Vanquist and Karin, he must be very important to you, right? She replied firmly. Yes, I cannot let him die. The group slowly descended to the 7th floor dungeon. Zinga went last, wondering, is it completely unguarded? Shouldn't a place like this have sentries? Duh replied, I don't know, maybe they were actually deployed for a campaign. She moved to the corner and observed her surroundings. Suddenly Duh noticed Byretto hanging bound right in front of her. Byretto weakly called, Jaejin. He asked her, are you okay, thank goodness? Jaejin pressed her lips, holding back tears, quickly pulling the lever. I'll save you now. The chains binding Byretto were removed. He fell but was caught by Duh. She worried, why are you so badly injured, so many wounds? Tears streamed down her face in emotion. But he's alive, thankfully. Byretto looked at her gently, then asked the other two, by the way, Subaru Ariad, why are you here? Subaru replied straightforwardly, ask Duh. She blushed embarrassed when called. Subaru raised a sunflower. I'm just following along, nothing more. Then he released the flower's power, healing Byretto's wounds. Various items helped Byretto's body recover. He smiled. Even so, thank you. Byretto spoke urgently. Thank you, Ariak, the problem is what comes next. Subaru smiled and Jenga was satisfied. Dragon smiled happily, nodding and exhaling lightly. Subaru suggested, we can let him hide with us. Byretto nodded, okay, thank you. Suddenly he lost control and spat out threats. But before that, the best way is to kill the three of you and join with the pledge. Subaru was stunned, not understanding what had happened. Byretto was also shocked by his own words. Zinga asked, kill? Zagan anxiously asked Byretto, vice president, trying to speak again. Zinga interrupted, he just said that. Suddenly Byretto's eyes shone brightly. At the same time, Vorden asked, what is Diamante doing? She searched around, shouting a bit. Diamante complained, damn, did I crush them all to dust? Suddenly a shard appeared behind her. Sorry, over there. Diamante turned, asking, what, you're alive? The spirit shard explained. Wait, you're a shard, the real body is elsewhere. The shard said, you could say that or not. Her words confused Diamante. At headquarters, Byretto touched the floor. When I first met the administrator, he said, my first thought was. Finally, Byretto said, I have to do what to become like this, that's it. He stood and unleashed his power. Jinga and Subaru reflexively jumped back. Subaru thought the atmosphere changed, then helplessly exclaimed. He is not Byretto, he said. You're not wrong, but not entirely right. Then explained. The administrator is composed of 10 billion souls. One entity is a person is an entity. Byretto stared at Subaru. A complete entity? On another front, Croquet, cracked and damaged, suddenly spoke like a robot. I want to approach the administrator. Ludwig held his shield, advancing slowly. What are you? Floros was restrained and started rambling. To achieve that, what must I do? He spoke as if insane. Yes, I will split my soul, Floros said faintly. Each fragment of soul has a unique personality. She spoke before the dark entity, creating an organization from them. On another side, Mastema held aside. Mastema commanded, this way I can manifest the administrator. What I need to do next is increase sophistication in organizational activity. Her eyes glowed. If I can reach such complexity and subtlety. Arian listened to Mastema ramble. Then we become one entity as one person. Byretto spoke. That's what I think. Based on this hypothesis, I split my soul into 5 parts. Subaru was furious. Byretto said, the first has a mole under the eye, Asmodeus, all coordinator. Next is Byretto, the administrative assistant. Then comes Mastema. The strongest strategy was presented first, followed by Floros, the opponent, and finally Croquet, the rookie. Diamante crossed his arms with a puzzled expression, thinking that the situation was bad and he didn't understand what he was writing. Gordon flew beside them and explained that the Blue Eye group was organized to get closer to the administrator. She responded flatly, probably true. The mirror shard added, but the eternal ice is too powerful. If this continues, we won't be able to complete the administrator's commission. Billet gave an order stating that the reward for the commission was to become a part of the administrator. Croquet followed up saying he wanted that reward. Floros coldly said, so, and Mastema narrowed his eyes, saying, for the first time in thousands of years I will return as one. Billet suddenly changed his behavior. And Billet began explaining, leaving the trio confused. As a result, rays of light shone through him while Subaru and Zinger stood still. They were criticized for their slow response to Billet's attack. A sudden screech rang out, attracting Subaru's attention. In the royal chamber of the Silver Kingdom, Ruin sat on the cushion, wondering what was happening. Mastema spread her arms wide, displaying her power as the state of the executor had changed. She coldly told Karin, now we will return as one, I don't need to fight you. Mastema gave a compliment, well done, strong one. Karin thought to himself that he was running away, then quickly gave chase but had to stop. However, Mastema quickly darted off. Karin angrily watched her. Damn, what's with that guy? Ruin ran to find Karin. He turned back and asked, Fox, what's going on? Fox hurriedly replied, there's intel. Ruin said, Ariak Tohari and Zinga Sunamori are dead. The news shocked Karin deeply. At the battlefield of Louis, Croquet received the order and immediately sped off. At the same time, Floros of Delta also started running. In the royal garden of the Copper Kingdom, Diamante coldly gazed into the shard of mirror as light began to gather in the sky. The shard of mirror rose like a shooting star. He blended into the blinding light in the sky and vanished. The light gathered into a blinding point, almost like a second sun. Safina felt uneasy at the power emanating from the Copper Kingdom. Isis also sensed the ominous omen, an incredibly terrifying feeling. Louis could not help but panic. Carrion gritted his teeth, feeling the power that even the strongest beings from other realms would fear. Ruin could not suppress his anger. Even the sixth king could only stand and watch, unable to do anything more. Delta stood, watching his comrades. Kai Lim gritted his teeth, frustrated by not having reached the highest realm, feeling humiliated. Back to Diamante, the figure of a person gradually appeared in the blinding light in the sky. Diamante stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face showing great interest. Now, this is interesting. Who are you? She asked coldly. Gosha Vorden, the flame-bearer, nervously exclaimed as she sensed the cold power from him. You can compare yourself to Vanquist and Diamante, she said, raising her hand to unleash her power. I will remember your name, Diamante continued. Go ahead then. But in the face of her overwhelming force, Gosha coldly responded. Gosha answered coldly, I refuse, I have no obligation to you. Diamante sighed in disappointment, continuing, the plan to destroy the gatekeeper and plunge the human world into despair has failed. Fighting you means nothing. I no longer have a reason to attack the other realm, she said, then opened the teleportation portal behind her. I will go to the human world, I will destroy Ariak Tohara and his family, she added. Diamante swiftly leaped up, her fierce momentum making a fist. Attack, she shouted. Gosha calmly chanted a spell, summoning the beasts. Hundreds of Herodia's knights were summoned to fight. The strength of the beasts knocked Diamante back. She asked, why do you have such a thirst for battle? Gosha coldly retorted, Have you never thought about the meaning of life? Diamante angrily shouted, look who's bringing an army into someone else's home and then talking. She ordered, this is the strongest god I have. Diamante yelled, do you hear me? Gosha clasped her hands and recited the spell, as you wish, battle until eternity. The beasts immediately went wild upon receiving the command, roaring to assert dominance. Then, they summoned dozens of smaller beasts. Vorden frantically exclaimed, what the hell? Gosha seized the opportunity and stepped into the teleportation portal. Diamante threw a freezing punch at the enemy charging down, but it was too late. The enemy had successfully escaped. Diamante fumed, damn it, stop, you idiots. She gritted her teeth, wondering, how do I get to the human world? And Black responded, that's impossible. Diamante fumed, are you kidding me? And Black explained, the mechanism of the heavenly center prevents beings from other realms from entering the human world. Diamante anxiously asked, so what, we just watched them wipe out the human world? And Black irritably answered, yes. Diamante tried to argue, don't tell me he had to agree because we couldn't interfere with the human world. Meanwhile, in the human world in Tokyo, Shikishima stood waiting, worried whether Toharu could return safely. Suddenly, a teleportation portal appeared beside him. Shikishima joyfully called out Toharu's name, but the person who appeared was Gosha, leaving him bewildered. She moved forward, glanced at him, then a small flame ignited from Shikishima's shoulder. He opened his eyes and then collapsed. Gosha had burned him alive. She quietly chanted, Flame of the Jade, and a powerful flame erupted from the rooftop, followed by a large explosion. Shikishima had perished and Gosha coldly remarked, one down. She thought of Renji, Sayaka, and Akira, Subaru's family. She wondered how many family members are left now. Back at the headquarters of the Blue Eyes 7 prison guild, Subaru had been torn apart, Zinger had met the same fate. Their skin was shredded as well. The entire Subaru group had perished. Billet stood coldly watching. Subaru and Zinger lay sprawled amidst a pool of blood. Zagun tried to call out him, the vice president. Billet coldly glanced over. Her body had been torn into several pieces. Zagun tried to call out, Billet, he's gone. Billet coldly responded. Billet's existence was just a fake persona, and his memories were also just experimental data for one-time use, nothing more. I've wiped out the memories of Billet, now they have been discarded because I no longer need them. Zagun stood in a daze looking at him, his eyes glowing like Billet's. I'm not Billet, I'm Gosha, she affirmed. He suddenly burst into tears and Zagun was gradually burned to ashes by her fire. Master Billet, Zagun cried. Billet looked at her and said, stop crying so messy, you're really a nuisance. Finally, Zagun's body disappeared from this world. Billet walked toward Subaru, stepping past the corpses of Subaru and Zinger. Now, I must reunite with the true Gosha. Billet's feet were soaked in Subaru and Zinger's blood, and he was held back by an unseen force. A blinding light surrounded Billet. Billet stared behind him. A hand was holding his leg. Meanwhile, Gosha, having dealt with another of Subaru's family, wondered, how many family members are left this time? She walked forward. Suddenly, Tetsu appeared behind Gosha and spoke. Shikishima Ryo died quicker than I expected. Gosha stopped and turned around, calmly saying, with this power gap, that was to be expected. She pointed her finger and cast a spell towards Tetsu, another one. Tetsu, knowing Gosha's technique, raised his hand to intercept. She pointed and chanted, make the flame strike. However, Gosha's flame was redirected by Tetsu. It took Gosha by surprise. After a moment, Tetsu quietly opened his eyes and looked around. What the flame had struck was a scarecrow. The doll screamed in agony, help. The doll exploded in midair. Gosha pondered the item that redirected the attack. Tetsu said, my mission is mainly to buy time. I have no intention of fighting you right now. Tetsu turned to look at Shikishima, who was being burned alive. Now Tiri revived. The golden eye lit up and surrounded the ashes of Shikishima. The S-rank item, the Phoenix Eye, slowly revived Shikishima. His body was gradually restored. Effect, reviving the master from death. Gosha was shocked. Revival, Tetsu said. Ariak has 2, each family member has 1, I gave each of them 1. She thought silently to herself. Shikishima opened his eyes more clearly, then bent over and coughed. Shikishima said humorously, already done before it even began, so this is what death feels like. Tetsu warned, be careful, this time you might actually die. Gosha suddenly spoke up. Attack redirect item and a resurrection item, but to me they only buy you more time. She continued, what do you plan to do next? Gosha stared at them coldly. Tetsu smiled and said, funny, even while trying to act calm. But I know well that you realized we were prepared thoroughly. She fell silent for a moment, as Gosha accessed memories from Heidel Kotsu and fragmented recollections. Gosha thought a hero from the 16th billionth world, he must be knowledgeable about items. Tetsu pointed at her and said, one thing is certain, a question for you. Are you sure you want to face me? Suddenly a teleportation gate appeared behind her. Gosha turned and saw Subaru. He was unharmed, holding a sword and staring at her. Gosha frowned. Subaru, sword in hand, slashed across her body. Void-slaying strike. The slash missed. Gosha took the direct slash. She was unconvinced, wondering why they still had the will to fight. Gosha shouted, Billet, what happened? By the gate, Zinger and Dragon waited. Subaru said firmly, he's already lost. Rewind a bit to the dungeon of the headquarters. Someone raised their hand to restrain Billet's legs. Energy stream skill immobilized him. Billet's legs began freezing. He frowned, thinking, what kind of skill is this? Subaru quickly used a resurrection item. Fortunately, the sun doesn't reach here, Subaru thought. Then he unleashed a series of punches on Billet, using blood control techniques. Billet wondered in confusion, do they have more than 2 resurrection items? What exactly have they done? They spread across Billet's body, even freezing his soul. Zinger had been resurrected, holding a golden apple used to control Billet, an A-rank item, the fruit of wisdom. The apple glowed in Zinger's hand, instantly restoring all MB. Yosei Zinger's weakness was silver-level energy efficiency. He relied on items to compensate, and low efficiency limited his combat power. Combat power could improve through a stronger contrast. Zinga summoned a 9-tailed fox-shaped gate behind him, the Silver King. A month ago, Zinga asked his counterpart, switch gates? Axon replied, correct. Axon continued, you'll switch from mass production mode to a gate created specifically for you. Zinga questioned, mass production? Axon asked, Zinga, is your intelligence good? Zinga replied, it's okay. Axon smiled and said, very good. Axel continued, the stats of the Divine Lords depend on the quality of their souls, their masters, and the effectiveness of the gate itself. All multiply together. Zinga thought, I see, so this is how it works. Subaru cheerfully said, I know nothing about this. Tetsu crossed her arms and said faintly, now I understand. Zinga asked, why are you all here? Subaru innocently replied, it looked interesting. Zinga clicked his tongue, showing dissatisfaction. Tetsu asked, why does the gate have multiple levels? Axel answered, good question. It's based on the strategies of the Gold, Silver, and Bronze Kingdom. Axel continued, Gold handles a small number of high-quality products, Red Bronze distributes a huge quantity of lower-tier products. Silver chooses between levels. Axel teased, indeed, the petty king, the Silver King. Ruin angrily jumped up, hey, cursing right in front of people. Subaru raised his hand to speak. What about the oath? Axel replied, 100 points. Subaru was utterly shocked. Axel explained, a special design model with better performance than gold is the culmination of Rokudama Esther and represents perfection. Unfortunately, we cannot recreate them, at least not for now. Subaru thought, sounds frustrating. Tetsu said, understood, among these 3 factors, the only adjustable one is the gate's effectiveness. Zinga spoke, so you want to switch to a new gate? Axel explained, there are 2 adjustments for Zinga's new gate. First, output will increase to match gold level. Axel continued, the number of masters it can handle will increase. Subaru asked, 2 masters, who is the other? He looked at the person in front of him and exclaimed, Ruin, is that you? Ruin smiled, hello, it's the petty king. After all, we share a connection. Zinga glanced and said, so that's why you gave up the family role. Ruin softly said, Silver King card. He said gently, use it well. Returning to the confrontation with Billet, Zinga flew up and used gate teleportation. Billet was furious, unable to evade the soul-freezing skill. Zinga spread his arms and shouted, Ancient Spirit of Fire. Immense power struck Billet. Finally, his body shattered into 1,000 pieces. Billet's final scream, no. 5th fragment of Gosha's soul, Billet, was destroyed. Zinga looked at his power and thought, all right, practice shows the 9-star state and real-time gate teleportation work perfectly. He looked down and called, Ariak. Zinga asks, this is the final eye, right? Are you sure you want to use it here? Subaru replied, yes, to escape this position. He crushed the resurrection eye, we need Ragan's power. Eye's power was released. Ragan gradually resurrected. She turned to call him, Ariak Tosei, ours. Zinga was surprised. Subaru whispered, the original killed Billet's heart, betraying the one Billet cherished most. Zinga was utterly astonished. He thought he'd seen Ariak angry before, but this was the first time, not just a moment of rage. This fury came from deep within his soul. Like molten demon, he demanded, take me back, Ragan. She stared at him for a moment. Subaru resolved, I will defeat Gosha's original. Back in the human world battle, Subaru slashed directly at Gosha. She exclaimed in shock, impossible. Gosha thought, Billet was harmed. What kind of power are they using? Subaru said coldly, prepare yourself, Gosha. Immediately, Renji and Sika appeared together, the trio ready to fight Gosha. We, he called firmly, will not forgive you. Renji glared at her in rage. Sika stared at Gosha. With the trio's formidable presence, she clenched her teeth in anger. Purification is only a hindrance to me. Gosha sensed more divine lords approaching. The more that came, the more she felt Billet's faint presence. From the administrator, she chose the fastest method of destruction. Subaru's trio watched her closely. Kotsu and Shikishima watched attentively, with Jenga and Dragon following suit. The synchronized vessel had turned the kingdom into a sea of flames before their eyes, and the image of Mastema holding a scythe appeared. Previously, the royal government had supported him when he was just an ordinary staff member. The power of Goth spread across a 5-kilometer radius, engulfing Subaru in its immense energy. Gosha launched an attack, creating an explosion with brilliant blue flames. The attack left traces of space water hovering in the center. She looked up in surprise. Gosha wondered, has it disappeared? A rainbow appeared in the sky and an orange staff fell, causing her confusion. What was happening? The staff leaped down from the sky. Subaru looked up while Tetsu casually slipped his hands into his pockets, observing calmly. He was the reincarnation of the royal family, capable of absorbing and controlling all skill. The interdimensional King Lian, Gosha, was also Lian. Realizing that large-scale destruction was impossible, she decided to first eliminate him. Gosha's movements slowed down. A bulky man appeared just at the beginning. Aize carried a hammer on his shoulder, his eyes filled with murderous intent, determined to target Gosha. He stared at her intently. Everything he touched froze for exactly 1 second without exception. Gosha was hit, and with the high-level spell, a second was an eternity. Subaru shouted, "Now!" He began to use his power, his hair turning white and his eyes glowing red. The practitioner's solar ray. Ika followed suit, releasing her power. Renji also transformed. Gosha looked at them maliciously, noticing that those who had become vampire family members for a longer period of time were more easily connected to their master. Sayaka Amamiya and Renji Hirasaka, the first family members, had reached the second threshold of vampirism. Their souls were stronger, but the sun became their weakness. A sun-blocking skill helped mitigate the effects of sunlight, and the power-loss ratio was distributed reasonably. The weakening ratio was about 90%. In other words, when the practitioner's solar ray was unleashed, the power was 10 times stronger than normal. Gosha was slowed down, left with no choice but to watch the trio of Subaru and Shikishima. Subaru and Renji simultaneously attacked Gosha, hundreds of blows every second, overwhelming her. However, she still stared at them, the scene below nowhere near as powerful as Renji and Sika preparing to strike again. The two threw full-force punches, using a finishing move to stop the flow, overwhelming her completely. In that moment, Zinga advanced slowly. In Zinga Tsunemori's eyes, everything unfolded like this. Sika stood behind, launching a spell sphere, while Renji and Subaru charged directly at Gosha. A massive explosion rocked the area, the trio giving their all to deal maximum damage. Sika clenched her fist, breaking the air, pulling the ground, while Renji and Subaru surged forward simultaneously. Gosha stood still, an incredibly powerful attack aimed at her. Rooftop exploded and another building collapsed. Tetsu called out to Shikishima. He adjusted his glasses and responded, "We're pursuing the enemy. We need to capitalize on the first move." The surveillance machines were clearly operating at full capacity. Zinga shouted, "Ariak!" He clenched his fist in thought. "If I had been stronger back then, I could have defeated Gosha with the 9 stars." Jenga Tsunemori's extreme feelings were understandable, but not correct. If they failed before Billet and Gosha fully regenerated, everything would be destroyed without them realizing. Tetsu observed the situation calmly, knowing that they only needed to kill 1/5 of the soul. The battlefield space depended on Leon, who always chose the optimal moment to use the time seal, the meditation of Shikishima. Idol provided support items for teams ranked O or higher. This coordination was nearly perfect, Renji concluded, but the situation was still difficult. When Gosha adjusted to the situation, everything would be over. The key figure was Sayaka Amamiya with her summoning skill. The hand armor slowly descended into the water, but the soul container soon exceeded its tolerance and shattered. Kilimini anxiously looked at Sika, her eyes more determined than ever. What guided her was her affection for her teammates. Kilimini smiled reassuringly and kissed her forehead, transferring strength. Gosha looked at Sayaka in surprise, realizing this was Amamiya's ultimate form. She unleashed all her strength in a punch towards Gosha, slashing through the sky, rocks, and dirt scattering. Sayaka used all her power to push Gosha to the ground, unleashing the thunder god's power. Gosha looked into her determined eyes and thought, "This girl." She only showed a temporary look of shock but had surpassed Diamante in speed. Sika charged to attack Gosha. I don't underestimate Subaru Ariad's family, but Amamiya Sika's power has surpassed Gosha's defense in the blink of an eye. She retaliated with an attack, the fire barrier quickly putting Sika in trouble. Gosha thought to herself a great danger was looming. She raised her fist. Die! Sika charged in without hesitation. Finally, she kicked Gosha. Amamiya Sika, in a semi-divine state, created an earth-shattering explosion. Gosha gritted her teeth, transforming her body into pure lightning. The CAK body began to crack, moving faster than sound. Each movement created an explosion of sound. Was she really human? The thunder god's power continued to drain MP to increase speed. Amamiya was ready with her full strength. The poses of Ariak, Subaru, and Hirasaka were the strongest. Sayaka's body cracked, her eyes determined to defeat the enemy. To trade for the final blow, the cracks spread to her eyes. Cost of her strength was that her body cracked like broken glass, and from soul to body it emitted a final glow. She closed her eyes, looking peaceful. "I'm sorry, master, I couldn't meet your expectation." The scene shifted to the other world. In the Golden Country, Kaleem struck the monster with a powerful blow. He said, "That felt good. I don't know who you are, but you must be a fallen god." As he delivered the finishing blow, an intense wave of energy surged. Energy scorched the monster. The monster slowly disintegrated, and Kaleem looked down, standing still. He asked, "Hey, what are you thinking?" She trembled and replied, "What should I do now?" Kaleem flew down, looking confused. Lugwit looked at the screen and said, "Get ready, Thunder God." She anxiously replied, "For both me and you." Lugwit said a fragment of his soul was coming. In the human realm, Gosha's flames burned the entire building, spreading. Mika's body slowly vanished, Amamiya's soul cocoon shattered, death was inevitable. She looked at her teammates, Ariak Toharu Subaru unable to control his emotions as Sayaka concealed her condition, not expecting this to happen. A part of her head fell to the ground. Subaru angrily stared at Gosha, his heart urging him to run toward her. But Gosha adapted to the situation quickly, showing no sign of hesitation, with a dreamy feeling. Mika noticed the disturbance in Toharu, his sturdy shoulders seeming as though they could turn back at any moment. Suddenly, Sayaka shouted, "Go, Toharu Ariak!" He lowered his head slightly. Immediately after, Subaru and Renji rushed at the enemy with their swords. The two slashed at Gosha, but she blocked with her hand. She stared at them with a cold, sharp gaze. Subaru glared at her, then performed a move that slashed at the air, cutting through the void. Gosha was separated from Subaru. Renji and he immediately closed in. She used fire to attack their legs and arms. Subaru charged forward. At that moment, there might still be something that could save the AK vehicle. His eyes blurred into a rainbow color. "I need to hurry, I must kill him." Gosha was slightly surprised by Subaru's attack. She thought to herself, shadow images and instinctive warning. She began to panic. Letting the shadow images spread would be extremely dangerous. The rubble fell, hitting the AK vehicle's head. She thought if only she could live a little longer. The eyes of the AK vehicle faded. "Only a few more minutes, I want to live." Gosha swung her scythe horizontally at Subaru. Renji silently called out to Toharu-kun. Subaru quickly cast a spell to stop the bleeding, controlling the blood. Gosha furrowed her brow. "The shadow images are cutting into me." But she merely raised her hand and covered herself with fire. "Is it really impossible to cut it?" She unleashed a palm strike that pierced Subaru's lam guang. Subaru's eyes widened. Gosha gave him a cold glance. Renji slashed at her, but Gosha blocked with her side. Ever since learning about cracking, he had spent a lot of time gazing at the sky. Even though he had been sent to this strange world, no one here was calling for help. Renji continued to strike, she blocked with her side. Gosha noticed something unusual. How strange. Renji's sword seemed to grow heavier with each blow. Renji kept attacking her, showcasing his mastery in combat. Toharu's soul resonated with Renji. The shape of Hirasaka's soul transformed from a warrior preparing for a glorious metamorphosis. Golden power spread through his body, making Gosha slightly surprised. The intense golden light became one who listened to the prayer. Renji's eyes turned golden, a rare sight radiating heroism. He stood firm with his sword, overpowering the enemy. This was Hirasaka Renji. He stared intently at the enemy. At the family restaurant, Renji asked, "If the gates disappear, what will Kinakawa do?" "Yes, like Shikishima said," she replied eagerly. "If one day the gate disappears, I want us to have a peaceful day again." Shikishima grunted. "What a cheesy thing to say." Kinakawa smiled. "Why not? I even want to hold a celebration." She clasped her hands together. "When the world is peaceful, what do you want to do? As for me, I will inherit my father's hotel." Upon hearing that, the other three fell into deep thought. Shikishima said, "Go to sleep, it will take at least a year." Kinakawa laughed. "That's so boring. What about you, Yudo?" He pondered. "Maybe I'll go to school, become a chef or something." Kinakawa cheerfully said, "That's awesome, Yudo, you're good at cooking, aren't you?" He turned to Renji and asked, "What about Hirasaka?" He hesitated for a moment. "Me." Shikishima and Yudo looked at him intently. Renji said softly, "I want to use my strength to help as many people as I can." Kinakawa was surprised. "Really be a hero for life?" Shikishima added. "A volunteer hero sounds nice." He propped his hand on the table. "If that's the case, I'll become a sponsor." Yudo said, "If needed, I'll provide food." Kinakawa mischievously said, "As for lodging, don't worry about that." Renji was shocked. "You guys, do you want to take care of me for life?" The three quickly responded, "Not really." Suddenly, Shikishima stood up. "All right, it's time to go." Behind him were Kinakawa, Renji, and Yudo, ready for battle. Shikishima said bluntly, "Today, we will handle 5 two-star gates." He looked at each person and said, "Everyone, give it your all." 8 years ago in the fall, present day, the practitioner Gosha faced the hero Renji Hirasaka. She thought, this guy, his soul suddenly transformed. Suddenly, Gosha widened her eyes. Her body was sliced in half in midair. Gosha looked at Renji and assessed, Just one swing of his sword, rare, typical of a hero. She had to constantly use her weapon to block Renji's light strikes. Facing a world-class threat when the practitioner's son was unleashed, Renji Hirasaka could strike Gosha with 100 times the power. Shikishima watched from afar, worried. Akira called out from above, "Shikishima-san," he answered. Everyone, Akira looked at Renji, hesitantly asking, "Is that Hira's Akasan?" He continued to ask, uncertain, "What's going on?" Akira opened his eyes and looked at the system display, skills, eagle eyes, and magnified vision 100 times with basic night skill. The other side, Renji seemed unaware of his surroundings, only focused on the battle. Shikishima spoke up, "It must be Gosha's remaining blood, 21%, 18%, 17%, 14%, 11%, 9%. She squinted, telling herself, "I didn't anticipate this possibility. That someone could truly overpower me with strength." Gosha had two options. One, to flee like in the battle with Diamante, using the teleportation gate. If she just ran away to another place, everything would be as if nothing had happened. This was the best choice. Her eyes grew heavy as she thought. But Renji Hirasaka was a relative of Toharu Ariake, the target of the operator. If she fled now, it would leave a bad impression on the operator. The second option, according to humans, was self-destruction. The chain of events unexpectedly forced Gosha into a situation where she had no choice. The strikes, recovery, repeated, drawing closer to her limit. Gosha gritted her teeth and muttered, "So frustrating, so frustrating." But she thought there was no other choice and spoke to the operator. Renji looked at her in surprise. Gosha spoke. "This is Executor number 206.438. Gosha completed the task and said restlessly, Earlier, Executor Renji, upon hearing this, was shocked and wondered. Earlier, the system responded, "Identification number valid. Hello, this is a combat operation. Executor Goi TIA number 206.438 has been approved by the operator. From now on, all privileges of the Executor will be revoked. You will return to being a writer. Do you accept?" Gosha immediately answered, "Yes," she said sorrowfully, "that is my wish." Suddenly, a golden light enveloped her. Renji stood stunned at the magic and wrapped. Wondered what was that light. On the rooftop, Shikishima asked, "Where's the storage?" Tetsu replied, "Surely he has resigned as a practitioner." Shikishima continued to ask, "What happened when he resigned?" He explained that the administrators would assign the final executors. The minimum requirement was to perform the duties of an executor. They possessed numerous privileges and could not be attacked by ordinary people. However, as the final executors, they also had limitations. For example, they could not access the item inventory. He expressed regret at Shikishima's astonishment, as he was no longer subject to those restrictions. Shikishima looked toward Renji, a blue light appearing before his eyes. Renji was immersed in that blue flame. Loud call awakened Renji. It was Hirasaka. He jolted awake and muttered to himself, "Gris, how annoying." Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder and Renji wondered what was happening. The hand belonged to Gosha, who coldly placed it on Renji's shoulder. Freed from the executor restrictions, Gosha could now freely use many items, shifting the balance of power. She had traded her executor privileges to access the inventory, gaining superior enhancement and recovery items. She overwhelmed Renji in terms of stats. Moreover, Gosha noted that Renji was too slow. The cloud summoned by Sika Amamiya was dissipating, and Hirasaka's power was gradually returning to its original state, down to 1/10. Suddenly, Gosha yanked Renji's sleeve violently. She pulled him forcefully, exposing a wound on his eye. Gosha continued pushing Renji onto the street and then stomped heavily on his chest. Renji opened his eyes in despair and immediately Gosha's consecutive punches rained down. He was badly injured, blood flowing. Gosha coldly grabbed his hair, lifted him, and asked, "So, you're finally awake?" Renji coughed lightly and Gosha said indifferently, "What a pity. You and Seihaka Amamiya with nothing but raw strength are nothing to me. I will become part of you, but the contract, the original tortoise." She continued, "Everything I've accumulated over thousands of years is now gone." Suddenly, Renji's eyes ignited. He froze and Gosha almost shouted savagely, "Unforgivable." Renji's entire body was ablaze and Gosha asked, "According to Hyudu, you're carrying a resurrection item, aren't you?" Gosha threw Renji to the ground and casually said, "Then die and come back here." She continued coldly, "This time I will torment you slowly." Renji's body hit the stone, black smoke beginning to rise. From afar, a young boy called to Renji. "Hey," the boy smiled at him. Renji looked at him and he asked, "Do you still want to continue?" Above, Shikishima and Tetsu were extremely worried. Shikishima muttered, "Hirasaka." Tetsu thought silently, "Commanding General." Everyone here had already used up enhancement items to fight. He realized that if the enemies had the same advantage, they would have no chance of victory. While Renji tried to buy time, Shikishima fell into deep thought. He called out, "Yudu, Kinakawa, Naruse, Fujigami, come with me." Of course, Ryo Shikishima had no chance. Still, Shikishima declared coldly, "I will save Hirasaka." In mysterious space, Renji looked at the boy from earlier and asked, "Is this the boy from before?" The boy replied, "The place where life and death intersect. Your body is waiting to recover from the resurrection item." He asked, "Why do you keep fighting?" Renji remained silent. The boy asked again, "Punch, slash, bite, tear, burn, bullets, only to die like this?" He continued, "Because I have no talent other than fighting." Renji answered, "Not true." The boy doubted, "For money, fame, status." Renji firmly said, "No." The boy hesitated, then said, "Then, for your friends, is that your ideal?" Renji replied gently, "Probably, I think so." The boy reached out and asked, "Then why did you abandon your true friend to save another world?" Renji remained silent. The boy pressed, "You want to live in another world after this battle, don't you?" He continued, "If you fight for family and friends, I understand, but why save this world, saving people unrelated to you?" He squinted, almost crying, "I don't understand." Renji continued to stay silent. Finally, he spoke, "8 years, I've fought for 8 years, saving countless people, but also failing countless times, beyond counting." He recalled waking up in bed and said, "I stopped counting the nights I blamed my own helplessness." Memories from the hospital flashed before him. He recounted, "That was when I asked him why we fight, whether what we do really matters. He had asked plainly, 'Do these actions have any meaning?'" Renji continued recounting how Shikishima had said, "You cannot erase the world's pain, but even so, if we can lessen it, even just a little." He continued, "If we trade their blood, each person no longer cries, every tear of sorrow turns into a tear of happiness." Renji recalled the touching moment with the heartfelt words, "You lived well." Shikishima smiled and said, "Perhaps that is the meaning." Beside him were Kinakawa and Yudu, smiling brightly. Renji's eyes lit up as he looked at them. Returning to the mysterious space, he spoke, "At that moment I thought how noble, and I was determined." He continued, "Even if all the merits in the world vanished, I would fight by any means so that no one would have to cry." Renji added, "As you said, I already have." He continued, "True friends, people I truly cherish." Renji spoke with determination, "That is why I can leave this world to them. No matter the distance, our hearts will always remain connected." The boy replied, "Yes." He smiled and said, "I am glad for you, Renji." Renji responded brightly, "Yes, truly." The boy asked, "Do you want to go?" Renji answered, "Yes, definitely." He briefly shifted back to combat form, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with resolve. Before Renji were his 5 friends. He said, "They are coming to save me." Everyone called his name anxiously, "Hirasaka, Hirasaka, Hirasaka." Renji looked at them and smiled with happiness. In the mysterious space, the boy was actually young Renji himself. The boy said, "You're in too much of a hurry." Confronting himself, Renji Hirasaka's heroic nature awakened his second trait. The boy smiled and created circles of light, saying, "You forgot this, your unique skill, traveling companions, welcome to Amicus." Even though Renji Hirasaka had revived and the golden subordinates had gathered, in Gosha's eyes, they were all as insignificant as grass. Renji then noticed how everyone looked at each other. They had all gone through effort to find him. At this moment, the fire within Renji burned even stronger. Everyone had risked themselves to save him, and Renji would never allow any of them to die, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Did you forget?" Startled, he quickly glanced back. The boy's soul had now become a hero. On the journey of a hero, there are always reliable comrades by your side. In the face of despair, a rare class like a hero could activate a second innate trait. Amicus' special ability allows recognized allies of the hero to gain a hero-like power, multiplying all stats tenfold when facing world-class threats. Although everyone's strength increased, Gosha silently observed without showing emotion. She shifted her portal, Golden Queen Safina cast her 4th skill, and former Golden Titan Kinakawa signaled Hirasaka, who understood and executed Titan Upbeat, creating a massive surge of power. A gigantic pillar slammed down toward Gosha, causing a massive explosion. Renji prepared to attack, determined to pressure her. However, as he ran forward, Yudu pulled him back, telling him to wait. Renji suddenly asked everyone why they were holding back. Shikishima replied, "Even with full power, you'd still be torn apart. You won't win if you continue." Yudu added, "We'll go first." Golden Amuri Mese also said, "I'll go too." Shikishima said, "Sorry, we'll need you then." Renji was stunned, calling out his name. Shikishima suggested to Hirasaka, "I have a plan. Do you want to join?" Renji saw that look and couldn't hide his astonishment. Shikishima would execute the plan while the others fought. Renji felt a rush of nostalgia, smiled happily and said, "Go ahead." After finalizing the plan, Renji resumed attacking Gosha with his giant. No matter how many people had power comparable to Hirasaka, none could finish her. Everyone knew this. However, a small figure appeared, Bachigami Maise also shifting her portal. But she didn't use the Bronze King chains, instead she cast her own skill to shift the portal. Maise decided that instead of everyone boosting their strength stats, at least one person should focus on agility. A starbright light flew toward them. Her main skill, instant ally teleportation via the swift code Sleipnea. Aize joyfully exclaimed, "Thank goodness I found Ariak." She quickly jumped to where Subaru lay motionless. Half of his heart was destroyed and surviving was a miracle. She wondered if she could use an item to heal him. She summoned her inventory and anxiously treated Subaru, hoping he would awaken. "Please wake up," she sighed. Ariak, scene change. Renji continued using his giant to attack Gosha. Miss Tetsu observed the battle from above. Even with enhanced power on their side, when the enemy could infinitely recover using items, victory was impossible. Miss Tetsu thought the one who might decide the outcome could be Ariak Subaru or Amami Asiga. But now, she too was exhausted, perhaps worse than Subaru. She continued watching and calmly said, "So, what will you do now?" Leon struggled to answer and only said resentfully, "I'll stay and deal with the enemy's attack." Anda Etcher agreed, "I won't leave either, I've pledged to the ancestor. What about you?" Miss Tetsu turned away, saying, "Retreat. I don't think I can win facing them head-on." Anda Etcher agreed, "Only you would say it so plainly, do as you wish." Miss Tetsu walked away helplessly, making Anda Etcher feel some sympathy. "Yudo," she reminded Leon, "this battle will end in a few minutes. You should hold on if you want to witness a new world." After saying that, she left, leaving Anda Etcher's cold gaze behind. An explosion erupted nearby behind him. The giant Renji created had lost half of its form. Kinakawa was injured too, blood from her head causing concern. Renji shouted, "Kinakawa," she signaled. "Quiet, it's just sensory feedback from the link. I'm fine, focus on the fight." Kinakawa kept her focus on the battle. "This is a crack. The portal is gone, so why is it still ineffective?" She looked at Gosha with determination. "I will never forgive her." Kinakawa replenished MP to restore her former deity. They directed the deity to strike Gosha and knock her away. Gosha frowned, exclaiming, "How long can you keep living?" Seeing it worked, Kinakawa encouraged Renji, "See, Hirasaka, you're the strongest among us." She said, "Finish this quickly." Shikishima chanted, "One strike, all kill." He signaled Renji to attack Gosha with his strongest move. Renji worried, "Will this strategy of yours succeed?" Shikishima reassured him, "Don't worry, you like Subaru too, right?" Renji, surprised, replied, "Ah, yes, of course." The battle against Gosha until the end. Subaru, between life and death, recalled a past filled with hatred. He resolved not to forgive Gosha. Then he remembered his father and shouted, "Father, how could you?" He recalled hospital visits, remembering when his parents were healthy, happy together. Mother, even until death, she trusted him, traitor, traitor, traitor. Amid his hatred, a voice startled him awake. "Ariak," Subaru bolted up at Messe's voice. "Ariak," Messe joyfully exclaimed, "Good, we saved you just in time." Subaru paused, but Shigami, before he could react, he saw Renji's former deity from afar and sensed something wrong. He looked closely and shouted, "Gosha." Messe saw Subaru strain his neck and sweat. At that moment, a circle of light appeared. The light granted Subaru strength. He felt his body brimming with vitality. This power is, it was Skillwell Amicus, allowing recipients to instantly recognize its function. Rare hero class granting allies the same innate ability. Subaru quickly realized and shouted, "Allies." He recalled when Shikishima spoke to Renji, "Hirasaka, you really like Subaru, don't you?" At Subaru's side, he smiled, placed a hand on his forehead and said, "Indeed, Hirasaka is amazing. He's always been someone I admire." Messe said, "Hero, on Amamiya's side, Haji and Leon are already here." Subaru silently thanked, "Thank you, Hirasaka, everyone." He continued fighting, using the Blood Moon's skill. Streams of blood flew toward Gosha. Only a minute remained in the battle. The dense bloodstorm from Blood Moon engulfed the battlefield. Gosha realized, "Blood, this is." Subaru's allies, having extended the battle, were covered in blood, but they had achieved their goal. Gosha angrily shouted, "Ariak Subaru." As the sunlight gradually faded, the aura of Ariak Subaru and Hirasaka Renji became stronger than ever, as their powers were reactivated under the sun's rays. Thanks to the support from Well Amicus's buff, Subaru and Hirasaka's strategy was enhanced by 100 times compared to the beginning. Gosha realized that this was the reason their team wanted to buy time. Shikishima appeared right above Gosha, and Azo Watsup also noticed the situation, immediately using a move towards Gosha. "You have underestimated me," Gosha angrily warned. Shikishima shouted, "Oh my, it seems like my attacks are completely ineffective." But she quickly realized that this allowed Subaru to attack Gosha. She could only exclaim, "So fast." Shikishima's attack was intended to distract Gosha. She saw Subaru's blood flying into the air, surrounding her in a red bloodstream, but Gosha quickly lowered her shield. A vortex appeared and Gosha wondered, blood curse. She was caught in the vortex and Gosha tried to escape from this whirlwind. Ariak Subaru, he used 540 tons of blood curse, she thought. This is the moment to lock down Gosha's movements. Gosha realized the dire situation and decided to put all her power into her clear flame move to break free. The aura of Hirasaka Renji, honed to the utmost, forced Gosha to dodge. Gosha quickly exclaimed, "Delicious, I'm free now." When Gosha escaped from Subaru's blood curse, she left behind a spell called Cessation Seal, which made everything that touched it stop for 1 second. However, thanks to the blood essence and the thick drops of blood, the Cessation Seal helped her avoid shards of debris. Gosha was bound once again in action for the second time today. Issei seized the opportunity and shouted, "Go, Sunamori." Hearing the signal, Zingai flew to attack Gosha. He appeared right behind her, and with a powerful strike from Ice Knight, Gosha still didn't notice Zingai's arrival. S-grade artifact, Reverse Scale Shield. Reverse Scale Shield was a special artifact in which, if the user lost all their health, the absolute defensive mechanism would activate once. However, for Gosha, this meant nothing. Zingai's gaze quickly turned to one of concern. Gosha spoke, "Was the hit just now strong enough to activate the Reverse Scale Shield? So you're the one who took down Pili." Zingai failed to attack Gosha and was affected by her power. An explosion appeared behind Zinga, causing Subaru to anxiously observe. Gosha spoke, "I didn't expect Hirasaka's attack to be a trap. This is the real killing move. You won't be able to do anything to me." Shikishima calmly said, I knew you were hiding your final defense card. My goal is to nullify it." Gosha heard this and shouted, "Subaru, next is Sunamori." Shikishima gestured, "Let's go quickly." Masi and Renji appeared behind Gosha on Sleipnir, a divine swift horse. Fujigami Masi's skill allowed him to teleport members of his team by touch, and he could teleport along with them. Shikishima Riola's strategy made it impossible for Gosha to defend or dodge. But at that moment, Hirasaka Renji would unleash his most powerful technique. This was the move that he and Louis had created, the improved version of the ultimate skill. Demon Beast Destruction, True Destruction Long Sword. The first scene of this technique took place miles away from the current battlefield. Leon was standing in front of the glowing screen in the storage room, looking for an item that could save Amamiya. When he opened the screen, a mechanical voice sounded. "The soul of Amamiya Sehaka has been permanently destroyed and cannot be restored." Leon angrily slammed his hand on the screen and cursed, "Damn it." On the other side, Sehaka lay there, her mouth moving as if saying something. Anda Escher was thinking, "Her soul is dead. What should we do now?" Sehaka tried to speak, "Take me there." Hearing this, Anda Escher quickly shouted, "Amamiya Sehaka, she still wants to go to the battlefield. I want to be with Subaru, even if it's just a little closer." Anda Escher was confused after hearing this, but when she saw the AK in her hand, she looked at it and silently thought, "Please." On the other side, everyone had stopped being angry. After a moment, Anda Escher also agreed to Sehaka's request. "Right, let's go, Amamiya. We'll set out once that move is launched." She hugged Sehaka and stood up. A stream of light flew up into the sky right behind her. Tetsu watched the light, mumbling, "It won't be long now, everything will be decided." The scene shifted to another place where a powerful light filled the area. A girl floated nearby, along with Hirasaka Renji, who was currently controlling a maximum of 5 Terrazune energy. This number was equivalent to the total energy that Thak Niagara could produce in 1 second. Its destructive power was comparable to a tactical nuclear warhead, as strong as 1,000 tons of TNT. Hirasaka Renji's ultimate move was a single sword strike, unparalleled in history. A sword strike that seemed to contain the entire Niagara Falls pouring down. Gosha opened her eyes wide, looking ahead. The ultimate move, True Destruction Long Sword. Clear Flame was Gosha's skill, allowing her to consume MP to turn her body into living fire, capable of continuous rebirth as long as she had MP. However, Gosha was stunned as she looked ahead, realizing her MP had been completely drained. "It's over," she thought. "Only this body remains. I can't withstand that attack." Sure enough, as the powerful light descended, blood sprayed everywhere. This powerful attack drained all of Gosha's MP in the blink of an eye. Even Masi was affected. Everyone felt the overwhelming pressure from this attack. Subaru's blood barrier protecting his teammates was shattered, exerting pressure on everyone. Shikishima quickly looked at Subaru and asked, "Are you all right?" Subaru, gasping for breath, gritted his teeth to hold on. "This aftershock is so strong," he thought. "I had to use all my MP just to maintain the barrier. How much longer will this move last? If I just use a recovery item, I'll still be fatally injured. It's over, my life ends here." The light spread across the sky, illuminating the entire city. Renji held his sword suspended in midair amidst the dust and smoke. He stammered, "What happened to Gosha?" Then he wondered, "Did I manage to defeat Gosha?" He looked around and murmured, "The devastation exceeds my expectation. Luckily, I ordered the evacuation of all 23 zones." Shikishima frowned and thought sure he had defeated Gosha, but where was she? Then he activated Heavenly Eye, a secondary skill of Shikishima Ryo, allowing him to sense enemies within a 1 km radius. He froze, staring ahead, wondering if she had been taken down. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, and only Gosha's burning head remained as she said she was disappointed in them. Mise clenched her teeth in shock and turned around. Gosha was almost fully regenerated, moving close to her face and speaking slowly, saying it had been dangerous just now, not only draining all her recovery items but also forcing her to use timed healing items like sunflower micro-injector. Said she had nearly died at their hands. Despite this, everyone gritted their teeth in anger and charged at Gosha. She blinked at them and muttered that the outcome was already decided. Hetsu walked below, thinking silently that she didn't expect to witness such an intriguing scene. Her Asaka Renji was living proof of soul evolution and limitless power potential awakened through bonds with comrade. Above, a monster had its head chopped off. At the same time, Kinakawa was slashed in the neck, blood gushing from his mouth. Tetsu thought all the strength they possessed was just created by the game administrator. Even so, they couldn't stand against someone who controlled all the rules. What I expect from you isn't that kind of power. Ariak Subaru, meanwhile, everyone was fighting Gosha with all their might. Subaru dove down, shouting at Gosha. Looked up at him, Gosha punched Shikishima straight in the chest and said, Ariak Subaru. Instantly, Gosha swung her hand and said, I suppose you've reached your limit. Gosha's swing carved slashing lines into Subaru, slowing him down. The impact made him grit his teeth, blood dripping from his mouth. Yet he continued charging at Gosha. He attacked with a break strike, but as he got close, Gosha's hand rested on his neck. She said with contempt, You're trying hard, huh? Forcing me to abandon my executor status, cornering me, making me use all my items. She said, worth my praise, now you can take this honor with you to the grave. Gosha tore Subaru's neck, but he clenched his teeth in anger and said, Gosha, I will not forgive you. Gosha barely paid him any attention. He said coldly, die, insects. Gosha's blue flames engulfed Subaru, severing his limb. Shikishima shouted from the cliff, Subaru. The blue flames dissipated, revealing Gosha hovering with Subaru's severed head. Shikishima froze, murmuring, no way, he can't possibly revive now. Someone ran up behind Shikishima calling, Shikishima. He turned and replied, Sunemori, where are Subaru's eyes? He hesitated, then said, eyes, the resurrection item has already been used. During the battle with Billet, Shikishima froze at the news. Elsewhere, Andra Etcher held Sika in her arms, looking up at the sky and murmuring, why could Ariak really die? She spoke, Sika heard a voice, Anda Esha, stop, thank you. I once mistakenly struck you, I apologize, live well. Sika and Anda Esha's arms smiled at her. Sika dissipated into smoke that spread in all directions. Anda Escher stood frozen, clenching her fist, thinking of Amamiya. Back to Gosha, she looked at Subaru's head and spoke slowly. She said, now this battle has come to an end, hasn't it? You may rest in peace. The scene shifted to where Subaru lay, unscathed. After a moment, Subaru opened his eyes and murmured, this is. He saw a figure in front of him calling his name. It was Zak. She squatted down, smiling, I came to save you. A somber atmosphere loomed as Gosha stared at Subaru's head. The scene shifted to where Subaru and Sika lay. She cheerfully said to Subaru, I wish the sky here could always be this clear. They lay on their backs, gazing at the cloudless blue sky. Sika closed her eyes, exclaiming, I still love the clearest days. Subaru slowly replied, because I was born on a perfectly sunny day, my mother named me accordingly. Subaru recalled as Sika praised, what a nice name, it suits you perfectly. Subaru smiled, thank you. Then Sika sat up and asked, by the way, the reason Subaru hates Gosha so much is because she resembles your father, right? Subaru honestly recounted, my father often beat my mother and me. The times without him were the most peaceful, but whenever he returned he went mad. Mother didn't leave him, still supporting him. When she was dying, he coldly betrayed her. Subaru continued, after that he ignored us completely. Perhaps unconsciously, I saw Gosha as the shadow of the unworthy father who destroyed our home, creating a prejudice against her. Sorry, I let personal feelings cloud my judgment. Subaru sat up, adjusted his posture. Sika set down a glass of water and said, it's okay, that's what makes you human. They moved to a cafe setting and Sika continued speaking. Sika said, on the contrary, I feel lighter now. Later, Subaru asked, do I normally not seem human? Sika answered honestly, you're a bit odd. Subaru asked in surprise, odd how? Sika explained, because there's no one like you, you always try for everyone. Only Subaru does that. She smiled brightly. Subaru didn't smile, seeming taken aback by her words. Subaru recalled something, stood up, looked around and said to her, right, let me take Sika back to the others. Just as he spoke, Sika's voice from behind made him pause. Sika said, sorry Subaru, I can't go with you. You probably realized I'm dead using a fragmented soul, only waiting for death to revive you. Fortunately, I saved you in time. A subordinate soul can exchange for the resurrection of its master. Subaru choked back tears, turned and grit his teeth asking Sika, why, didn't I forbid you from doing this? With a subordinate, the master's orders are absolute. Ariak Subaru had ordered his subordinates that if he were to die, No one was allowed to sacrifice themselves to bring him back. Remember this? Sika still smiled brightly and spoke nostalgically when Subaru gave the order. Shikishima and Sunamari showed their anger. He recalled a previous conversation when Zinga had scolded and said, "Damn it, Subaru, retract the order." But Subaru stubbornly refused to change. After hearing this, Subaru yelled at Sei AK. "Indeed, my command is absolute." She closed her eyes, hummed softly, and explained. Perhaps the Paravara skill that Subaru used on me was not complete. At this moment, both of them moved to another space where Sika was lying on the bed. As soon as this was mentioned, Subaru was startled, his mouth agape. Sika continued explaining the moment when she entered me just as the heavens were about to fall. When she spoke, he was suddenly struck with realization. Subaru thought to himself, so that's what happened. It was the moment I thought I had failed and couldn't save her in time. Sika interjected. This is probably why I didn't have any memory of Judith initially. In short, Subaru's command has no effect on me. Subaru was shocked and couldn't believe Sika could bypass the rule. Then he lowered his head, hesitantly asked, "When did you decide to sacrifice yourself for me?" Sika smiled and replied, "Maybe it was when my body started acting strangely. That's when I truly decided. After the battle with Iraq, I realized I truly had a weak soul." But even after explaining, Subaru still didn't understand. He asked, "Why did you keep fighting, knowing what would happen to you?" Sika innocently smiled and answered, "Even so, I still wanted to become stronger. I hoped to be by Subaru's side, growing stronger together. I wanted to remain Subaru's friend until this soul fades away." The more Sika spoke, the more Subaru's eyes filled with sorrow. She stood by the bed, reached out her hand and said, "Thank you for giving me the chance to live once more. It's time for me to go. I have no regrets left. Now I return this life to you." The two of them returned to the original space. Subaru still wanted to stop AK. "Don't." Then he suddenly looked at her and shouted, "Please don't do this. Everything is still unfinished. You promised we would go through this together. Please stay with me, Sika." As he spoke, Subaru collapsed, gritting his teeth, tears welling up. "Please, Sika, stay with me." Her voice rang in his ear. Life is a journey to find something more important than oneself. Those who can find that are the truly happy ones. "That's why I am happy, Subaru," Sika said while looking straight into his eyes. But Subaru's tears flowed uncontrollably. He stammered, "No, no, please," Sika interrupted him. He looked at Subaru slowly and said, "Master Karin, when thinking about lost friends, it's not just that they're gone but that we once journeyed together. From now on, think of it this way. From the very first day we met, every moment was filled with hardship, but we stood side by side." Saying this, Sika couldn't hold back her tears as she reminisced. "It was the happiest time. Remember me this way, even if I can only go this far with you. I'll meet you again someday." Subaru's tears still flowed, his hair now turned white. Then both of them stood up, surrounded by blazing green flames. At this moment, Sika said to Subaru, "Can you pass on a message for me?" He immediately replied, "Sure," and Sika began listing them. "First, for my family, I wrote a letter on the table telling them to read it. Or Master Kirim, though he probably won't read it, it contains a secret message. Third, Sika." Suddenly, she stopped, softly calling Sayaka's name, then smiled and gave instruction. "Tell her to take good care of my body." Right after that, a brilliant golden light appeared. In the center were eyes with red pupils. Leon and Anda Escher were stunned when they saw it. Anda Escher stared for a moment, then stammered, "What is this? Did the resurrection item activate automatically?" It seemed Amamiya Sika had realized something. Leon, on the other side, stood frozen, mouth agape. From the golden light, Sika appeared, floating in the air. She opened her eyes and Leon's tears began to flow. Sika muttered, "Lord Sihaka." She continued, speaking innocently as usual. "Now, just like this, Subaru, how long are you going to cry?" Sika asked in confusion. He stammered back, "It's because of you. I'm sorry, but I just can't stop crying." Seeing this, she could only smile helplessly while propping herself up. After a while, Sika spoke up, "Subaru, I really like sunny days. Now I no longer have to see cracks or those gloomy, rainy days. Looking up at the clear sky, it feels just like the day you return." Sika finished her sentence, and the scene changed to before Gosha, where a dazzling array of multicolored lights appeared. Immediately after, Gosha's two arms were partially erased. In front of her stood Subaru, now resurrected. Gosha glared at him, gritting her teeth. He's resurrected without using any items. At this moment, Subaru suddenly said, "I understand now, Sika." He opened his eyes blankly and stared ahead, speaking each word clearly. "Break." Gosha, on the opposite side, was startled and became cautious. Her storage suddenly appeared, but within moments it exploded. Horrified, she turned to look. Seeing the shattered pieces, Gosha was stunned. "Why was my storage destroyed?" Not only that, Zinga, Shikishima, and even Renji were all left speechless. Subaru spoke, "Now you can never be resurrected again. You can't escape either." Gosha turned to look at him, her face full of hatred. "You arrogant brat, disappear into nothingness, Gosha." She looked at the shattered storage, wondering, this storage isn't my skill. It resembled a stat board, an absolute system directly designed by the operator beyond human understanding, a divine realm. How could it be destroyed? she still couldn't believe it. On the contrary, Subaru on the other side remained emotionless, gesturing to control something. He thought to himself, storage. Right behind Jenga, Shikishima, and Renji, their own storage appeared as well. Aize's inventory appeared behind him, and Lion and Anda Escher's inventories also materialized in a similar manner. Everyone displayed their inventories, including Tetsu, who stood outside, unable to avoid it. As everyone was still stunned, Subaru's voice rang out, full of authority. He suddenly swung his hand sideways, causing everything around him to distort, and immediately the inventories behind everyone shattered. Tetsu muttered in frustration when she saw that even her inventory couldn't escape. Oh my god, 8 years' worth of accumulated items are now gone. Breaking the laws of the world's operation, this is the true power of that person. Ariake Subaru looked up at him, while Gosha floated above, observing Subaru closely and wondering, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Then she realized that the absolute system was being directly interfered with. Gosha felt the chaos clearly. Subaru took a step forward, disturbing the order of 10 billion worlds. Even though he was in midair, he still managed to touch some surface. Subaru advanced, the upper half of his face distorted. Gosha immediately created a blue flame sphere, royal authority purification, thinking to herself that even if she had to use all her MP, she would burn everything, leaving nothing behind. Everyone was affected by this strike. Gosha aimed the sphere at Gehenna's hell, reaching an ultra-high level of radiant heat with a surface temperature of 150,000, enough to injure her as well. If it turns to fire in a second, you might still survive. Burn it away, Ariake Subaru. She directed the sphere towards Subaru, but he calmly raised his hand and spoke 2 words, eliminate. The sphere immediately vanished, and moments later, it completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. Gosha gaped in shock, the swirling air directed straight at the 2 people in midair. Jiga clutched his throat and said, she's alive. Shikishima stood beside him, asking, Tsunemori, did you see that? Her skill got nullified. What kind of monstrous power is this? The sphere Gosha created was destroyed. Subaru's voice echoed, don't die so easily, Gosha. His face was still distorted. Gosha hesitated for a moment, then immediately ran. Subaru watched her go, saying, deactivate. The scene around Mastem became distorted, and when Gosha turned to find an escape, Subaru had already appeared behind her. Gosha spun around in shock, shouting loudly, trying to defend herself and create an escape route, but she fell straight into the portal. She flew towards a skyscraper, while Subaru remained in place, staring after her. Shikishima on the ground gasped, wondering if Gosha had escaped, then shouted loudly, Subaru! He merely opened one eye and looked ahead without replying, as Gosha seemed to have entered another space. She panted heavily, then suddenly laughed out loud. I did it, I escaped. Ariake Subaru, I must analyze your power. Subaru's voice echoed right behind her. Deactivate? As he spoke, Gosha's spatial dimension shattered into pieces. She turned around in surprise, hearing Subaru's voice slowly by her ear. Billet said you wanted to become an operator, craving the power of the god. Can't, Gosha, you'll die here, now you're just a disturbance. She noticed her hand was distorted, gasping for breath, and her whole body became distorted as well. Many parts of Gosha's body disappeared. She thought to herself, is it over? After thousands of years, I dedicated myself to the operator. Ariake Subaru had reached the power level of an operator. Gosha's body was reduced to a mere fraction, lost in thought, struggling to open her mouth and say her final words. It's unfair. Subaru, facing her, silently observed from start to finish. Kishima and Zinga watched as Gosha vanished, wondering, did he destroy her? Subaru remained silent, his face immersed in distortion, recalling Sika's words. I really enjoy the sunny days. I understand now, Sika. Subaru mumbled, raising his hand to the sky, causing everything to distort. On that day, the entire world was consumed by distortion, enveloping everything, and gradually a distorted sphere emerged. In the room, Kana looked at the sphere in shock. Mario, this is unbelievable. The rift in the world is gone. There was no longer a rift between the 10 billion worlds on the sphere. Administrator Elpis was in the room with another person, standing and sitting, softly saying, Ariake Subaru. He pronounced it slowly, asking the other person, what about him? The other person interrupted, did he destroy it? Inquis sat silently, calling Subaru's name, clenching his fists, thinking to himself that his power was beyond expectation. He murmured, how? At that moment Elvis shouted angrily, Vanquist, do you understand the gravity of what you've done? What he destroyed was the inventory of billions of worlds. No one like him has ever existed. What is he? Elpis exclaimed in shock. He then smiled widely, almost to the point of laughter, too amazing. Vanquist heard this and remained silent. In another scene, Subaru floated in the air, looking at the clear sky and muttering, Siaka, it's a beautiful day. He lowered his gaze below. Below there was a large hole with his team standing beside it. Moments later, Subaru flew down, calling, Seha, Seha. She looked at him, embarrassed, saying, Lord Subaru. What should I do? As she spoke, Tears welled up in her eyes. Sika couldn't hold back, tears falling. She cried out in pain. Subaru hesitated before saying, "Please, Sayaka, don't try to hold on to this body." Subaru also cried. The two of them cried like children. Lion and Anda Etcher could only lower their heads in sorrow, while Zinga softly called out for Ariak. He continued calling Shikishima, but the latter gritted his teeth, mumbling something. Shikishima furrowed his brows, hesitant, while Zinga kept calling. He waved it off, saying there was nothing, just meeting up with everyone else. The scene shifted to another part of the city, where a thin figure was walking laboriously. She was breathing heavily, each breath difficult. It was Gosha, now weak and exhausted. Gosha recalled the past. "I escaped from the chair, I split my soul as a precaution and lowered my power to level 1 to avoid detection. Damn it, what kind of power did Ariad Subaru use that now? I need to find a way to heal." Gosha was walking when she suddenly stopped, stunned, staring ahead. In front of her was Tetsu, sitting on a rock. When she saw him, Gosha was so shocked she couldn't speak. Tetsu turned his head towards her and called out, "Hey!" In his hand was a golden dagger. Seeing this, Gosha was filled with fear, her pupils contracted, her mouth stammering, "Hyodo." Tetsu. Tetsu juggled the dagger in his hand and said, "You're the one who splits souls at the slightest provocation. I guessed you'd do the same if pushed to the brink." It was then that Gosha noticed what he was holding. She staggered back in shock, stammering, That sword, the vault, is an item with infinite storage given to administrators, although it had been destroyed and many treasures lost. The items released earlier still exist," Tetsu slowly said. "The golden deity you killed earlier has been resurrected thanks to the Phoenix Eye. We saved all of those things for you." That Tetsu jumped down and chased after Gosha. She panicked and frightened, only knowing to run forward. The legendary S-rank item, Zom, returned to the Nija Sea. Tetsu caught up and he stabbed the dagger straight into her head. Tetsu slowly added, "This is as far as you go, return to the sea of collective consciousness." Immediately, parts of Gosha's body fell off, flying into another dimension. The scene shifted to a place resembling the lunar underworld, where Sika walked cheerfully on the central path. She suddenly stopped when she saw someone in the distance, their long hair flowing. The two were quite far apart. That person was Subaru from the future, silently pondering. "It seems Ariak Subaru has defeated all the disasters. Thank you, Subaru from another future," he murmured. While speaking, Subaru suddenly stopped, his eyes wide in astonishment as he looked ahead. Subaru quickly turned to look at Sika behind him. "What's wrong? Why are you here, Sika?" Subaru was both surprised and emotional. Sika smiled as she approached, greeting him, then spread her arms and asked, "You're another Subaru, aren't you? I wanted to meet you. You chose this lonely place and watched over us. Thank you. You really are an amazing person." Subaru's eyes welled up. "We won because of what you taught." Subaru's eyes also sparkled. "I won't let you be lonely anymore." Subaru's tears fell freely. Sika ran over to hug him, praising, "Subaru, you did well." The two held hands tightly, full of unity. Subaru choked out softly, "You did well." Sika was also moved, her eyes brimming with tears. The two stood in the vast space like the galaxy, holding hands. The scene shifted to the land of the Subarus. The bracelet around Subaru's neck emitted a blinding light. A mechanical voice echoed, "You have received a blessing. The death-bound family has left." Remnants of the sun's dark night artifact evolved into a brilliant light in the night sky, inheriting the skills and attributes that Sika Amamiya possessed. Subaru looked at his hand, murmuring, "Sika." Sika was silent, staring intently at Subaru. Sika suddenly seemed to sense something and stopped. Lee and Anda Etcher also sensed something, turning to look. ZA suddenly sat down, observing everything around. Eyes opened wide appeared in the blue sky. Seha gritted her teeth. "Administrator, Lord Subaru." She glanced behind her. Subaru vanished without a trace. Seha anxiously cried out, "Lord Subaru." Shikishima and Zinga ran over to ask her, "Sayaka, why are you in the human realm?" Sayaka shouted, "Lord Subaru has disappeared." "It seems he's been kidnapped," she said worriedly. The administrator, Jinga, and Shikishima were stunned. In the sky, the eyes still stared down at the city. Soon after, the sky returned to its clear state, revealing it had only been an illusion. The scene shifted to Vanquist. He looked at the control panel, gritting his teeth. "Subaru." Vanquist turned his head and called, "Hey Elpis, what are you waiting for? Let's go." His voice rang out. Elpis was ready, eagerly setting off. He said cheerfully, "We'll go to the administrator of Ariak Subaru, otherwise he'll be killed." "I see difficult, huh?" Vanquist hesitated, then asked, "What about our cooperation?" Elpis smiled fiercely. "Yes, I accept your offer. We will rescue Ariak Subaru." He grinned. Vanquist stayed silent across from him. Right after Gosha's death, she died at Tetsu's sword. Another world, the Golden Kingdom, where a battle was ongoing. Elta smiled down. Violet also smiled. "Well done, but it's not over yet. You must play with me until you die." She fell, but suddenly Violet was startled when she saw something. Black Ta asked, "What's wrong?" She responded with a deep voice, surprised, "The fire that was given to me has gone out. Could this be?" At that moment a voice echoed, "You see it too, Urizen." She looked toward the source, asking, "Front, is that also the case?" He replied, "Yeah, the teleportation gate has been disconnected. Could it be that he's really dead?" Bifront speculated. Hearing this, Delta froze, thinking the Ariak group had succeeded, but with their current power, how could it be? Well, whatever, he didn't know what he was thinking, asking, "Should we keep fighting?" Violet chuckled, thinking for a moment, let's go, it's all over now, what a strange company, but it's been a good way to pass the time. That moment, Bifrance raised his hand high, saying, "I surrender, oh man, am I unemployed now? What am I supposed to do now?" He sounded despondent. Just then, Bifrance was startled, yelling as a portion of light shot toward him from behind. Both Violet and Delta were stunned. Bifrance, struck by the unexpected blow, still tried to laugh and speak before his body vanished. "Are you kidding me?" Watching him disappear, Violet smiled, "Bye-bye, Bifrance." Only Black Ta wondered, "You surrendered yet still met your end. You taking your anger out on someone else? This isn't like you at all." Below, someone stood with their hand raised behind, seemingly the one who had attacked Bifrance earlier. Black Ta looked at Kaleem's angry face and said, "It was Kaleem who did it." Kaleem frowned and muttered that someone as weak as Pham would definitely be wiped out just like that, before turning and walking away. Violet, seeing this, hugged her stomach and laughed loudly out of fear. Delta, still confused, asked Kaleem. Kaleem walked through a gate leading to another place. At this moment, Delta looked down at Louis and asked, "Hey, you little golden boy, what's going on?" Louis didn't respond, remaining silent. The scene shifted to where Kaleem had just passed through the gate. As Kaleem walked, he recalled his master's words that he had learned another technique from his master. The words came from Sika. Kaleem looked toward the space where Sika had once stood and called her name. Suddenly, someone sitting nearby called out to Kaleem, speaking about Sika through the window. This person was Demon Emperor and advised Kaleem to drink as a farewell to Sika. Kaleem gritted his teeth and turned to glare at him. Diamante stepped in through the gate and asked, "Pour me a glass." Kaleem hesitated and asked, "Who was my master again?" After grabbing his drink, Diamante angrily said, "I shouldn't have pulled that vanquished guy." Diamante vented his frustration about the battle, while Kaleem simply held his drink and silently listened. Diamante's anger grew as he stated he would punch the bastard Vanquist to death when he returned. The scene shifted to where Vanquist was following Elpis. Elpis asked, "What kind of person was the one from the order who took Subaru?" Vanquist thought for a moment before answering. Vanquist said, "That person is both rigid and stubborn, probably not your type." Elpis didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" Elpis happily pointed toward a door and shouted, "Found it, let's go." Vanquist gritted his teeth and thought, Subaru still can't die. The scene shifted to where Subaru was standing on a strange land. Subaru looked around and wondered, where is this place? He then remembered just fighting Gosha and defeating her, but Gosha had vanished. Subaru recalled the enormous eyes in the sky of the city and wondered, am I dead? He froze, contemplating this possibility. At that moment, Lassie shouted, "Where is this? I don't understand anything." She angrily said, "I was just fighting the invader. Did I step on a teleport trap?" Lassie walked closer to Subaru and asked, "Who are you?" Subaru honestly replied, "Hello, I'm Ariak Subaru." Lassie snapped, "No, I mean, why are you here? Where are my teammates?" A voice called from behind, "Who knows?" Demon Spirit in the corner shouted, "You're too loud, causing disorder." "Who are you?" He angrily looked around and cursed, "Damn it, where is this place? If I'm not mistaken, I'm soloing the invasion of ABC." Another person approached and asked, where's your treasure?" This person was Demon God Sigurd Edelga. Lassie and Jong-un simultaneously said, "Another one." Subaru thought to himself, is everyone here a player? Subaru asked, "Hey, you all were suddenly brought here too, right?" Lassie answered, "That's why I'm wondering who you are." Jong-un asked further, "So you were brought here too?" Sigurd asked, "Where is this place?" A person in formal attire walked over slowly and said, "Everyone is here, it seems. Welcome to my domain." This person was the administrator. Lassie sighed and asked, "Who is this now?" The administrator recognized them and asked, "Don't you recognize me in this form?" He then created a crack and enlarged it into a giant eye, saying, "Administrator, I am called Order." Subaru was shocked, unable to believe it. Lassie was also astonished as she looked at the eye. Jong-un asked in confusion, "Could it be?" Sigurd curiously looked without thinking much. Subaru opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "He is." Before he could continue, Order interrupted. Order said, "The reason for bringing you here will be explained later. First, I must give you a conclusion. From now on, you must make your choice. Either become my subordinate executor or vanish with your world forever. Choose one or the other." A group of Subaru simultaneously stepped onto the ground in front of Disapli. Lassie glanced at the person standing next to her, then saw Subaru step forward and shout, "That bastard is the manager." Subaru, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and realized, using the celestial clock, he has turned his world into ruin. He looked at the person in front of him and confirmed, he is the source of all evil. Subaru led the charge with the others following, rushing toward Disney Play. The sword's edge gleamed as Subaru raised it high and slowly lowered it, aiming at him. Disapli stood still, hands clasped behind his back, maintaining his calm demeanor. Disapli shouted one word, "Stop!" Immediately, everyone in Subaru's group became blurry after his command. Disapli praised, as expected of the strongest from the worlds, not a single wasted movement. He clapped his hands together. Disapli gestured, and instantly all four of them were transported to different positions around him. Subaru furrowed his brow and thought, "I was forcibly shifted in space." Disapli said, "Even though you may already know, I will repeat it. Administrators like me have set up celestial clocks in 10 billion different worlds, selecting you to be participants in the game, alongside managing and operating the SISO system with 9 people." Disapli introduced himself. "I manage 1.6 billion worlds, including your world." Subaru turned around, repeating his words. "The ruler of 10 billion worlds." Jong-un gritted his teeth in anger. "Why are you forcing us to play this game? What is your purpose?" Disapli thought for a moment, then answered, "The purpose, to simply heat up our universe." Lassie shouted angrily, "What?" Disapli asked again. "Do you know the concept of the universe's death rhythm?" Lassie and Jong-un answered in unison, "No." Disapli raised his hand. "Of course, though not exactly, I will explain simply." He snapped his fingers, and immediately the surroundings changed completely. Above them was the foot of a giant house with a dazzling crystal chandelier. 4 members of Subaru's group sat neatly on both sides of the long table in front of Disapli. Subaru scanned the room, thinking about the recurring spatial shifts. Jong-un teased, "You can do everything, huh?" Disapli's voice echoed, "Imagine the universe as a cup in your hand." Sigurd closed his eyes, placed his hand on the cup, and murmured, "It's warm." Subaru remained silent, just watching Sigurd. Disapli lowered his head to the cup. It was still warm. He opened his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Then he let go, letting the cup fall, and over time the temperature gradually dropped. The cup rolled a few times before coming to a stop on the ground, completely cold. Lacey across from him rested her chin on her hand and commented, "That's only natural." Disapli's words made Lacey freeze mid-grip. "What if the universe is the same?" Lacey froze as the water in the cup began to ripple. Disapli's voice continued in her ear. "If that continues, the stars will gradually die out, the universe will lose all heat, and eventually stop at absolute zero." Disapli straightened, declaring, "That is a matter of the distant future, but we are eternal existence." Jong-un and Sigurd listened silently. Disapli's voice reached Subaru and Lacey across from him. "We created this system to prevent that. The system steals soul energy from your universe to warm ours. That is the nature of the game." Lacey's eyes widened, unable to believe what she was hearing. Lacey jumped up, astonished. "Did I just hear that right? To live comfortably, you make us slaughter each other." Disapli did not hide it, replying bluntly, "Yes, I believe you understand." Lacey fell silent for a moment, then screamed in fury, "What right do you have to do that?" Disapli recounted, "An executor named Gosha, incredibly powerful under my command, is no longer." Subaru stared blankly, puzzled why Disapli mentioned this. Disapli gestured, clarifying his intent. "I need replacements, but not ordinary ones. That is why I invited you. Everyone here shares a common trait. They are all powerful beings from their worlds. First is the hero Lacey Velen, strongest in world 317,892,234. Or at least defeated an executor like Bitch Trong Gon, the strongest in world 1,270,000,000.15. And like Sigurd Edelga, the most powerful demon god in world 893,701,049. Disapli announced, "I will select at least one of you as an executor under my command." And the last is Ariak Subaru, the strongest in world 1,188,943,663. Lacey radiated oppressive power. "You think you can make us obey after explaining that?" Disapli remained calm. "I do not care about your will. Unfortunately, you do not understand, but this is our decision." Lacey widened her eyes, unable to move, gritted her teeth, and spoke each word with anger. "You are selfish. People from my world, my teammates, my family, have sacrificed so much." Disapli responded indifferently, "I do not know that." Lacey drew her sword, lunging at Disapli, screaming, "Die." 3 Sigurd, Jong-un, and Subaru could not react in time. They could only stand and watch. Jong-un shouted in worry, "Step back. Did you forget what he just said? Your world will be erased." As Lacey approached Disapli, he commanded, "Stop." Lacey felt pain as her image blurred. Disapli ordered, "Cancel." Lacey gradually disintegrated. Subaru gasped, thinking, "Impossible." Sigurd squinted, his mind reeling. Jong-un thought, "The power has exceeded its limits." He shouted, "Damn it." Subaru helplessly watched Lacey vanish, wondering, "What else can I do?" He unleashed his power, shouting, "Stop it." His strength interrupted Disapli's erasure process. Explosion sent Lacey flying back. She returned to normal, completely unharmed. Jong-un watched in astonishment, eyes wide. Disapli thought, "Ariak Subaru, you can interfere with the system." Sigurd was also bewildered. Disapli's gaze grew cold and dangerous. Disapli warned, "Just you, I will." Subaru's vision blurred under Disapply's power. He shouted but looking down saw his body still intact, only temporarily replaced. Tilting his head, Subaru realized half of his arm had vanished and the disintegration continued. Disapply called Subaru's name, pointing ahead, "End your life carefully." Subaru gritted his teeth, helplessly watching his body vanish. Suddenly, a foot blocked Disapply's power. Vanquist and Elpis appeared from the spatial rift, grinning at Disapply. "Hello, long time no see, did I ply?" Elpis sneered. Disapply saw his face clearly, lips twitching, and called out, "Elbis." Vanquist and Elbis stepped forward, blocking Disapply. Subaru looked at them, mouth agape, calling, "Vanquist." Vanquist turned to Subaru, realizing something. Vanquist asked, hanging by a thread. Jong-un stood nearby, observing, wondering, who exactly are these people? He recalled the events. "Name is Big Jong-un. I am a private detective living in the Pico Federation. I am under the protection of Hong Kim Long, the strongest player in the world. I investigated the administrator at an organization's request. Along the way, I encountered an executor and defeated him in a fierce battle. I continued following the clues into the abyss maze, fought monsters, and was suddenly thrown here. People I encountered here are the 3 strongest individuals from different universes, and I could sense their comparable power. The one who appeared next was the Disapply administrator, whose strength surpassed all standards. Even if the 4 strongest joined forces, they could not oppose him. Fixing their universes or those of the weaker ones was inevitable, but no one could defeat the multiverse ruler." Jong-un looked at those before him, wondering who they were. His gaze fell on Subaru, the first with power that could rival the administrator. Jong-un held Lacey with both hands, preventing her from being erased. He shifted his gaze to Vanquist and Elpis, preparing to infiltrate the administrator's space. Jong-un cursed inwardly, damn it, his mind was a mess just from encountering the administrator. He watched Subaru and those radiating immense power, thinking the situation was changing too rapidly. Diddiply gritted his teeth and asked, "Elpis, what is it you want?" Elpis laughed, "I told you I came to stir things up, just wait a bit." Then he turned to Subaru, "Ariak Subaru, do you know who I am?" Subaru was still uncertain, recalling Vanquist mentioning the administrator, and guessed this man was the administrator, asking, "An administrator who could become an ally?" Elpis laughed in amusement and confirmed. Elpis said, "Exactly, I heard you're not very smart, but your mind is sharp despite lacking much knowledge." Subaru looked at Vanquist and repeated, "I heard you're not smart." Vanquist shook his head and raised his hand, denying, No, Subaru misunderstood, I meant well." Subaru didn't trust Vanquist, questioning, "Not smart but still well-meaning." Elpis laughed, recounting, "I've seen you destroy the universe-wide inventory and defeat Gosha. Very interesting, all right then." He raised a finger, one-eye hazy, asking, "What should we do about this situation?" Vanquist was startled. "Hey, weren't you here to save Subaru?" Elpis' gaze turned terrifyingly intense. Elpis shouted, "Shut up, you dragon fiend." A massive surge of power erupted from him, engulfing the entire room. Sigurd froze under the immense pressure. Jong-un felt it too, thinking this pressure is insane, I'd forget to breathe if I didn't. Elpis approached Subaru, asking, "Subaru-kun, what do you wish?" Vanquist angrily muttered, "Bastard." But a voice reassured, "Don't worry, Vanquist." Hearing the reassurance, Subaru calmed and said, "I can answer for myself." He looked at the person before him seriously. "Right now, the only thing I can do is request your help." Jong-un held Lacey and Sigurd listened as Subaru pleaded, "Save me." Elpis, Vanquist, and Diddiply were stunned. Only Elpis smiled, extremely excited, exactly right. Subaru added, "Help me escape. I still can't defeat the administrator, can't beat Disapply." Elpis focused on the words "still can't." Subaru stepped closer, "I'm running now." His face turned mad with determination. Diddiply stood awkwardly, unsure how to react. Jong-un was speechless and Sigurd commented, "Truly foolish." Vanquist chuckled softly, Elpis stifled a laugh, and Subaru was too confused to respond. Suddenly, Diddiply shouted, and Elpis raised his hand to grant the request. Elpis said, "Ariak Subaru, allow me to take you under my care." Diddiply gasped, "Are you insane? Who allowed this?" Elpis reached out, negotiating, "Come on, let's talk a little." Though he said care, in reality it was. No one could hear the next sentences. Disapply understood and communicated with Elpis similarly. When Elpis responded, Disapply made sounds no one could hear. Subaru wondered, "Vanquist, what are they saying?" "Does that count as talking?" he explained. "They compress information and speak at super speed that we cannot grasp." After some time, Diddiply spoke normally again. "I understand. You must explain to the other administrators." Elpis agreed. "Of course, I hope they no longer hold grudges like you do." Diddiply said, "I won't hold it against them either." Elpis' face lit up, pointing, "All right, temporarily I'll keep Subaru cool under my seat." Subaru expressionlessly crossed his arms, "Thank you." Diddiply asked, "Wait, you're also a candidate to replace Gosha. What about that?" Elpis frowned upon hearing it, as if discovering something. Elpis pointed at Sigurd, "Hey, do you want to be the new executor?" She nodded in confirmation. Diddy Ply looked at Sigurd. That girl, Elpis commented. Elpis said, yes, from what I see she just likes exploration, very fitting. Sigurd closed her eyes, leaned back in the chair. All right, I'll do it, I care about the world anyway. Jung-un asked, that's acceptable, Sigurd replied, it's fine. Elpis laughed, satisfied, congratulating the new executor. Diddy Ply squinted, all right then, before following Elpis and Vanquist into the space rift. Subaru turned and pointed at Jong-un and Lacey. Elpis, I want to help them too. Elpis agreed, sure, deep reply, you can release them to follow me as well. He closed his eyes, do as you please. Subaru leaned, letting Jong-un carry Lacey into the space rift first. As they went, he thought, finally saved, someone called my name at last. Subaru faced Desaptly when he heard his name called. He greeted, see you again. Subaru replied with a single word, yeah. Subaru entered the space rift, which closed and vanished. A group walked along a long corridor, countless clocks beneath their feet. Subaru curiously asked, is this Elpis' seat? Look at the person ahead of you sincerely. Thank you, Elpis, if it weren't for you I wouldn't have been saved. We haven't helped yet. Subaru stopped, paused for a moment. Elvis turned around, smiling as he touched the hat on his head. The trial to truly help you has just begun. On the other side, Dit IP clasped his hands behind his back, leading Sigurd to a place. The name Elvis, things are getting troublesome again, huh? He stopped in front of a person dressed in white. That person was also wearing a strange mask. Diddy Ply shouted, giving the order to prepare for the trial. Gather all the managers. He stared ahead, declaring, we need Ariak. Subaru conquered the timekeeping clock. The section on the Savior World War introduced the final power of the timekeeping clock. In Japan, at the new building of the Players' Union, Shikishima announced that they still didn't know Subaru's whereabouts. Despite the help from another world, it seems Sibu couldn't see Subaru even with the bracelet connection. Sibu lowered his head sadly, saying, I'm sorry I haven't been able to help. If Subaru can't be seen by me, the theory that he was kidnapped by the manager seems plausible. Shikishima and Sika remained silent at this information. Sibu continued with the hypothesis. If my father fails to convince the manager he's familiar with, both my father and Subaru might never return, which would be the worst-case scenario. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but worry. Tetsu coldly threatened death. Hearing that, he flinched and exclaimed, what the hell? She clearly spoke metaphorically. Tetsu casually replied, speaking in meaningless long sentences. Zinga said more positively, there's no death. He placed his hand on his chest full of hope, since the connection between Ariak and us hasn't been severed. Shikishima guessed that the distance was too far to apply to the soul. Tetsu analyzed, Ariak is still alive, but for now, all we can do is wait. Staying here is just a waste of time. Suddenly, Subaru appeared, responding, don't be so cold, what the hell? Tetsu turned her eyes with no emotion. Shikishima was shocked, his mouth wide open. Zinga and Seiya broke into a sweat, still confused about what was happening. Renji spoke up, right, Hayadu-kun. Anda Escher continued, I understand what you're thinking, Hayadu. Tetsu blazed with anger and Leon assessed, you're terrible, Hayadu. Kira said, what do you think you are? What the hell? Shikishima jumped, yelling, no, 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 look there, look closely, Subaru. He stood still, silently pointing at himself. Subaru grinned, scratching his head, I'm back. In the ruins, workers came out and began repairs. Yes, thanks to your power, even Gosha with the watermark has vanished. Portals around the world also decreased to a countable level. Shikishima said, the only thing left is the clock. The time on it is 3 hours, 41 minutes and 22 seconds. Subaru stared for a moment, then spoke. Yes, at the chair of the manager Elpis, Subaru panicked. Do you accept the challenge? Elpis replied, yes, the challenge, or in other words, the conquest phase. He continued, all rare species must go through this. Subaru asked, rare species. Elpis explained, among the players, souls that are particularly rare are called rare species. The common point is that they can bypass some of the game's rules. Heroes, 10 times stronger than human enemies. Companions, Deus ex machina. Human gods, 10 times stronger than heroes. The ability to influence spacetime. Transforming into a demon king unknowingly at birth. Prophets, seeing the future, attracting good fortune and conflict. Demon gods, sharing skills 10 times stronger than dragons. The manager called it a breakthrough. Subaru's eyes widened in shock. A breakthrough. Lassie was confused and asked, does that mean death? Elbis answered, the power of rare species is definitely powerful. We will turn those who can use it into enforcers and those who can't into the dead. We put the rare species into the system and control them. Lacey asked, so you know how to catch them as a feature, huh? She said, I don't understand any of this. Elbis explained, most rare species have already been analyzed and countermeasures are in place. So even if they become heroes or demons, you won't be killed without a chance to react. However, new breeds are different. Ariak Subaru, you are a new rare species, the savior. Your ability might be due to having destroyed the entire inventory of 10 billion universes and erased the watermarks, so it was recorded in the system. Lucy was shocked, really? Destroying the universe's inventory. LPs opened the system panel showing the error message, cannot use inventory. The line military spoke, indeed, the inventory is not appearing. Lassie cried loudly, what a joke, all the rare items I collected. Subaru yelled, I'm sorry. Lassie complained, hey, you can't you do anything? Elvis replied, sorry. He continued, what he destroyed was the core of the inventory. Body and the fragility would die with the branch, no matter what was done, it could not be retrieved. Lassie seemed to collapse and yelled, no. The military line analyzed. Even so, this savior, compared to other rare species, doesn't his power seem a bit unconventional? Elvis replied, yeah, that's right. That's also why Dish IP Lai was hasty. Once his team realizes they will want to pull Subaru-kun back to their side. Subaru was confused. Is he feverish or something? Elvis replied, yes, and the manager must handle everything properly. Normally, Subaru-kun and your universe should be erased for the safest outcome. Lassie assessed, you guys are really extremists. LPs continued, thanks to that urgency, we have a loophole. Not erasing the new species without agreement is not a good idea, right? Now to the main issue, we need you to conquer the reformed timekeeping clock that has turned into a maze, Subaru-kun. Jong-un was confused. Conquer timekeeping clock. Lacey was even more confused. What the hell is that? Elvis explained, it's not just about clearing it, all the managers will observe the process of your conquest. From there, they will decide whether Subaru-kun's world will continue to exist. Jong-un realized, that's why it's named that. LP said, if successful, Subaru-kun's existence will be protected. Furthermore, that world will be freed from the game. Jong-un wondered, isn't that a good thing? Lassie asked, hey, there's no way out, right? But Jong-un felt something was off. Subaru was grinding his teeth in discomfort. LPs asked, you don't seem convinced. Are you really going to let your efforts to convince Vanquist go to waste? Actually, refusing the challenge is also fine. However, you will die right here. With those words, LPs began to vanish as the surrounding space shifted. LPs mentioned that death was a difficult choice. What are you dissatisfied with? Jong-un squinted, struggling to observe as his soul faded away. Just seeing a glimpse of the enemy and it was already like this. How could he possibly fight someone like this? What exactly are you trying to say? LP stated that death was not an easy choice and the surrounding space began to change. Jong-un felt frustrated and confused, feeling powerless after only seeing part of the enemy. Arya, Subaru spoke out in anger, saying that everything was designed for the manager's convenience. If one passes the trial, they will be spared. Why does the manager have the right to decide the fate of another world? Why should we feel grateful for what you say and follow it? How the world ends for us, it's as if it's something you all should decide. Subaru expressed his frustration and anger towards the manager, unable to understand why the manager had the power to decide the life and death of another world. He refused to accept that he should be grateful and follow their orders. The cycle continued to flow and there was no response. At this point, Vanquist let out a strange laugh, heh heh, then he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, truly interesting, Subaru muttered in confusion. Vanquist continued, saying that no matter how powerful the opponent was, Vanquist laughed in a strange manner and then broke into loud laughter, finding the current situation interesting, despite how powerful the opponent might be. If you're not interested, then there's no need to follow. Just do what you like, Subaru. If you want to run, I'll follow. If you want to fight, I'll die alongside you. At this point, Jong-un also spoke up, thinking that, well, that made sense. Vanquist continued, encouraging Subaru to do whatever he wanted without needing to follow anyone. Jong-un then voiced his agreement, realizing that Vanquist's words made sense. Lassie followed, I'm with you. Jong-un said, I'll show him. Lassie called out, I'll support you, Ariak. Subaru was taken aback by the support from everyone. He then looked at them with tension. Lassie declared his support for the group and Jong-un was ready to show his backing. Subaru was surprised and tense when he received support from everyone. The two of them, LPs, were now standing right next to Subaru. Stubborn kids, LP said, causing Subaru to startle. He continued, just be honest and follow the instruction. Well, you're still a bit young, but you're right. It's still better than those fools who just follow orders blindly. LP stood beside Subaru and commented on his stubbornness, encouraging him to just be honest and follow order. Even though Subaru was still young, LPs acknowledged that he was right, and it was better than blindly following others. There's no way out, so I'll give in. Consider it my request that you participate in the conquest trial. If you win, you'll receive a reward. That should be enough, right? Vanquist sighed and asked, why didn't you give in from the start? Vanquist sighed and decided to give in, agreeing to let Subaru participate in the conquest trial with the condition that if he won, he would receive a reward. Subaru wondered why he didn't give in from the beginning. LPs replied, is there a mosquito here or something? After that, he continued, all right, as for the reward. Hearing this, Sakashima gasped in surprise. Huh, LPs responded, remarking that there seemed to be a mosquito in the space, then continued mentioning the reward Subaru would receive. Sakashima gasped in surprise at this. Subaru explained, the rules of the conquest trial are that there will be 4 rounds, and you can bring up to 4 teammates. If you lose one round, you lose the whole thing. Subaru explained the rules of the conquest trial, clarifying that there would be 4 rounds and each team could bring up to 4 members. Losing a single round meant losing the entire event. Sakashima was alarmed. Wait, the rules are important, but didn't you just say something very terrifying? Shikishima worriedly spoke up, feeling that Subaru had just accidentally said something very serious. Subaru replied, "Achilao, it seems like anything is possible, as long as it's under the name of the manager, Elpis." Subaru explained that anything could be done as long as Elpis, the manager, agreed to